Introduction asterisk. Every individual possesses a unique skill, albeit without the consumption of a devil fruit. The 7 prominent families of the sheep clan and the 7 fierce wolves of the wolf empire find themselves amidst a tempest, heralding a tumultuous world. The worst of times, yet also the best of times. Lazy sheep. I, lazy sheep, shall conduct my affairs as I see fit, requiring no explanation to you. Grey wolf. At the pinnacle of wolves, I reign supreme. Where I, grey wolf, tread, the heavens acknowledge my presence. Queen warm sheep. I have arrived, I have fought, I care not for the outcome. Within the confines of a grand prison, lazy, small knife, and rush engage in spirited revelry. Should we venture forth to slay the sea emperor and shatter the divine palace? What if we do not return? Then let us go, never to return. Chapter 1. A long, perilous night. In a secluded grassland, the expanse of verdant fields flourishes. The news of the second leader of the sheep clan, the divine being's grave illness, spreads throughout the realm. In every sunlit meadow, the skies of all sheep have darkened. Countless sheep kings, weary from their travels, converge upon the secluded grassland. 1,000,000 sheep fill the plains to capacity. Lazy sheep arrives last, riding upon the wind god bull, yet the divine being calls him to the forefront to heed his words. Now that all are gathered, I have but 2 matters to announce. A mouthful of blood is coughed from the divine being, his demeanor cold and unyielding. All present recognize the formidable power of this legendary killer. Even in his weakened state, silence envelopes the crowd. Leader, take care of your health. Should you falter, we too shall suffer. The old sheep, with a sincere expression, implores. The divine being finds amusement in the flattery. Such sycophancy is merely a ploy for the leadership position. However, lacking the strength to contest, he faces lazy sheep. I shall speak of 2 matters. The assembly falls silent, adorned in various attire, their armor gleaming in myriad forms. All await the leader's final words. Firstly, the great treasure is indeed real. To possess it is to command the power to rule the world. A gasp resonates through the crowd, for the legendary treasure of the chaotic era is confirmed to exist. The leader's proclamation reverberates as if a resounding bell. None dare to doubt its veracity. He continues. Secondly, the raging tide approaches. The fabled tsunami is poised to engulf the entire world. Prepare yourselves. Upon uttering these 2 statements, the leader seems to expend all his vitality. With wide eyes, he extends a finger towards lazy sheep. No words can escape him. With his final breath, his hand falls heavily. Each individual is left in utter shock. Lazy sheep gently closes the leader's eyelids, murmuring, "The leader has departed." This single utterance spreads like wildfire in an instant. Several sheep kings, standing before the leader's chamber, are overcome with grief. 1,000,000 sheep kneel in sorrow, their faces stained with tears. The cries and wails reverberate through the heavens. Thus, an era of the sheep god comes to an end. In silent accord, each sheep king exits the secluded grassland. Beyond the plains, in the desolate expanse, countless sheep stand poised for battle. The Lord of Tianshan, the old sheep, conjures a massive vortex of air, suppressing the howling winds. The world's foremost swordsman, the old knife sheep, unsheathes the legendary divine sword, Dawn, cleaving the heavens asunder. The great sheep pope, the old plate sheep, transforms into a colossal being of light, surveying the world below. The young prince of the antelope royal family leads 50,000 antelopes to form an impenetrable wall of steel. The head of the assassin clan, Black Goat, wields his dexterous hands to sever the very bones of the world, a true harbinger of doom. A cataclysmic battle is on the precipice of eruption outside the secluded grassland. At that moment, a colossal wheel of light descends from the heavens, sending shockwaves that propel those on the ground several meters away. Blood spills from mouths as they struggle to regain their footing and discern the source of this sudden affliction. A golden giant descends, booming with the voice of thunder. The leader desires no harm to befall his brethren. Lazy sheep stands resolute, his presence overwhelming the gathered crowd. No wonder the leader's gaze lingered on lazy sheep. The successor's strength is indeed formidable. The sheep kings engage in hushed discussions. After half a day of mediation, they agree to return and construct ships. Lazy sheep is appointed as the acting leader, embodying the role of the clan leader primarily due to his immense strength. The sheep clan hastily returns to the verdant plains, with lazy sheep personally attending to lazy sheep's needs. Fully aware that the transformation nearly ravages Lazy Sheep's entire being, he oscillates between lucidity and confusion, whispering to Lazy Sheep, "Should you return, you must beseech Lord Bag to construct ships, lest this be the end of the plains." The long night drags on, the chill pervasive. Lazy Sheep soon succumbs to unconsciousness, leaving Lazy Sheep to grapple with the winds alone. The Plains Committee is not a matter to be resolved with mere words. Lazy Sheep confides in Happy Sheep, who now holds sway in the military. Yet, it is merely the closeness between Lazy Sheep and Lazy Sheep that fuels this urgency. Happy Sheep, sensing the gravity of the situation, steels himself to attend the Plains Committee meeting. The others accompany him. Construct ships? Absolutely not. If everyone rushes to build ships, who will attend my concert? This requires careful consideration. The sharp-tongued Lewin dons a cap, his demeanor fierce as he rebuffs. He rises to address Lord Bag. If we are to build ships, it naturally requires substantial funding. These years have been rife with calamity. To construct ships based on the unfounded raging tide approaches would be to drive us to the brink of ruin. The assembly includes the venerable Lord Bag, the great Inspector Tai, the notorious trio of bullies, and the Treasury Overseer. All are respected figures within the Plains, and Happy Sheep finds it difficult to raise his head. Awkwardness envelopes him, cold sweat trickling down as he struggles to utter a word. Silence prevails, save for Lewin's incessant outcry. Happy Sheep bows his head, nearly echoing yes, yes, yes. Seated in the back, Lazy Sheep's face is a storm cloud. Gripping a pure iron railing, he crushes it in his grasp. Beside him, Face Sheep advises, "Calm down, Lazy Sheep, do not act rashly." Yet, Happy Sheep remains mute on stage, unable to articulate a single word. Lazy Sheep spits vehemently. "To hell with you, Lewin. I am Lazy Sheep, your father. Is the Plains your family business? Mind your own business." With that, he darts forward, leaping onto the assembly table, the steel surface rippling under his weight. Lewin, struck by an aura of menace, collapses into his seat. Lazy Sheep smirks, fixated on Lewin. Happy Sheep possesses a kind heart, but I am different. Should I be pushed to the brink, I am capable of anything. Moreover, should we fail to construct ships, all shall perish. This is a prophecy passed down from our ancestors. The three generals rise from their respective positions. One wields ice, another fire, and the last light. Three chains descend before Lazy Sheep, as they exclaim, "Withdraw, or prepare for the aerial prison." With the intervention of the assembly, Lazy Sheep steps down from the table. Meanwhile, Lewin, once adored by thousands, now adopts an air of superiority. "You fool, are you courting death? Do you believe I can make you vanish from the plains with a single word?" Tai interposes before Lewin, suggesting, "Let bygones be bygones. There is no need to quarrel with a child." With a pouting expression, the irritable Lewin sat on the chair, his eyes ablaze with a crimson fury. The arrogant Lazy Sheep departed, followed closely by the others. Beautiful Sheep remained in the council chamber, clutching a divination compass, eager to grasp the latest developments and make her plans. After Lazy Sheep and the others returned to the village, Beautiful Sheep came back with the results. Only Lewin opposed. The others remained silent, perhaps out of deference to this superstar. Lazy Sheep scoffed, finding the situation all too clear. Lewin brought significant benefits to the Prairie Committee. What shall we do? We cannot let him remain. In the dead of night, within Lazy Sheep's villa, he lounged leisurely, watching television and munching on chips, appearing almost as a lump of clay. Outside his window, a shadow flitted by like a specter. A figure clad in a cap brandished a sharp blade. A smirk crept across Lazy Sheep's lips. It seemed they truly meant to act. In an instant, a dark figure burst through the window. A gleaming white blade lunged toward Lazy Sheep's neck. "Your life is forfeit." In Lewin's eyes, he envisioned Lazy Sheep's gruesome demise. "To oppose me, Lewin, is to seal your fate. Surrender now." Just as the blade was about to spill blood, it halted a mere 5 centimeters from Lazy Sheep's face. Lewin's expression turned icy. The knife was seized by Lazy Sheep, whose eyes instantly transformed into a crimson hue. In an instant, the blade shattered into countless fragments. Lazy Sheep rose, unable to stifle his laughter. "Perhaps this is your destiny. Do you think I am one you can provoke?" Lewin was drenched in cold sweat, his shirt thoroughly soaked. With a swift kick, Lazy Sheep struck Lewin's head, causing it to bleed profusely. With trembling voice, Lewin pleaded, "Spare me. I shall grant you free tickets to my concert from now on." As he knelt in supplication, the other sheep entered. Each pair of eyes was as cold as ice. What was the meaning of this? Happy Sheep said with a smile, "For the safety of all in the prairie, you cannot remain. Luan's blood ran cold. Inside the house, Lazy Sheep removed his divine bow, the Azure Dragon. On the vast green plains, Lazy Sheep was known as a legendary archer. One arrow could unleash widespread devastation, capable of obliterating a battalion of armored vehicles or fighter jets. Lazy Sheep drew the bow, aiming at Luan's head. Luan had already lost all color in his face. Remember, the long night is fraught with peril. As he spoke, an immense force surged within the bowstring. In an instant, Luan was reduced to ash, scattered in the dust. Chapter 2. I have come, I've struggled, I care not for the outcome. Luan vanished as if he had never existed, and the Prairie Committee could not feign ignorance. The following day, Lord Bag arrived, announcing his intent to allocate half of the national treasury to construct a grand vessel, a precaution against the rumored apocalypse. Slow Sheep offered technological support, declaring that one of the 3 arks would belong to the sheep village. No one contested this, and the entire prairie commenced work the very next day. The death of Luan had wounded many hearts. Beyond the loyal fans unaware of the true circumstances, there was Warm Sheep. The loss of Luan had left her weeping day and night. Lazy Sheep showered her with an abundance of snacks, but to no avail. After 2 weeks, overwhelmed by her grief, she finally left the sheep village. She sought out her childhood friend, Banana Wolf. In the ghostly shadow forest, their hearts entwined, Warm Sheep earnestly declared, "Banana, with you, I possess the entire world." Years of repression had left Warm Sheep profoundly sorrowful. This moment of release solidified her trust in this steadfast man. Banana Wolf held a banana in hand. "Warm Sheep, from this day forth, should anyone dare to harm you, I shall devour them whole, just as I do this banana." With that, he stuffed over 20 bananas into his mouth, chewing heartily. Their affections ignited like kindling. Banana, warm, banana. In a particularly secluded corner of the ghostly shadow forest, a pair of passionate youths were on the verge of crossing the final threshold. A sudden beam of light illuminated them. They panicked and hastily adjusted their disheveled clothing. Standing by the light was none other than the formidable warrior of the Sheep clan, Fiery Sheep. With hands on his hips, he pointed at Warm Sheep, declaring, "The Sheep clan harbors a traitor, a wolf in sheep's clothing, tarnishing our family's honor." Behind Fiery Sheep stood 1,000 brave warriors of his team. Slow Sheep, as the king of the sheep, commanded 8 team leaders. Some inherited their positions, like Happy Sheep, who succeeded Wise Sheep in the first team. Yet, each team leader was endowed with formidable prowess. For instance, Fiery Sheep was a superlative combatant on the prairie, leading the second team. Lazy Sheep, renowned as the divine archer, held command over the third team. Warm Sheep, as the captain of the 5th team, your shamelessness knows no bounds. Now, I arrest you in the name of the Sheep clan. Fiery Sheep cast a cold gaze upon the two. A powerful aura surged upward, threatening to ignite the entire forest. Warm Sheep, suddenly seized, was utterly stunned. She wished to hide behind Banana Wolf, seeking protection from this reliable man. But Banana Wolf was equally taken aback. He had intended to savor a romantic moment, now caught in an awkward predicament. Dazed, he contemplated drawing his blades to rescue her. Yet, as he grasped his 2 crescent blades, he caught sight of hundreds of crimson eyes in the distance. Instantly, this wolf warrior softened. "Warm Sheep, we are merely friends. If you desire bananas, I can provide them anytime, but you must handle your clan's matters yourself." With that, Banana Wolf tossed aside hundreds of bananas and retreated home. A lone rider, he left Warm Sheep rooted to the spot. Fiery Sheep erupted in laughter. "It seems your lover is rather incompetent." Warm Sheep was taken back to the sheep village and imprisoned. All video evidence and remnants of the scene were meticulously collected. The severely injured Slow Sheep did not attend the trial meeting. Others urged leniency in the matter. Before Slow Sheep fell unconscious, she had issued a directive that military merits could enhance salaries, and reporting misconduct among peers could earn military honors. Fiery Sheep exploited this maxim to its fullest extent. Severe punishment is essential. Historically, wolves and sheep cannot coexist. If we allow such leniency, where is the justice? Fiery Sheep's extremism swayed many elders who had witnessed the wolf-sheep conflict to unite against her. Following a serious trial, Warm Sheep was sentenced to exile from the Green Plains. She would never be allowed to return. "Warm Sheep, do you have any final words?" "Send her on her way." Fiery Sheep commanded the executioners to expel Warm Sheep from the territory. Bound in iron chains, Warm Sheep's expression darkened, her body surging with an indomitable spirit. The chains shattered like straw as she glared defiantly in all directions. With a cold smile, she declared, "I shall walk my own path. These burdens I shall bear alone." The relentless fury in Warm Sheep's eyes fell starkly into the depths of Boiling Sheep's gaze. In the ensuing days, this would become his haunting nightmare. Warm Sheep, of the lineage of the Great Horned Sheep, possessed the might to transform into a Titan. At this moment, her power was vividly manifest. Restoring her usual self, she stood at the bow of the ship, gazing longingly at the verdant expanse of grassland that once cradled her existence. No one wished to accompany her. Had it been another, they might have succumbed to despair. Yet within Warm Sheep's heart surged a tempest akin to a soaring dragon, and a solitary thought emerged. This grassy plain I have traversed, I have fought valiantly. I care not for the outcome. With that, she cast aside the vast earth and sprinted towards the boundless sea. Later, Banana Wolf learned of Warm Sheep's departure, and an overwhelming sorrow enveloped him. Despite racing across land and sea for 800 miles, he saw no trace of Warm Sheep's vessel. In his utter despair, only one figure remained in his heart. Boiling Sheep. Had it not been for him, lovers would have found their union. But because of him, everything had been shattered. Coming to terms with it all, Banana Wolf drew forth two curved black blades, their ominous energy coiling around them, and struck the ocean surface. Waves surged violently, and countless fish perished in the turmoil. Do you seek a nightly duel? Boiling Sheep, seated before Sheep Village, erupted in laughter, surveying the surroundings where only Banana Wolf stood, unable to suppress his scorn. Yearning for heroism, are we? What were your thoughts before? Now that Warm Sheep has departed, what purpose do you serve? In Sheep Village, few were present. Only Lazy Sheep stood atop the watchtower, observing the scene below with indifference, even bordering on lethargy. Boiling Sheep's laughter grew louder, while shadows thickened in Banana Wolf's eyes. Fight if you will, sign your death warrant, and let us conclude this. Banana Wolf aimed his blade at Boiling Sheep's brow, seemingly poised to strike at any moment. Calm and unperturbed, Boiling Sheep laughed heartily. Do as you wish. Tonight, you shall vanish. As he spoke, a bolt of black lightning surged upward, leaping beyond the iron gates of Sheep Village. Outside, Banana Wolf, having waited patiently, allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips. Boiling Sheep scoffed inwardly. Is he coming for me? He was merely a coward, unwilling to stand for the girl he cherished. What strength could he possibly wield against me? Behold the blade. Boiling Sheep wielded two formidable cleavers, launching a series of horizontal and vertical strikes. To his surprise, Banana Wolf's curved blade veered unexpectedly. After flying outward, it returned with astonishing agility. Boiling Sheep could have intercepted the first arc, yet Banana Wolf's swiftness and the returning blade overwhelmed him. Cold sweat broke out upon his brow. This man? Why does he grow bolder with each clash? Boiling Sheep felt an insurmountable weariness, unable to counter the impending return of the curved blade. From his perch atop the watchtower, Lazy Sheep prepared to descend and rescue Boiling Sheep from peril. What an exasperating youth he was. Drawing his divine bow, Lazy Sheep aimed to swiftly eliminate Banana Wolf. However, Banana Wolf's blade was swifter, already slicing into Boiling Sheep. In an instant, all four hooves fell to the ground. A surge of agony erupted within Boiling Sheep, rendering him incapable of enduring such overwhelming pain. He succumbed to unconsciousness. Lazy Sheep gasped at the gruesome spectacle, taken aback. Who was Banana Wolf? He was the nephew of Gray Wolf, who had been dispatched to the northern front. Red Wolf and Little Gray had not fared well, becoming slaves to the tyrannical wolves of Wolffort. The 7 notorious wolves had departed with Gray Wolf, and Banana Wolf was the only one who had ever aided Little Gray. Initially, all believed him to be merely a gluttonous layabout. Yet, he possessed remarkable combat prowess. Lazy Sheep knocked an arrow, unleashing a powerful explosion that shook the ground before Sheep Village, targeting Banana Wolf. Bring Boiling Sheep inside, he shouted, offering cover. Banana Wolf braced himself to withstand Lazy Sheep's formidable arrow strike. This time, he did not evade. Gripping his hardened black blade, he fixed a cold stare upon Lazy Sheep. Lazy Sheep lowered his gaze, a sardonic smile escaping his lips. Since you are a warrior, I shall oblige. With that, Lazy Sheep summoned immense power, directing his aim towards Banana Wolf. Farewell, Banana Wolf. With a tremendous impact, energy surged forth, akin to an atomic bomb, striking before Banana Wolf. In an instant, Banana Wolf was propelled thousands of meters away, lost to the unknown. Chapter 3. The pinnacle of the wolves, overlord of the north. The earth trembled, and the skies erupted with an unyielding barrage of firepower, reducing countless cities to mere rubble in an instant. Flames soared to the heavens as missiles detonated, blurring the lines between day and night. The war god, Grey Wolf, single-handedly challenged 3 million monstrous foes to a mutual demise, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies and rivers of blood in his wake. After 3 days of relentless searching, Grey Wolf's charred body was finally discovered, resembling a piece of blackened coal. Yet, his indomitable spirit remained, and aware that the war had come to an end. He addressed the tearful crowd with his first words, "Home." The hearts of all present quivered with emotion, a tempest of feelings surging within. The 7 great wolves knelt before him, overwhelmed with joy at his survival, and together they proclaimed with fervor, "Welcome back, Wolf Emperor." Behind these 7 formidable wolves stood a million wolf soldiers, each one standing in solemn formation, echoing the same heartfelt greeting, "Welcome back, Wolf Emperor." The howls of the wolves reverberated through the very fabric of the world, shaking it to its core. The fierce wolves understood the magnitude of Grey Wolf's sacrifice, having decimated millions of adversaries while sealing away his own life force. Following this monumental battle, the 7 great wolves remained vigilant in the north, while Grey Wolf, succumbing to illness, chose to retire. Deep within their hearts, they recognized that their reverence was not for the military or political might of the steppe, but for the unparalleled Wolf Emperor, a figure of legend. As the battle-worn chariot was prepared for his return, Grey Wolf embarked on his solitary journey home. His body a tapestry of wounds, akin to a battle-scarred veteran, unnoticed by the world around him. Yet, within his heart, there dwelled a sweetness, his bandaged form contrasting with the subtle smile that graced his lips. Upon reaching the verdant plains, the once charismatic warrior, Grey Wolf, was all but forgotten, his presence overshadowed by the scars of war that rendered him a figure of evasion. The wolf fortress loomed close. Nearby, a child was joyfully playing in the mud beside the fortress. Grey Wolf couldn't help but chuckle. Little Grey is still playful. How endearing. I wonder what his reaction will be when he sees me. Before Grey Wolf could maneuver his wheelchair toward the fortress, a mother wolf, her face marred with blemishes, seized the child and delivered several sharp reprimands. Grey Wolf nearly leapt from his wheelchair, trembling as he pointed a finger at the woman, yet words eluded him. "Hey, who told you to play here? Have you finished your chores for today? Go clean the latrine, or don't even think about eating," she scolded, striking the child on the head with a stick. The little one's head buried into the mud. With gritted teeth, little Grey shouted, "When my father returns, he will deal with you." But the mother wolf merely scoffed derisively, pressing her foot upon the child's head. "Your father? That worthless piece of trash? He probably met his end long ago, left to rot in the wilderness. Ha ha ha." Pain tore through Grey Wolf's arm, his once mighty prowess now sealed away. Yet he summoned every ounce of strength to hurl his cane at the mother's legs. The she-wolf cast her gaze upon the Grey Wolf, perceiving only a stranger in a state of disrepair before her. A fierce resolve surged within her. "Who are you, wretch? Do you not comprehend that you are trespassing upon my territory? Are you seeking your demise?" The Grey Wolf, undeterred by her brazen demeanor, merely scoffed and replied, "I know only that this is the stronghold of the Grey Wolf. Pray tell, who might you be?" The she-wolf scrutinized the man in the wheelchair, and it was young Grey who first recognized him, tears welling in his eyes. "Father, you've returned. I've awaited your return for so long." Young Grey began to flail about on the ground, his body covered in mud. Just as he was about to rush into the Grey Wolf's embrace, the she-wolf seized him with a firm grip and kicked him aside. "You, go fetch the refuse from the latrine. He is but a cripple. You shall not escape the clutches of the evil wolf." With that, the woman fixed her cold gaze upon the darkened visage of the Grey Wolf. If you were to bow before the evil wolf king, perhaps you might yet survive. Otherwise, you shall not see the dawn of tomorrow." The Grey Wolf's hands lay rigid, rendered immobile. The woman picked up the Grey Wolf's steel cane from the ground and erupted in laughter. "You, a mere invalid, dare to wield this against me? What a farce." She hurled the cane, striking the Grey Wolf squarely in the chest, sending him sprawling several meters away, his wheelchair shattered into fragments. A cry of anguish erupted, reverberating through the halls of the wolf fortress. A crimson figure burst through the window, crashing to the ground and creating a sizable crater. The red wolf's garments were tattered, now further rent asunder. "Evil wolf, you are devoid of humanity. When my husband returns, I shall ensure your demise." The evil wolf, adorned in regal purple and gold, descended slowly from the 3rd floor. He placed a foot upon the red wolf and laughed heartily. "Were you not the one who could strike true with a frying pan? Why can you not do so now?" With that, He delivered several harsh blows to the red wolf. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out, "Grey Wolf, where have you gone? Have you forgotten us? Your wife and child?" Red. A gentle voice echoed from afar. Despite the tempest of turmoil within him, the Grey Wolf quelled it all for the sake of that tender call. Red, he uttered softly. The red wolf sprang to her feet, her gaze darting toward the source of the voice. "Grey Wolf, have you returned?" She looked into the distance, where the Grey Wolf, swathed in bandages, stood. "Indeed, I have returned." The evil wolf, standing behind the red wolf, erupted in laughter. "Is this the illustrious Grey Wolf, the very one whom the red wolf has yearned for? This is the pitiful creature she longs for?" The evil wolf scrutinized him closely. The Grey Wolf was indeed a shadow of his former self, felled by a mere cane. "Do not harm Red. Grey Wolf wore a beseeching expression, even lowering himself somewhat. "Don't move? You ask me not to move, and I am to comply? Am I to abandon my dignity?" Once, Grey Wolf reigned as king among the wolves, and Evil Wolf had long harbored ambitions. He craved the thrill of being revered by the masses. Now, the former Wolf King lay beneath him, and a wicked delight surged within. "Let me grant you a taste of the anguish of familial separation," he cackled, stepping onto Red Wolf's back. The Ferris wheel of limitless power spun, nearly rendering Red Wolf unconscious. Meanwhile, Little Grey was struck repeatedly by the mother wolf, his eyes glazed with confusion, weakly calling out, "Daddy, save me." Grey Wolf howled at the sky stop. Yet, caught up in his revelry, Evil Wolf had no intention of halting. He laughed heartily, exclaiming, "How splendid! What can you do about it?" Grey Wolf's eyes darkened, a murderous intent brewing within him, and he shouted once more, "Stop." In that instant, a fierce aura erupted. Soaring skyward, the bindings enveloping Grey Wolf's body shattered, and a brilliant light radiated from him. Evil Wolf and the mother wolf stood momentarily stunned. Grey Wolf's power was unsealed in an instant. With a single step, he reached the pinnacle of strength upon the verdant plains. With another stride, he fused the formidable abilities of his father, Black Wolf, and his grandfather, Yellow Wolf, tearing through the heavens and earth. Advancing yet again, he ascended to the zenith of terrestrial wolf immortality. Grey Wolf howled to the heavens, capable of grasping the sun and moon and plucking the stars. This overwhelming aura startled the entire northern frontier, causing 1,000,000 wolf soldiers to don their armor. The 7 great evil wolves marched in unison, fully equipped, towards the verdant plains. Countless fighter jets swarmed like locusts across the sky. Records of later generations describe the peerless warrior Grey Wolf as follows: at the summit of wolves, he reigns over the world. With Grey Wolf, the heavens themselves are assured. Chapter 4. The cause and effect of war. Evil Wolf trembled uncontrollably, pointing at Grey Wolf with a face of sheer terror, having believed Grey Wolf to be incapacitated. The scene before him mirrored the moment Grey Wolf ascended to the throne of wolf royalty. This imperial bearing, capable of commanding the world, left Evil Wolf devoid of strength even to wield a weapon. He had gathered his brothers, including Beckham Wolf, to mock the former Wolf King. Beckham Wolf was en route when he beheld the sky filled with black locusts, paralyzing him with fear. He understood one thing: the sky had fallen upon the Wolf clan. Those fighter jets represented the invincible aerial might of the northern frontier. As numerous aircraft circled above Wolf Castle, he resigned himself to his fate. Evil Wolf knelt upon the ground, utterly terrified. When Beckham Wolf arrived, he too knelt before Grey Wolf. "This morning, the Wolf Emperor has arrived, and I, the Beckham Wolf, am here to offer my servitude." Beside him, numerous battle wolves stand in attendance. These are the indigenous wolves of the vast grasslands, a tribe of nearly 10,000. Now all kneeling before him, the Red Wolf rises from the ground, embracing the Grey Wolf tightly, speechless, tears streaming down her face as she desperately pounds his back. Little Grey cries bitterly, resembling a distressed donkey. He too clings to the Grey Wolf, who lifts him up and embraces the Red Wolf, saying, "You have suffered greatly. Such horrors shall never befall you again." Suddenly, a tremor fills the air, emanating from the malevolent wolf, whose eyes gleam with unrestrained malice. Betrayed by his own subordinates, he brazenly confronts the Wolf Emperor's wife. This path leads only to his own destruction. In a reckless abandon, the malevolent wolf brandishes a steel knife, aiming it at the Grey Wolf's head, exclaiming, "Die!" In a desperate gamble, he hopes to transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. The fierce slash arcs towards him, but is abruptly seized midair. The Grey Wolf's speed overwhelms the malevolent wolf, delivering a powerful kick that sends him sprawling several meters away, his head embedding into a tree trunk. Struggling futilely, the malevolent wolf's hands soon fall limp, lifeless. Behind the Grey Wolf, 7 formidable wolves descend. each exuding an aura of menace. The white-eyed wolf approaches the malevolent wolf, drawing his enchanted blade, and with a swift stroke, severs his head. This is the consequence of harming our wolf emperor. Remember this for the future. The one-eyed wolf bellows to the multitude of indigenous wolves. The Beckham wolves step back in terror, kneeling and chanting, "Long live the wolf emperor." The shaman wolf, wielding a luminous staff, approaches the gray wolf with a grave demeanor. "Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to discuss. We must converse further." The gray wolf, who holds great trust in this man and regards him as a strategist, senses the palpable fear on his face, which seems genuine rather than feigned. "Speak your mind." The gray wolf commands as he takes his seat upon the throne. Outside, the pack awaits. The army has already advanced into the grasslands, 200,000 strong, all present. The fabled tidal wave is indeed approaching. I sense a profound shift in the underground currents. A tsunami is imminent. At that moment, the entire grassland may well be swallowed by the sea. Seated upon the throne, the gray wolf's heart is a tumult of emotions. Such matters cannot be delayed. Preparations must be made. Summon the wolf leaders to the wolf fortress. Little Gray and Red Wolf follow him inside, though Red Wolf understands the importance of shielding the child from too much exposure. She gently takes Little Gray upstairs, saying, "Father is in a council. We must not disturb him and the uncles." With a face full of curiosity, Little Gray, with his fingers in his mouth, asks, "Mother, will I also participate in the council when I grow up?" "Certainly. Xiao Hui is the prince and destined to become the wolf emperor. To become the wolf emperor. To become the wolf emperor." Hee hee. The two laughed as they ascended the stairs. "From this day forth, our entire army shall enter a state of readiness. Construct the war wolf ships and gather materials on the spot, forging vessels on the verdant pastures." As the leader of the wolf clan, Grey Wolf swiftly devised a plan. Night Wolf, wielding a flaming meteor hammer, his most adept weapon, swung it to unleash fiery flames. "What of our brethren in the northern frontier?" he inquired. "What shall they do? They reside upon the high plateaus, where the sea may not reach. They must seek out the boreal coniferous forests to build ships. When the tsunami arrives, we shall rendezvous." A solemn silence enveloped the group at this statement. The unpredictability of such matters was overwhelming. Yet no better course of action presented itself. At sea, one must prepare for an extended stay, ensuring sufficient provisions, with the finest sustenance being plump sheep. The sheep had been thriving since the signing of the peace agreement, growing fatter by the day, a truly splendid food source. The boxing wolf roared, "When shall we strike? Tearing apart the peace treaty and slaughtering this flock of sheep?" In that moment of gravity, only the boxing wolf continued to bellow. Grey Wolf gestured, indicating, "We must await the right opportunity. Such matters cannot be rushed." The boxing wolf, eyes wide, approached the steps of the throne and shouted, "Brother, let us discuss this. In these extraordinary times, if we act now, the sheep will not remain silent." He continued his outcry, while Grey Wolf smiled, squinting his eyes. "Come here. Let us converse. The notion of waging war against the sheep clan could be set aside for now. We must first address the immediate concerns at hand." Grey Wolf spoke with earnestness, while the others remained solemn and cold. "Immediate concerns? What immediate concerns?" The boxing wolf appeared bewildered, utterly confused. However, a cloud of discontent loomed over Grey Wolf's visage. This was not the first time the boxing wolf had failed to comprehend orders, continuously shouting in disarray. Grey Wolf pressed his temples and remarked, "The sheep from the Ghost Shadow Forest frequently visit. Stay vigilant and seek unexpected opportunities." Each individual grasped the weight of his words. The twin blade and fork wolf remained behind, revealing a fierce countenance, stationed within the great hall. As the boxing wolf exited with the others, he continued to complain to Grey Air. What did the wolf emperor mean by immediate concerns? What exactly are they? His nonchalant tone echoed within the hall. And who is Grey Air? Among the 7 notorious wolves of the clan, she ranks as a top-tier warrior, a true embodiment of wolf prowess. Glancing back at Grey Wolf upon the distant throne, who was fixated on the boxing wolf, she could not help but scoff, reflect on it. Such words have long been spoken. The boxing wolf remained perplexed, scratching his head. The entrance to the great hall was sealed, and the twin blade and fork wolf knelt on one knee. "Tomorrow, you shall patrol the phantom forest alongside the boxing wolf. Strive to create a spectacle before the sheep clan. Those who have lingered in the wolf pack for an extended period comprehend the implications." Initially, there was skepticism regarding whom the Grey Wolf King would designate as the unfortunate soul. Nevertheless, each member felt an undeniable sense of obligation. The actions of the boxing wolf had also irked the Grey Wolf. Turning back, Grey Wolf could not help but furrow his brow slightly. He was a decent individual, Yet the wolf clan could no longer afford to lose any more significant members so easily. Wolf King, we understand what must be done, they exclaimed, kneeling in unison, their eyes lingering with unrest. Chapter 5. The Boxing Wolf's Assassination. As dawn broke, the assembly commenced their patrols within the Phantom Forest. To the eyes of the pack, wherever the gray wolf stood, that was the stronghold. Thus, every wolf carried out their duty without complaint. The Twin Blade and Fork Wolf and the Boxing Wolf were assigned together in the Phantom Forest. This location served as a shared bastion for both the wolf and sheep clans, with each party respecting their borders. Around dusk, Lazy Sheep and Beautiful Sheep, the captains of the 3rd and 4th squads respectively, were dispatched to patrol. As part of their routine, they circled the northern foothills of the Sheep clan's territory. The Phantom Forest. Beautiful Sheep, pouting, turned to Happy Sheep and said, "Happy Sheep, let us go together. I feel frightened in the Phantom Forest." With that, she wiggled in front of him, her face adorned with an alluring expression. Upon hearing this, Lazy Sheep could not help but shout, "To hell with you, Beautiful Sheep. Whether you choose to come or not, I can go alone." With that, he turned and crossed the moat, heading toward the Phantom Forest. Happy Sheep scratched his head awkwardly, chuckling as he patted Beautiful Sheep on the shoulder. "Beautiful Sheep, let us keep it professional." He regarded her with a tender smile, gently caressing her face. "When you return, I shall announce our relationship." Happy Sheep's words ignited joy within Beautiful Sheep's heart. She hastily exited Sheep City, crossing the moat as well. However, a hint of regret lingered in her heart. Would it be inappropriate to control Happy Sheep with her thoughts? Could one maintain control for a fleeting moment? Or for a lifetime? Yet, she swiftly resolved this dilemma. I'm still young. What harm is there in a little play? Who among them could promise forever? All her previous boyfriends had abandoned her first. They were the ones at fault. She was still but a girl, with such thoughts swirling in her mind. Beautiful Sheep felt her heart flutter as she dashed into the Phantom Forest. At the northern foothills of the Phantom Forest, Lazy Sheep surveyed the surroundings. Shadows drifted within the forest, while a bloodthirsty glint emerged in Beautiful Sheep's eyes. The deadly whip at her waist was firmly grasped, poised to be unleashed at any moment. Everyone is aware of this matter, yet they choose not to confront you. As for the trio of us, Xianjiang, we have openly acknowledged in private that we harbor no feelings for you, and at times, we may even regard you as invisible. Only Fiangyang is infatuated with you. Upon hearing these words, Mianjiang was momentarily taken aback, her eyes darkening with a palpable gloom. As the village's diviner, you must be well aware of this, are you not? Lady Yangyang could not help but give a cold snort before continuing. Do you truly believe that your control over Xianjiang remains unchanged? Is such dominion truly beneficial? These words struck Mianjiang's heart like arrows. I understand that Xianjiang does not reciprocate my feelings, yet I genuinely adore him and wish for him to remain by my side. Mianjiang's gaze grew colder, her grip on the long whip tightening. You know how much Fiangyang has done for you, don't you? Though he may be somewhat rash, he has genuinely invested himself in matters of the heart. Lady Yangyang was reluctant to engage with Mianjiang's topic, recognizing her deep-seated obsession with love. Mianjiang scoffed. He is unworthy. A foolish sheep. I hardly believe he merits anything from me. However, you possess too much knowledge. You cannot be allowed to remain. With that, a bolt of lightning from her whip struck out before Lady Yangyang, delivering 5 swift lashes that conjured a house of lightning around him, trapping him within. Lady Yangyang clenched his fists but refrained from retaliating, merely sitting cross-legged on the ground. Why do you not strike? Do you not possess considerable skill? The eerie howls of bizarre creatures echoed through the ghost shadow forest. Nonetheless, these two formidable beings showed no fear. I recall the days we fought side by side. I do not wish to turn against a comrade. Do not seek excuses. Do you think you can escape? Mianjiang pouted. Smirking, my lightning 5-strike whip is taught by the esteemed Master Ma, who adheres to the principle that male disciples are taught to close doors, while female disciples are instructed to teach closure. Thus, I have mastered this unique skill. No one can unravel this potent confinement. Do not employ emotional theatrics to lower my guard. Do you think I would release you? I would simply declare that you met with an unfortunate accident. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from a distance as a hardened blade hurtled toward Mianjiang. She swiftly dodged, and before her appeared 3 men, each grinning broadly. Among them, the dual-blade wolf drew his long knife, pointing it at Mianjiang. I did not anticipate such chaos among your sheep clan. It seems that idleness breeds discord. And without our wolf clan, you have resorted to internal strife. The other wolves erupted in laughter. The boxing wolf clenched his fists, pointing at Mianjiang. Drooling, this little lamb looks rather appealing. Why not let us have some fun tonight? With that, he advanced, Mianjiang drew forth her compass, divining her fate. Fully aware that these 7 notorious wolves were formidable adversaries, and she might struggle to prevail. A diviner can indeed foresee destiny. This is a technique passed down through the family of Mei Yangyang, specifically transmitted from mother to daughter. Her mother, Qian Yangyang, imparted her strength to her. In a mere 5 seconds, Mei Yangyang calculates her fate. You cannot defeat me. Prepare yourselves, she declares, fiercely lashing out with a whip of lightning, aiming at the crowd before her. The 3 malevolent wolves are instantly propelled into the air, engaging in fierce combat with Mei Yangyang. The dual-wielding wolves provide cover, while the punching wolf barrels through, enduring Mei Yangyang's strikes with sheer tenacity. One of them seizes Mei Yangyang's hand, unleashing a frenzied onslaught reminiscent of the Hulk battling Loki, leaving her battered and bruised, nearly on the verge of collapse before being flung aside. The punching wolf sneers, "Is that all? After being so thoroughly beaten, I have lost interest." However, the dual-wielding wolves are taken aback. They had intentionally refrained from intervening, hoping the enemy would dispatch the punching wolf. Yet this time, their adversary proves to be rather inept. Observing the lazy sheep ensnared within the electric net, they can't help but sigh. If she could be captured by this girl, she must not be a formidable opponent. She is truly quite weak. With that, they draw their blades, preparing to eliminate the lazy sheep. Mei Yangyang lies sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, feeling a twinge of regret for having imprisoned the lazy sheep. Yet, she realizes it is futile. Even if the lazy sheep were to escape, what could she accomplish against someone she herself could not defeat? Just as Mei Yangyang resigns herself to her misfortune, a powerful surge erupts from the electric net. The air rips apart with a thunderous sound, reminiscent of a lightning strike, as an arrow sweeps toward the dual-wielding wolves. They desperately attempt to evade, but one arm is grazed by the radiant beam, leaving a burn scar in its wake. The lazy sheep's arrow shatters Mei Yangyang's electric net with effortless ease. Stepping out with poise, she draws a longbow, wisps of smoke curling from its tip. Mei Yangyang stares in astonishment. "You could have broken free all along?" The lazy sheep smirks slightly, gesturing at the 3 adversaries before her. "Who else is there?" Her voice resonates like thunder, echoing far and wide. The 3 foes charge forward, each unveiling their signature moves. Yet the primary focus remains on allowing the punching wolf to dive into the fray. The punching wolf rains down punches like a tempest, bellowing a phrase he must have learned from some pirate king's lore, "Gua mo, gua mo." However, such an assault fails to inflict any harm on the lazy sheep. With a grand flourish, the divine bow is drawn once more, aimed squarely at the punching wolf's head. Another beam of light erupts, nearly tearing a hole in the sky. The punching wolf is sent sprawling, gasping for breath as he utters, "Let me go, and I shall continue the fight. This time, I will not evade. Next time, I shall surely defeat you." Before much could be said, the dual-blade twin-fork wolf hastily pulled the boxing wolf away, sprinting into the distance. After running several hundred meters, he cast the boxing wolf onto the ground. Why not continue the fight? You haven't even struck yet, and you allow this little lamb to be so arrogant?" The boxing wolf bellowed with bravado. However, the dual-blade twin-fork wolf, with a somber expression, replied, "They won't remain arrogant for long. Besides, we have not yet acted. We have merely bided our time until now." With that, the dual-blade wolf unsheathed 2 long knives, a fierce glint emerging. What was happening? A sense of foreboding overcame the boxing wolf, yet his injured body prevented him from rising. For the sake of the wolf clan, for the forthcoming prosperous era, you must make the ultimate sacrifice. The boxing wolf stared wide-eyed, lost in confusion. In an instant, a blade of icy light flashed across his neck. Chapter 6. The 2 great prairie wolves pledge allegiance to the wolf emperor. The corpse of the boxing wolf was dragged back, and all the warlords of the wolf clan had gathered. Amidst the desolate plains, a motorcycle roared to life. Nightwolf, bearing 2 meteor hammers, rode the motorcycle and spoke to the fragrant wolf behind him. "I had anticipated this outcome. This foolish boy, if he doesn't die, who will? How can one offend the wolf emperor so casually?" He revved the throttle, recalling that his own home on the prairie was only possible due to Grey Wolf's summons, allowing him to reunite with his wife and children. To accompany a lord is akin to accompanying a tiger. One must devise a method to secure one's position. Fragrant Wolf pouted, pondering deeply. Yet Night Wolf laughed heartily. "What is there to devise? We share a bond of life and death, having sworn brotherhood before millions of enemies. Look at the boxing wolf. Was he not also sworn in? It is wise to plan ahead. Does anyone not know who he is? Do not speak recklessly." Night Wolf covered Fragrant Wolf's mouth, snorting coldly. "Walls have ears. Refrain from careless talk." Fragrant Wolf, momentarily taken aback by the grip. Leaned closer to Night Wolf's ear and whispered, "What I meant was, Little Gray and Little Fragrant are of similar age, childhood sweethearts. Why not?" Night Wolf halted the motorcycle, turning back to grasp Fragrant Wolf firmly. His eyes blazed with a fierce fire. Fragrant Wolf felt the overwhelming pressure and was pushed back several meters. Night Wolf had never been this furious. "Never harbor thoughts about my daughter. Unless I am no longer alive." Fragrant Wolf, feeling a mix of emotions, lowered her head and replied, "It's not that I don't care for you." Night Wolf, however, snorted coldly, "There is no need for that. I, Night Wolf, wield a meteor hammer capable of moving mountains, slaying gods, and vanquishing demons. How could I not protect you and your child?" Fragrant Wolf could not help but approach and embrace Night Wolf. Before the Wolf Fortress, a grand coffin of sandalwood was placed atop a pyre. The 7 great evil wolves stood on either side. Behind them, 100,000 wolves brandished their battle gear. A solemn and chilling sight. A figure cloaked in black stood amidst the crowd, commanding reverence from all who were present, each parting to grant him space. He exchanged a nod with the gray wolf, who, to everyone's astonishment, reciprocated the gesture. This unexpected interaction left the onlookers utterly astonished. For none dared to meet the gray wolf's gaze lightly. Even when they did, he acknowledged them selectively. Such was the privilege of the Wolf King. The fact that this individual had garnered the gray wolf's attention was remarkable. However, the ancestral rites of the wolf clan swiftly brought the crowd back to focus. With both hands clasped around a bronze goblet, the gray wolf gazed skyward. A resounding howl erupted, causing the winds to roar and the air to crackle. "Esteemed guests, the sheep clan has slaughtered my kin and obliterated my brethren, their sins beyond measure. As the 108th Wolf King, Gray Wolf, I vow today to summon all-powerful werewolves from abroad to unite upon the verdant pastures, to eradicate the remnants of the sheep clan, particularly the despicable sheep tribe. In honor of our comrades who have perished at their hands over the years, I hold steadfast belief that our clan shall ultimately prevail. I shall not return until the enemy is vanquished." The Gray Wolf's declaration reverberated across the globe, broadcast to the ears of every werewolf. Across distant lands, many werewolves brandished their rifles, erupting in jubilant cheers. Numerous wolf commanders faced eastward, kneeling on one knee, exclaiming, "Gray Wolf, you are my deity." The agreement between wolves and sheep had long been signed, and as Gray Wolf defended the northern borders, various wolf kings had come and gone. Presently, the wolf dominion was divided into 3 factions: the malevolent Gray Wolf occupying the green pastures, the Little White Wolf regime in the southern plains, and the Tortoise Wolf regime in the western grasslands. Each was forced to compromise, too fearful to confront the sheep clan directly. Particularly, the Tortoise Wolf endured humiliation at the hands of the Antelope clan for years, reduced to mere survival. Under the Tortoise Wolf's command, the Little Black Wolf organized the entire underground trading society of the Two Wolf Mountain. Clutching a cigar, he sat within the confines of the Wolf Underground Society. Amidst swirling smoke, a group of battle-hardened wolves listened intently to the Gray Wolf's broadcast. A stirring excitement coursed through their hearts, their gazes sharp with purpose. Upon the conclusion of the speech, the Little Black Wolf overturned the table, drawing the attention of all present. He raised his rifle and thrust it into the statue of the Tortoise Wolf. A singular wolf clan with 3 kings. Does this not signify division and betrayal of Mr. Gray Wolf? Just then, a clamor erupted from outside. A wolf soldier rushed in to report, "Brother Black Wolf, the Tortoise Wolf's underlings, the Tortoise Brothers, are approaching. They seem intent on exterminating us." The soldier choked on his words, a gun pointed threateningly at his head. In an instant, a shot rang out, splattering brain matter across the scene. The onlookers, clad in studded boots and leather jackets, drew their weapons, leveling them at the intruders. In a flash, a long red-tasseled spear soared through the air, embedding itself in the throat of the gunman. The Little Black Wolf's hands emanated a crimson steam, and a collective shock rippled through the assembly. A new wolf soldier arrived, shouting, "Tai Lang has declared that he will reward us for our military achievements. And over 30,000 have come." Xiao Lang approached, brandishing a red tassel spear, his fierce gaze surveying the menacing western battle wolves. Tai Lang has slaughtered us, and now Tai Lang seeks to join the fray. Then let us fight." With a rallying cry, Xiao Lang summoned the countless wolves of the Underground Guild, who seized their weapons and charged forth. After a fierce battle lasting half the night, Tai Lang's head was cast at Xiao Lang's feet. Xiao Lang fired countless shots into the sky, and the crowd followed suit as he proclaimed, "From this day forth, you are free." Xiao He Lang liberated tens of thousands of slaves imprisoned by Bi Tai Lang in Erling Mountain, a revolt that would come to be known as the Erling Mountain Uprising. Meanwhile, Gui Tai Lang remained in the main city. Leading his troops, Xiao He Lang stormed into the city. The guards, recognizing him, were puzzled by the presence of the underground guild leader in their midst. They drew their swords and, with curiosity, inquired, "What brings you here? To the east. To slay Gui. Dare you challenge the leader of Gui Tai Lang? You seek death." With that, one guard leaped into the air to strike Xiao He Lang, only to be pierced by a blazing spear. The guard was sent flying several meters, unable to rise again. The wolf horde swiftly breached Erling City, leading to Gui Tai Lang's suicide. The Western Prairie pledged allegiance to the Wolf King of Qingqing Grassland, Hui Tai Lang. The following day, they set out for Qingqing Grassland. And news spread like mushrooms after rain. Upon hearing of the Western allegiance, the Southern Prairie's Xiao Bai Lang felt no time to waste. Fearing that one of his subordinates might sever his head for display, he hastened to Qingqing Grassland and arrived within 3 days at a celebratory feast where 1,000,000 wolves had gathered. Hui Tai Lang, seeing Xiao Bai Lang, personally descended from his throne to extend a welcoming hand, a broad smile on his face. Who could it be? My good brother Xiao Bai Lang. This remark brought a smile to Xiao Bai Lang's face, who cast a sidelong glance at Hong Tai Lang. Once, he and Hui Tai Lang had both pursued Hong Tai Lang, standing in rivalry. He was the sole heir of the White Wolf clan from the Southern Prairie, unmatched in battle. This was the legacy of the White Wolf clan. However, this pampered heir suffered a setback in his courtship endeavors, defeated by a young, obscure werewolf. The name of his conqueror lingered in his memory throughout the years, Hui Tai Lang. My good brother, now that you are here, let us drink a few cups. Xiao Bai Lang's lips curled upward. With 1,000,000 wolves to attend to, Hui Tai Lang could not cater to all. After sharing a couple of drinks with Xiao Bai Lang, he called upon other warriors of the wolf clan. In a single day, the 20th wave of wolves had arrived. In a moment of leisure, Xiao Bai Lang stealthily entered the wolf fortress, making his way to Hong Tai Lang's chamber. Chapter 7. Childhood Friends, Xiao Bai Lang. In the loft of the wolf fortress, Little Gray and Little Fragrant sat on the tiger-striped floor, hand in hand, laughing and playing together. Red Wolf stood atop the wolf fortress, surveying the multitude of wolves below with an air of regal authority. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed, catching Red Wolf off guard. Upon opening the door, a waft of perfume enveloped her senses. "Red, the scenery here is splendid," came a gentle call. However, Red Wolf remained unamused and approached the man, intent on delivering a sharp slap. Yet, such a gesture would not faze the little white wolf, who leaped several meters away, a rose delicately clasped between his lips. "Red, do you truly feel no affection for me?" Little White Wolf's face radiated romance, his eyes sparkling with youthful hope, reminiscent of the exhilarating anticipation of first love. Nevertheless, Red Wolf spat disdainfully. She fixed her gaze upon Little White Wolf's eyes and declared, "You must remember, only Gray Wolf may call me Red. If you value your life, consider my words unspoken." Despite her irritation, Red Wolf found herself reluctant to resort to violence against Little White Wolf. If she truly resolved to do so, a mere shout of Gray Wolf would send his head rolling to the ground. After all, this Little White Wolf was her first love. "What do you seek?" Red Wolf now preferred to regard him as a stranger. "I require an army. I intend to march south and conquer the Antelope Kingdom. I wish to become the sovereign of the southern lands." Little White Wolf's eyes gleamed with a long-lost determination as he uttered these words. Red Wolf was taken aback. "You aspire to be a king?" "Indeed. I vow that once I seize the southern lands, I shall pay homage to Gray Wolf," Little White Wolf proclaimed with fervor, his gaze tenderly fixed on Red Wolf. "Humph. How can one claim kingship while bowing in submission?" Red Wolf incisively remarked. Little White Wolf's expression faltered. How could the woman he once admired be so unyielding? He hastily stepped forward to reassure her. "Once I am crowned in the southern lands, you shall be the queen consort, and I can adopt Little Gray as my son." Upon hearing this, Red Wolf spat in disgust. "Huh, have you no shame? Such treachery would have led to your demise long ago." Red Wolf clenched her fists, ready to serve him a few frying pan blows should he continue his nonsense. However, before she could unsheath her weapon, Little White Wolf's next words deflated her anger. "Do not forget, we have a daughter." During Gray Wolf's defense of the northern frontier, had it not been for me, you might have already fallen victim to the evil wolf. Thus, Little Red remains the unbreakable bond between us. Little White Wolf smirked wickedly, even attempting to caress Red Wolf's face, which met with her vehement resistance. During the evil wolf's occupation of the wolf fortress, Little White Wolf had sought an audience with him and discovered Red Wolf within the fortress, leading to the birth of their child, Little Red. This memory remained an indelible pain in Red Wolf's heart. Should you dare to speak recklessly, your demise shall be most tragic. The Red Wolf pointed menacingly at the White Wolf's nose, only to be seized by the latter. If this were to be made public, your reputation would be utterly ruined. The White Wolf laughed heartily, exiting the tower to declare to the Red Wolf, "My aspirations are modest. I demand an army of 200,000. And I shall surely reclaim the southern prairie. I shall reign supreme. I shall become the king of the south." The Red Wolf scoffed. "You fail to comprehend the Gray Wolf. He seeks to be emperor, while I aspire to be king. With you in the mix, I am confident success will soon follow." Gritting her teeth, the Red Wolf gazed out at the luminous moon. Without uttering a word, the White Wolf, exuding elegance, smiled and said, "Farewell, Lady Red Wolf. I trust you will contemplate my proposal." Upon leaving the tower, Little Fragrance and Little Gray were seated on a tiger skin, engrossed in building blocks. Spotting the White Wolf, Little Gray waved excitedly, "Goodbye, uncle." However, Little Fragrance merely chuckled coldly. After the White Wolf departed, Little Gray inquired, "Why did you laugh?" Little Fragrance shrugged, her gaze fixed on the tower where the Red Wolf resided, saying, "Go console your mother." Little Gray was taken aback, but still approached the tower. Inside, the Red Wolf knelt on the ground, weeping. Upon seeing Little Gray, she quickly wiped her tears away. "What brings you here?" The Red Wolf feigned indifference, but Little Gray, with a face full of fury, retorted, "Did that White Wolf bully you? I shall avenge you." Little Gray was earnest, while the Red Wolf hesitated to burden the child with such weighty concerns. She extended her hand to soothe Little Gray, saying, "No. I am old friends with the White Wolf. Old friends tend to shed tears upon reunion. Now go and play." A few words were enough to send Little Gray away. The Red Wolf gazed skyward, continuing her vigil over this realm. Little Gray, puzzled, approached. He grasped Little Fragrance, who was sipping coffee, and pouted, "You said my mother was in trouble, yet she seems perfectly fine." Little Fragrance lowered her head and continued sipping her coffee, not lifting her gaze, merely pursing her lips slightly. Little Gray, still bewildered, sat beside her. "What did you overhear outside my mother in the White Wolf's room?" He recalled that after the White Wolf entered the tower, Little Fragrance had been playing with blocks against the wall. She listened attentively and, with a slight smile, pinched Little Gray's ear, whispering, "Remember, that White Wolf uncle may very well be the last time you see him." This statement left Little Gray in contemplation. Nonetheless, he nodded in agreement, viewing Little Fragrance as a caring older sister, exceptionally skilled. As the events within the room reached a pause, a cacophony erupted outside, accompanied by tremors. "Come, let us venture out and see." As Xiao Xiangxiang rose, she intended to venture out. Not bothering to pull along Xiao Huihui, she merely mentioned it, and Xiao Huihui took it as an undeniable command. Thus, they both ascended together, scaling the rocky cliffs until they reached the pinnacle of the Wolf Fortress. From their lofty vantage point, they surveyed the ground below, which was marred by a tempest of thunder, revealing countless fissures. In an instant, more than a dozen werewolves emerged, crashing to the ground and struggling to rise. Leading the charge was the indigenous Becker wolf, wielding a pear blossom axe, crackling with electricity. As he swung it down towards the earth, on the ground lay a man, his physique reminiscent of a boxing wolf, his fists encased in steel, bracing against the electric onslaught. Such confrontations were commonplace among the wolf clan. Many had drawn their blades to exhibit their heroic spirit, battling for cherished treasures, honor, or perhaps more personal desires. Now, the two combatants danced with grace amidst the chaos, akin to a flurry of blades and shadows. The Iron Fist Wolf unleashed an array of devastating strikes, yet he could not withstand the overwhelming force of the Becker wolf. Ultimately, he was engulfed by the very lightning that coursed through him, transforming into a charred black wolf. As the Iron Fist Wolf collapsed, he glared at the Becker wolf, shouting, "Why was the boxing wolf incinerated?" According to our ancestral teachings, the wolf clan must be buried, not cremated. He and his brothers, the Silver Fist Wolf and the Golden Fist Wolf, had journeyed from the distant grasslands with the singular aim of bidding farewell to the boxing wolf. The wolf clan had never practiced cremation, and the notion of it being applied to the boxing wolf was unfathomable. Unable to transport even the ancestral remains back home, the Iron Fist Wolf suspected foul play. Otherwise, such a hasty funeral would not have occurred. Consequently, he parted ways with his brothers, embarking on a solitary quest for answers. While his siblings had already set off for a night raid on the sheep village, the Becker wolf unleashed another bolt of lightning from the sky, striking the Iron Fist Wolf once more. After the assault, he descended upon the Iron Fist Wolf like a colossal dragon, placing a foot upon him. Everyone anticipated that the Becker wolf would eliminate the threat to the authority of the Grey Wolf King. However, To their astonishment, the Becker wolf, having indulged in drink, seized the Iron Fist wolf by the chin and, with fiery eyes, shouted, "Do you believe the Wolf King is powerless?" The surrounding crowd, both intoxicated and sober, was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, on his throne, the gray wolf revealed a glint of cold light in his eyes. Chapter 8. The Banquet for Truth. Upon hearing the Becker wolf's words, the Iron Fist wolf could not help but let out a cold laugh. Casting a glance towards the gray wolf on his throne, his eyes twisted with malice as he bellowed, "Are you planning to kill me too? Is this about silencing me?" The Iron Fist wolf's words caused all the celebrants in attendance to hold their breath in shock. Such reckless audacity was unheard of. The blade-wielding white-eyed wolf, sensing the gravity of the situation, leaped forward, positioning himself between the two agitated figures. "Truly, you are two foolish beings," he exclaimed, and with a swift stroke, he separated them instantly. No one wishes to be touched by the blade of the executioner, to be either dead or grievously injured, with severed limbs. Wolf, reeking of alcohol, continued to shout, "Evil Tie Wolf is dead, slain by Grey Wolf." He brought his axe down upon the ground, instantly cleaving a massive gash in the earth. Glancing around, still imbued with the scent of liquor, he swayed unsteadily, pointing at Iron Fist Wolf. "You, my friend, shall inevitably perish by your own tongue. What nonsense are you spouting?" Indeed, Wolf was inebriated, his spirit dulled by the demise of his companion, Evil Tie Wolf. Even his affiliation with Grey Wolf's team did little to alter his disheveled demeanor. Iron Fist Wolf, observing him, felt a bead of sweat forming. Who would meet their end at the hands of such a drunken fool? "I take responsibility for my own life. You may kill or maim me as you wish." Iron Fist Wolf scoffed, then seated himself upon the table, indifferent to the scorching gazes surrounding him that seemed to sear his very flesh. White-eyed Wolf, as the chief overseer, could not help but chuckle. "We are all wolves. We should unite as one." He reached out, intending to pat Iron Fist Wolf on the back to soothe his volatile temper, but was met with resistance. Iron Fist Wolf recoiled several meters at the sight of White-eyed Wolf's hand, leaving the latter's arm suspended in the air, feeling utterly misplaced. Inwardly, he cursed, "Who told me to be the chief overseer of the Wolf clan?" Wolf, still lost in a haze of intoxication, swayed and swayed again. "Give me a fulcrum, and I can move the universe." He raised his cup, bellowing, "I am simply born at an inopportune time. If I were to be favored, I would surely soar." White-eyed Wolf, with a face shadowed by clouds, contemplated dissuading Wolf. He was indeed a top-tier talent, and it would be a pity for him to perish so easily. However, unexpectedly, Wolf pushed aside the hand of One-eyed Wolf and, tilting his head back, let out a howl, brandishing his Pear Blossom Mountain axe, declaring, "On this splendid day, I shall recite a poem." His pride was palpable, perhaps reflecting his demeanor when drinking with Evil Tie Wolf. White-eyed Wolf turned to glance at the Wolf King, who awaited with eager anticipation. Grey Wolf lounged with his legs crossed, a glass of red wine in hand, his aura commanding yet unassuming, while millions of wolves appeared terrified. Wolf, seemingly still inebriated, continued to shout, "In the Wolf Fortress, my heart is set on power. Across the seas, I hang my life by a thread. If I were to follow my lofty ambitions, I would dare laugh at Grey Wolf as a coward." This poem erupted alongside Wolf's cries. Those who understood felt the chill in their hearts. It was an anti-poem, and White-eyed Wolf's expression turned icy as he drew a long knife from his waist, its gleam falling upon Wolf. Though intoxicated, Wolf still sensed the threat and drew his axe, pointing it at White-eyed Wolf. "Who do you think you are, daring to raise your hand against me?" One-eyed Wolf, as the personal advisor to the Grey Wolf, is it truly admirable? Anyone can assume such a role. For instance, the Beckham Wolf initially intended to assert his own significance. Yet, he refrained, feeling quite disgruntled by the wolf who threatened him with a weapon. The White-eyed Wolf had little patience for idle chatter with Beckham Wolf, even amidst a few battle-hardened wolves sharing drinks in the cabinet. Such blatant defiance could not be overlooked lightly. Just as he was about to draw his blade, a shout rang out from a distance. "Stand down." It was the Grey Wolf, who descended from his throne, adorned in opulent attire, a custom of the Wolf clan that must be adhered to. His eyes radiated a resolute strength, exuding a formidable aura. Beckham Wolf, still inebriated, had already swung his Pear Blossom axe. Unbeknownst to him, someone was approaching. He instinctively howled and gestured. To his surprise, the individual wielding a weapon did not halt the Grey Wolf's advance. At the moment the axe was poised to strike the Grey Wolf's neck, it abruptly froze in midair. Beckham Wolf, filled with dread, realized that few could suspend the axe he so heavily relied upon. Faced with the threat to his life, he sobered considerably. Before him stood none other than the Wolf King, Grey Wolf. Stunned into silence, he stammered, "Your Majesty, I bow to you. I kneel before you." Beckham Wolf exerted all his strength to ingratiate himself to the Grey Wolf. The demise of the evil wolf instilled a deep-seated fear within Beckham Wolf, for he wished to survive. Upon witnessing this scene, the Grey Wolf's initial desire for amusement dissipated instantly. However, he coldly remarked, "You crave power." Hearing the Grey Wolf's words, Beckham Wolf was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of what he had uttered in his drunken state, and began to slap his own face in a frenzy. I don't. Even though this matter was indeed something he pondered day and night. "Very well. I bestow upon you power, 30,000 troops to wage war against the Sheep clan. You shall serve as the vanguard general, clearing the path, and the command at the front shall be entrusted to you." Such an extraordinary honor was unprecedented at a festive gathering. Moreover, the position was not insignificant. Beckham Wolf nearly beamed with joy, hastily kneeling in gratitude. The onlookers merely observed with cold indifference. Had this been in the northern frontier, someone would have already dealt with this foolish individual. Who dares to mock the Grey Wolf's masculinity? Does this imply that the Wolf King, Grey Wolf, is unfit to rule? Nevertheless, the Grey Wolf found amusement in the situation and, unperturbed, continued. "I've heard you wish to spar with the one-eyed wolf to gauge the true strength of the inner court's overseer, am I correct?" The Grey Wolf's gaze was fixed on Beckham Wolf, who wore a smirk of mischief. How could the Grey Wolf be privy to his innermost thoughts? Indeed, what merit did this white-eyed wolf possess to serve as the inner court's overseer? As a connoisseur of the vast green pastures, was he not worthy of the role? As the Grey Wolf inquired, Beckham Wolf's face morphed into one of trepidation. Who would dare? How could I ever question the head of the inner court? The crowd murmured. "You may spar freely. I shall not intervene, but do not escalate the matter." Having spoken, Grey Wolf resumed his path to the throne. The white-eyed wolf comprehended Grey Wolf's intent. Merely preserving one's life was sufficient. He turned his gaze towards Beckham Wolf, who had already fostered thoughts of victory within his robust physique. Before him stood the gaunt Cyclops wolf, an easy target indeed. "I concede," Beckham Wolf bellowed, swinging his massive axe with formidable force. The white-eyed wolf momentarily faltered, drawing his long sword to parry, pondering, "Is this acknowledgement? Is this aimed at me?" With such implications, he resolved to hold nothing back. Thunder and lightning clashed, and chaos ensued. At that moment, Iron Fist Wolf let out a piercing scream, convulsing before collapsing to the ground. Chapter 9. Night Raid on Sheep City. The demise of Iron Fist Wolf was far from coincidental. Grey Wolf was well aware that he had issued no such command, and the expressions of those present were filled with perplexity. Grey Wolf was no fool. Eliminating Iron Fist Wolf would undoubtedly cast suspicion upon himself. The crowd stood there, indifferent. With a sweeping gesture, Grey Wolf declared, "A thorough investigation shall be conducted. Justice must be served for Iron Fist Wolf." The others complied with a respectful nod. Beckham Wolf found himself pinned to the ground, humbled by the formidable strength of the white-eyed wolf. He quickly knelt, face covered in dirt, too ashamed to raise his head. Though his proud eyes remained defiant, the white-eyed wolf bore no grudge, merely smiling as he sheathed his sword. He turned to Beckham Wolf and advised, "Young man, do not let your youthful fervor get the better of you." Beckham Wolf dusted himself off, trying to muster his weary spirit, and retorted with a cold laugh. Is being modest a trait of youth? The two faced off at a distance from the banquet, in light of Iron Fist Wolf's death. No one cared about the outcome of their duel. Upon witnessing Iron Fist Wolf's demise, the white-eyed wolf immediately approached Grey Wolf, leaning in to speak softly, "Wolf King, perhaps this is a blessing in disguise." He spoke earnestly, yet he was undeniably incapable of reaching Iron Fist Wolf in time to deliver the fatal blow. Grey Wolf's expression reflected confusion. Observing this, the white-eyed wolf smiled and continued, "Wolf King, if everyone questions your involvement in Iron Fist Wolf's death, what shall you do? You would undoubtedly seek to reassure Iron Fist Wolf's family, preventing further harm to them. Such is human nature. However, should Iron Fist Wolf's death be deemed accidental, and you are not culpable, you could pursue the true assassin." This close advisor was empathetic towards Grey Wolf's predicament, having contemplated these matters upon returning from his duel with Beckham Wolf. Nevertheless, Grey Wolf did not believe that his wolf army would betray him. Every soldier within the ranks had benefited from his favor. They would willingly lay down their lives for him without a trace of resentment. He continued to grasp the wine glass, pondering the identity of this reclusive powerhouse who could slay a general amidst 1,000,000 troops. Atop the wolf fortress, Xiao Huihui and Xiao Xiangxiang sat together, savoring steaming steaks. Xiao Huihui speared a piece, placing it in his mouth while his gaze remained fixed on Xiao Xiangxiang, curiosity never leaving his eyes. Just moments ago, Xiao Xiangxiang had thrown a small object with remarkable speed, which swiftly landed beside Iron Fist Wolf, causing him to collapse instantly. My heavens, what on earth did you throw? Xiao Huihui stood dumbfounded, rooted in place, while Xiao Xiangxiang appeared indifferent, gazing at the bright moon in the sky. With a soft voice, she remarked, I have resolved a dilemma for your father. Turning to Xiao Huihui, her eyes brimmed with affection. Yet, Xiao Huihui remained perplexed. His expression one of bewilderment. Why would you help my father? Xiao Xiangxiang, the daughter of Night Wolf, seemed an enigma for aiding his family, leaving Xiao Huihui in confusion. She quickly approached him, taking his hand. Because you are my husband, your family is my family. This declaration was not imparted to her by anyone. Yet Xiao Xiangxiang intuitively understood this special truth. Xiao Huihui's eyes widened like saucers, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Husband? Upon glancing at Xiao Xiangxiang's exquisite beauty, he felt utterly flustered. Xiao Xiangxiang smiled, placing a finger over his lips. This matter is known to heaven and earth, you and I. You are still young. So do not fret. I shall always be your woman, my precious little prince. With that, she bestowed a kiss near his lips and gracefully departed, leaving Xiao Huihui alone in the breeze. In Sheep Village, a towering castle stood, where two swift figures advanced through the air. On the city wall, the Warm Sheep Squad was originally stationed. Having departed across the sea, only his remaining subordinates, the little airplane, remained. He bore a long spear, surveying the expanse beyond the city moat with pride etched on his face. He called out to the other little sheep around him, pay attention. On the battlefield, with your lazy demeanor, you would have long lost your lives. Little airplane held his head high, exuding an air of superiority. At midnight, the guards here began to doze off. Sheep Village was once a seemingly safe haven, and these individuals were indifferent to the situation. Originally on the night shift, they were supposed to rest during the day, but their careless revelry had led to sleepless nights. What is going on? Who dares approach our sheep village? They must be tired of living. If anyone attempts a sneak attack, I shall sever their head. On the city wall, a motley crew wielding rocket launchers and machine guns slumbered against the wall, the sounds of their snoring echoing in the night air. The small aircraft scanned the group of individuals, feeling an undeniable twinge of jealousy. This assembly slumbered soundly, and he too longed for rest. With this thought, he couldn't help but shout, should anyone dare to intrude here, I shall cleave them in twain. As he uttered these words, he nestled against the flock of over 20 sheep and succumbed to sleep. Above the city walls, the Golden Fist Wolf and the Silver Fist Wolf flexed their muscles, creating deep impressions in the stone surface. Hearing the raucous clamor above, the Silver Fist Wolf couldn't help but smirk. They wish to bisect us, he exclaimed, his fists already bulging with veins, as a fissure split open on the wall. The Golden Fist Wolf, upon hearing this, burst into laughter. How terrifying, he responded. With that, the two leaped into the air, landing atop the central city, only to find their legs weakened and numb. A row of rocket launchers aimed directly at them, with the small aircraft standing at the forefront. A sheepish grin adorned the small aircraft's face as he pointed at the two wolves, shouting, Indeed, we have enemies. I can finally showcase my prowess. Not a single one shall escape. As he spoke, the rocket launchers erupted, emitting plumes of steam as they soared toward the wolves' heads. The two, caught off guard, plummeted from the main city, falling 1,000 feet. The Golden Fist Wolf squeezed his eyes shut, a chilling disdain resonating within him. I sought vengeance for the boxing wolf, yet here I am, meeting my demise at the first hurdle. What a shame. He howled toward the heavens, a profound sense of melancholy enveloping him. At that moment, the Silver Fist Wolf nearby was fervently shouting, This is the end. It's all over. Such a display of retreat was hardly characteristic of a boxing wolf. Upon hearing this, the Golden Fist Wolf let out a rallying cry, surging with newfound strength, transforming into a metal fist wolf twice his original size. He caught the falling Silver Fist Wolf and soared back to the main city. The small aircraft stood stupefied, kicking those around him and shouting, Get up, everyone. If we don't engage in battle now, we shall all perish. Just moments ago, they had been so boastful. The imposing presence of the Golden Fist Wolf left those surrounding him in a state of shock. The small aircraft howled to the sky, hoisting 2 rocket launchers and targeting the distant Golden Fist Wolf. Perish, he declared, as the world darkened and countless explosives hurtled toward their target. Yet, the Golden Fist Wolf withstood this magnitude of devastation. The small aircraft was obliterated. In the sky, metallic gleams flickered, and an onslaught of firepower erupted. Meanwhile, the lazy sheep, enjoying a drink with 2 ewes in his courtyard, observed the unfolding chaos. Intruders? He mused, raising his longbow, the Azure Dragon, as he made his way toward the sheep village's stronghold. Chapter 10. Why should I justify my actions? Lazy sheep, do you comprehend what transpired just moments ago? Mianjiang and Xianjiang approached side by side. Mianjiang wore a playful grin, inquiring of Lazy Sheep. A cold smirk crossed Lazy Sheep's face. The transformation of this you was rather dramatic. Upon her return, she had not spoken kindly since the day she refrained from revealing her affairs. Instead, she obediently catered to her own whims, even deigning to associate with someone of such lowly character as herself. Lazy Goat had no inclination for such matters, merely offering excuses to deflect. Happy Goat appeared far more composed, harboring no deep feelings for Beautiful Goat. He approached Lazy Goat, a cold expression gracing his features. Lazy Goat, there is no signal coming from the main city. Do you know what is happening? His eyes sparkled with brilliance. He was indeed the prodigious youth of Sheep Village, the son of Wise Goat, who was known for his icy demeanor and lack of eloquence. With a smile, Lazy Goat replied, there has been an invasion. The drones may not hold. Upon hearing this, Beautiful Goat pouted, her pride evident as she pointed an accusatory finger at Lazy Goat. You are truly lazy, Lazy Goat. The enemy has arrived, and you are here idling. She puffed up her cheeks, angrily directing her words at him. In response, Lazy Goat cast a disdainful glance, retorting, go to hell, Beautiful Goat. Mind your own business. Who do you think you are? At this, Beautiful Goat felt the sting of her own words. Regret washed over her as she looked at Happy Goat, thinking that even without her controlling her powers, surely he could offer a fair word. With a feigned fragility, she lowered her gaze and said to Happy Goat, Happy Goat, Lazy Goat is so rude. He has no appreciation for delicate feelings. She clung to his arm, but was met with rejection as he shrugged her off. Beautiful Goat, you are an adult now. Take care of yourself. Happy Goat chuckled awkwardly, genuinely indifferent to her. Unaware of the impact of his dismissal, Lazy Goat seized Happy Goat's arm, cheerfully declaring, come on, let us head to the main city. This girl isn't worth it. With that, he pulled Happy Goat into a light jog. As they moved away, Beautiful Goat lowered her eyes to the ground, her heart heavy with sorrow. Out of the corner of his eye, Lazy Goat noticed the sadness etched on Beautiful Goat's face. In that moment, he reflected on the past, who had always come to her aid when she was disparaged. It was Fiery Goat. Now, as he pondered, he realized the depths of his own betrayal. Without a backward glance, Lazy Goat sprinted ahead. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out behind them. Happy Goat, I will lend you a hand too. With that, Beautiful Goat grinned widely, racing toward Happy Goat. Lazy Goat thought to himself, this cannot be. Does Beautiful Goat harbor such profound affection for Happy Goat? As he turned, the realization struck him. Beautiful Goat was running towards them, her face a mask of anguish. Why was she in pain? Couldn't she simply maintain her smile? Happy Goat remained oblivious to any change in Beautiful Goat, yet Lazy Goat found himself momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Beautiful Goat had truly transformed? Should he extend a helping hand? However, she seemed intent on drawing closer to Happy Goat. He could not help but shake his head. Was this not a case of self-inflicted consequences? Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated in the distance, followed by a towering flame erupting into the sky, precisely in the direction of the magnificent vessel, Shengshi No. 3. This was dire. Perhaps this band of invaders intended to wreak havoc, and they were targeting the ship. With this thought, Lazy Sheep had no time to accompany the two individuals any longer. In a single bound, he soared into the heavens. While he lacked the skill of graceful flight, he possessed the divine bow, Azure Dragon. He released an arrow behind him, and the force of its release propelled Lazy Sheep hundreds of meters into the air. This extraordinary feat was one that others could not replicate. As he approached the shipyard, the ground below was already engulfed in flames. The Grand Shengshi No. 3 had been reduced to mere sturdy frames, with everything else consumed by the inferno. Captain Thin Sheep of the 6th Division had arrived with his fighters, poised to encircle the entire fiery perimeter, yet no one emerged from within. Meanwhile, from the direction of the main city, another large group surged forth. Captain Quick Sheep of the 7th Division rushed over, his expression a tempest of impatience as he surveyed his surroundings. Such a critical matter required communication with someone formidable. At that moment, he spotted a shooting star streaking across the sky, landing at the rear of the ship. The only individuals capable of such aerial prowess, apart from the venerable elder, the celestial god, were Lazy Sheep, the sharpshooter of Sheep Village. Quick Sheep felt an overwhelming urgency to relay the situation in the main city to Lazy Sheep. There were still a few survivors in the main city, who informed him of the impending arrival of two ferocious wolves. Quick Sheep sprang into action, determined to reach the ship's stern. The vessel was grand, measuring over 400 meters in length, and Quick Sheep could not traverse it in a single stride. Just then, a powerful punch was unleashed, colliding forcefully with his chest. Quick Sheep cast a cold glance at the two figures before him, a bead of cold sweat forming instantly. This little sheep did not appear lazy at all. His legs were quite slender. The silver fist wolf, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, wore a disdainful expression. Sparks danced upon his fists. For it was he and the golden fist wolf who had ignited the flames that consumed Shungshur number 3. The golden fist wolf, his gaze fixed on Quick Sheep, sneered. Do you know a fellow named Lazy Sheep from Sheep Village? We have a bit of a personal vendetta with him. We seek his whereabouts. The silver fist wolf erupted in laughter. Indeed, it's a matter of life and death. That brat has crossed us, and he shan't live to tell the tale. As he spoke, flames erupted from his eyes. Quick Sheep remained impassive, his face a canvas of clear rejection, unwilling to utter a word to the two before him. How could his elder brother, Lazy Sheep, be defeated by such foolish wretches? With no hesitation, Quick Sheep drew his blade and charged forward, aiming for the silver fist wolf's head. The swift blade hurtled towards its target, only to be seized by the golden fist wolf. The entire figure was lifted high above the head. Does this fellow always speak in such a manner? Truly amusing. Golden fist wolf hoisted Quick Sheep, his fist instantly solidifying. This impact was aimed directly at Quick Sheep's spine, capable of shattering him completely. Quick Sheep was left bewildered, crying out, "Brother Lazy Sheep." His voice quivered with emotion. Silver Fist Wolf scanned the surroundings, but found no one, erupting into laughter. So the Lazy Sheep spoken of by Twin Blade Wolf is but a coward. I was puzzled as to how this timid creature could possibly defeat the formidable 6th Punching Wolf. However, before Quick Sheep could descend, a gust of wind swept through, lifting him and casting him away into the distance, where he landed heavily on the ground. Though it was painful, it was far better than a broken spine. A surge of warmth ignited within him. Brother Lazy Sheep, you've arrived. Golden and Silver Fist Wolves turned to see the bow-wielding figure standing atop the charred remnants of a ship's mast. Turns out he is merely a young lad. I had anticipated a formidable adversary. If it were that slow sheep from years past, he might be worth my time. Golden Fist Wolf scoffed, pointing at Lazy Sheep in the sky, demanding, "Was it you who dealt with Punching Wolf?" A palpable aura of menace began to rise from the ground. "It was I. What of it?" Lazy Sheep retorted with a cold laugh. Silver Fist Wolf's fury ignited. "What? Why would you do such a thing? A mere lamb dares to slay a warrior of the wolf clan. This is utterly inconceivable." With a slight smirk, Lazy Sheep cast a disdainful glance at the two, declaring, "In my life, I owe you no explanations." With that, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Chapter 11. The heavens did not give birth to you. Lazy Sheep Golden Fist Wolf let out a chilling laugh, his fists swelling with power, wrapped in a metallic sheen. He pointed at Lazy Sheep, shouting, "A true man, born of heaven and earth, must bear the weight of his own sins." His eyes burned with intensity, as if he sought to consume Lazy Sheep whole. Sins? What sins? Merely having defeated him. Can he not accept failure and resort to self-destruction? Lazy Sheep scoffed, dismissing the notion that Punching Wolf was a man who would take his own life over such trivial matters. Golden Fist Wolf, however, became enraged, pointing furiously at Lazy Sheep. "You personally killed Punching Wolf, and that is not a sin?" This statement struck like a thunderclap, overwhelming all in its wake. Punching Wolf is dead? Truly dead? Yet, his demise bears no relation to me. Stunned, Lazy Sheep could not help but ponder. There must be some ulterior motive. What benefit do we derive from Punching Wolf's death? The realization dawned upon him. It was a setup. If the blame were placed upon the Sheep clan, it could spell serious trouble. The Golden Fist Wolf did not afford the Lazy Sheep any opportunity for explanation. Leaping into the air, with eyes as cold as ice, he declared, "Today, you shall answer for my family's 6th member." A gigantic fist, aglow with golden light, hurtled downwards, striking the Lazy Sheep with tremendous force. The Golden Fist Wolf, a distant relative of the Boxing Wolf, had once played well with him in their youth. Upon hearing of the Boxing Wolf's demise, he found it unbearable to accept such a fate. Thus, he orchestrated the night raid on the Sheep Village. The Lazy Sheep, merely a foolish little creature, possessed no capability to contend with him victoriously. The Golden Fist descended like thunder, and as the Lazy Sheep raised a hand to intercept, he was met with an overwhelming impact that lifted him off his feet. As he soared through the air, flames still scorched the ground, and upon landing, he found himself with nowhere to escape, stepping directly into the fire. Pain shot through him instantaneously. Yet this was not the end, for a pair of silver iron fists surged towards him, aiming directly at his face. The Silver Fist Wolf, witnessing the Lazy Sheep's plight, could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I would sooner believe the boxing wolf tripped over a stone and met his end that way." However, the golden fist wolf, brandishing his fists, fixed his gaze on the lazy sheep and asserted, "But the twin-blade wolf is a witness. It was this little brat who laid hands on him." With that, he lunged forward, declaring, "Prepare yourself, boy." The lazy sheep, still reeling from the revelation that he had not killed the boxing wolf, listened to the exchange between the two wolves and realized that the twin-blade twin-fork wolf must be implicated. Yet, the two before him offered no opportunity for investigation. A barrage of attacks forced the lazy sheep back several meters. Sitting on the ground, confronted with accusations, he sought clarity. He thrust his longbow into the earth, causing it to vibrate violently, resonating through the ground. The golden fist wolf and the silver fist wolf, oblivious to the lazy sheep's actions, were solely focused on bringing him to justice. In an instant, a battleground emerged as the golden fist wolf shouted, "You have committed an unforgivable crime against the laws of wolf-sheep justice. I, the golden fist wolf, hereby strip you of all your rights and declare you subject to capture and sealing." The lazy sheep replied, "What is this fusion? I haven't even transformed yet." The golden fist wolf continued his fervent assault, thrusting his fist toward the lazy sheep's face. "Perish." The lazy sheep, unfazed by the golden fist wolf's tirade, merely chuckled coldly. "If I had killed the boxing wolf, do you truly believe I would let the twin-blade twin-fork wolf escape?" The silver fist wolf pointed at the lazy sheep, his voice breaking in anger, bellowing, Can you defeat either of these two? My elder brother struggles against them. How could you, a mere lamb, possibly prevail?" Upon hearing this, the lazy sheep smirked. "Your elder brother finds it challenging to face them alone, and yet you too believe you can utterly dominate them?" The silver fist wolf, scratching his head, pondered the implication of the statement. Convinced it was roughly accurate, he puffed out his chest and proclaimed, "Indeed, we possess the strength to utterly defeat the twin-blade, twin-fork wolf. What do you intend to do about it?" The silver-fisted wolf loomed menacingly, his fists gleaming ominously. Should he take another step, he would undoubtedly sever Lazy Sheep's head from his shoulders. Yet, Lazy Sheep boldly declared, "In order to prove myself, I must defeat both of you, and utterly so." Sitting cross-legged on the ground, his declaration provoked hearty laughter from the two adversaries before him. "You wish to vanquish us? That would be as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Go home and ask your father. Perhaps he knows us." During the last confrontation between wolves and sheep, these two had journeyed from the distant southern plains to partake in that earth-shattering war. Their oppressive presence was palpable, and the golden-fisted wolf laughed heartily from the air. "If you manage to defeat us, we shall believe in your ability to escape from the grasp of the twin daggers and forks wolf. However, attempting to conquer us, I suggest you reconsider." He nearly picked his nose in derision, his expression one of mockery and disdain towards the boy before him. Unexpectedly, Lazy Sheep rose from his seated position and pointed at the two, declaring, "A word is a bond. Prepare to receive my challenge." The two wolves paused, taken aback, and before they could react, an immensely powerful surge sent them flying several meters away. The silver-fisted wolf soared through the air, crashing into the bonfire. The arrow that struck him was like a bolt of lightning, soaring through the wreckage of the grand vessel, igniting the flames and enveloping the silver-fisted wolf in a fiery embrace. The excruciating pressure left him writhing on the ground, unable to rise. The golden-fisted wolf, recognizing the gravity of the moment, knew he could not delay judgment any longer. His fists surged with energy, the metallic appendages descending like meteors. With the battle commencing in his favor, he felt certain of victory. Slaying Lazy Sheep would avenge past grievances and grant him the satisfaction of a successful report upon his return. Yet, the potential threat posed by the one who could defeat the silver-fisted wolf should not be underestimated. Thus, it was time to conclude this. As thunder rolled and lightning crackled across the sky, Lazy Sheep drew forth the divine bow, Azure Dragon, aiming it skyward. "If such power can defeat me, then I am not Lazy Sheep." The bowstring was drawn taut, and the divine arrow was released. A colossal force enveloped him entirely. The two surges converged, intertwining in a dazzling display. The golden-fisted wolf had believed he could dispatch Lazy Sheep with a single blow, wielding the utmost power of judgment. To his surprise, as his metallic fists descended, a piercing arrow leapt into the air, forcefully penetrating his cap and leaving him bald. The golden-fisted wolf plummeted to the grasslands below, unable to endure the crushing impact of defeat. Gasping for breath, he lay on the ground, utterly defeated. Lazy Sheep approached him with measured steps, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Does this count as utterly defeating you?" The golden-fisted wolf yearned to deny the humiliation, to evade acknowledgement of such disgrace. Yet, He had indeed been vanquished, unequivocally so. I suppose it does, he sighed, shaking his head in resignation, his face drawn and haggard. The demise of the boxing wolf harbors deeper implications, and the debts of the dead must be addressed. You may wish to seek out the dual-knife wolf or the double-pronged wolf for answers. Lazy Sheep gazed upon the charred remains of the glorious ship number 3. His heart a tumult of emotions. Golden Fist Wolf stood in a state of shock, having recklessly destroyed the sheep's vessel without uncovering the truth. Such an act is utterly unforgivable. Yet, Lazy Sheep was not inclined to ponder Golden Fist Wolf's thoughts. He seized Golden Fist Wolf by the collar and declared, "Uncover the truth behind the boxing wolf's death, or else I, Lazy Sheep, shall not spare you." This proclamation struck Golden Fist Wolf like a bolt from the blue. Was he to spare himself and Silver Fist Wolf? After bringing such chaos to the sheep village, could they truly be released? Regardless of the circumstances, they would surely face death, wouldn't they? With disbelief etched on his face, Golden Fist Wolf followed Silver Fist Wolf as they fled the city. Lazy Sheep trailed behind. As numerous sheep soldiers gradually arrived, standing atop the city walls, a battered little plane, face marked with confusion, inquired of Lazy Sheep, "Are you truly letting them go?" Lazy Sheep smiled faintly. Indeed, these two were mere pawns. I must find the true mastermind behind this. Golden Fist Wolf, tugging at Silver Fist Wolf, reached the moat. Realizing the sheep had not pursued them, fully aware that he had been permitted to leave alongside his brother, he hesitated, grappling with a thought that had never crossed his mind in his years as a wolf. Tears streamed down Golden Fist Wolf's face as he turned his back on Sheep City. After taking a few steps beyond the moat, he abruptly knelt down. A surge of hot tears erupted as he cried out, "If only you had never been born, Lazy Sheep, the sheep tribe would endure an eternal night." Chapter 12. The Prairie Herald. Golden Fist Wolf hailed from the southernmost plains, where his kin had long practiced boxing as their means of cultivation. As the leader of his pack, he was of considerable age, yet the creatures of the southern plains seldom showed signs of aging. He had witnessed numerous grand battles between wolves and sheep. The ancestors of the sheep were lethargic yet bloodthirsty, reveling in warfare. A trait shared by every sheep tribe leader until the current slow sheep, who, though less inclined to violence, adhered rigidly to tradition. Lazy Sheep truly shone like a new star. After departing from Sheep Village, the two boxing wolves ventured into the Devil's Forest, a realm steeped in darkness and terror. They followed the trail of the boxing wolf, guided by the information provided by Double-Pronged Wolf. The two moved swiftly along their path until they spotted a pinhole camera nestled within a tree hollow. Perhaps the Prairie Herald could unveil the truth. Silver Fist Wolf pondered, stroking his chin. Without hesitation, they proceeded to the Prairie Herald, where they were met by a small hamster who ran the establishment. Upon hearing that the two wolves sought to uncover the truth behind the boxing wolf's death, the hamster's expression turned cold. Isn't the outcome already known? He was killed amidst the chaos of the sheep tribe, he stated, unwilling to elaborate further. Yet, the Golden Fist Wolf was relentless, pointing at the hamster and declaring, "I have discovered a pinhole camera. Surely some of you have had the privilege to view the recordings, haven't you? Let us not sow seeds of doubt." The hamster, in a state of resignation, shook his head. He sat upon an electronic rocking chair, gesturing for the men in the room to reveal themselves. Two small white rabbits emerged. "These two are the viewers of the video. They have seen nothing," the hamster declared disdainfully. The newspaper agency procured much of its intelligence from the pinhole cameras scattered throughout the forest, with unseen hands manipulating and observing them. The two rabbits trembled, their legs weak. And in unison, they exclaimed, "We saw nothing, absolutely nothing." Their voices quivered, casting doubt in the minds of all present. The Golden Fist Wolf, well aware of the peculiarities here, disregarded all caution and charged in, smashing the door open with his fists. He strode forward, swatting the two small rabbits aside. Inside the room were an array of machines and devices. The Golden Fist Wolf fortuitously discovered a sheet of paper on the table, featuring a screenshot regarding the demise of the boxing wolf, all neatly copied onto the page. The executioner was none other than the dual-blade dual-fork wolf, who had assaulted the gravely injured boxing wolf and had brutally slain him. By the heavens, what a challenging pursuit this has been. The Golden Fist Wolf intended to seize this evidence and make his escape when a distant scream pierced the air. It was Silver Fist Wolf. He was in peril. The Golden Fist Wolf's fists clenched, ready to fight if anyone dared to attack him. However, his adversary was none other than the hamster. With a swift motion, the Golden Fist Wolf sent the hamster flying and then pulled Silver Fist Wolf, exclaiming, "The evidence has been found. We must leave at once." With that, the two made their hasty exit. The little hamster, taken aback, pondered the curious dedication of the wolf clan to the truth. Just days prior, two individuals wielding knives and forks had attempted to bribe him into silence regarding confidential matters. What had transpired in recent days? The hamster rose again, climbing back onto the electronic chair when he felt a chilling gaze upon him. A figure cloaked in black loomed, their expression icy, holding aloft a severed head. The hamster was rendered speechless. This figure was none other than the golden fist wolf who had just intruded moments ago, his head still dripping with blood, now cast onto the ground. This individual had been the one who had nodded in acknowledgement to Grey Wolf during the ancestral rites, drawing forth a magnificent blade from behind. An aura of lethal intent surged forth, and he swiftly dispatched the two rabbits standing at the door. Blood sprayed several meters high. One was slain, while the other vanished instantaneously, as if the golden fist wolf had uttered some incantation, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The man removed the hat from his head. He was none other than the legendary figure of the wolf clan, the ultimate killing machine known as Canglong. His eyes, ablaze like demon fire, fixated upon the hamster. The hamster was momentarily stunned, unable to articulate a response. The two individuals from earlier had acted rashly, yet they were of the wolf clan. And they had met their demise so easily? The man seized the hamster, his voice resonating with a chilling intensity as he whispered into its ear, "Issue a news report. It must be broadcast across the entire prairie." The hamster, stunned for several seconds, quickly regained composure and nodded vigorously. "Whatever you say. I will spare no effort to fulfill this task." Witnessing the tragic end of the two rabbits, the hamster trembled uncontrollably. Canglong released the hamster, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him. The pots of fresh flowers on the hamster's desk withered instantaneously. He spoke slowly. "The sheep clan has initiated a clandestine assassination against the wolf clan. A full-scale war between wolves and sheep is officially underway. This marks the 6th wolf-sheep war." The hamster was left pale and speechless by this declaration. At that moment, a sharp blade sliced through the distance, shattering everything in its path. The newcomer was none other than Xianjiang, the captain of the 1st Brigade under the command of the slow-witted Yang, accompanied by 50 sheep soldiers. "To incite war? The boxing wolf was not slain by us," Xianjiang continued, his voice trembling with excitement. Just a few hours prior, Yang, seated in a wheelchair, had convened a meeting of the sheep clan. The elders vehemently condemned lazy sheep for unilaterally releasing 2 werewolves, who had also burned down the esteemed Shengshi No. 3. Such unforgivable individuals had been unjustly liberated. The council unanimously demanded that lazy sheep be confined. Under pressure, Yang imprisoned lazy sheep. During the recovery period, Yang had not yet regained his strength. Compared to his form as the Golden Wheel Giant, he appeared significantly diminished. Yet he still towered 3 times taller than his former self. Weakened, he sat in his chair, instructing Xianjiang to bring the Golden Fist Wolf and the Silver Fist Wolf to justice. The small aircraft had suffered considerable damage during the battle in the main city. Thus, this time, he intended to personally join Xianjiang in the pursuit of the two. The scene unfolded as described earlier. This surge of sword energy cleaved through the air, intercepted by Canglong. The familiar sensation piqued his curiosity. "Is it Xianjiang?" Without turning around, he could sense the finely forged sword, a relic of the most illustrious family within the sheep clan, belonging to Xianjiang. This blade had claimed countless werewolf lives during the previous wolf-sheep war, staining the entire moat with blood. However, when Canglong turned around, he was met only by a sheep adorned with bells. "Kid, have you come here to meet your demise?" Canglong mocked, pointing at Xianjiang, who appeared nonchalant, wielding the treasured sword, Wolf Annihilation. "This blade, once forged to cleave the heavens and the earth, shall now be tested upon you. Among the myriad sword masters of the mortal realm, 300,000 bow their heads in reverence before me." With that proclamation, he leaped forth. Canglong could not suppress a cold laugh. "The only individuals I acknowledge as the supreme wielders of the sword are the renowned Grand Sword Master, Old Knife Yang, and the strategist, Yang, who wielded the Wolf Extinguisher. Yet, Yang has long since passed into legend, and you, mere child, possess no justification for your arrogance." With that, he sprang into the air, drawing his sword towards the heavens. Chapter 13. The Fierce Duel of the Sword God and Canglong as the foremost sword master of the green pastures. Xianjiang is no weakling. This time, he ventured out of the city with one of his 3 famed swords, the Wolf Extinguisher. These swords are not meant for just anyone. Only those deemed worthy may wield them. The combat prowess of the prairie is classified into 30 levels. The 30th level signifies a terrestrial deity, with various animals holding different titles. For instance, Grey Wolf is known as the terrestrial wolf immortal, while the clan leader, the celestial god, is the terrestrial sheep immortal. Qianyang Zhan, a legendary figure from generations past, is akin to the grandfather of Grey Wolf, Huang Tailang, sharing a brotherly bond. His power has reached the 25th level. An impressive feat, considering that the pinnacle of combat strength in the green pastures barely reaches the 15th level. He towers above their highest might. Xianjiang, at the 15th level, embodies the peak combat strength of the green pastures. Each time he draws a sword, his level escalates, and with all three swords unsheathed simultaneously, he ascends to the 18th level. Despite being acutely aware of Qianyang Zhan's formidable aura and unmatched devouring ability, Xianjiang boldly drew his long blade, pointing it at Qianyang Zhan. Prepare to meet your fate. To show disrespect to my sheep kin is to show disrespect to me. Those who offend my tribe shall be pursued relentlessly, regardless of distance. The divine sword, Wolf Extinguisher, erupted with a fierce flame. Xianjiang intended to extinguish the war at its inception. He had heard the news of Qianyang Zhan's intent to initiate conflict, a notion that could not be tolerated. Should such an event transpire, the sheep tribe would face utter devastation. With a swift dive, he clashed blades with Qianyang Zhan. Just as Xianjiang was about to charge forward, a flickering figure ascended abruptly. A thunderous roar erupted, shattering the surrounding air. The small aircraft behind Xianjiang had already transformed into its most potent form. This transformation would drain its life force, yet the small aircraft pressed on fearlessly. As the guardian general of the city, to be stealthily defeated was a disgrace. I must repay the debt I owe. Enveloped in a dark, imposing aura, it aimed to strike Qianyang Zhan with unyielding force. However, Qianyang Zhan revealed a bloody, chilling smile, his eyes turning crimson in an instant. Come to meet your doom. With that declaration, his invincible blade was rapidly raised. A powerful flash of light descended upon the charging small aircraft. In an instant, the small aircraft was cleaved in two, torn apart into mere fragments. A surge of bloodlust permeated the air as a menacing blade cleaved toward the valiant Sheep Yang. Employing the technique of Wolf's Extinction, Sheep Yang managed to withstand the onslaught of the weapon, yet he was still propelled several meters away, crashing into multiple ancient trees. Covering his eyes, a sense of melancholy washed over him as he coldly inquired, what manner of weapon possesses such formidable power? He locked his gaze upon the 1,000 sheep slaughter, reflecting on his prior invincibility against all adversaries. Now, faced with this daunting foe, he felt utterly powerless. The previous airs of aloofness and arrogance had been swept away. This blade, known as total annihilation, signified the inevitable demise of its victims. None would survive. 1,000 sheep slaughter raised his head with arrogant pride, unyielding in his demeanor. Yet, in the presence of the offspring of the wise Sheep Yang, he was willing to engage in dialogue. Had it been anyone else, he would have dispatched them without hesitation. Approaching Sheep Yang step by step, a smile adorned his face, as he contemplated the possibility of claiming his head in the next moment. Drawing the divine blade, Wolf's Extinction, Sheep Yang pointed it at 1,000 sheep slaughter, declaring, "You proclaim yourself the greatest in the world, yet there exists one whom you can never conquer." With a scoff, 1,000 sheep slaughter retorted, "Who is this individual that I cannot defeat? I shall personally slay him." The name of the world's foremost swordsman, Old Blade Sheep of the Western regions, rang out. Hearing these words, 1,000 sheep slaughter erupted into uncontrollable laughter, yet he offered no further explanation. Sheep Yang, however, fixed his gaze intently into 1,000 sheep slaughter's eyes, asserting, "You will never triumph over Old Blade Sheep." 1,000 sheep slaughter halted, a fierce fire igniting in his eyes as he declared, "I will undoubtedly defeat him. I refuse to believe otherwise." In a fit of rage, he unleashed a torrent of wrath toward Sheep Yang, wielding the indomitable blade of total annihilation, ready to cleave him down. Sheep Yang, trembling and weakened, desperately resisted the overwhelming force. This immense speed and pressure bore down upon Wolf's Extinction, which suffered over 100 strikes, shattering into countless fragments upon impact. Just as the blade was poised to sever Sheep Yang's head, 1,000 sheep slaughter paused, seizing Sheep Yang and locking eyes with him, flames of fury flickering within. "You boy, I cannot bear to slay. I shall save you for the battle, offering you as a sacrifice to the heavens. And I will personally bring back the head of Old Blade Sheep." With this proclamation, he let out a mighty howl, rallying the surrounding Wolf clan members who swiftly surrounded Sheep Yang's loyal guards, each being pinned to the ground. The following day, news of the impending war initiated by the wolves spread throughout the world like wildfire. The press, overseen by the hamster, vanished without a trace. 300,000 wolf warriors assembled upon the verdant plains, a myriad of combatants ready to engage, with the vanguard marshal being the formidable Beckham wolf. He received sheep young from 1,000 sheep slaughter's grasp, reveling in the triumph that had come so effortlessly. Who would not rejoice at such a windfall of military merit? As the expedition to the western regions commences, I wish the venerable general triumph in his endeavors. Beckham wolf, with a malicious grin, chuckled at the thought of the world's foremost swordsman, the old blade sheep, and pondered who could possibly defeat him. Even with the extensive experience of the 1,000 sheep slayer, was he not merely destined to be another casualty? However, the 1,000 sheep slayer caught sight of Beckham wolf's gleeful demeanor and, with a swift motion, patted Beckham wolf on the shoulder, expressing a hope for their paths to cross again. Beckham wolf, his eyes wide with fury, held back his rage, coughed a few times, and departed. He then took his place in the grand palanquin, carried by 36 men, as he advanced with 300,000 wolf soldiers towards Sheep City. Within Sheep City, Slow Sheep guided the wind spirit bull towards the confinement chamber. The imposing fortress stood as a testament to its strength. Behind him, he bore a divine bow, slowly approaching the stronghold. Before the fortress stood a towering figure, blocking Slow Sheep's path. "What is your purpose here, Slow Sheep?" The man, radiating a blue glow, possessed frosty eyes. He was one of the 8 divine elders of the sheep village, having been deified during the 5th Wolf-Sheep War. Slow Sheep approached with a smile. "Ming Sheep, your daughter's beloved, Happy Sheep, is in peril outside, and aside from Lazy Sheep, there are no other formidable warriors left to take the battlefield." The imposing Ming Sheep, glowing with azure light, felt a tremor within. "I will protect my daughter," he declared. "You 8 divine elders may guard Sheep City, but once you venture beyond, you shall surely vanish." After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Ming Sheep reluctantly parted to allow Slow Sheep passage. "Remember, do not reveal my presence here." With that, Ming Sheep vanished from sight. Slow Sheep let out a sigh, a smile creeping upon his face, reminiscing about those familiar children. Chapter 14. Has Lazy Sheep been poisoned? In the depths of the fortress, Lazy Sheep sat cross-legged, his expression serene. "How fares your life in the dungeon, Lazy Sheep?" Slow Sheep approached, coughing slightly, a remnant of a fierce battle that had left its mark on him. Lazy Sheep's eyes sparkled with a cold smirk. "I am the same wherever I am. I, Lazy Sheep, am not one to be discomforted by a mere change of environment." With that, Lazy Sheep reclined, crossing his legs comfortably. Slow Sheep chuckled and shook his head, extending Lazy Sheep's longbow through the iron bars of the cell. He then produced a key and, with a resounding click, opened the massive lock. "Are you freeing me ahead of schedule? Has Happy Sheep returned?" Lazy Sheep sipped the delicious juice provided by the fortress, savoring its exquisite flavor. Instinctively, he sensed something was amiss, yet he decided to wait for Slow Sheep to elaborate. From behind, Slow Sheep retrieved a newspaper, the Green Pasture Morning Herald. He handed the newspaper to Lazy Sheep and remarked, "Look at this morning's headline. The green pastures may be facing a tempest." Lazy Sheep accepted the paper, which detailed the declaration of war by the Wolf Tribe against the Sheep Tribe. Goodness gracious. The Wolf Tribe has truly overstepped their bounds. Golden Fist Wolf is not the type to behave in such a manner. Pondering deeply, Lazy Sheep continued to peruse the smaller news items below. The death of Golden Fist Wolf was reported, accompanied by a bloody depiction of the wolf's head. "He has perished?" Lazy Sheep mused, picking up the divine bow and stepping outside. "I wish to see my dear brother, Boiling Sheep." Upon receiving news of the Wolf Tribe's declaration of war, the entire Sheep City erupted in fervor. Numerous sheep warriors convened in unison. The 7 squad leaders who were absent were promptly replaced, with 8 squads poised for action beyond the gates of Sheep City. Literary Sheep replaced Warm Sheep as the captain of the 5th squad, while Flying Sheep, as Boiling Sheep's younger cousin, succeeded him as the leader of the 2nd squad. The news of Happy Sheep's capture had already spread like wildfire. Lazy Sheep, called upon in this time of crisis, assumed a significant role within the military. Before the Wolf Tribe's forces could arrive, every sheep remained vigilant and on guard. Entering Boiling Sheep's villa, Lazy Sheep sought to reunite with his old friend. Since being incapacitated by Banana Wolf, who severed his hands and feet, Boiling Sheep had not ventured outside, receiving only a few visitors. The house was rather dilapidated, surrounded by crumbling walls. As Lazy Sheep stepped inside, he was greeted by a foul odor. Nevertheless, the place was relatively tidy, with a maid attending to the household and caring for Boiling Sheep. This maid was hired with the earnings Boiling Sheep had accumulated over years of military service. True to his frugal nature, Boiling Sheep's home was barren. Approaching Boiling Sheep's bed, Lazy Sheep found him reduced to a mere shell of his former self. His complexion was ashen, devoid of any color. Sitting on a round stool, Lazy Sheep felt a sense of bewilderment. Why had Boiling Sheep's condition worsened over the past fortnight? Out of curiosity, he called the maid to inquire, "Who has visited recently?" The maid, visibly shaken, knelt before him. "Aside from Captain Beautiful Sheep, several squad leaders have come, but I am uncertain about Boiling Boss's condition," she stammered, her voice quaking. Lazy Sheep's curiosity deepened. "Which visitor came most frequently?" "Flying Sheep," she replied. As Boiling Sheep's cousin, one would expect him to act otherwise. Has he given Boiling Sheep anything? Lazy Sheep felt a pang of concern for his robust brother, who, despite his usual disregard for feminine sentiments, was devoid of malice. Yet now, his face had taken on a purplish hue. And no, nothing at all. The maid trembled in fear, but Lazy Sheep remained unconvinced. He prepared to seek out Beautiful Sheep for divination, but unexpectedly collided with Flying Sheep. The latter, clad in a cape, exuded an air of authority. "The captain of the 3rd squad, I did not expect to see you here. I am now the captain of the 2nd squad. And I must share this joyous news with Brother Fei." Without a second thought for the Lazy Sheep, he boldly entered the room, kneeling before Fei Yangyang's bed. He wept profusely, exclaiming, "Brother Fei, do you know? My dream has always been to become a squad captain in Sheep City, and now I have finally realized it. I too have ascended to the captaincy, bringing glory to our family after you." Tung Yangyang shouted exuberantly, completely disregarding those around him. Lazy Yangyang observed the scene with indifference. Reluctant to draw any conclusions, he tightened his grip on his bow and turned to leave. After Lazy Yangyang departed, a glimmer of cunning appeared in Tung Yangyang's eyes as he surveyed the maid. He drew his dagger from his waist and plunged it into the ground. The maid, feeling an overwhelming surge of fear, collapsed to the floor in shock. "Speak carelessly, and you shall never see your parents again," Tung Yangyang sneered. Casting a glance at Fei Yangyang, he then burst into laughter, delivering a powerful punch to Fei Yangyang's chest. The latter's eyes widened in agony, overwhelmed by the pain. Tung Yangyang coldly remarked, "You must understand, had it not been for you, I would have been the captain long ago. Now, I will ensure you slowly fade away. No longer a hindrance to my ascent." He let out a howl that echoed through the air, his body bristling with steel spikes that erupted forth like a sea urchin. The maid, paralyzed by terror, sat on the ground, nearly losing consciousness. In the grand city of Sheep City, ever since Shi Yangyang's capture, Mei Yangyang had stood atop the city, shaking her dice repeatedly in a futile attempt to divine Shi Yangyang's fate. Overwhelmed by grief, she found herself unable to control her mental fortitude, resulting in a gradual decline in her divinatory abilities. Confined within her chamber day after day, Mei Yangyang appeared haggard and weary. Suddenly, with a forceful kick, a figure burst through Mei Yangyang's door. Clad in her nightgown, she was instantly exposed. Quickly covering her chest and pouting at Lazy Yangyang, "You are such a rogue." Lazy Yangyang spat disdainfully, "Get lost, little girl. Who would even want to look at you? Don't flatter yourself. I find you repugnant." He leaned against the window, letting out a cold laugh. Mei Yangyang stood frozen, her heart heavy with disillusionment. Lazy Yangyang showed not a shred of interest in her, not even casting a glance her way. His indifference was palpable, rendering her concerns utterly futile. With a resigned shake of her head, Mei Yangyang donned a single garment, merely draping it over herself. In her room, she wore a low-cut outfit, gazing at Lazy Yangyang. "What brings you here?" she inquired curiously. Lazy Yangyang settled onto a wooden stool in the modest little room atop the main city, clearly lacking in luxury. However, Lazy Sheep has grown accustomed to such a dwelling. Boiling Sheep appears to be poisoned, though I cannot ascertain it. Perhaps you possess the ability to assess Boiling Sheep's condition. Lazy Sheep removed the longbow and placed it by the window. Before the window lies the tranquil moat, exuding an aura of calmness and serenity. Beautiful Sheep pouted, expressing her reluctance. "He is poisoned. What does it matter to me?" She had never once visited Boiling Sheep, displaying an inherent unwillingness. Yet, Lazy Sheep turned around and firmly pressed Beautiful Sheep against the wall. His gaze was intense, imbued with a hint of terror. Beautiful Sheep felt a blush creep upon her cheeks. Being confronted by such a formidable presence was, indeed, a peculiar comfort. Realizing his impulsiveness, Lazy Sheep quickly released her and remarked, "If it were Happy Sheep, he would undoubtedly wish for no harm to befall Boiling Sheep. He would surely uncover the true culprit and bring them to justice." With these words, Lazy Sheep's simplicity left Beautiful Sheep in contemplation. She murmured to herself, "It seems he would indeed take such action." Lazy Sheep let out a cold laugh and, saying nothing further, led Beautiful Sheep toward Boiling Sheep's villa. Chapter 15. Who is the culprit? Soaring Sheep had long since departed. The maid was busily engaged within the house, her legs trembling as she attended to her chores. Amid her bustling, She opened the door and once more beheld Lazy Sheep, who bore the divine bow. Surprised, she quickly set aside her tasks. Big brother Lazy, why are you here again? The maid, feeling her legs weaken, resolved to reveal nothing, determined to safeguard Soaring Sheep's secret. Otherwise, her own family would suffer. Lazy Sheep, as if entering his own home, surveyed the surroundings and scoffed. Am I not permitted to visit my brother? This statement startled the maid, nearly causing her to kneel. However, Beautiful Sheep seized the maid, casting a proud glance her way. I despise women who kneel without having committed any wrongdoing. Beautiful Sheep's eyes, sharp as blades, pierced into the maid's gaze. The latter desperately averted her eyes, struggling to rise. Beautiful Sheep clutched a small compass, wandering throughout the house in silence. The compass poised to pivot at any sign of anomaly. She traversed from the living room to the bedroom. The maid, bewildered, looked at Lazy Sheep with her wide, innocent eyes and inquired, "What is Captain Beautiful doing?" Lazy Sheep entered the bedroom and sat beside Boiling Sheep, regarding the maid with cold scrutiny. Suspecting she might be concealing some secret, her slightly flustered demeanor suggested as much, yet she feigned nonchalance. Lazy Sheep refrained from saying much, merely stating, "You'll find out soon enough." The two exchanged glances, engaging in a frantic examination of one another. In the kitchen, a delicate voice called out, "Lazy Sheep, come over here. I've discovered something." The urgency in her tone compelled Lazy Sheep to rise and head towards the kitchen without hesitation. The maid, feeling cold and apprehensive, reluctantly followed suit. What could be the matter? The kitchen of Boiling Sheep was a small room adorned with tiled walls, filled with the most ordinary pots and pans. May Sheep wore a serious expression, her compass already skewed considerably. This compass, an unremarkable object, had been imbued with extraordinary powers by May Sheep, transforming it into a divine instrument capable of detecting supernatural entities and predicting ghostly movements. The trembling maid inquired, "What is happening?" May Sheep lifted a lunchbox and asked the maid, "Is this the usual box used to feed Boiling Sheep?" Her gaze remained fixed on the maid, who was already shivering in fear. May Sheep's insight was piercing. Among the many boxes present, she had managed to identify the one associated with Boiling Sheep's meals. This particular box had been entrusted to her by Tung Sheep, with the instruction to take good care of Boiling Sheep, a gesture of familial affection that had led to its continued use. The maid was acutely aware of the box's troubling implications, but felt compelled to remain silent due to Tung Sheep's influence, offering only a nod in response. She dared not lie in the presence of the diviner. Upon seeing the maid's affirmation, May Sheep could not suppress a cold scoff. The truth is evident. This woman has been up to no good, placing mercury in the lunchbox, which has led to Boiling Sheep's mercury poisoning, leaving his life hanging in the balance. May Sheep's gaze bore into the maid's eyes, who, in disbelief, sank to her knees and began to weep uncontrollably. Lazy Sheep examined the box with curiosity. Where did the mercury come from? She recalled that during her previous visit to Boiling Sheep's home, such a box had not been present. Boiling Sheep was known for his meticulousness, his belongings typically fixed in place. This was clearly not part of the furniture from that day. Could it be that these items were purchased by Boiling Sheep himself? This question was directed at the maid, who remained silent, quickly drying her tears and gritting her teeth to suppress further sobs. May Sheep understood that shifting the blame entirely onto the maid, compelling her to reveal the true culprit, was an impossible task. She crouched down, her gaze locked onto the maid's tear-filled eyes, and firmly declared, "The perpetrator is Tung Sheep." May Sheep recalled hearing from Lazy Sheep that she had encountered Tung Sheep while leaving Boiling Sheep's villa, and thus impulsively implicated this individual. The maid strained to maintain an expression devoid of emotion, her heart tumultuous beneath the surface. However, Mei Yangyang rose abruptly, patting the maid's head, and declared to Lan Yangyang, "The true culprit is Tung Yangyang. This girl is merely a pitiable pawn." After completing her assessment, Mei Yangyang turned to leave, unwilling to cast another glance at Fei Yangyang. Lan Yangyang nodded slightly, but the maid, in a state of sheer panic, clung to Lan Yangyang's leg. "Please, do not trouble Tung Yangyang. He will annihilate my entire family." She wept, utterly shattered. Upon hearing this, Lan Yangyang's heart surged with indignation. She initially thought, with the imminent battle against the wolves, that killing indiscriminately would be unwise. At the very least, Tung Yangyang should be conscripted to the front lines. Yet, the treachery of Tung Yangyang, who intended to harm Fei Yangyang and annihilate an entire family, could not be overlooked. In times of war, crimes must be met with justice. Rising to her feet, Lan Yangyang supported the maid and entrusted her to Mei Yangyang, saying, "Take her away and ensure no one bullies her. I shall confront Tung Yangyang myself." Lan Yangyang grasped the maid's hand and handed her over to Mei Yangyang. Mei Yangyang pouted, but she is just a child. She needs care too. With a cold smile, Lan Yangyang shouted, to hell with you, Mei Yangyang. You are already a squad leader. Why act like a child? Stop your prattling. This remark proved effective upon hearing it. Mei Yangyang ceased her protests and turned to lead the maid away. Outside, the weather was splendid, with birds singing and flowers blooming. As night fell early, Lan Yangyang carried 2 bottles of fine sheep wine towards the dark hill where Tung Yangyang resided. The expanse of Sheep City was vast, and in the northern part of the city lay a cluster of small peaks, home to many, including Fei Yangyang's family. Tung Yangyang resided atop one such dark hill. Atop the hill, Tung Yangyang reveled in merriment, surrounded by a bevy of companions, indulging in drink and laughter. Behind him hung a sword of honor, a relic forged by the ancestors of the Fei Yangyang family a century prior, originally wielded by Fei Yangyang, who had since become a mere shell of his former self. The family, after deliberation, had transferred the sword to Tung Yangyang. Brother Tung, you have solidified your position as squad leader, exclaimed a young lamb, frolicking in Tung Yangyang's embrace and occasionally feeding him morsels. Tung Yangyang, basking in the attention, raised his head proudly and proclaimed, Fei Yangyang will soon be no more. Once he is gone, I shall reign as the tyrant of Sheep City. He erupted into laughter. How can you be so certain that Fei Yangyang is doomed? A charming little lamb inquired, her voice laced with playful affection. Have you ever heard of mercury? It is a precious substance. What of it? If a bit of mercury were to be sprinkled in his food, just a little each time, it would serve as a slow poison. Having uttered this, Tung Yangyang realized he had said too much, yet he continued to smile with unabashed pride. At that moment, the door was shattered with a single kick. Collapsing into a heap of debris, a figure stood resolutely in the moonlight, adorned with an object that resembled an unsightly clump atop their head. Chapter 16. The Gift of Divine Medicine. Lazily, the character known as Lazy Sheep stood illuminated by the moon, clutching 2 bottles of fine wine. With a casual gesture, he brought one to his lips and gulped it down. He then turned to point at Tung Sheep, who was frozen on the sofa. Do you realize your transgressions, young man? He inquired. Tung Sheep, feigning innocence, spread his hands wide. Captain Lazy, what exactly is the matter? What has brought you here? What crimes are you speaking of? Did you bring those 2 bottles of wine to share with me? With a hearty laugh, Tung Sheep approached with an air of pride, intending to embrace Lazy Sheep for a drink. However, Lazy Sheep swiftly rebuffed him with a firm hand. Unfazed, Tung Sheep continued to smile cunningly. Oh dear. Has Captain Lazy had too much to drink to still be acting out? He strode forward, a cold smirk on his face, attempting to seize Lazy Sheep's shoulder. Yet, Lazy Sheep offered no opportunity for Tung Sheep, gripping his arm with the strength of iron, firmly restraining him. The sudden pressure caused Tung Sheep's head to collide with the glass table, which shattered instantly, scattering shards across the floor. Blood streamed from Tung Sheep's head, yet he did not resist. Instead, he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Do not strike me. Everyone witnessed this. Captain Lazy is indiscriminately attacking his own kind. You must testify for me. His words drew the attention of those around them, prompting the nearby women to jeer mockingly. Indeed, the captain of the 3rd team is both lazy and violent, utterly unworthy of his position. Look at him, a drunken ruffian indeed. The 2 youths beside Tung Sheep joined in the scornful laughter. Lazy Sheep understood that this group might not acknowledge the truth. After receiving the results during the day, he had not approached Tung Sheep directly. Mercury was the instrument used to harm boiled sheep, and its use was strictly prohibited throughout Sheep City. The sole supplier to the laboratory was Old Cat, who confirmed that Tung Sheep had purchased 10 pounds of mercury from him, claiming it was for the Slow Sheep laboratory. However, another more tangible piece of evidence lay in the maid's testimony. Damn it, I will kill her. Tung Sheep seethed upon hearing the maid's confession, his fury reaching a boiling point. Meanwhile, the other women were paralyzed with fear, having expected Tung Sheep's threats to be mere words, only to find him intent on action. At this moment, Tung Sheep made no attempt to conceal his intentions and forcefully shoved Lazy Sheep aside. The blow struck directly at Lazy Sheep's chest, causing him to stagger backward. His body weakened. Tung Sheep vaulted over the sofa and, in a few swift strides, landed beside his prized blade. I shall wield this knife to drink your blood. The formidable Tung Yangyang has long endured in the shadows of Fei Yangyang. Through years of relentless training, he has honed his physical prowess, reaching the pinnacle of the green pasture, achieving the 15th level of mastery. His fingers grip the hilt of the blade as a chilling surge of energy rises. The sharp edge of the sword points directly at Lazy Yangyang's forehead. Yet, Lazy Yangyang shows not a trace of fear. Each captain of the squad is a paragon of strength on the green pasture. In this moment, facing Tung Yangyang, It is indeed a clash of titans. The other women and servants, filled with dread, scream and flee. Within the confines of the Black Mountain Tung Yangyang Villa, only Lazy Yangyang and Tung Yangyang remain. As the blade is drawn, a radiant beam of light pierces the sky. The house is instantaneously cleaved, torn asunder into fragments. The sword's aura is met head-on by Lazy Yangyang, who valiantly defends with a longbow. After the initial strike, countless other blades come hurtling from afar. Lazy Yangyang leaps into the air, a sinister energy coalescing in his hands, preparing to draw an arrow. One arrow sweeps through the air, leaving behind a trail of fiery sparks. The oppressive force is palpable as it hurtles towards the ground, colliding with the numerous strikes of the long knife. A cataclysmic explosion erupts atop the Black Mountain, visible throughout the entire Sheep City, where the glint of blades dances in the sky. Mei Yangyang and her maid sit atop the main city, gazing into the distance, where only faint flickers of light shimmer. The maid recognizes that these glimmers are emanating from Tung Yangyang's residence. Is Brother Lazy still holding his own? She inquires, sensing the chilling aura of Tung Yangyang. However, despite this chill, Tung Yangyang has devoted years to training under Fei Yangyang's leadership and is on the verge of breaking through to the 15th level, rendering him nearly invincible among the younger generation of Sheep City. Do you truly believe Lazy Yangyang could falter against Tung Yangyang? Mei Yangyang asks, reclining upon the verdant grass, seemingly indifferent to the distant confrontation. The maid, gritting her teeth, clutches a handful of grass tightly. I merely worry for Brother Lazy. If he were to fail, all would be lost. Mei Yangyang swiftly rises, grasping the maid's hand. You needn't fret in the slightest, for he is Lazy Yangyang. A spark of determination lights up in Mei Yangyang's eyes, leaving the maid astounded. Together, they observe the tumultuous battle unfolding before them. With his divine bow in hand, Lazy Yangyang unleashes an unending barrage of fiery arrows. Tung Yangyang narrowly dodges, taunting, "Is this truly the extent of your power?" With that, he dives in for a decisive strike against Lazy Yangyang. Having nearly shaken off the effects of his inebriation, Lazy Yangyang reflects, drunkenness is a hindrance. He pours the remnants of his wine over his bow, igniting a fierce flame. The arrow, ablaze, soars towards the heavens. In this moment, both combatants amplify their efforts, hurtling towards one another. Such a trivial skill. Watch as I effortlessly intercept your fiery arrow with a single strike. Tung Yangyang spoke as he leapt into the air. A palpable sense of pressure surged forth in an instant. An explosion erupted, propelling Lazy Yangyang several meters away as he managed to embed his longbow into the ground. Finally halting his flight, dust swirled around his feet, the smoke and debris from the blast revealing the figure of Tung Yangyang. The latter was struck squarely in the forehead by a divine arrow, which even his ancient godly blade could not withstand. The formidable force shattered the ancient blade into fragments, and Tung Yangyang was consumed by the flames, reduced to ashes. The power of the divine bow transcended all bounds, exhibiting an immense and overwhelming strength. Behind him, flames soared several meters high as Lazy Yangyang propped himself against the remnants of crumbled walls, standing atop the peak of the Black Mountain, surveying the entirety of Sheep City. The strong never gaze upon explosions. With his bow slung over his shoulder, Lazy Yangyang descended the mountain. At the villa of Fei Yangyang, he lay as pale as a piece of liver, his eyes fixated on the ceiling in utter silence. Slowly, Shan Yangyang approached, leaning on his cane while holding a purple gold gourd. He took a seat on a small stool beside Fei Yangyang's bed and cleared his throat softly. Shan Yangyang retrieved a red pill, and with a glass of cool boiled water at hand, urged Fei Yangyang to swallow it. The purple hue began to visibly fade. After a series of deep coughs, Fei Yangyang expelled a mass of metallic substances. Shan Yangyang swiftly gathered the remnants and took Fei Yangyang's hand to check his pulse. You are out of danger now. Fei Yangyang opened his eyes, tears streaming down his face, yet he could utter not a word. His mouth felt stiff, the toxins still not fully dissipated. Before your injury, you had beseeched me for the ability to grow stronger, yet I did not disclose it to you. This vial contains a body-enhancing potion, untested by anyone, but it bears formidable side effects that will lead to your instant rebirth. I entrust it to you to handle. Consider it a gift from me, as your elder, to you in your present state. With that, Shan Yangyang placed the purple gold gourd on the bedside and turned to leave. Fei Yangyang's eyes widened, his emotions tumultuous and unsettled. Chapter 17. The siege approaches early in the morning. Shan Yangyang convened a council of elders from the Sheep clan. Numerous members of the clan, alongside the elders, gathered in full attendance. The council comprised 8 members: Wan Yuan, Zianjiang, Lianjiang, Minjianjiang. as well as the fathers of Lanianyang and Fei Yangyang, Qianyanjiang, and Huayanjiang. The 8 elders occupied special seats, radiating a strong blue light, exuding a chilling aura. The new generation of the Sheep clan had matured, with Lanianyang, Mianjiang, Xianjiang, Huayanjiang, and Winianjiang seated on the left side of the assembly hall. The council sat on the right. Despite the presence of these sheep's parents nearby, they remained oblivious, wholly focused on listening to Shan Yangyang, the village chief. As he allocated tasks, the village chief, the future of our sheep clan hangs in the balance. The grand vessel, Shengshi No. 3, has been destroyed, and Lazy Sheep personally released those 2 traitors. When Sheep gritted his teeth and stood to voice his concerns. In response, Lazy Sheep forcefully slammed the table. How dare you? When Sheep make baseless accusations, it's as if the destruction of a single ship signifies the end of our entire clan. Do you not recall that the Wolf clan has declared war upon us? Even in the face of adversity, we shall not perish in the depths of the sea. This declaration caught many in the assembly off guard. Numerous young sheep had never witnessed the horrors of war and were unaware of its brutality. Thus, they listened to Lazy Sheep's words with uncertainty. Is it truly feasible? Are we overstepping our bounds? The young sheep murmured among themselves. On the left side of the assembly hall, a sheep clad in a yellow cloak cleared his throat. He was the captain of the 7th Brigade, Quick Sheep. Aligned with Lazy Sheep, Quick Sheep swiftly interjected. If these werewolves were to slaughter us without resistance, that would indeed be a disgrace. Rather than succumb to defeat, it is far more honorable to fight for our survival. Quick Sheep's words ignited a fervor throughout the assembly hall, filling the air with passionate determination. Yet, when Sheep, after much contemplation, wore a look of frustration, but what about the ship? How do we resolve this predicament? Perhaps the other 2 vessels of Shengshi, though not fully loaded, could assist in accommodating some individuals? Quick Sheep pondered this strategy and articulated it thoughtfully. Leaning back nonchalantly, Thin Sheep, with a toothpick in his mouth, responded with a sardonic smile. There are far too many on the plains, and the ships simply lack the capacity. In the future, perhaps the 3 great generals will have to clear out a number of them. Thin Sheep had once aspired to join the ranks of the 3 great generals of the plains, even willing to settle for a modest position as a middle-ranking general. However, during peacetime, the atmosphere was overly tranquil, with daily affairs consisting solely of trivial matters. While managing affairs in the Plains Council, he had conducted population statistics. Clearly, the vessels, Shengshi No. 1 and No. 2, would be severely overloaded. Thus, he resigned from the Plains Council and returned to the sheep village to continue serving as the captain of the 6th Brigade. Lazy Sheep generally paid little heed to such matters, adhering to the principle of each fulfilling their own duties. The brigade leaders were responsible for strategizing, while the true decision-making rested with the Elders' Council. Let us discuss the matter of war, Slow Sheep said, sipping his fruit tea with half-closed eyes. A faint smile gracing his lips as he listened to the analyses of others. As the acting leader of the Sheep clan and the current head of the Mianyang clan, he dedicated himself to nurturing the independent thinking abilities of the next generation. What is there to fear in war? We have the 8 gods. The 8 gods of our Sheep clan are our guardians. Newly appointed as a brigade leader, when Sheep was brimming with pride, often eager to respond. His arrogant demeanor prompted Slow Sheep to shake his head. The 8 gods? Do you even know who the 8 gods are? Not really. When Sheep replied, the 8 gods have not existed for centuries or millennia, but have only emerged in recent decades to safeguard our entire clan. Or, to put it more explicitly, it was only after the last conflict between the wolves and the sheep that the enigmatic figure of Baishin emerged. Slow Sheep was poised to elucidate the nature of Baishin to the new captains of the squads when, suddenly, a piercing sound reverberated through the heavens. A massive breach erupted in the ceiling of the assembly hall, causing countless fragments of stone to rain down from above, creating deep craters within the confines of the hall. The Elder Council members vanished in an instant. While Winianjiang remained perplexed, the other captains were already well aware. War had commenced. Through the gaping hole in the assembly hall, innumerable fighter jets and bombers streaked across the sky like a horde of famished vultures, unleashing chaos upon the world below. Village Chief, safeguard Baishin. Do not allow them to emerge. Lazily Sheep grasped Slow Sheep's hand with unwavering determination. Slow Sheep hesitated for a moment before slowly responding. I cannot control Baishin. I was unable to govern these children even when they were alive. As he spoke, tears nearly welled in his eyes. However, given the tumult of war, he managed to restrain himself. Lazily Sheep chose not to elaborate further and, alongside the other captains, charged out of the assembly hall. It was only then that the blaring alarms pierced the air. Inside the hall, The smooth tiles reflected a brightness that masked the impending doom. Upon exiting, they were confronted with a darkened sky, shrouded by an overwhelming swarm of aircraft. This oppressive atmosphere sent the inhabitants of Sheep City into a frenzy. Hold the line. Hold the line. Quick Sheep led a throng of people, racing towards the central city. Unexpectedly, a bomber soared overhead, indiscriminately releasing a barrage of explosives upon Quick Sheep's forces. Countless bodies littered the ground, rivers of blood flowing freely. Lazily Sheep let out a cold chuckle, veins bulging on his forehead. Drawing a longbow from his back, he aimed at the bomber soaring above. As the aircraft roared past, a series of explosions erupted in the sky, obliterating several enemy planes. With a single arrow, Lazily Sheep brought down numerous bombers. His comrades, previously engulfed in panic, found solace in his display of strength. As the saying goes, a single arrow can pierce the clouds, rallying thousands to one's side. The air defense system of Sheep City activated, unleashing a multitude of missiles in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the sky transformed into a brilliant spectacle of fireworks, igniting fervor among the ranks. Several squad leaders raced toward the main city gates, which had already been subjected to a relentless barrage of explosives, leaving a gaping wound in the grand structure. Beckham Wolf's underling, the ace pilot Melior Wolf, piloted a squadron of cutting-edge fighter jets, sweeping across the battlefield with remarkable speed. The world around them had lost its color, spinning uncontrollably. Lazily Sheep, covered in mud from the explosions, gazed upon a frenzied aircraft delivering devastating firepower. As the plane dove once more, an onslaught of destruction loomed ominously. Another batch of Sheep soldiers has seemingly vanished into thin air. What is this nonsense? Lazy Sheep still has his own troops, resting against a mound of earth. He possesses a versatile assistant who promptly elucidates. The insignia on that fighter jet belongs to the ace pilot from the Northern Wolf Emperor's palace. The one who just attacked is none other than the formidable Marrow Wolf, an exceptional marksman of the highest caliber. Lazy Sheep, noticing the emblem of the aircraft soaring above, couldn't help but chuckle derisively. Excellent. Those marked ones are perfect targets. Silently, Lazy Sheep readied his divine bow, the Azure Dragon. He was eager to see who among them could truly shoot. Chapter 18. A single arrow that strikes the 9 heavens. The city gate is a robust steel door, 5 meters thick and crafted entirely from high-quality steel. Towering at 10 meters, it is unparalleled across the vast expanse of the green pastures. Outside, an overwhelming barrage of firepower relentlessly assaults the iron gate. Smoke billows, while the 7 battalions of the Sheep army remain stagnated, suppressed by the ace pilot's gunfire. Unable to advance even an inch, waves of fighter jets circle the skies, incessantly raining down bombs. The Marrow Wolf above cackles. Is that all there is? I was under the impression that the Sheep's walls were formidable, their defenses impeccable. It appears, however, to be mere bluster. He engages in idle banter with the other ace pilots, all of whom regard the young sheep of the prairie with disdain. The Marrow Wolf somersaults in the air, relishing in the celebration of what he believes to be an inevitable victory, even sipping on a soda. Suddenly, a thunderous blast accompanies a violent impact. The wings of a plane disintegrate, and it plummets straight towards the ground amidst a cloud of smoke and debris. The Marrow Wolf inside the aircraft trembles, hastily ejecting himself and activating his parachute. Another aircraft, akin to a lumbering beast, crashes down to earth, erupting in a spectacular explosion of vibrant flames. The Marrow Wolf roars, swaying precariously on his parachute. To his astonishment, he spots a sheep, its hair styled in a peculiar fashion, aiming a bow and arrow directly at him. This brings to mind the incident of his plane's mishap, which was caused by a sheep's arrow striking its wing, sending a chill down the Marrow Wolf's spine. Struggling to regain control of his parachute, he leaps onto the low-flying fighter jet below, which catches him securely. Frost glistens in the Marrow Wolf's eyes as he bellows. "You little lamb, do you have any idea who I am? I am the sovereign of the skies, the ace pilot Marrow Wolf. Prepare to meet your doom." With that, he yanks the pilot from the cockpit and hurls him from 10,000 feet in the air, casually adding, "Serve the Wolf clan with honor." He then dives back into the cockpit, his adept piloting skills guiding him directly toward Lazy Sheep. With precision strikes executed, a barrage of bullets was unleashed upon the languid lamb. In that fleeting moment, a radiant light flickered before him, swiftly transforming into a towering cloak that enveloped the countless projectiles, hurling them back into the sky. Numerous fighter jets plummeted from above. The Malua Wolf piloted his aircraft in a desperate escape, his eyes reflecting the visage of a colossal sheep, withstanding his own unrelenting firepower. Captain Shouyang, of the 6th Division, possessed formidable defensive capabilities, capable of absorbing lethal force and repelling it back. After withstanding the onslaught, he shouted to the languid lamb behind him, "I shall provide cover. Unleash your firepower." The languid lamb nodded and surged forward, utilizing boundless firepower to assault the aircraft above. Beckham Wolf, observing from the rear via drone, was increasingly agitated. If this cannot clear the sheep village, what use are you? Indeed, there was but a single ace pilot present. The other Vanguard marshals sought audience, announcing the arrival of the ace pilots. Beckham Wolf's heart soared with joy. Is that so? Splendid. He pushed aside the tent flap and beheld a formation of over 30 individuals, all clad in military flight uniforms. The leader raised his hand in salute to Beckham Wolf, the ace pilot's request to engage. In an instant, over 30 elite fighter jets roared through the sky. All seasoned warriors, rulers of the aerial domain, now encircling the gigantic Shouyang. After countless ferocious assaults, Shouyang was left battered and bruised, reduced to a deflated husk, catapulting hundreds of meters before crashing into a distant pillar, shattering into fragments. The languid lamb found himself the target of numerous fighter jets, while the other division leaders remained sheltered in the trenches, avoiding the slaughter. Witnessing Shouyang's defeat, the languid lamb was profoundly shaken. He pointed skyward and bellowed, "If you have the courage, come for me, the languid lamb." With that, he drew his longbow and unleashed a flurry of arrows into the heavens, sending countless ordinary fighter jets tumbling from the sky. The 30 ace pilots now set their sights on the languid lamb. The Malua wolf called out to his comrades, directing them towards the languid lamb below. "That's the one who brought down my aircraft." The other pilots, understanding the directive, surged forward, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the languid lamb. Bullets rained down, nearly transforming him into a mere pincushion. With a swift maneuver, he stumbled into a trench, finding shelter beneath the overhead cover, preserving his life. The languid lamb rolled amidst the earth, adjusting his bow. Gently caressing his divine bow, Azure Dragon, he smiled and proclaimed, "Old friend, it's time for you to shine." With a determined resolve, he swiftly knocked 9 arrows and emerged from the mound of earth. The ace pilots, in their quest to track down the elusive Lazy Sheep, had already flown their fighter jets low. This fortuitously provided Lazy Sheep with an opportunity. "Show yourself, my little treasure," he exclaimed. In unison, the 9 arrows were released, akin to 9 dragons advancing together. The formidable force of their impact instantaneously struck 9 ace fighter jets. The cacophony of explosions echoed relentlessly as the remnants, shrouded in black smoke, plummeted to the ground. The Marrow Wolf, witnessing this, was left utterly astonished. After all, these were the elite forces of the Wolf clan. How could 9 of them be dispatched so effortlessly? Before the remaining pilots could react, another volley of 9 arrows was launched. In an instant, another set of fighter jets fell from the heavens. The Marrow Wolf understood that waiting was no longer an option. He rallied the remaining ace pilots for a concerted assault on Lazy Sheep. In Sheep Village, numerous concealed anti-aircraft bunkers existed, each effectively hidden from view. Lazy Sheep was aware of one such location, albeit distant. Gripping the divine bow, Azure Dragon, he commenced a rapid escape. A bomber above released a massive explosive, hurtling it directly towards Lazy Sheep. After a frenzied sprint, Lazy Sheep found himself utterly fatigued. With a fierce grip on his longbow, he let out a mighty roar. An arrow, ablaze with fury, soared into the sky. The explosive detonated midair, obscuring the ground from view for those above. Meanwhile, Lazy Sheep had already dashed away at breakneck speed. The Marrow Wolf, now frantic, had never encountered such a formidable adversary in his military career. To confront an entire cadre of ace pilots armed solely with a bow and arrow was unprecedented. "Strike, hit them hard," he commanded, as all remaining ace and standard fighter jets surged towards Lazy Sheep's position, fully armed and ready to unleash a decisive blow. However, by the time they descended, it was too late. Lazy Sheep stood atop a fortified platform, gripping the attack controls tightly, as 50 rocket launchers emerged in unison. As the traces of explosions in the sky faded, the earth erupted with a barrage of rockets, sweeping across the battlefield with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Chapter 19. The Wolf Lord descends upon the mortal realm. Countless aircraft were reduced to mere fragments, much like meat tossed into a grinder. The assault of the fighter jets had not ceased. Lazy Sheep maintained control of the wheel, targeting the approaching aircraft and continuing to unleash a relentless barrage. Ultimately, all that remained before him were the wrecks of fighter jets, reduced to a heap of debris, with 90% of the aircraft brought down. The remnants were swiftly dealt with by the gunners in the other bunkers. With no more planes daring to approach Lazy Sheep, his hands had long since grown numb. The control wheel of the artillery crushed in his grip, operating beyond his control until every last shell was expended. The cannon fire has finally ceased. He felt utterly exhausted. And in the distant sky, the ace pilot Marrow Wolf stood alone. Beads of sweat adorned his brow as he accelerated rapidly, seeking to flee the airspace of Sheep City. Lazy Sheep, drawing forth a longbow, could not suppress a sneer. Thinking of escaping? How amusing. With that, he knocked an arrow, eyes fixed on the sky ahead. Marrow Wolf desperately continued to hasten, only to see a volley of area damage arrows hurtling toward him. In an instant, the entire fighter jet was obliterated, vanishing from the sky, leaving not a trace behind. The last batch of wolf fighters was destroyed, and the captains of the various teams led their forces to reclaim the main city. Above the city, the battlements had long been battered and shattered by artillery fire. The signal towers and numerous lounges lay in ruins. As one of the first to ascend the crumbling walls, Lazy Sheep beheld the wolf army outside the city. A dark mass spread out, covering over 100 miles beyond Sheep City. They had crossed the moat and were at the gates. Countless wolf banners waved as 300,000 troops surged forward relentlessly. Beckham Wolf wielded a pear blossom axe, crackling with the power of lightning. The skies were overcast, and the earth trembled. Before Beckham Wolf stood a group of pale-faced individuals, their large blades poised against them. Before the grand banner, these individuals were all pressed to the ground, their lives hanging by a thread. Standing atop the city, Beautiful Sheep shrieked, covering her mouth, tears streaming down her face. It's Happy Sheep. He has been captured. A wave of righteous fury surged among the crowd, ready to draw their blades. Behind the city gates, all combat personnel from the 7 teams assembled, each prepared for inevitable sacrifice. Should the gates open, a bloodbath would ensue. In that instant, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the main city directly. This was the strike of Beckham Wolf's war axe. As the lightning aimed at Sheep City, it vanished without a trace. A barrier glowing with crimson light instantly rose in the air, blocking the wolf tribe's unyielding firepower. This was the power of the 7 captains, transformed into a formidable wall of breathlessness. The absent captain was replaced by the deputy captains. In any case, the formation of the 7 remained intact, exhibiting sufficient resilience against the onslaught. Beckham Wolf, nearly apoplectic, found his plans thwarted just as he was on the verge of breaching Sheep City, now faced with such formidable defense. No matter how ferocious the attack from his own side, it could not breach even the slightest portion of the opposition's defenses. He could not help but dial Grey Wolf's number, exclaiming, "Boss, we cannot break through the little sheep's magical formation. It's utterly impossible." After lamenting, the person on the other end merely snorted and replied, "I understand." Before hanging up, Beckham Wolf, bewildered, pondered how he would endure this predicament without any assistance. Behold these few little lambs, how they linger with themselves. However, Grey Wolf did not wait for Beckham Wolf to resolve matters on his own. In the sky, a swarm of dark shadows suddenly descended. This time, they were not fighter jets, but rather appeared to be individuals. Lazy Lamb squinted, surveying this strange assembly. Beside him, Slim Lamb promptly remarked, "There seemed to be around 80 of them. They look quite formidable." Lazy Lamb quietly extracted a lollipop from his pocket and popped it into his mouth. He chuckled softly, "I have heard of this group. They are all formidable warriors of the Wolf clan, known as the 80 Wolf Sovereigns. Each one is a modified being, having made their appearance in the previous Wolf-Lamb War." With the lollipop clutched between his teeth, Lazy Lamb had no other sustenance, relying solely on the sugar to sustain his energy. He distributed one to each of those around him, until there were none left. "You seem quite familiar with the last Wolf-Lamb War, Lazy Lamb." Slim Lamb, who was a cousin of Happy Lamb, typically spent his days alongside him and was not well acquainted with the other squad leaders. Lazy Lamb could only shake his head in resignation, smiling as he replied, "In the last Wolf-Lamb War, I lost something of utmost importance." This statement caused the atmosphere to grow heavy, a chill descending upon the surroundings. No one dared to speak further, all preparing to confront the 80 Wolf Sovereigns. In an instant, the 80 Wolf Sovereigns advanced in unison, crashing against the crimson protective barrier. 7 squad leaders were directly knocked back several meters, with all but Lazy Lamb plummeting into the depths of the towering city below. In the sky, the 80 Wolf Sovereigns stood tall, radiating an aura of brilliance. Their demeanor was cold and suffused with murderous intent. Yet, it seemed as though the multitude of Wolf Sovereigns had come to a standstill in midair. Beckham Wolf, on the ground, laughed heartily and addressed Lazy Lamb atop the city, "You're finished. The entire Lamb clan is doomed." With that, he turned and gestured to the executioners below, commanding, "Kill everyone except for Happy Lamb and sacrifice them to the heavens." With a sneer, Beckham Wolf reveled in the thought of tormenting the young one before finally ending his life. intending to demonstrate the world's cruelty before this Lamb clan prodigy. A dark satisfaction surged within him as he laughed maniacally. At his command, his subordinates swiftly drew their long knives, with each Lamb captive accompanied by a knife-wielding enforcer. In an instant, a line of Lamb heads fell, blood spraying several meters. Happy Lamb gritted his teeth, pointing an accusing finger at Beckhamwolf, shouting, "If you have the guts, come for me, don't harm my brothers." This was the most defiant statement Happy Lamb could muster. Beckhamwolf approached, raising his hand to strike Happy Lamb's face violently. "You ungrateful wretch, you are a prized possession in my grasp," he declared, squeezing Happy Lamb's face with force. The latter's innocent eyes began to contort with rage. Perched atop the city wall, the defeated lazy Lamb seethed with icy resolve. He pointed an accusatory finger at the menacing Beckhamwolf, exclaiming, "Damn you, Beckhamwolf. If you dare to lay a single hair on Happy Lamb, I shall flay your skin and extract your tendons." His fury crackled in the air. Yet Beckhamwolf, grinning wickedly, approached Happy Lamb and severed a tuft of wool from his head with a knife, raising it towards lazy Lamb as he taunted, "What now? I've done far more than just pluck a hair. What will you do about it? Just mind your own business, ha ha ha." Beckhamwolf brandished his knife and shouted towards the formidable 80 Wolf Sovereign, "Since you're all here, what are you waiting for? Let the battle commence." The 80 Wolf Sovereign, undeterred, soared towards the main city, conjuring a cataclysmic force in his hands, as if a demonic presence had descended. He swept across the ground, and had he collided with the Sheepkin city, it might have uprooted the entire fortress. However, just as he was about to charge towards the main city under the oppressive sky, 8 radiant golden beams abruptly intercepted the multitude of wolf sovereigns. Chapter 20. The slaughter of the 8 deities. The 8 deities soared through the firmament, aligning themselves in formation before the wolf sovereigns. Each emanated a golden aura, exuding overwhelming power, as the air around them swirled tumultuously. Lazy Lamb knelt on the ground, fists clenched, striking the earth with ferocity. In a cold voice, he admonished, "I've told you not to come out. Do you wish to perish once more?" Hot tears shimmered in his eyes. The 8 deities in the sky were none other than his uncles and aunts, who had perished during the last war between wolves and sheep, their lives lost by the city moat. That battle had been a conflagration of chaos, lasting 10 grueling days and nights. Mayor Slow Lamb had collected the remains of his children, laying them to rest atop Black Mountain. Utilizing advanced technology, he had sealed their bodies to prevent decay for eternity. Sacrificing half of his own cultivation, Slow Lamb had gathered their souls, which left him appearing frail and aged, yet allowed them to exist in a simulated state, retaining their original thoughts and diminished powers, but only able to thrive within the confines of Sheep City. Should they venture beyond, they would disintegrate into nothingness. Even in this simulated state, their strength was formidable. They had contributed immensely to Sheep City and were revered as the 8 deities in recent years. Wise Lamb, high in the heavens, looked down upon the multitude of wolf sovereigns with disdain, loudly addressing Lazy Lamb, "You've done well, my dear nephew. Now, allow us to take the stage." Commanding from the front, Wise Lamb signaled to the armed warriors surrounding him, as if divine beings had descended, swords pointing towards the heavens. He grasped the 2 blades meant for Happy Lamb, which had flown to his hands in the absence of Happy Lamb, who had ventured outside the city unarmed. Ming Yangyang wielded 2 colossal hammers, grinning as he addressed Ji Yangyang. "Old Ji, my hammers have long yearned for carnage and bloodshed. Has it not been 20 years? The 2 exchanged knowing smiles, a mutual appreciation blossoming between them. Meanwhile, Qian Yangyang approached with a chuckle, remarking, "The children are already over 20. How many years have passed? You old gentlemen are truly careless. At the onset of the Great War, many of the new generation had only just been born. When you do the math, it has indeed been over 20 years. The other sheep scratched their heads, chuckling in agreement. Beneath the shadow of Sheep City, Beckhamwolf, who commanded an army of 300,000 wolves, could not help but scoff. The 8 gods. What is so remarkable about them? Today, I shall capture them all in one fell swoop. With that, he spat disdainfully, raising his pear blossom mountain axe towards Ming Yangyang in the sky. Ming Yangyang let out a cold laugh and inquired of Ji Yangyang beside him, "Who is this lad? I have no recollection." The other 7 sheep shrugged helplessly, indicating their lack of familiarity, and turned their gaze towards the ground. Beckhamwolf's body erupted in a blaze of fury, a wave of anger surging within him. How could they not even know his name? At the very least, he was currently commanding an army of 300,000 wolves at their gates. Do not be so ungrateful. I admit, during the last Wolf-Sheep War, I was merely an ordinary forward soldier under Black Tai Lang's command. However, as the tides of fortune shift, Do not underestimate the youth. Now, I stand as the foremost vanguard commander, destined to sweep through Sheep City. For years, Beckham Wolf had endured humiliation, bearing the weight of his existence as a native of the green pastures. Ultimately, he believed he had earned a reward worth his trials. Many had sought opportunities in other pastures, for the green pastures were exceedingly difficult to navigate. The sheep clan was truly formidable. Which sheep clan, like the Merino, built towering walls and established an army? Yet, even amidst such adversity, he raised a banner of defiance. With a fierce roar, Beckham Wolf bellowed. Meanwhile, Ji Yangyang in the sky merely spread his hands, stating, in terms of strength, you do not compare to the former vanguard commander, Black Tai Lang. This remark struck deep into Beckham Wolf's heart. A tempest of energy swirled around him, as if his very being were ablaze. A wave of heat distorted the air. The Pear Blossom Mountain axe in his hand summoned the clouds from the heavens. A tremendous display of lightning coalesced above his axe. Beckham Wolf leaped into the air, unleashing the lightning towards Ji Yangyang and the others. However, just as he prepared to strike with the lightning, a formidable arrow surged forth, sweeping across him like a mighty dragon. In his panic, Beckham Wolf attempted to evade, but the Pear Blossom Mountain axe offered no defense. In an instant, both the lightning and Beckham Wolf were propelled several hundred meters away. The force of the impact shattered the disciplined formation of the wolf army, creating a massive breach. Beckham Wolf plunged his head directly into the marsh by the moat. Upon pulling it out, his eyes glimmered with icy resolve as he shouted vehemently, Who dares to challenge me? The others quickly made way, allowing Beckham Wolf to gaze far into the distance where the city stood. Lazy Sheep, bow in hand, sneered disdainfully in his direction. He bellowed, I warned you, you foolish Beckham Wolf. Your head will soon adorn my trophy collection. In the heart of the capital city, he stood defiantly, surveying the pack of wolves. Above him loomed the 8 gods, radiating with a golden light. A chill ran down Beckham Wolf's spine, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. The 80-number wolf sovereign hovered in the sky, emanating a formidable aura of thunderous power. In that fleeting moment, an unparalleled combat prowess coalesced around him. At the center of the wolf sovereign stood the mech, Mi Tai Wolf, engineered solely by Grey Wolf. Upon seeing the 8 gods, he shouted, Form ranks. Warriors of the battlefield, assemble and advance. Instantly, 4 formidable figures emerged from each direction, each one seemingly possessed by the essence of 4 divine beasts. Intelligent Sheep, the esteemed scientist, recognized the situation immediately. This is bad, retreat. It's the Hunyuan celestial formation. However, his warning fell on deaf ears as Ming Sheep shouted defiantly, To hell with your formations, I'll smash him to pieces. In an instant, he soared forward, wielding a colossal hammer imbued with a lethal strike aimed at the modified beings. Intelligent Sheep shook his head in resignation. This was his old companion, and he could not allow him to recklessly charge into danger, risking annihilation by the wolves. Wait for me, I'm coming. With that, Intelligent Sheep brandished his dual blades and followed Ming Sheep into the fray. As they charged ahead, others swiftly joined them. Lovely Sheep sought out Intelligent Sheep, while Graceful Sheep searched for Ming Sheep. The 8 gods, inseparable, surged forward together. From his vantage point atop the city, Lazy Sheep watched helplessly as his companions entered the encirclement of the wolf sovereign. Frustration surged within him, and he stomped his foot in exasperation, smiting his forehead. Realizing the futility of his distress, he prepared to draw his bow, ready to confront the wolf sovereign in a fight to the death. Meanwhile, in the sky, the 80-number wolf sovereign had formed a formidable encirclement, a pocket of divine beasts converging from all sides. The 8 gods were swiftly enveloped within a colossal sphere, the tightening too rapid to escape. 8 figures were instantly ensnared, and blinding beams of light erupted from each wolf sovereign, bombarding the 8 gods relentlessly, sealing their fate. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence as the others plummeted to the ground below, unaware of the imminent peril. Only Lazy Sheep remained, transfixed by the unfolding scene. A look of bewilderment etched on his face. Within mere seconds, the 80-number wolf sovereign reverted to its initial state, yet the 8 gods were now mere corpses, falling lifelessly from the sky. In an instant, everything dissipated into the air, transforming into shimmering golden fragments. Beckham the wolf let out a boisterous laugh, pointing at Lazy Sheep, exclaiming, You think you can be so audacious? Isn't this courting death? Not one of you shall survive. With a resounding roar filled with delight, he commanded the multitude of wolf lords, bellowing, Eliminate the Lazy Sheep atop the city walls. Chapter 21. The Fall of the Wolf Lords. Upon receiving the order, the many transformed wolf lords swiftly organized themselves, gazing towards Lazy Sheep. Leading the charge, Mitai the wolf brandished a luminous blade, directing it at Lazy Sheep. I expected a formidable opponent, yet you are merely a little lamb. The other 80 wolf lords erupted into boisterous laughter, mocking in unison, just a little lamb. Their jeers echoed across the vast sky, reaching even the ears of Slow Sheep, stationed at the heart of Sheep City. Clutching a string of prayer beads, he muttered incantations. Yet his strength had long since been depleted on the distant plains. Should he engage once more, he would surely collapse upon restoration, bursting forth in ruin. He awaited the moment when the great gates of Sheep City would crumble, ready to share in the fate of his kin. Standing atop the main citadel of Sheep City, Lazy Sheep wielded a divine bow, scanning the horizon as countless shockwaves surged downward. These forces bore down upon him, yet Lazy Sheep countered each with arrows, rendering the wolf lords incapable of landing a blow. Below, Happy Sheep was ensnared by a massive iron chain atop an armored vehicle, two blades poised threateningly at his throat. This typically aloof and bashful young man now wept profusely, struggling desperately in the wake of his parents' demise. He had believed they would remain by his side eternally, for the simulated realm was thought to be indestructible. Yet, the vile wolf pack had reignited the war, forcing them to perish before his eyes. Gritting his teeth, Happy Sheep lamented in agony, feeling powerless to escape. Only by seizing the divine blade could he hope to wield unfathomable strength. As he watched Lazy Sheep leap nimbly through the air, his heart ached, urging, Lazy Sheep, run. Do not let this horde of transformed beings defeat you. You are the hope of our kind. With fiery determination in his eyes, Happy Sheep felt a surge of heat coursing through him, almost maddened by despair, yet utterly unable to break free from his shackles. At that moment, Beckham the wolf approached from the rear, swaggering with a pear blossom axe in hand, hurling insults at Lazy Sheep along the way. Despite his disheveled and miserable appearance, he continued his tirade. Ah, is that not our great fool, Beckham the wolf? Happy Sheep, having reached his breaking point, radiated heat and resolve, his heart steeled for the ultimate sacrifice. In a fit of rage, Lazy Sheep confronted the audacious figure of Happy Sheep, who, trapped within the confines of his cage, dared to challenge him. Did he truly believe that he could evade his wrath? With a flicker of lightning, a surge of sparks struck Happy Sheep, enveloping him in darkness. His tongue lolled out, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Yet, through sheer grit, Happy Sheep regained his senses. Fixing a furious glare upon the menacing figure of the wolf Beckham, an expression of vengeance etched upon his face. Waves of heat and steam radiated from his body, igniting further ire within the heart of Wolf Beckham. How dare he face me head-on? Does he truly not regard me as a formidable foe? Regardless, this was the moment to dismantle the Sheep clan's stronghold. Happy Sheep was no longer necessary. With his battle axe in hand, Wolf Beckham charged towards him. Happy Sheep remained silent, his furious gaze locked onto Wolf Beckham. Above the Sheep City, over 20 wolf lords descended, stirring up a cloud of dust. Each wielded a nano-laser cutting blade, their faces twisted in malicious intent as they advanced upon Lazy Sheep. Mitai Wolf was confident of victory, approaching with a chilling ease as if he were slicing through vegetables. This group of modified beings, each at level 18, boasted combat prowess that surpassed the finest of the green pastures. Mitai Wolf was well aware of Lazy Sheep's abilities, rendering him as effortless prey, akin to an eagle snatching a chick. Surrounded by the formidable wolf lords, Lazy Sheep stood atop the central fortress, with no escape in sight. Behind him lay Sheep City, his birthplace, filled with familiar faces, his kin, his compatriots. In the glow of countless lamps, someone must bear the burden of the impending conflict. With the fall of wise sheep and others upon the earth, a new battle between wolves and sheep was about to commence. Lazy Sheep, resolute, gripped his divine bow, his demeanor frosty. In the skies above, the modified wolves exchanged glances, puzzled by the dark expression on the little sheep's face. Is he planning something? One of the modified wolves sneered at Mitai Wolf. Each of these wolves, during their transformation, had been stamped with a belief in the inevitable triumph of their kind, instilling in them an unwavering conviction that none could defeat them. Drawing his luminous blade, Mitai Wolf bellowed at Lazy Sheep, declaring, "Whatever schemes you are plotting, we shall annihilate you without mercy. Form ranks." At his command, 80 wolf lords swiftly arranged themselves into formation, each ready to execute their roles in completely encircling Lazy Sheep. Meanwhile, Lazy Sheep radiated heat, his energy swelling as he transformed his power. Then, a breakthrough. A brilliant light pierced the overcast sky, cascading down upon him. The pinnacle of the green pastures, a level 15 ascension. Levels 16 through 20, an overwhelming power surged forth, enveloping Lazy Sheep entirely. The divine bow, Azure Dragon, in Lazy Sheep's grasp, howled like a bloodthirsty beast. This formidable strength, however, failed to halt the relentless advance of the transformed wolves before him. The unparalleled wolf sovereign, designated number 80, was tightening the encirclement, reminiscent of the legendary 8 gods being besieged in the past, pushed to the ground and awaiting execution. Happy Sheep's heart raced with despair. Could it be that his beloved brother, Lazy Sheep, was on the brink of death again? How infuriating! He felt utterly powerless. Happy Sheep pounded the ground in desperation, his face etched with helplessness. Within the city, numerous squad leaders retreated to the residential area, preparing for urban warfare. Meanwhile, the majority amassed behind the gates of Sheep City, ready to launch a desperate charge should the gates be breached. Among them were Thin Sheep, Fast Sheep, and Beautiful Sheep, each drenched in anxiety. Beautiful Sheep fiddled with her compass, continuing to calculate for Lazy Sheep, while Fast Sheep stood beside her, utterly bewildered. Shaking Beautiful Sheep, he implored, "Have you figured it out? Will Brother Lazy survive?" Pouting, Beautiful Sheep replied, "Stop bothering me, I'm calculating." Just then, the wolf sovereign number 80 encircled Lazy Sheep. "I've got it," Beautiful Sheep exclaimed, taking a deep breath. Lazy Sheep will be fine. Yet, her proclamation went unnoticed by those around her. Thin Sheep, with 2 curved blades at his waist and arms crossed, cast a cold smile towards the towering Sheep City, declaring, "The outcome is already determined." Everyone gazed skyward at the monumental clash above. Countless wolf sovereigns plummeted from the sky, only to have their heads severed by the warriors of the Sheep clan upon landing. The Sheep warriors erupted in joyous cheers, exulting in the arrival of victory. Above the main city, a cannon had already blasted a breach in the ranks of the wolf sovereign. Chaos ensued among the wolves. Lazy Sheep ascended to greatness, drawing 30 sharp arrows with a single bow. One swift release sent the flying wolf sovereign crashing to the earth. Thunder exploded, shattering the ground. In that battle, it seemed as though the sky itself had darkened. Chapter 22. Where is the sword god of happiness? The numerous wolf sovereigns were nearly obliterated, crashing to the ground in a spectacular explosion. In the air, the enraged Mitai wolf, the only transformed being retaining a semblance of rationality, gripped his luminous blade tightly, piercing the air and tearing asunder the heavens. Enlarged, he brought down the blade with tremendous force. Lazy Sheep, drawing the divine bow, unleashed a torrent of light arrows that surged forward. The clash of the luminous blade and the light arrow produced a cataclysmic explosion, reverberating throughout the realm. The residual force of Mitai Wolf's blade continued to slash toward the city gates, striking the main city in an instant, sending debris flying in all directions. The main city suddenly split open with a great fissure. As Mitai Lang fell, Lan Yang drew forth the divine bow, shooting an arrow that pierced through the giant's neck. Mitai Lang erupted in an instant. In the distance, Beckham Wolf's lips quivered slightly. Even the formidable 80 Wolf Sovereign had met his end here. What caliber of beings resided within this city? Yet, Beckham Wolf remained indifferent. He raised his Pear Blossom Mountain axe and approached Xiangyang, sneering, "Boy, farewell." Once again, a tremendous surge of lightning swept forth, coalescing upon his axe. In the next moment, the colossal axe was poised to cleave downward, aimed at Xiangyang's head. Xiangyang neither flinched nor evaded, not even blinking. Gritting his teeth, he fixed his gaze on Beckham Wolf, declaring, 18 years later, I shall still be a formidable warrior." Just as he prepared to embrace his fate, a beam of light swiftly pierced through the clouds, detonating before Beckham Wolf. The latter withdrew his axe, not to strike Xiangyang, but instead to block the impending attack. He resolutely intercepted Lan Yangyang's powerful arrow. A level 20 warrior, Beckham Wolf stood firm. Beckham Wolf coldly regarded Lan Yangyang, witnessing him prepare to unleash the thunder arrow. His heart was a tempest of emotions as he swiftly drew his battle axe, bracing for the divine arrow's impact. However, to his astonishment, it was not directed at him. A divine arrow, wrapped in the essence of the wolf's demise and slaughter, surged towards Xiangyang. Among Xiangyang's 3 blades, one was shattered into fragments by the 1,000 sheep slash. The remaining 2 blades were drawn in by Xiangyang, landing upon the city walls of the main city. Lan Yangyang seized the 2 blades, binding them to his divine bow in one breath, and instantly aimed them towards Xiangyang. Beckham Wolf leaped into the air, finally realizing that the arrows were not aimed at him. His irritation mounted, prompting him to take decisive action. He withdrew the Pear Blossom Mountain axe, summoning a bolt of lightning that raced towards the city of sheep. Lan Yangyang smirked inwardly. As expected, he has come. He shot the 2 blades, aiming them directly at the armored vehicle beside Xiangyang. In an instant, an explosion ensued, igniting the air with terrifying flames. All the wolves were curious about what would transpire next. Perhaps Shi Yang would fall, a victim of collateral damage. Lan Yang, aware of his own precision, shouted loudly, "Where is the sword god?" Amidst the inferno, a crackling sound resonated. Suddenly, chains fell to the ground. A man, emerging unscathed from the flames, bore two divine blades, shrouded in black malevolence. Shi Yang had surpassed the 20th level of combat prowess, exuding boundless lethality. Beckham Wolf leaped, fully cognizant of the dire circumstances. Nevertheless, he threw his head back and laughed heartily. "Ha, come, let them all come. I, the Wolf of Beckham, shall obliterate you all and render you non-existent." In a near-manic state, Beckham the Wolf commanded his vast army of 300,000, crossed the moat, and seized Sheep City at full speed. With this decree, the vanguard of 300,000 surged forward instantly, a multitude of wolf soldiers racing towards Sheep City. Emerging from the flames, the valiant sheep leapt into action, a glint of icy resolve in his eyes. Drawing two blades, he stood resolutely before the oncoming horde, poised to confront the 30,000 wolf troops single-handedly. On the city walls, Lazy Sheep observed the darkened visage of the valiant sheep and inquired with concern, "Are you all right, sheep?" With a sweeping gesture, the valiant sheep declared with soaring bravado, "I feel as though I possess boundless strength. I have been reborn." Lazy Sheep promptly acknowledged his courage with an approving nod. Now, he was to face the formidable level 20 warrior, Beckham the Wolf, who had already ascended the city walls, his massive axe poised for a strike. "You little lamb, disrupting my formations, unsettling my troops, and undermining my morale, are surely marked for death. Today, I shall claim your head." With those words, a long axe swung menacingly toward him. Lazy Sheep, channeling his strength, enveloped the divine bow in a fierce aura that solidified it into a formidable weapon. Thus began the fierce battle between him and Beckham the Wolf atop the city. Meanwhile, the valiant sheep raised his long blade, confronting the oncoming tide of soldiers. The foremost ranks of the wolf army brandished their weapons, pointing at the valiant sheep and jeering, "This little lamb, adorned with a bell, appears so feeble. I shall cleave his head and silence his arrogance." Each wolf bristled with confidence, eager to tear the valiant sheep to shreds. However, a slight smirk graced the valiant sheep's lips as he responded coolly, "I, the valiant sheep, require only two blades to wreak havoc upon those beneath level 18. With that proclamation, an overwhelming wave of bloodshed ensued. The battlefield erupted into chaos, the ground awash with crimson. The carcasses of the wolf army piled high as mountains, and the valiant sheep was soon drenched in blood. This formidable display of power had unlocked his full potential, instilling fear in the hearts of the 300,000 troops, who found themselves retreating. With his back against the city gate, the valiant sheep fought fiercely for a full 3 hours, the air thick with the scent of blood. Beckham the Wolf, witnessing the carnage from the city walls, was entranced. The combat prowess of the valiant sheep was truly astonishing. Yet, undeterred by fatigue, the valiant sheep continued to wield his twin blades in a relentless slaughter. Lazy Sheep, seeing the countless foes rushing towards the city gate, called out loudly for the warriors to assist the valiant sheep. Lean Sheep understood Lazy Sheep's intent and signaled for the gates to be opened, preparing for a decisive battle. The surrounding flock gradually opened the city gates. The wolf army, charging from the outside, presumed that the sheep tribe was on the verge of surrender. Just as they were poised to launch another assault, they were met by a formidable line of warriors behind the city gates, armed with swords and clad in armor. They roared in unison, "We shall not return until the enemy is vanquished." The inhabitants of the city surged forth like a relentless tide, a striking blend of white and black. This force united seamlessly with the valiant Shi Yang. The battle raged on for another 3 to 4 hours, during which Shi Yang achieved legendary status. Battlefield reporters estimated that approximately 150,000 wolf soldiers perished at the hands of Shi Yang's dual blades. The fallen wolves and the slaughter of their kind were officially enshrined in the divine blade rankings. Outside, the war raged fiercely, while in the alley, when Yang directed his blade towards the slow-witted man Yang. Chapter 23. I offer my blood to the sheep tribe. Man Yang held command in the sheep tribe's 100 Families Alley, a path fraught with twists and turns. He leaned on a cane while seated upon the wind god ox. Both were venerable elders, calmly surveying the distant battlefield. Not a single soul was nearby. All the children he had once raised had rushed to the front lines. Man Yang smiled as he affectionately stroked the old snail's head, cheerfully remarking, "War is unpredictable. We have fought side by side for many years. I wonder if we can endure this time." The old snail, with an earnest expression, replied, "When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water flows, we shall cover it with earth. Old man, as long as you are here, I am here. If you fall, I shall fall too." This declaration filled Man Yang with satisfaction, and he was about to stretch his limbs skyward when, suddenly, a sharp long knife pierced through his back. The blade left a deep crimson mark on his chest, and a surge of blood erupted in his mouth. The wind god ox, standing nearby, was struck with disbelief. Initially, he thought the wolf tribe had invaded, but now it seemed they had launched a covert attack on Man Yang. However, upon turning, he discovered that the man behind him was none other than the current captain of the squad, Wen Yang. Clutching the dagger, a terrifying expression crossed his face. "Have you lost your mind? You are assassinating the tribe leader." The wind god ox nearly erupted in fury, ready to confront the assailant. Yet, Wen Yang, with another blade in hand, aimed again at Man Yang. The wind god ox, not daring to hesitate, swiftly hoisted Man Yang onto his back and dashed several meters away. Blood swirled within Man Yang's mouth as he drew forth his long sword, now stained with crimson, and hurled it towards Wen Yang, who stood alone. The guards around him were engaged in organizing alley combat from a distance. 7 squads were involved, with Wen Yang leading the 5th squad into the fray. Now, he dared to single-handedly attempt the assassination of Man Yang. "Wen Yang, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" The wind god ox bellowed, his gaze fixed upon Wen Yang. The latter shrugged with a cold smirk and declared, "With war raging and lives lost, this old sheep is the primary war criminal of this entire conflict. Now, I wield the blade of justice to execute the old sheep. Upon victory, all shall be resolved." The bold sheep roared, his voice echoing with fury. The wind god bull bore a countenance of rage. Yet, Slow Sheep summoned his inner strength, gradually dispelling the pain inflicted by the steel blade. He stepped forward, casting a cold gaze upon the man. "Who taught you to act thus?" His words sent a chill of sweat down the bold sheep's spine. Having raised himself from a young age, this elder commanded respect without uttering a word, instilling fear in all. Even now, that sentiment lingered in his mind. "Our ships have been consumed by flames. The fabled tumult approaches, a calamity we cannot withstand. Only by boarding the wolf tribe's vessel do we stand a chance of survival." The bold sheep clenched his teeth, his eyes fixed on Slow Sheep. Upon hearing this, the wind god bull shook his head in disbelief, nearly breathless. Is there truly any room for deliberation in delivering sheep into the jaws of wolves? The bold sheep approached with an air of pride, declaring, "Slow Sheep, come forth. The wolf tribe has entrusted me with a message for you." Initially, as the words reached Slow Sheep, he pondered whether the wolf tribe had embedded a spy among him. He wrestled with the thought, but remained reluctant to accept it until the bold sheep confirmed it himself. "You traitor?" Slow Sheep coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face darkening ominously. "Traitor? Let us not speak so harshly. I am merely a liaison. Without my connection, how could you lot hope for salvation?" The bold sheep was several years younger than the likes of Pleasant Sheep, appearing rather juvenile. The wind god bull and Slow Sheep, being elders, wished to avoid conflict with the youth. However, the bold sheep unsheathed 2 long swords and advanced towards Slow Sheep, declaring, "I require a head to claim merit, and yours carries the most weight." Slow Sheep had arrived from the outer grasslands burdened by illness, a fact known to all. The bold sheep seized this moment as an opportunity. In the past, he would not have dared approach Slow Sheep. With swords crossed, he charged at Slow Sheep. Yet, just as he neared, a palm struck his chest, sending him soaring several meters, blood erupting from his mouth. He collided with a towering coconut tree, his face paling to an ashen hue, overwhelmed by terror. Should Slow Sheep choose to strike, he would vanish from existence in an instant. Nonetheless, Slow Sheep refrained from action, turning instead to observe the distant battlefield. Countless warriors of the sheep clan surged forth, each poised for combat, arrows drawn taut. "Who claims we have no ships? Who insists we must rely on the wolf tribe?" Leaning on his cane, Slow Sheep nonchalantly remarked, as if nothing had transpired moments ago, "What does this mean? Do we not possess solely the ship named Shengshi No. 3? Wen Yang appeared perplexed, pointing towards the distant wreckage of a ship, which was merely a few massive dragon bones and a flagpole. With a smile, Man Yang mounted the wind god ox and turned to Wen Yang, saying, "Come with me. You know little of the sheep clan." With that, he rode ahead on his snail, and without hesitation, Wen Yang swiftly followed, though this time he sheathed both his blades. It was reminiscent of times past, accompanying the village chief Man Yang to the office and bidding him farewell from school, evoking a similar sentiment. A torrent of warm tears streamed down Wen Yang's face. Clenching his teeth, A wave of warmth surged through his heart as he pondered whether he had erred in his actions. Nonetheless, he followed Man Yangyang into the basement, where many of his emotions had already dissipated. The magnificence of this place left Wen Yangyang utterly astonished. In Man Yangyang's underground laboratory, there were 2 levels. The first level allowed for further descent, while the second required a capsule elevator, surrounded by glass to provide a clear view of the surroundings. An underground factory unfolded before Wen Yangyang's eyes, vast and imposing in both area and height. Countless small robots tirelessly manufactured warships day and night. The ships were completed, their entire bodies black as if they were colossal steel warriors, embodying a powerful aesthetic of violence. Standing before them, one could not help but feel the insignificance of humanity. Overwhelmed by the sight of these 8 warships, Wen Yangyang knelt upon the ground, exclaiming, "I have witnessed countless warships, but these are so awe-inspiring that I feel compelled to kneel before you." Tears welled in his eyes. At that moment, he thought of Man Yangyang, who maintained a demeanor of quiet authority, leaning on his cane. "Village chief, grant me another chance. I yearn to personally vanquish that scoundrel Canglong." Wen Yangyang's hatred was difficult to articulate as he knelt before Man Yangyang, passionately recounting his feelings. However, Man Yangyang waved his hand, stating, "I will assign you an even more significant task." Wen Yangyang's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Chapter 24. The Deluge of Sheep City. Lazy Yangyang and Canglong clashed fiercely against the wall, the clang of blades and the glint of steel nearly tearing the earth asunder. The sound of explosions echoed continuously. Canglong's fierce countenance was fully revealed, his body seemingly tearing apart as he grew increasingly powerful. He sought to push his physical form to its limits, exhibiting extraordinary combat prowess. Pointing at Lazy Yangyang, he laughed heartily, saying, "Boy, I have encountered many arrogant little sheep, but you are the first capable of enduring so many of my strikes." With that, he swung his pear blossom axe, unleashing bolts of lightning that relentlessly pressured Lazy Yangyang backward, his eyes even seeming to spit fire. Lazy Sheep wielded a longbow, effortlessly catching the axe midair. Not for a moment did he flinch, confronting the formidable Wolf head-on. With a defiant proclamation, he challenged, "Who do you think you are? The Grey Wolf?" Determined to vanquish this brash man, Lazy Sheep charged forth without hesitation, even as the overwhelming impact left his hands slightly numb. Just as their fierce battle reached its zenith, a powerful bullet was launched from afar, so minuscule that it eluded human sight, leaving no time for preparation. Approaching within 10 meters, he heard the whisper of the bullet slicing through the air. Instinctively, he shut his eyes and drew his divine bow in an attempt to block it. In an instant, the bullet expanded with explosive force, the powerful blast erupting beside him, propelling him several meters away and crashing to the ground, mouth full of dirt. Rising to his feet, he surveyed his surroundings and exclaimed, "What the hell? Who dares to interfere?" Wolf, a native of the lush green pasture and the CEO of a company, had encountered many lambs traded in the black market, but none as tempestuous as this one. Amused, he brandished his pear blossom axe, laughing heartily. "That bullet's lethality is rather minimal. If it were a stronger one, you might have been reduced to a mere corpse." His laughter echoed, twisting his features in a grotesque manner. Lazy Sheep, with bow drawn, felt a chill in his gaze. Wolf, still basking in arrogance, taunted, "Are you curious who shot you?" "Ha ha." He wagged his tail, mocking the dirt-covered Lazy Sheep sprawled on the ground, relishing in his superiority. "I shan't tell you. I shan't." Yet, Lazy Sheep remained unperturbed, declaring, "Whoever it may be is irrelevant to me. My target is you." In the midst of his words, an arrow was already knocked and drawn. In an instant, flames erupted, engulfing the entire shaft as it launched forth, striking Wolf with precision. Unable to defend himself, he was sent flying hundreds of meters, crashing into the chaos of battle. Rising in a frenzy, he prepared to hurl curses at Lazy Sheep, exclaiming, "Does the Grey Wolf's chosen prey think they can escape? What a jest!" As he writhed on the ground, fury ignited in his eyes. That bullet was none other than the brass projectile of the Grey Wolf. The Grey Wolf possessed only 3 types of bullets: brass, silver, and gold, each exponentially more potent than the last, further enhanced by his abilities. The oppressive force they wielded was devastatingly destructive. Who could possibly escape? Steeling himself, Wolf rose, ready to ascend the mountain of sheep once more to continue the fight. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted around, with voices rising in a tumultuous discussion. Moments later, a wave of panic swept through the crowd. Wolf cast a curious glance towards the unexpected direction of the commotion, only to behold a colossal wave surging from the distance. It was there, at the edge of the verdant pasture by the sea, that this monstrous tide was brewing, evoking a sense of incredulity. Stunned into momentary immobility, Beckham Wolf quickly regained his composure. To Sheep City, it is the highest ground. With that, he surged towards the main city of Sheep City, followed closely by a throng of wolf soldiers, each prepared to face death with unwavering resolve. Lazy Sheep knelt on the ground, riddled with bullets, his body numb from the onslaught. Never had he experienced such a devastating force. It felt as though it might obliterate him. Struggling to rise, he attempted to continue the fight, but his body, battered and weary, protested painfully. As he managed to stand, he crumpled back down, collapsing to the ground, and succumbed to unconsciousness, plummeting from Sheep City. Below, a multitude watched anxiously for Lazy Sheep's safety, unable to believe he had fallen. The extraordinary man who had single-handedly vanquished 80 wolf lords now found himself in free fall. Amidst the clamor, voices raised in concern reverberated through the air. Yet, Slim Sheep chuckled. Once, I witnessed the prowess of Brother Lazy from the stands at a sports meet. All we need to do is catch him. Those nearby were perplexed by Slim Sheep's words, but when they looked up, the sight before them was one that would etch itself into their memories forever. Lazy Sheep, bearing his divine bow, descended like a leaf drifting gracefully through the air, his body light and gently falling. This moment brought a fleeting warmth amidst the clamor of battle. Within Sheep City, the air grew thick with humidity. Soon, dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, unleashing a torrential downpour. In the chaos of the skirmish, the rain washed over everyone. Some noticed in the distance a vast expanse of seawater surging relentlessly forward. A few young lambs were so terrified that they seemed to lose their very souls. And even the team captains were left dumbfounded. This overwhelming wave could very well be the fabled tide of fury approaching. The great wave is upon us. Brother Lazy. Slim Sheep caught Lazy Sheep, who was now completely drenched. He slept soundly, merely shaking his head as the rain pelted his face like a gentle caress. Under the deluge, the entire sheep army constructed a makeshift transport route above their heads to carry Lazy Sheep to safety. Slim Sheep drew forth 2 curved daggers, directing the remaining soldiers. Ascend to the heights, to the main city. Amidst the roar of the rain, his voice was momentarily drowned out, yet many soldiers heard his command. Passing it along from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. A multitude of individuals began to surge towards the main city. Among them were the graceful Mei Yang Yang and the swift Kuai Yang Yang. Their guards hastily carried the languid Lan Yang Yang, scaling the towering walls constructed of azure bricks. The battle raged on, yet amidst the torrential downpour, every soul felt overwhelmed and powerless. In the colossal Sheep City, the notorious Bacon Wolf encountered the slender Yang Yang. With a cold chuckle, he remarked, "What a narrow road for enemies. Allow me to eliminate you." Captains of the Foreign Brigade. Bacon Wolf lamented his failure to slay Shi Yang Yang, who was currently embroiled in combat below. Tirelessly, he fought on. But the rising waters had already submerged him to the knees. Perhaps I can ensnare them all, he mused, brandishing his pear blossom axe, poised to engage in battle. He muttered, "Behind me stands the Wolf King, Grey Wolf, who will inevitably come to our aid. You have no vessels. You shall perish here." The slender Yang Yang gritted his teeth, readying his 2 curved blades. With a mocking glint in his eyes, Bacon Wolf sprinted forth, intending to strike down the slender Yang Yang. Suddenly, amidst the tempest, 2 long swords descended upon Sheep City, obstructing Bacon Wolf's advance. Chapter 25. Heads may fall. Blood may flow. The swords bore remnants of menacing blood, halting Bacon Wolf in his tracks. Turning around, he beheld 8 massive ships racing towards them. At the helm stood Wen Yang Yang, the commander of the urban warfare. Behind him was his 5th Brigade, each member exuding an aura of lethal intent. A wave of relief washed over the slender Yang Yang, who swiftly called out to Wen Yang Yang. The latter responded loudly, "Every brigade leader, take command of a ship and board your vessel." As he spoke, Wen Yang Yang leapt onto a ship, landing upon the main city. The towering ships matched the height of the city itself, igniting overwhelming excitement among the sheepfolk. Each brigade leader quickly ascended the warships, one by one. Kuai Yang Yang assisted Lan Yang Yang aboard one of the vessels before retreating to his own ship, unable to continue fighting outside. Shi Yang Yang found his strength rendered useless in the water. He hastily entered the city, and, upon seeing the 8 warships, felt a surge of gratitude towards the village chief. He had heard of significant projects within Sheep City, yet he never expected such swift progress. With a bound, he leapt onto one of the warships, just in time to witness the confrontation between Wen Yang Yang and Bacon Wolf above the main city. Both drew their swords, creating a palpable tension in the air. Bacon Wolf had already decimated a throng of reckless sheep, and now he clashed with Yang. Though Yang was among the elite of the green pastures, he was merely at level 15, and the disparity in power between them was stark. Bacon Wolf, with his fur bristling, laughed boisterously at the 8 warships, exclaiming, "These foolish sheep delight me immensely," delivering sheep straight into the wolf's jaws. "Very well. I shall no longer seek to deceive you." In the distance, the great waves crash forward, inciting a growing excitement within the heart of the Wolf of Beckham. With a bold stance, he faces the multitude of sheep soldiers before him. At this moment, the valiant Sheep Wong strides forth, brandishing his sword, and defiantly confronts Beckham. "Your adversary is I. I shall make you aware of the consequences of defying the Sheep clan." Initially, the Wolf of Beckham believed victory was assured. After all, this Sheep Wong was one he had personally turned against, sent to eliminate slow sheep. Now, commanding this fleet of warships, he was essentially walking into his own trap. Capturing this fleet would mean subjugating the entire Sheep clan. Yet, Sheep Wong landed firmly and engaged him head-on, relentlessly pursuing him without yielding an inch. The Wolf of Beckham's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you truly serious?" He could not comprehend why Sheep Wong had chosen to fight with such lethal intent. Sheep Wong swung his swift blade, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Since time immemorial, wolves and sheep have been irreconcilable. Do you truly believe your bribes could incite any sheep to rebellion?" This statement struck the Wolf of Beckham like a hammer to the head, leaving him feeling a chill in his neck. Nevertheless, he proclaimed with pride, "Thank you for leading these vessels here. They shall serve as your breeding grounds, ensuring our wolf clan's food supply is secure." The wolf's proclamation left the captains aboard the ships momentarily stunned. Had Sheep Wong truly betrayed them? A multitude of naive lambs began to murmur amongst themselves. "What is happening? Are we being deceived? Why hasn't the village chief arrived? Is this a scheme of the wolf clan?" A large crowd buzzed with speculation. However, Sheep Wong offered no explanation. With both blades gleaming in the torrential rain, he aimed directly at the Wolf of Beckham. "Prepare to pay with your life," he declared, as his long sword emanated an imposing chill, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure as it swiftly lunged forward. The Wolf of Beckham unleashed a torrent of lightning, leaving Sheep Wong with no avenue for escape. After only a few exchanges, Sheep Wong found himself kneeling on the ground, his body numb, unable to withstand the suffocating pressure exerted by the wolf. Even with the wolf's fabrications, the captains remained unconvinced. From a distance, Happy Sheep called out loudly, "Sheep Wong, return. Do not be reckless. There will still be mountains to climb." However, Happy Sheep was too far away to leap to his aid, and his words bore little effect. Sheep Wong continued to swing his sword in fierce combat, releasing a resounding cry. "There are no vessels left to carry my future. I pledge my loyalty to Sheep City." As he spoke, his long sword grew even more ferocious. Countless flashes of blade light rained down in rapid succession. Yet, such an onslaught posed no threat to the Wolf of Beckham. "If that is your wish, then I shall grant it," he declared as he wielded a pear blossom axe, gathering the forces of wind and thunder amidst the downpour. It came crashing down upon Sheep Wong's 2 swords. In an instant, the swords shattered into countless fragments, leaving only debris on the ground. The massive axe struck Sheep Wong squarely in the chest. A surge of blood erupted from his mouth in an instant. Several captains of the squad busied themselves rescuing the fallen warriors, only to witness Yang collapsing in the distance. Overcome with sorrow, they could not help but unleash a torrent of curses upon Bacon Wolf. Meanwhile, atop the city, Bacon Wolf continued to laugh heartily, planting his foot upon Yang's lifeless body, proclaiming, "You inferior beings are destined to be devoured. Prepare to meet my blade, you worthless trash." Ha ha! A war axe was raised high, displaying a commanding presence before several warships. Unexpectedly, a powerful shockwave swept through the main city, battering the walls with relentless firepower. Having learned from previous encounters, Bacon Wolf nimbly leapt aside, evading the onslaught. However, his subordinates were not as fortunate. They were struck by the tremendous force, plummeting into the abyss below. The cacophony of their falls echoed as they teetered on the brink of destruction. Bacon Wolf surveyed the scene, and on one of the warships, a figure radiated an ethereal glow, wielding a longbow from which steam billowed. The immense friction caused explosions to erupt around him. It was Yang. Bacon Wolf's eyes widened in alarm as he bellowed, "Isn't this fellow supposed to be dead? Why is he alive now?" With crimson eyes ablaze, Yang raised his bow and shouted at Bacon Wolf, "Listen well. I may lose my head and bleed, but my sheep clan shall never be humiliated." Witnessing Yang's noble sacrifice and the subsequent desecration of his body was intolerable. At the sight before him, Baiken Wolf revealed his teeth in a mocking grin. Don't overestimate yourself. What can you possibly do to me? He began to taunt, gyrating provocatively atop the city walls, while below, countless lives were extinguished before Sheep City. Nearly 300,000 wolf soldiers faced annihilation. I want you dead. Lin Yanjiang gritted his teeth, declaring this with fervor. He leapt from the ship's bow, vaulting over the city wall. Although Baiken Wolf's grip tightened around his weapon, he charged forward with reckless abandon. Lin Yanjiang, already weakened, unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows, indifferent to their accuracy, solely intent on bringing down Baiken Wolf. Countless fiery projectiles whizzed past him, carving numerous wounds into Baiken Wolf's arms and body, leaving him battered and bloodied. As Baiken Wolf struggled to defend himself, Lin Yanjiang darted past him. Ducking beneath his chin, an arrow was poised at Baiken Wolf's jaw, and in an instant, it pierced his skull. Moments later, his head exploded in a gruesome display. Lin Yanjiang was splattered with blood, collapsing silently to the ground, unable to rise. The sheep rallied swiftly to his aid, with a significant number of their warriors being rescued in the ensuing chaos. There were many, having battled fiercely with the wolf clan, sustaining grievous injuries, and even taking their own lives in the river. Lazy Goat was also assisted by members of his own team, brought into a room where excellent physicians were urgently required to perform surgery. Amidst the flurry of activity, a colossal wave had already surged forth. Chapter 26. Escaping from peril, the mighty wave roared through the air, inundating the alleys and buildings of Goat City in an instant. Several warships were propelled into the air, swept away by the towering torrents. Now, they found themselves stuck before the main city of Goat City, unable to move. Slow Goat's strength gradually returned as he stood atop the flagship, directing the warriors around him. One flagship was maneuvered by Slow Goat himself, while the other 7 vessels were commanded by the 7 captains. Lazy Goat lay unconscious, attended by her devoted aide, Greedy Goat. As the Goat clan's doctors endeavored to save lives, Greedy Goat had already begun organizing the various situations amidst the downpour. The Goat clan was suffering immense casualties. On the warships, advanced communication devices were in operation. Slow Goat, with a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, surveyed the 7 large screens, his expression icy. From the lookout window, the distant, towering waves crashed relentlessly. The high-tech steward continuously alerted. Tsunami countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. This countdown echoed across every ship. Slow Goat issued commands for everyone to return to the cabins as a palpable sense of dread hung in the air. In the torrential rain, all words seemed futile. Countless individuals scrambled to board the ships. Those weaker and slower could not make it in time. 3, 2, 1. The wave arrived. Those on the deck rushed to enter the vessels. The ships appeared desolate, while in the water and on the ground, countless cries of despair filled the air. Tribe leader, shall we still save them? Thin Goat took a deep breath, his heart quivering. Originally, there were 200,000 goat warriors, but after suffering heavy losses in the battle against the Wolf clan, now only a few thousand could be rescued from each ship. The once ironclad goat army had been decimated. Slow Goat could only shake his head helplessly, letting out a soft sigh. Happy Goat gripped his blood-stained sword tightly. Lost in thought, on another ship, Beautiful Goat took out a compass to divine their fate, sneering as she spoke. There's nothing to be done. They are simply doomed. Beautiful Goat shook her head in resignation. A dark cloud loomed in the air. The waves surged violently, rising over 20 meters, crashing horizontally onto the 8 warships. Each vessel endured a violent impact, capsizing almost instantly, and collided with the main city of Goat City, causing the entire city to crack instantaneously. Countless beings on the ground were swept away by the waves in an instant. The ships drifted several hundred meters away. Slow Sheep bellowed, "Control the speed, initiate the turn, and navigate along the moat towards the sea." At his command, everyone shouted in unison, yes. Each warrior took on their designated role, drenched in sweat. On the waves, the chief helmsman skillfully maneuvered the ship's apparatus, ensuring that the fleet maintained a steady course. As the mighty waves crashed against them, they submerged momentarily. After 2 or 3 minutes beneath the surface, they finally emerged. All marveled at the formidable strength of their vessel, which remained impervious to leaks. With its remarkable buoyancy, the entire ship surfaced triumphantly. Turn, turn, Slow Sheep commanded, his voice rising above the tumult. Should they drift with the waves, they would collide with the snow-capped peaks at the end of ghostly Shadow Forest, shattering the fleet to pieces. Everyone braced themselves as they finally adjusted the ship's heading. The speed gradually diminished. Stop! Stop! They collectively cried, and in an instant, they sprang to attention. The ship came to a halt upon the sea. The next step was to accelerate towards the end of the moat. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Amidst this, a familiar voice echoed from the screen aboard Greedy Sheep's vessel. Boiling Sheep, does anyone know where he is? It was Lazy Sheep, stepping forth from the screen to stand before them. His body was enveloped in white bandages, with blood seeping through. The inquiry from Lazy Sheep startled everyone. Indeed, where was Boiling Sheep? Perhaps he had already perished in the depths of the sea. The colossal waves had shattered the entire sheep city, leaving no survivors. Boiling Sheep. Countless voices rose in a lament, tears streaming down their faces. Yet, amidst the impending turmoil, many more would fall. Boiling Sheep was just one among the multitude. Insignificant in the grand scheme. Beautiful Sheep, could you calculate what has become of Boiling Sheep? Quick Sheep inquired of the composed, Beautiful Sheep. She pouted and responded, if he is dead, we shall never see him again. If he lives, surely we shall meet again one day. The others remained silent, their faces etched with the weight of experience. Leaning against his seat, Lazy Sheep gazed into the distance, lost in thought. The position of the second-in-command remained vacant, and it was uncertain who could fill such a role. Slow Sheep, having faced countless life-and-death situations, understood that some matters must inevitably come to pass. Standing in the central control room, he addressed the assembly regarding the succession of the squad leaders. Among the current deputies, only Greedy Sheep, under Lazy Sheep's command, possessed the requisite strength. The others were deemed less suitable. No one dared to contest Slow Sheep's words, which had been the result of extensive deliberation, earning the respect of all present. Several ships continued to drift with the waves, while the green pasture endured this cataclysm. At the bow of the vessel Prosperity 1, Lord Bagua had long since found peace within himself. Initially compelled by the slow-moving sheep, he had constructed 2 colossal ships, which, in an instant, rescued tens of thousands. Prosperity 1 was under the jurisdiction of Lord Bagua and Tai Gu, accommodating 1,000 souls on each vessel. Prosperity 2, governed by the 3 great generals of the prairie, held an even greater multitude, housing 30,000 individuals. In a desperate bid for survival, countless hidden masters from the grasslands strained to board the ship, resulting in severe overloading of Prosperity 2. Nevertheless, the prairie did not abandon these individuals, who, by their own strength, ascended aboard. Even in overcapacity, this group of formidable warriors drifted on the vessel for several days. In Wolf Fortress, 20 warships, after days of labor by the Wolf Army, were finally completed. However, these 20 ships could only accommodate 200,000 soldiers, leaving the remainder to be dispatched to the northern frontier, where they awaited the arrival of the Wolf Emperor atop the world's roof. Grey Wolf predicted that no matter how high the waves rose, they would not elevate the sea level by thousands of meters. Thus, the next destination for the assembled multitude was the distant Tian Shan Mountains of the northern frontier. Just as they prepared to embark, a messenger from Beckham Wolf arrived, kneeling before Grey Wolf to report in hushed tones. Wolf Emperor. Beckham Wolf has successfully incited the captain of the sheep squad at the front lines and is now poised to capture the entire flock. The envoy was filled with excitement. Yet Grey Wolf merely responded with a cold chuckle, remaining seated upon his throne. The entire interior of Wolf Fortress had been meticulously replicated within the Wolf clan's warships. Shall we dispatch our troops for support? The envoy inquired softly. However, Grey Wolf sneered, inciting a squad leader? Is this a jest? Do you truly believe the Sheep clan's rigorous structure could be easily swayed? Even if one were to be turned, it would not endure. The envoy realized that a military deployment was unwise. Yet, Grey Wolf coldly declared, in that case, we shall send our forces to seize opportunities. With that, he directed numerous sea vessels to prepare for departure. The 7 great wolves were assigned to follow the path of thousand sheep slaughter, venturing into other grasslands to hunt down more of the Sheep clan. Presently, only Sorcerer Wolf and White-Eyed Wolf remained to guard Grey Wolf. As the ships were about to set sail towards Sheep City, a monstrous wave surged forth. In an instant, it engulfed the uncovered vessels of the Wolf clan, crashing them into the sea. Chapter 27. A journey across the ocean within the main ship of the Sheep clan. The occupants had drifted at sea for 3 days, all profoundly shaken by the tempestuous waves that they had encountered. Apart from a few squad leaders and the prominent figure Slow Sheep, no one had ever left the green pastures before. Slow Sheep reopened the 7 screens of the Sheep clan to convene a meeting, with everyone gathered before the screens. Outside the ship, the cold waves continued to batter against the hull. Few dared to wander freely, thus they remained quietly aboard the vessel. The Slow Sheep, leaning on his cane, sat before the screen and earnestly addressed the assembly. Our ship possesses ample space, does it not? He vividly recalled that not everyone had been aboard when the tumultuous waves began to crash. Each vessel he had constructed could accommodate over 10,000 souls, yet at present, each held only a few thousand. Indeed, my ship can still harbor 5,000 more, at the very least, chimed the happy sheep from the screen. The others sequentially echoed their numbers. The wolf tribe has slain my kin and extinguished my brethren. This vengeance must be exacted. Upon hearing the declarations, the slow sheep summarized, and all present nodded solemnly. Had it not been for the sudden assault by the wolf tribe, the entirety of Sheep City would not have been reduced to this mere remnant. The wolf tribe's might is formidable. The thin sheep offered a dispassionate analysis, recalling his role as one of the first to charge forth at the city gates, engaging numerous wolf soldiers. He sensed that even an ordinary adversary wielded tremendous strength. They are indeed powerful, yet we too can grow stronger, akin to lazy brother and happy brother, responded the quick sheep. The thin sheep's countenance shifted between pale and flushed, as he nodded lightly. However, he pondered, how could one grow stronger aboard these vessels, where sunlight scarcely penetrated? Was this not a fool's dream? His sweeping gaze of the ship was met with a knowing look from the slow sheep. He cleared his throat and spoke deliberately. It is precisely for this reason that I shall issue a chief's decree. At this proclamation, all present held their breath, awaiting with bated anticipation. Within 1 year, each of you shall journey to the 7 great prairies, uniting all the grasslands. The great sheep tribe must stand united as one. A spark ignited in the slow sheep's eyes. To vanquish the wolf tribe, one must deliberate long and hard. Perhaps it would take a year, or even a decade. To diligently prepare, we must engage in a relentless struggle against the wolf tribe. This is a war for all. A fervent flame surged within the hearts of the assembly. In the Tian Shan Mountains, the master Xiantian deceived the old sheep into bringing his disciples over the peaks, venturing beyond to seek the divine wood forest, constructing a colossal vessel to withstand the impending fury. Amidst the snow, they discovered peculiar footprints. Within the Tian Shan, the old sheep encountered devastating injuries from a rare species, collapsing, bloodied, upon the snowy ground, until he was found 3 days later by the running sheep, who entrusted him with his final arrangements. The Tian Shan was scarce in wood, leaving behind a vessel capable of carrying over 100 souls, which was given to the running sheep. The old sheep ascended the Tian Shan once more, determined to confront the enigmatic species in a decisive battle. In the western desert, the knife sheep faced the Great Rift, where the world's foremost swordsman, the old knife sheep, accepted the challenge of the 1,000 sheep slash, engaging in a fierce contest above the chasm for 3 days and nights. After thousands of exchanges, no victor emerged. The old knife sheep, wielding his renowned blade at dawn, cleaved the heavens and the earth. Ultimately, succumbing to age and exhaustion, he fell into the abyss of the Great Rift. Rescued midway by the little knife goat, they journeyed to a clandestine shipyard. The elder knife goat, gravely injured, confided his last wishes to the little knife goat, bequeathing the treasured sword to the big knife goat. The eyes of the little knife goat turned crimson. In the southern grasslands, among the antelope royalty, upon the passing of the pastoral chief of the isolated grassland tribe, the antelope prince proclaimed an alliance with the sheep clan. They pledged to one day indulge in a grand feast with the esteemed leaders of the sheep clan. The antelope prince vowed before his kin, henceforth, the affairs of the sheep clan shall be the concern of the antelope clan. Should the sheep clan face adversity, the antelope clan shall surely come to their aid. During the shipbuilding, the two clans convened on a small island in the sea. Revelry lasted for 3 days and nights, with each participant inebriated. Happy Goat and the Antelope Prince became sworn brothers, while Beautiful Goat and the Antelope Princess formed a sisterly bond, further intertwining their clans. Upon hearing of the war between the Sheep Clan and the Wolf Clan, the Antelope Prince swiftly launched the flagship at sea, with 300 vessels setting sail for the verdant pastures. Leading his warriors, the Antelope Prince resolutely offered his support. In the Panyang grasslands, the Panyang family constructed the largest vessels, towering at over 30 meters, known as the Queen 1, 2, and 3. Each ship carried 50,000 valiant warriors from the Panyang clan, revered as the Spartans among sheep. However, all 3 ships bore the name of the empress. Upon the death of the old emperor of the Panyang family, his sole request was that his successor be his own offspring. A thorough examination of the family lineage revealed that all 8 of the old emperor's children had perished on the battlefield, leaving only a daughter, born of a sheep girl on the verdant pastures, who was named Warm Goat. The people honored Warm Goat as their empress and amassed an army to seek her ascension to the throne. In the Black Sheep grasslands, the assassin family of black mountain goats, accustomed to drifting like clouds, remained unperturbed as the tempest approached. The Patriarch, Old Black Goat, proclaimed that survival belongs to the fittest. Only those who could evade the impending catastrophe were regarded as true talents. Many black mountain goats poised themselves for action. However, the coming tempest was a cataclysmic wave capable of annihilating entire species. The entire black sheep grassland was submerged beneath the sea, claiming those unprepared to the depths. Among them was a man named Black Goat, who, having perused countless texts, was acutely aware of the imminent dangers. When the colossal wave surged, he sought refuge within a wooden barrel in his home. Adrift with the tides, he lost track of time. The legendary door, a tunnel leading to the future, had once been traversed by the mechanical sheep. Now, sensing the impending deluge, the door seemed to anticipate the chaos and abruptly closed. The massive waves engulfed the entire valley. Across all grasslands, each individual labored for their very survival. Upon the orders of their chieftain, the clan of sheep dispatched each brigade leader to various grasslands. Xianjiang ventured into the perilous territory of the Black Goat clan, tasked with rescuing those hapless souls. Lanyanjiang journeyed to the western regions, while Xiao Daoyang, a sworn brother, was now under his charge for salvation. Mianjiang led the troops to greet the Antelope clan. Shiyanjiang set off for Tianshan, seeking the new head of the Tibetan Antelope clan. Benyanjiang, Chanyanjiang headed towards the Ram clan, as the responsibilities of liaison had once fallen to Nuanyanjiang, whose whereabouts were unknown, thus making Chanyanjiang personally accountable. The former 5th Brigade was now under the command of another, a figure known as Xianjiang. No objections were raised. This appointment was made at the behest of Lanyanjiang, and all others held this young man in high regard. It was said that he was Lanyanjiang's illegitimate son, of considerable lineage, a child born of Lanyanjiang and Huayanjiang from a bygone era. Meanwhile, Lanyanjiang set forth to seek his brother, Xiao Daoyang, who was no longer the Xiao Daoyang of yore. Chapter 28. A world-altering battle in the Valley of Daoyang. A handful of Daoyang warriors patrolled atop the cliffs. Below, a shipbuilding operation was underway, with 2 colossal Daoyang ships steadily taking shape. Xiao Daoyang and the trio of swordsmen from the western regions oversaw the construction, which was expected to be completed shortly. Old Daoyang directed his younger comrades, admitting his lack of expertise in shipbuilding, having spent years honing his skills with the sword, achieving unparalleled mastery that left him standing at the pinnacle of the world, vanquishing countless foes with an invincible demeanor. Old Daoyang stroked his beard, smiling as he imparted his techniques to his disciples, emphasizing that one should not treat combat as mere public dueling. To attain victory, one must be prepared to pay any price. He instructed the young Xiao Daoyang, who, regardless of his own busyness, always followed his master whenever he wished to step out, eager to absorb the ultimate truths of swordsmanship. However, old Daoyang's teachings often left much unsaid, as he was not inclined to reveal everything to Xiao Daoyang. Before Lanyanjiang, he remarked that Xiao Daoyang was intelligent and prone to restraint, a cunning nature that was detrimental to sword practice. This was old Daoyang's candid opinion. Yet, Lanyanjiang disagreed, reflecting that if avoidance was impossible, it was better to let things unfold naturally. Lanyanjiang's words left old Daoyang with no grounds for agreement. My successor shall be chosen by me alone. What I disapprove of, I shall not allow. Old Daoyang grit his teeth, his expression as cold as ice. This rendered Lanyanjiang speechless, compelled to acquiesce to his old friend's sentiments. Nevertheless, Xiao Daoyang remained closely by old Daoyang's side. For old Daoyang would not strike those who bore a smile, no matter the circumstances. The heart of self-education is indeed ample. Thus, I often impart a few techniques during our daily discussions. On this occasion, the group strolled along the precipice, preparing for the impending tempest that would soon engulf them. Old Blade Sheep, in high spirits today, recounted to the young Blade Sheep. Over 20 years ago, I had a brother with whom I would spar. He hailed from a prosperous family, owning a martial arts school that attracted many eager learners. Each time, they would fall before him, myself included. The young Blade Sheep clapped enthusiastically, nodding in approval, and remarked, to have bested a master, he must be an extraordinary individual now. The young one was accustomed to flattering others. However, old Blade Sheep shook his head in resignation. In his family's public arena, he has never known defeat. Yet, in our private, unregulated sparring sessions, he invariably suffered crushing defeats. I told him why he always emerged victorious. It was because everyone revered his family's reputation and held back their true strength. But he would not believe it, choosing instead to wander the world with his sword alone. With a knowing glance, old Blade Sheep inquired, "Can you guess what transpired thereafter?" The young one, puzzled, replied, "Did he become an unparalleled master?" A swift clap echoed as old Blade Sheep playfully struck his head. With a sardonic smile, he declared, within 3 days, he was dredged from a cesspool, lifeless. Reflecting on this, old Blade Sheep shook his head once more, chuckling coldly. You truly are foolish. My hints were glaringly evident, yet you guessed in the opposite direction. He regarded his disciple with a mix of exasperation and amusement, well aware of the young one's feigned ignorance. Lighting a pipe, he was interrupted by a distant voice. Oh, the legendary sword god resorts to underhanded tactics to teach his disciple? A voice, laced with disdain, echoed from afar, tinged with mockery. Nevertheless, Old Blade Sheep did not turn to face the speaker, instead sensing the formidable aura approaching from behind. Might I inquire the name of the esteemed master? Old Blade Sheep, radiating pride and righteousness, did not mince words. He turned to confront the helmeted figure before him. The latter, gripping the treasured sword still sheathed at his side, sneered. In a realm of 300,000 sword gods, even they must bow low before me. I am the wolf commander, Thousand Sheep Slaughter. A wave of malevolence sliced through the air, and several individuals near Old Blade Sheep were sent flying several meters, unable to rise again. Only the young Blade Sheep remained, unscathed by the force. Thousand Sheep Slaughter smirked. Aside from the venerable Old Blade God, it seems there is one rather resilient lad among you. He regarded the young Blade Sheep with a mocking grin. In an instant, the young one rolled his eyes dramatically and feigned being struck, collapsing limply several meters away. Upon witnessing the scene, Qianyangzhan could not help but laugh heartily. What do you intend to do? Old Knife Sheep positioned himself protectively beside his numerous disciples, wearing a mocking smile. I remember you. Once, you had 3 brothers, all of whom fell on the grassy plains several years ago. Now, the Qianyang family has but you remaining. Among the 4 brothers of Qianyangzhan, he was the weakest. The others had been vanquished and slain by the formidable Old Knife Sheep and Slow Sheep during their prime. Reflecting on this, Qianyangzhan sneered. Do not speak of the past. They are who they are, and I am who I am. Today, I shall defeat you. He bore an arrogant demeanor. Yet Old Knife Sheep widened his eyes in disbelief, questioning, have you been drinking too much? This young man is no longer so young, is he? Over 20 years ago, he was merely a fresh face. Now, he remains just as brash. Old Knife Sheep shook his head in resignation, mocking Qianyangzhan. This taunt only served to provoke Qianyangzhan further. Old Sheep, behold, this time next year will be your day of reckoning. With that, he drew a divine blade, known as Tong Sha, from his hand. The aura of the weapon was chilling, rapidly bearing down upon Old Knife Sheep. A smirk appeared on Old Knife Sheep's lips as his treasured blade, Dawn, was swiftly unsheathed. The massive sword emitted a brilliant light, piercing directly into Qianyangzhan's eyes. The latter engaged in fierce combat, their blades clashing. Old Knife Sheep could not suppress a cold laugh. This young man possesses remarkable tenacity. The battle raged on, with neither side yielding. The great chasm above bore the scars of their conflict, smoke billowing and explosions echoing relentlessly. This earth-shattering battle continued unabated for 3 whole days and nights. Old Knife Sheep chuckled. Did you not proclaim that the day before yesterday would be my final day? Your predictions seem rather off. The forceful blade techniques relentlessly struck Qianyangzhan, who, undeterred, continued to withstand the onslaught. Old Sheep, mark my words. I will one day hang your head at the bow of our ship as an offering to the heavens. A flicker of determination shone in Qianyangzhan's eyes, refusing to be extinguished. The 2 warriors persisted in their fierce struggle until the clock struck midnight. Old Knife Sheep, acutely aware of his waning stamina, realized that even with the Dawn Blade, he could not sustain the assault. Before long, he plummeted over the edge of the cliff. Below, the depths held unknown perils. Qianyangzhan sneered. The ignorant old sheep has met his end, has he? I was hoping for a taste of mutton. His sights then turned toward the surviving Little Knife Sheep, who comprehended the intentions of the man before him. Without hesitation, he raced toward the cliff's edge, declaring, Master, I am coming to save you. And with that, he leaped into the abyss. Chapter 29. The last will falls to the world in a deep valley. The Old Knife Sheep lay battered and bloodied, leaning against a damp wall surrounded by moss and creeping creatures. A surge of blood threatened to erupt from his mouth, but he managed to suppress it with labored breaths. A great swordsman must never present himself in a state of disarray. Yet, the Old Knife Sheep could no longer endure. He spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, his grip firm upon his long knife. He had tumbled upon the jagged stones, nearly shattering himself in the process. Gritting his teeth, he had crawled this far, though the shipyard at the valley's edge still felt a considerable distance away. Before long, a voice carried upon the wind echoed from the sky. Moments later, the stones erupted, scattering several meters away. The Old Knife Sheep struggled to open his eyes. Incredulity etched across his face. Ah, it is indeed you, my young one. The young Knife Sheep rose from the rubble, brushing the dust from his body. A smile illuminating his face. Master, Are you all right? Let me carry you out. He dashed over, ready to hoist the old knife sheep upon his back. His eyes glimmered with an innocent darkness. The old knife sheep shook his head, clouds of doubt shadowing his features. Just be yourself. There is no need to conceal so deeply. Determined to break his silence, he resolved to unmask the young knife sheep. Yet the latter feigned innocence. I haven't done anything, master. The young knife sheep beamed, unchanged in his demeanor. After enduring in silence for so many years, could he truly be swayed by a mere utterance? Little did he know, the old sheep was exceptionally formidable. Was he attempting to deceive him? Perhaps maintaining the status quo was best. Observing the young knife sheep's indifferent countenance, the old knife sheep could not help but shake his head. I truly am at my limit. He coughed violently, blood erupting from his mouth. Weakness enveloped him, prompting the young knife sheep to rush to his side, offering support with a look of compassion and, as was customary, patting his back. With resignation, the old knife sheep sighed, speaking simply, "Very well. Regardless of your actions, I am left with only you by my side. Find some paper and write my last will." The mention of the last will caused a flicker of hesitation in the young knife sheep's steadfast gaze. He quickly lowered his head, inquiring, "Master, has it truly come to such dire straits?" While he continued to support the old knife sheep from behind, a hint of amusement danced across his features. After an arduous wait, had he finally endured to this moment? The young knife sheep felt fortunate to have accompanied the old knife sheep on his patrol, and even more so for his brave leap off the cliff, which led to the successful discovery of his master. He would have the honor of receiving his final testament. The old knife sheep coughed incessantly, lost in contemplation. There is no time left. I am too old. This latest assault has rendered me powerless. After 3 consecutive days and nights of fierce battle, even a man in the prime of his life would find it unbearable. How much more so for the aged and weary blade god? He did not succumb to the 1,000 sheep cut, but rather to the inexorable passage of time. This was something the young knife sheep understood all too well. Yet, he could not conceal the joy swelling within his heart. For he was on the verge of inheriting the old blade sheep's legacy, the divine blade, and the authority that accompanied it. He withdrew a silken cloth from his pocket and procured a pen, items he always kept close at hand. In the presence of the muddled old blade sheep, it was essential to be prepared for every detail. The old blade sheep, however, pouted, feeling a sense of melancholy. I say, right. The young knife sheep nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a woodpecker tapping on a tree. He began to address his numerous disciples, droning on with a plethora of unnecessary words while he remained patient, carefully listening to every utterance, fearful of missing something vital. Finally, the old blade sheep got to the crux. The rights that belong to me shall be passed on to the great knife sheep. This declaration left the young knife sheep in a state of disarray. He pondered whether he had misheard. Yet, the old blade sheep promptly urged, right. It shall be inherited by the great knife sheep. The young knife sheep blinked in disbelief. On the document before him, it read, "The rights that belong to me shall be passed on to the young knife sheep." Unbeknownst to the old blade sheep of the young knife sheep's intentions, he continued, "The great knife sheep is currently serving in the heavenly prison. This is a trial every valiant warrior must endure. Therefore, it is not possible to entrust the dawn to him at present. You shall govern it for now." The old blade sheep sighed in resignation. He was reluctant for the young knife sheep to wield this blade, but now he had no one else beside him. "Can you wield it?" he queried, drawing the divine blade dawn with a swift motion. The cold glint of the blade sent a powerful tremor through the air, creating an oppressive atmosphere around them. In that moment, the old blade sheep realized something significant. The young knife sheep had fallen from a cliff yet remained unscathed, while he himself had sustained severe injuries. The difference was not merely a matter of youth. It seemed there was another reason at play. The old blade sheep was loath to acknowledge it. Only those of extraordinary strength could ride the winds. And the young knife sheep, before the old blade sheep could fully grasp the situation, the long blade was seized by the young knife sheep. This particular sword exerted an immense force, one that most could not hope to grasp. Yet, the young knife sheep wielded it with ease. He brandished the treasured blade dawn, and a gust of wind followed his movements. With a single stroke, he cleaved a massive boulder in the valley, causing it to shatter instantaneously, a large fragment crashing to the ground. The earth trembled under the impact. The old blade sheep gazed on, bewildered. This boy's skill with the sword was astonishing. Mastery like that could not be attained without decades of rigorous practice. Observing the young knife sheep's fervor, he thought little of it and bent to retrieve the paper scattered on the ground, which contained the text of his last will. After casting a sweeping glance, he nearly spewed forth a mouthful of blood. He pointed at the little knife sheep, his eyes fixed intently. "What do you mean by this?" The old knife sheep was taken aback and stood up, ready to argue with the little knife sheep. At that moment, the little knife sheep was also flustered. A lifetime of wisdom had led to a moment of folly. This piece of paper had not been tidied up by him, and it had been discovered by the old knife sheep. With the situation at such a critical point, the little knife sheep showed no mercy. Brandishing the treasured blade Dawn and sweeping it across, the blade struck forcefully against the old knife sheep's face, causing a severe pain to erupt in his chest. Blood gushed forth instantaneously, and he was hurled several meters away, crashing against the wall and losing consciousness. Upon approaching, the little knife sheep examined the wound on the old knife sheep's chest. This was the consequence of the Dawn strike. He couldn't help but shake his head and let out a cold laugh. Once a god of knives, now buried here, it is not without its irony. As he spoke, he struck the cliff with his blade, causing a multitude of massive stones to tumble down, encircling the old knife sheep. As a master and disciple, I shall not directly take your life. I shall grant you an intact corpse. With that, he held the divine blade Dawn in one hand and a secret decree in the other. He took to the wind and soared away into the distance. At the shipyard, numerous knife sheep were fervently engaged in construction. The 3 knife masters from the western regions stood proudly at the bow of the ship. We will soon finish. Our journey will commence, they exclaimed, laughter echoing among them. Just then, a gust of wind swept in, heralding the arrival of the little knife sheep. The crowd cheered. The little knife sheep has returned. Where's the master? Their curiosity piqued. Upon his return, the little knife sheep knelt on the ground, filled with grief and indignation, casting the decree high into the air while firmly clutching the treasured blade Dawn. Everyone stood in astonishment, jaws agape. Chapter 30. The fallen sheep of misfortune. The multitude of sheep from the western regions struggled to accept the demise of the old knife sheep. Each held different thoughts within their hearts. Who was the 1,000 sheep slayer that could bring down the old knife sheep? Why was there still time to write a decree? Why had the old knife sheep's body not been found? All of this was utterly inconceivable. The little knife sheep, feeling helpless, continued to explain to the crowd. The old knife sheep's death was beyond my control. To deal with these people, one must consider it from the old knife's perspective. After a moment of contemplation, the little knife sheep continued. My master was quite stubborn and did not wish for others to witness his disgrace. Hence he requested to be buried on the cliff, covered by countless boulders. Upon hearing this, many in the crowd suddenly understood and nodded in agreement with the little knife sheep's actions. The little knife sheep found it amusing. Indeed, the old knife sheep often handled matters in this manner. This crowd had not thought deeply about it at all. They were too easy to deceive. With tears streaming down his face, the young knife sheep addressed the crowd, declaring, "Esteemed friends, since old knife has appointed me as his successor, I shall not refuse the mantle. Our foremost duty as the entire Western Region Knife Sheep clan is to seek vengeance and eliminate the 1,000 sheep slayer." The young knife sheep delivered an impassioned speech, stirring the hearts of the entire Western Region Knife Sheep army. Just then, a mighty wave surged forth. The young knife sheep and the others rose with the tide, as 2 knife sheep vessels emerged from the depths of the valley, continuing their journey across the vast ocean. At the bow of one ship, the young knife sheep, holding the Dawn, sat resolutely. No one dared to approach him, and many harbored suspicions that he had a hand in the demise of old knife. Nevertheless, the 3 swordsmen of the Western region still showed him a measure of respect, often inquiring after his well-being during mealtimes. The young knife sheep sat at the ship's bow like a statue, appearing detached from the unfolding events. The crew, accustomed to his demeanor, busied themselves, contributing to the vessel's smooth passage. Suddenly, a shout broke the air as an observer grew agitated, exclaiming, "There is a ship ahead. A ship is approaching." The observer spoke not to the young knife sheep, but to another, the swift knife sheep, who was regarded with high esteem among the knife sheep. Gazing into the distance, the swift knife sheep replied with a sneer, "That direction leads to the Tian Shan Mountains. Perhaps the ship hails from there?" His words garnered widespread agreement. He had gathered a loyal following during their days on land, and now, with the young knife sheep's position precarious, many rallied behind the swift knife sheep. "We could lend a hand to those in need," he said, stroking his beard with earnestness. His sentiment resonated with many. "Indeed, we should offer assistance. After all, they are our kin." The multitude of sheepfolk echoed their support, admiring the swift knife sheep even more. Numerous individuals gathered at the ship's bow, gazing intently at the distressed vessel. They turned the ship's head towards the troubled craft. The swift knife sheep cast a sidelong glance at the statue-like young knife sheep, a cold smile forming within him. "You still wish to challenge me, young one?" The intentions of the young knife sheep were well known. Who could forget his ambition for Old Knife's position? Yet, beyond the public eye, many others also harbored similar designs, and the Swift Knife Sheep was among them. He raised his voice, proclaiming, "Life takes precedence over all. Our master taught us to extend a bit of love." His words quickly ignited a fervor, as more and more rallied to support the rescue of the distant ship. Even the helmsman aboard the vessel swiftly altered course, steering towards the horizon. At this moment, Little Knife Sheep shifted slightly. "Who among you can guarantee that the approaching vessel is not an enemy? Who among you can assure that this ship will not plunge you into peril?" Little Knife Sheep's words were met with disdain from those around, their expressions dripping with cold sarcasm. "Do not act haughty, believing that by flattering Old Knife in front of us and ascending to the position of leader of the Goat clan, you will earn our unwavering support? Such naive thoughts." The crowd scoffed, ultimately sidelining Little Knife Sheep and choosing to ignore him. Quick Knife Sheep remained silent, merely shrugging in resignation towards Little Knife Sheep before turning to lead the others towards the bow of the ship to prepare for a rescue. Little Knife Sheep said nothing further, leaning against the cool deck. He refrained from mingling with the group. The three knife heroes from the western region, seeing new allies join, also proceeded to the bow. They addressed Little Knife Sheep, saying, "Boss, you are our true leader in our hearts. But we also wish to perform some good deeds and accumulate virtue." Their sincerity was palpable. Little Knife Sheep smiled slightly. "That is perfectly fine. Go ahead. I will decide based on my mood." After speaking, he closed his eyes tightly. On the Knife Sheep ship, a ladder descended, perfectly bridging to the opposite vessel, which appeared to be half the size of the Knife Sheep ship. On that small boat, Running Sheep knelt on the deck. Those who had participated in the sports meet recognized this agile member of the Goat clan. Curiosity arose. Why was he kneeling? "Hey, Running Sheep. We cannot accept such a sudden display of reverence." Quick Knife Sheep feigned camaraderie with Running Sheep, making those nearby believe they were well acquainted. As he spoke, his gaze darted towards Little Knife Sheep, his heart darkening with malice. Does this young man still wish to challenge Quick Knife Sheep? Running Sheep knelt on the boat, his face pale, anxiety etched across his features. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Run!" With that single utterance, he leaped like a swift dragon, diving headfirst into the sea. The crew aboard the Knife Sheep ship had yet to react when a barrage of bullets erupted, raining down upon the small vessel. A multitude of Knife Sheep were struck in the abdomen, tumbling into the sea, lifeless on the deck. It was only then that Quick Knife Sheep realized a throng of men in black were concealed and firing from the shadows. There was no time to hesitate. He rolled several meters, sprang to his feet, and stood beside the flagpole, shouting, "Invaders, fire at will." As he spoke, a row of cannons suddenly emerged from the side of the Knife Sheep ship, primed and ready. In an instant, as the cannonballs were about to be unleashed, a shadow flickered in the air, dashing across the cannons. A meteor hammer shattered the artillery into debris. None of the 8 cannons remained intact. Quick Knife Sheep stood in stunned disbelief. Who possessed such formidable power to obliterate iron cannons with such ease? The Swift Knife Sheep hesitated momentarily, rooted to the spot, hesitant to advance. The other Knife Sheep lingered, awaiting the Swift Knife Sheep's decision. This group had long followed the elder Knife Sheep, skilled only in the art of following. Except for the young Knife Sheep, who excelled in learning, the rest sought merely to find a stronger protector. Each individual's gaze was fixed upon the Swift Knife Sheep, who, drenched in sweat, was acutely aware of an emerging situation. A colossal wolf clan warship surfaced beneath the waves, emanating a heat that rendered it akin to a mobile slaughterhouse. The destroyer of artillery soared upward with remarkable speed, landing upon the massive wolf vessel. Clad in military garb and wielding a meteor hammer, this figure's eyes sparkled like obsidian, muscles rippling beneath his attire, with a black cloak billowing behind him. Even after years of avoiding the wolf clan, the Swift Knife Sheep recognized this legendary werewolf, Night Wolf, one of the 7 malevolent wolves. Standing atop the ship, Night Wolf regarded the Knife Sheep vessel with an amused expression. Surrounding him were his formidable warriors, each one a fearsome presence, brandishing divine blades aimed at the numerous individuals aboard the Knife Sheep ship. Night Wolf could not suppress a sardonic laugh. The 1,000 Sheep slash was not mistaken. The elder Knife Sheep is truly dead. Otherwise, he would have emerged at the first sign of gunfire. With a cigar clenched between his teeth, Night Wolf continued to address his subordinates. With the elder Knife Sheep gone, these individuals before me are nothing but refuse. His laughter echoed, eliciting similar mirth from those around him. Casually seated at the bow of the ship, he shouted down to the congregation of goats, "Who among you now claims the title of leader? Come, let us engage. I wish to witness the prowess of your generation of Knife Sheep." At this moment, Night Wolf estimated the group to be a mere rabble. The absence of infighting following the Elder Knife Sheep's demise was already a stroke of fortune. However, unexpectedly, the Knife Sheep crowd erupted. A throng encircled the swift Knife Sheep, eagerly questioning, "Aren't you the one who could dispatch them with just a few strikes? Why the delay?" They continued, "Indeed, we chose you out of respect." The swift Knife Sheep, however, was drenched in cold sweat, yet he observed the seemingly nonchalant young Knife Sheep with a surge of heated determination, sneering inwardly. "What is this? I am surely superior to mere sycophants." With that, he unsheathed two finely forged steel swords, addressing Night Wolf. "If we are to engage in battle, let it be in a fair arena. I shan't board your ship, nor shall you step upon mine." Night Wolf responded with a dismissive chuckle. "There is no need for such formality. I am perfectly capable of boarding your vessel. You may approach one by one or all at once, it matters not to me." As a being of the 25th level, he possessed the authority to make such declarations. The quick-blade ram gritted its teeth, showing no signs of retreat. With a group of supporters by its side, it perhaps truly believed itself to be the chosen one, capable of vanquishing this adversary and becoming the hope of the entire Ram clan. The quick-blade ram deceived itself into believing that as a level 18 powerhouse, it could not possibly be bested by a mere wolf. Drawing forth its long blade, it provocatively beckoned, "Come here." Casting aside all fear, Night Wolf, undeterred, plunged forward like a falcon in flight, crashing into the quick-blade ram with unrelenting force. Despite the quick-blade ram's swift blade, it could not withstand the impact. The disparity in levels crushed it, sending the quick-blade ram sprawling several meters, shattering an iron barrel aboard the ship in an instant. Night Wolf stood on the deck, having obliterated the vessel's surface, leaving several large gaping holes. The three sword masters from the western regions, all disciples of the old ram, did not draw their blades, embodying the demeanor of seasoned warriors. "What more do you desire? I advise you to take your leave." They wished to avoid further casualties. If negotiations were possible, they could offer some of the fallen sheep's carcasses to the Wolf clan. However, Night Wolf was not easily appeased. Shaking his head, he expressed his indifference. "There is no need. I merely wish to kill you all, or to be killed by you." A playful smile danced on Night Wolf's lips as he surveyed the crowd with a cold gaze. The three sword masters, unyielding, decided that since negotiations were futile, war was inevitable. In an instant, three shadows surged toward Night Wolf. He swung his meteor hammer, channeling the fire element with ease. In a flash, flames erupted from the two hammers, streaking through the air as they struck fiercely at the three rams. Yet, the Western region's trio could not withstand even a minute. They were all sent flying, crashing several meters away. One of them landed directly beside the young ram, who remained leisurely sipping milk, nonchalantly reclining with his legs crossed. Struggling, the fallen warrior grasped the young ram's hand, pleading, "Brother, save us." Yet, the young ram remained unperturbed. The quick-blade ram, writhing in the barrel, pointed at the young ram and shouted, "That kid has no real skill whatsoever. Aside from charming the old ram and deceiving him into giving him the dawn blade, he has learned nothing." Several of the quick-blade ram's subordinates echoed in agreement. Indeed, what use is the dawn blade if one lacks the strength to draw it? Mockery was etched across their faces. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Tai Lang gazed at the group with a cold sneer, shaking his head in exasperation. A bunch of foolish individuals, each more incompetent than the last, and now they are embroiled in infighting. Noting the formidable aura emanating from Xiao Daoyang, he inquired, "What is your name?" "Xiao Daoyang," came the retort, "a nameless wretch." With that, Yi Tai Lang brandished his meteor hammer and charged towards Xiao Daoyang. "Allow me to witness your true capabilities." At this juncture, Xiao Daoyang could not suppress a laugh, aware that his life was in peril. This time, it appeared that his head might well be severed. Reclining leisurely on a cool bed, Xiao Daoyang slowly grasped his treasured blade, Dawn. He exuded an air of nonchalance, while Yi Tai Lang hurtled towards him with astounding speed. In the fleeting moment before impact, a glimmer of cold light flashed. An immense pressure instantaneously tore apart the cloud cover above. The surrounding, less powerful members of the Goat clan were knocked to the ground by the shockwave. Initially blinded by the force, Xiao Daoyang struggled to comprehend the scene until he rubbed his eyes and scrutinized the two figures before him. He unsheathed his treasured blade, Dawn, and withstood the assault of Yi Tai Lang's meteor hammer, which was imbued with the strength of level 25. They clashed repeatedly, engaging in at least 10 fierce exchanges. Yi Tai Lang's demeanor began to shift. The initial bloodlust he exuded now significantly diminished. After enduring 10 rounds of relentless pressure, he could no longer withstand the onslaught. With a leap, he soared back to the towering wolf warship, clutching his meteor hammer as blood streamed from his hand. his grip trembling. This kid? The other wolf clan leaders looked on in disbelief. One shouted, "Open fire. Annihilate these wretches." Yi Tai Lang did not oppose this command. And in an instant, over 30 cannons were unleashed, all aimed at Xiao Daoyang's vessel. In a heartbeat, a multitude of bombs soared through the air. The goat warriors were paralyzed with fear, many dropping to their knees, resigned to fate. Even Xiao Daoyang shed tears, realizing that the goat clan was on the brink of extinction during this voyage. Unexpectedly, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky. A blade darted through the air, causing the entire barrage of bombs to detonate mid-flight. Xiao Daoyang soared forward, heading directly towards the wolf fleet. The wolves looked on, bemused. This kid truly knows no bounds. Yet Yi Tai Lang's eyes widened in alarm as he quickly turned to his comrades, exclaiming, "Run." The others remained puzzled, when suddenly, a single strike cleaved through the air. The entire wolf warship was split asunder, divided into two segments. Xiao Daoyang elegantly landed atop his ship. Within a year, I shall ensure that my name, Xiao Daoyang, resonates across the vast seas, just as the renowned prowess of the once great swordsman, Old Knife Sheep, echoed through the annals of history. We find ourselves in Chapter 32, the last words of Old Knife Sheep. The sea breeze was refreshing, accompanied by the crashing waves and a myriad of marine creatures. Lazy Sheep's battleship, moving at a sluggish pace, prompted him to propose that a group of over 20 individuals set sail on small boats to advance to Knife Sheep Valley, establishing contact with the seagulls that were known for their intelligence. The small fleet reached Knife Sheep Valley 3 days after the departure of Little Knife Sheep and his companions. Plunging into the depths of the ocean, Lazy Sheep discerned a palpable life force beneath the surface. As tumultuous waves approached, the legendary sea monsters of the deep surged forth. No one could predict what lay beneath the ocean's veil. To Lazy Sheep's astonishment, at the very site of the former Knife Sheep Valley, a colossal giant squid lounged comfortably, seemingly having discovered a new sanctuary. What a delectable sight it was. Accompanying companions peered into the water, their hearts quaking at the sight of such an extraordinary creature, one that could easily consume 100 of their vessels. Yet, Lazy Sheep was undeterred, exclaiming, "Are we not in dire need of sustenance?" With a casual flick, he shook off the seawater from his body, leaving his divine bow and quiver aboard the small craft. The crew was left in stunned silence. Was Lazy Sheep truly prepared to dive into the depths? Observing their astonishment, he urged them, "Friends, unless we secure some food, we shall surely perish from hunger." Without further hesitation, the others nodded in agreement, though concerns arose regarding how to transport such a beast without capsizing their vessel. "Fear not." Lazy Sheep reassured them with a gentle smile, "I shall handle this. You simply prepare the oil for cooking." With that declaration, he leapt into the ocean, his determination leaving everyone in awe. The deeper he descended, the darker the waters became, with only a glimmer of light above. The ocean teemed with life. A school of crabs and lobsters floated by, a testament to nature's bounty. Lazy Sheep effortlessly snatched a king crab, launching it high into the air. As it spiraled through the water, a whirlpool formed, and the crab landed precisely in the boat. With over 20 people aboard, they wondered why only one crab had surfaced. Yet moments later, a veritable cascade of 80 to 90 king crabs erupted from the depths, showering the vessel. The crew, overwhelmed, found themselves in disbelief. Many had shed tears, recalling how such a delicacy was unattainable in their inland homes. With a leader of such caliber, what more could they desire? Excitedly, they gazed toward the ocean, anticipation coursing through their veins. A colossal wave surged violently, prompting the crowd to hastily redirect their vessel towards the distant horizon. In an instant, a gigantic shadow spiraled into the air. Lazy Lamb rode atop the Grand Squid, soaring swiftly above the ocean's surface. The Grand Squid seemed almost airborne, breaking through the water and emitting strange, otherworldly sounds. This particular species of Grand Squid was no ordinary creature, but rather an ancient marine monarch. Lazy Lamb relentlessly struck the squid's head with powerful punches, rendering it unable to resist and causing it to lose consciousness. The distance from their original small boat was approximately 1,000 meters. Every individual on board was captivated by Lazy Lamb's formidable strength as he dispatched the Grand Squid. Lazy Lamb flashed a peace sign to the crowd, who joyfully waved in response. However, at that precise moment, another dark shadow swooped through the air, swallowing both the Grand Squid and Lazy Lamb whole. The immense sea beast opened its mouth wide enough to engulf an adult Grand Squid entirely. Those aboard the distant ship were left in stunned silence, bewildered by the notion that their leader, Lazy Lamb, had been devoured. An agonizing 20 seconds of silence ensued. Suddenly, A shockwave pierced through the sea beast's body, and Lazy Lamb emerged atop it. Just as he was about to celebrate, an even larger sea creature appeared. Lazy Lamb narrowly escaped multiple times, engaging in a seemingly infinite cycle of evasion as the sea beasts continued to chase him. Ultimately, the last sea creature consumed its predecessor, and the monstrous silhouette approached the small vessel. The people on board were already pale with fear, their bodies trembling with dread. Should another sea monster appear, none would survive. Yet this time, no further sea monsters arrived. However, Lazy Lamb did not re-emerge as he had on previous occasions, after merely 20 seconds. The entire ocean surface exuded an eerie silence. "Oh, lazy brother, how unfortunate you are," lamented one. "Who could have imagined that your gluttony would lead to your demise?" Another mourned. "What shall we do without you, Lazy Lamb?" A group of mourners nearly resorted to traditional rituals, ready to honor Lazy Lamb's memory. They wept for over 10 minutes. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted as Lazy Lamb burst forth once more. Each onlooker stood momentarily stunned, only to realize that he cradled another individual in his arms. The figure appeared frail and sickly, devoid of vitality, adorned with a flower atop a long, pale face. The crowd stood before Lazy Lamb, their expressions solemn and perplexed. "Lazy brother, you're alive," one bewildered person exclaimed. Lazy Lamb retorted, spitting out words in disbelief. "What nonsense are you spouting? Have you had too much to drink? Find me some alcohol. I must see this old gentleman off." After speaking, Lazy Lamb gently placed the elderly figure on the ground. As the cold wind swept through, a wave of sorrow enveloped the crowd. The world's foremost swordsman met his untimely demise within the belly of a fish. The onlookers employed the fat of sea creatures to set the old knife goat adrift upon the ocean's surface, drenching it in the extracted oil. The indolent goat, wielding a divine bow, ignited the offering in an instant. The flames raged for over an hour, leaving the spectators in awe of the abundant fish meat floating upon the water. Each individual silently rejoiced, thankful for the presence of the indolent goat, knowing that starvation was an impossibility. Yet, the indolent goat sat at the bow of the boat, reflecting on the words once spoken to him by the old knife goat, who had recounted his harrowing experience of being swept from the depths of a canyon by a monstrous wave, propelled hundreds of meters away. Though grievously wounded, his formidable strength had allowed him to swim that distance. However, midway, he was consumed whole by a gigantic fish. The creature's vast belly afforded him sustenance and air, yet he was acutely aware of his utter impotence to escape. Thus, he had truly met his end within the fish's belly. In those dire moments, he encountered the indolent goat, confiding everything he had kept buried within his heart. He then sat quietly in the fish's belly, departing from this world. The indolent goat, cradling the old knife goat, delivered a single, forceful blow that shattered the fish's back, bringing them to the ocean's surface. The indolent goat comprehended all that the young knife goat had accomplished and heard the old knife goat's final words. "I have forgiven him." Chapter 33. The reunion of the blade and the indolent above the ocean. The sky was clear, with turbulent waves having subsided after several days. The cataclysmic tsunami had ultimately passed. As the people aboard the ship enjoyed their carefree moments, two formidable forces surged through the heavens, creating a cataclysmic impact. A slash that tore through the sky streaked across the ocean, while another, an arrow engulfed in searing flames, came barreling forth. Where these two forces converged, colossal waves erupted upon the sea. The indolent goat, raising his hands in salute, declared, "The swordsman from the western regions, the young knife goat, lives up to his reputation. After such a long absence, he has indeed grown stronger." His words pierced the air, landing squarely in the ears of the young knife goat, who beamed with delight at the reunion of old friends. "Indolent brother, it is good to see you. Your prowess is truly astonishing." Both men rejoiced genuinely for one another, recalling the days when the young knife goat had visited the grasslands, where they had sworn brotherhood. The indolent goat steered his small vessel closer to the two knife goat ships, accompanied by a sea creature that appeared rather unassuming. The young knife goat scrutinized the creature, which revealed only its snout, giving it a diminutive appearance. The crew aboard the indolent goat's ship shook their heads. One must not judge a fish by its appearance. The young knife goat's companions, skeptical of the beast's size, leaped into the water, utterly astonished by what they encountered. Initially, the young knife goat shared their disbelief, pondering how a creature with such a small head could possess a substantial body beneath the surface. As the little knife master entered, beads of sweat trickled down his face. "Brother Knife, what has been revealed is not merely the fish's head, but merely a fin from its body. This is merely the tip of the iceberg." Upon hearing this, Little Knife Sheep and Lazy Sheep immediately approached each other, shaking hands. Truly, kindred spirits. Let us indulge in a lavish feast today. I have chefs aboard my ship. Feel free to showcase your culinary prowess. The two erupted into hearty laughter as they stepped onto the Knife Sheep's vessel. Meanwhile, Galloping Sheep sat quietly in the ship's cabin, nurturing both body and spirit. A warm breath escaped his lips, and he felt a profound sense of ease. Yet, he remembered the words of Little Knife Sheep during his time of distress. Be my little brother. Galloping Sheep nearly choked on his own blood. As the sole heir of the Tibetan Antelope clan and a disciple of the muddled old ram, how could he, merely for saving a life, be reduced to being Little Knife Sheep's subordinate? What would become of his dignity? However, he had no path of retreat. All his subordinates had been slain by Night Wolf. If he were to set sail alone, he might never be found again, even in death. Perhaps this was a choice worth considering. Very well, I accept. I shall become a cadre on your ship. The addition of Galloping Sheep filled Little Knife Sheep with joy for the entire day. The once proud flyer had now submitted to him. For ships serenaded across the ocean's surface, merriment echoing as they danced together. On the deck, several tables were laid out. Lazy Sheep reclined in his chair, legs crossed, holding a large meat skewer sizzling with juices. The aroma wafted through the air, enticing and rich. He and Little Knife Sheep raised their goblets, reveling in their libations. After the athletic meet, the journey had been long, and they had scarcely crossed paths. Who would have thought that after such calamity, they could gather together again? Truly, it is fate. Galloping Sheep was also invited to join at their table to partake in the drinks, representing the strength of the Tibetan Antelope clan. Lazy Sheep understood that such gatherings were rare. They should make the most of it. Originally, the three great families had maintained amicable relations, but their ties with the black goat and the ram had grown distant. Cheers. The three of them drank with increasing enthusiasm. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a colossal wave was approaching. In the distance, the waters churned violently. Dark clouds gathered above, releasing a gentle drizzle. A sense of foreboding filled Lazy Sheep's heart as he gripped his divine bow tightly. Little Knife Sheep, too, sensed something amiss and began to scan the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Meanwhile, Galloping Sheep appeared utterly bewildered, glancing around. What is happening? Why are these two acting as if they are facing a great threat? He could not fathom the gravity of the situation. If a storm were brewing, should they not simply remain vigilant and steadfast? Yet, the demeanor of the two was one of impending peril. Lazy Sheep surveyed the horizon and muttered, "It is not merely a tsunami. There are other things lurking beneath the waves." In a single phrase, the Little Knife Sheep expressed his agreement and sprang into action, brandishing a long blade that was instantly drawn. Standing alone atop the steel flagpole, he turned to address the gathered sheep. "Friends, quickly return to the ship. Something strange is about to unfold." The Little Knife Sheep let out a cold chuckle. Meanwhile, the Lazy Sheep and the Running Sheep remained on the deck. Observing that the two were on high alert yet had not taken action, Running Sheep surmised the direction of their vigilance. With hands swirling in circles, a radiant halo materialized before him. Two luminous rings drew ever closer. Translocation of the Tibetan Antelope. He bellowed, and the rings transformed into immense atmospheric pressure, surging forth into the distance. In an instant, they struck the waves, creating a breach in the colossal water. However, as it was a fluid, the rift quickly sealed itself. Lazy Sheep smacked his forehead in realization. This fellow has been provoked. Little Knife Sheep nodded in agreement. Running Sheep was left bewildered. Provoked? What on earth is happening? There is nothing in the sea. Before he could finish his thought, an invisible giant hand slammed against the vessel. Lazy Sheep shouted, "Hold tight." The powerful waves, in a single move, pulled all four ships toward the depths of the ocean. Torrents of water flooded into the ships, yet the few remaining resolutely held on. Gazing intently, Lazy Sheep finally discerned the nature of the hidden entity beneath the sea. A colossal lobster man, wielding pincers, gripped the ship and was steadily descending. The gigantic lobster man proclaimed, "Another batch of prey has been ensnared. This time, it will suffice for a feast." He then emitted a peculiar laughter, something incomprehensible to those who had long dwelled on land. Lazy Sheep estimated that they were several hundred miles from Knife Sheep Valley, precisely over the ocean that had once existed. Perhaps, in the depths of the ancient sea, there were still enigmatic realms. Could it be that the legendary Atlantis truly existed? Lazy Sheep pondered this, but found himself passively dragged along, subjected to the oppressive force of the water, his body jolted by the impact, rendering him incapable of further contemplation. Soon, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself before a magnificent palace, surrounded by several ships, all beached upon the sandy shore. Curiously, he wondered why he could breathe easily despite being submerged in the sea. With his eyes half open, he gazed skyward, where a massive current was swirling. Yet, the ground beneath him was devoid of water. What kind of miraculous place is this? As Lazy Sheep awoke, he noticed that everyone around him had also regained consciousness. At the forefront stood a gigantic lobster man, accompanied by a graceful maiden clad in golden robes. Running Sheep sat beside Lazy Sheep, gazing in awe. Chapter 34. Personal Vendetta. The colossal lobster man, brandishing two massive claws, stood before the crowd, exuding an air of dominance, as if he were the ruler of all. A sense of satisfaction welled within him. He had unexpectedly captured a considerable number of slaves, envisioning himself as the greatest slave master of the seas in the future. How delightful that would be. Yet, he lamented, this assembly consisted solely of men, devoid of even a single young lady. This was indeed contrary to his desires. As he pondered, a lobster soldier approached and saluted. Boss, the goldfish princess is in despair, declaring she refuses to marry you. Upon hearing this, the lobster man erupted with fury. Damn it, this little wench is asking for trouble. Does she not possess any self-awareness? Following me would certainly be to her advantage. The lobster man, towering at a height equivalent to 3 lazy sheep, unleashed his wrath, flames of fury erupting instantaneously in front of the assembled lobster soldiers. He vented his frustration. Old shrimp, I heard you have a little one. What's this? Am I to be discarded for this yellow-faced hag? From a distance, a sharp voice pierced the air, striking the lobster man's mind like a hammer, leaving him dazed. The speaker was a woman clad entirely in white, moving gracefully on foot, suggesting she was once a creature of the land. The lobster man, utterly petrified, rushed to kneel before her, weeping profusely. My dear wife, how could I betray you? That would be sheer folly. His desperate explanations fell on deaf ears. The woman seized the lobster man by the chest and delivered a swift kick to his face. Spare me your excuses. Among the slaves you captured yesterday, there is a goldfish princess, reputed to be quite beautiful. Her eyes blazed with fury, as if a fire were poised to consume the lobster man. The intensity of her presence left him nearly paralyzed with fear. He hastily bowed his head in repentance, kneeling as he pleaded, that goldfish princess is merely a slave. While she is indeed attractive, I am organizing a tournament to award her to the victor, who will be recruited as a warrior. Surely, that is a fitting arrangement. The lobster man spoke obsequiously, a smile creeping into his eyes as he gently grasped the woman's arm, resembling a child filled with innocence. At that moment, the queen coughed softly, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Now that seems more reasonable. At least you comprehend some matters. With that, she turned and departed, flanked by several lobster soldiers, all of whom treated her with the same courtesy as the lobster man. It was quite astonishing that a figure commanding numerous lobster minions could be so intimidated by a woman. Meanwhile, the 3 swordsmen of the western regions sat together, engaging in quiet discussions. They were treated like slaves, shackled and confined. The 3 swordsmen, however, regarded these monstrous sea creatures with disdain. Upon overhearing their conversation, a frigid expression enveloped the lobster man's face. What did you just say, boy? The lobster man approached the 3 swordsmen with a face shrouded in gloom, while the surrounding lobster soldiers trembled in fear. The 3 swordsmen from the western regions, however, remained utterly indifferent, continuing their banter. We say, a mere woman can discipline you into submission. You truly are pathetic. One of the sheep remarked, with the other 2 nodding in agreement. The lobster man, with his massive pincers clacking ominously, advanced within mere steps of the 3 swordsmen. Unfazed, they continued to mock him. Just a lobster. Do you truly believe your pincers are formidable? Once upon a time on land, you were merely my dinner. Their derision echoed in the air. But in the fleeting calm that followed, a menacing aura suddenly erupted. Lazy Sheep and Little Knife Sheep gasped in alarm, shouting, not good. Yet it was too late. The pincers clamped around the necks of 2 of the swordsmen. The immense crushing force severed their necks, their once wide-open eyes losing all expression in an instant. As for the remaining swordsman, the lobster man swirled his strength, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Damn it, die! Little Knife Sheep attempted to draw his blade to strike the lobster man, but the overwhelming force surged within him, yet he could not unleash it. The energy suppression was formidable, yet Little Knife Sheep remained undeterred. He drew his long knife, charging toward the lobster man, only to be tackled to the ground by Lazy Sheep. Confused, Little Knife Sheep lay on the ground as Lazy Sheep whispered in his ear, as long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. This utterance calmed Little Knife Sheep's emotions, and together they lay on the ground, eyes wide as they witnessed the lobster man snap the last swordsman's neck. Veins bulged on Little Knife Sheep's forehead, a cold smirk forming as he declared, that man. I will tear him apart sooner or later. Lazy Sheep nodded vigorously, returning the smirk. So shall I. The two exchanged a knowing smile, rising just in time to see the lobster man standing before them, exuding an air of lethargy yet brimming with murderous intent. He seized Lazy Sheep by the neck, fixing a fierce gaze upon him. The lobster man laughed heartily, taunting, "What about you, boy? Do you wish to be like them?" With icy eyes and clenched fists, Lazy Sheep retorted, "What do you want?" He found little value in responding to the lobster man's taunts, maintaining a fierce glare. Suddenly, the lobster man struck him on the head with a pincer, sending him flying several meters away. Stars danced before Lazy Sheep's eyes, a wave of pain surging through him. Restricted by the energy suppression, he felt no different than an ordinary person. The lobster, upon witnessing the pitiful state of Lazy Sheep, could not help but erupt into laughter. "Lock them in the slave prison. I shall train this lot into my loyal hounds. Those who defy me, like the three just now, will meet a dire fate. One by one, open your eyes." With that, he turned and departed, chuckling heartily. The lobster soldiers proceeded to escort the captured individuals, one by one, into the confines of the slave prison. Among them, the battered Lazy Sheep trailed behind the likes of Little Knife Sheep and Running Sheep. Nearby, a few lobster soldiers whispered amongst themselves, "Our esteemed lobster lord is growing ever stronger. Capturing so many slaves at once might earn him great favor with the Sea King. Indeed, he is already one of the 4 guardians of the Sea King. Perhaps he will be rewarded with a bevy of beautiful maidens this time. The guardian's wife will have nothing to say about it. Do you really think the lobster guardian would let that goldfish maiden slip away?" The group chattered quietly, oblivious to their surroundings, until they raised their heads and found Lazy Sheep staring directly at them. In an instant, one of the white lobsters exploded with rage, leaping forth to slap Lazy Sheep across the face, knocking him down and mounting his back. With a fierce expression, he, along with several other lobsters, began to pummel Lazy Sheep mercilessly. Leaning close to Lazy Sheep's ear, he maliciously inquired, "Boy, did you hear anything?" Should Lazy Sheep admit to hearing something, the white lobster might very well drive a claw into his neck, ending his life on the spot, for here, a slave's life held no value. Conversely, if Lazy Sheep claimed he heard nothing, his life could be spared for future torment. Yet, through gritted teeth, Lazy Sheep defiantly declared, "I heard everything. If you cannot kill me in one blow, I will expose you right now." This bold statement momentarily stunned the white lobster, who lacked the courage and capability to execute such a lethal strike. With no other option, he lowered his head and hissed into Lazy Sheep's ear, "Remember, you are a slave, tread carefully." With that, he forcibly yanked Lazy Sheep up and hurled him back into the line. Lazy Sheep understood that the white lobster would not let this matter rest. Initially, when speaking with Little Knife Sheep about avenging the 3 knife masters of the western regions, it had been a matter of camaraderie and mutual assistance. Now, it had devolved into a personal vendetta. Chapter 35. The Goldfish Clan and the Goldfish Maiden. The prison lay atop a coral reef, housing countless emaciated souls, each bearing the marks of exhaustion. Little Knife Sheep's followers, a multitude of knife sheep, stood in stunned silence, their futures grimly laid bare before them. A throng of individuals grasped at Little Knife Sheep, their faces etched with desperation. "Boss, clan leader, what should we do?" Despite their fervent pleas, Little Knife Sheep remained unmoved. The treasured sword, Dawn's Edge, had been confiscated by the lobster folk, and his wrists were shackled, rendering him utterly powerless. He felt a sense of relief, for had it not been for the Lazy Sheep's fall upon him, he might have been suffocated by a claw, a force he could never hope to overcome against the formidable lobster man. The Little Knife Sheep let out a sigh, resigning himself to the unfolding circumstances. A sense of melancholy washed over him. Since the death of his master, he had never endured such humiliation, and it was time for him to take action. The Lazy Sheep was imprisoned next to him, while the Running Sheep was confined beside the Lazy one. This prison was structured like cubicles, with everyone categorized as equals, each confined to their own room. The Lazy Sheep leaned against the rock, his face ashen. It was not merely bad luck that led to his capture at sea. Rather, it was the sight of a young girl being dangled before him, flanked by 2 mermen wielding tridents, standing at the ready. After being detained for roughly half a day, a group arrived bearing a platter of food. Each lobster soldier carried a plate of snails, presenting it before the captives. This fare was not without merit. At least there was some meat to consume. The Running Sheep, having previously refrained from taking from the others aboard the ship, now found himself ravenous and desperate, unable to be picky in his hunger. Did these people not cook their food? The Little Knife Sheep sat before the platter, feeling a wave of nausea at the thought of consuming such raw fare. He would prefer death over such a meal. The white lobster approached, brandishing 2 enormous claws and carrying a plate of snails. He carelessly tossed the platter before the lazy sheep, scattering the snails across the floor. The lazy sheep sat amidst the scattered snails, casting a glance at the white lobster, who wore an expression of pride, flexing his muscles. Behind him stood two other lobsters, equally pristine in their whiteness. However, it was the one showcasing his muscles who was the leader of their group. The leading lobster man, known as Little White Dragon, addressed the lazy sheep directly, stating, "Listen closely, we do not require so many slaves. They are a burden to feed and difficult to tame. Our leader seeks those who are more compliant to serve as long-term slaves. Do you comprehend?" The lazy sheep merely snorted in response, ignoring him. Little White Dragon regarded this species before him as inferior. Words felt superfluous, especially when the lazy sheep refused to engage. He raised his claws, proudly lifting his head, and pointed at the lazy sheep, declaring, "You are finished, mark my words." With that, he turned and sauntered away, radiating arrogance. Viewing the lazy sheep as nothing more than a lowly creature, the lazy sheep found humor in the situation. Many sought his demise, and he wondered how significant this one was. The only distinction between the sea and land lay in the existence of the magical force-releasing stone, which could instantly diminish the strength of those on land. Lazy sheep sat nonchalantly on the rocky ground, exuding an air of indifference as he indulged in food and drink. He extended his hand, grasping a snail from the stony surface, and began to rub it repeatedly against the ground. Soon, a spark emerged from the friction, igniting the snail into flames. The contents within sizzled and oozed, releasing a tantalizing aroma. Lazy sheep, savoring the snail roasted by the intense heat, feasted with great delight. Those around him suddenly realized why they hadn't thought of such a method before. One by one, they emulated him, indulging in freshly cooked seafood. "I crave lobster meat." Little Knife Sheep scoffed at the idea of eating snails, not even considering the act of rubbing them. "Be cautious. If we are to defeat this group, we must not act recklessly." Lazy Sheep continued to relish the snails, utterly absorbed in his enjoyment, unconcerned by his surroundings or the threats he faced. When the white lobster threatened him, Running Sheep felt a twinge of anxiety for Lazy Sheep. If he were to be slain by the enemy, it would be a tragic fate. Yet, Lazy Sheep remained unfazed. Seeing Lazy Sheep's audacity, Little Knife Sheep, unwilling to be outdone, shouted from his cell, "Damn it! Am I really being fed this rubbish? Are you all tired of living?" He yelled for several seconds, leaving everyone in stunned silence, each one more audacious than the last. While others bowed their heads under the eaves of adversity, these two, however, seemed to hold their heads high and follow suit. The commotion drew the attention of the Grand Protector Lobster Man, whose claws sparked with fire as he clamped down with a resounding noise. A throng followed him, like stars surrounding the moon. He was not there for Little Knife Sheep, but happened upon his outburst. "Damn it, another reckless one." The Lobster Man swaggered over, effortlessly snapping the chains, kicking open the door. He surveyed the scene with a cold smirk. "I wondered who it was. Turns out it's just a scrawny little sheep. I truly have no interest in you." With that, he erupted in fury. Yet, Little Knife Sheep displayed unexpected courage, kicking over the plate of snails, sending it crashing at the Lobster Man's feet. "Damn it, am I to be fed this nonsense here? Who do you think I am?" Little Knife Sheep did not hold back his scorn. The Lobster Man, upon first glance, was fuming with steam practically rising from him. However, since he was there to woo the Goldfish Princess, he knew he must not act rashly. Casting a glance at the Goldfish Princess imprisoned nearby, he turned back to the defiant Little Knife Sheep and felt a surge of delight. This was the perfect opportunity to display his masculine prowess in front of her. With that thought, he hoisted Little Knife Sheep, shattering the release lock with a single blow and tossing him aside. As the release lock fell away, a rush of vigor surged through Little Knife Sheep, enveloping him in a wave of warmth. "The little crayfish, I shall consume you alive." With that declaration, the nimble knife goat leaped into action. Yet, the Lobster Man deftly evaded him. He secured the prison door tightly, commanding the others to fasten the lock further. He savored the moment, standing before the knife goat, taunting, "I have never encountered anyone so brazen as to confront me directly. Is this not a path to ruin?" As he spoke, the Lobster Man lunged with a claw. The knife goat, light as a feather, deftly sidestepped the grasp and maneuvered behind the Lobster Man. Thus commenced a fierce exchange of blows, two formidable forces clashing, sending tremors through the air that enveloped the onlookers. Lazy Goat leaned against the iron bars, her expression one of cold indifference. Her gaze drifted to the Golden Fish Princess, suspended in midair. It was evident that the Lobster Man held her in high regard, otherwise, he would not have glanced in her direction before the brawl. The Golden Fish Princess, adorned in a flowing black robe, possessed a slender figure and an enchanting beauty that could captivate anyone. It was no wonder the lobster man was infatuated. Even a man could scarcely resist her allure. As Lazy Goat admired the golden fish princess, a sudden roar shattered the tension. The knife goat was struck, blood spewing forth, and he collapsed against the stone wall, unconscious. However, the lobster man did not relent. He delivered a vicious blow to the knife goat's head, extinguishing any remaining breath. Only then did the lobster man cease his assault. Shaking his neck in mockery and raising a middle finger in derision, "How dare you boast now? You deserve this." A string of curses spilled from his lips. Lazy Goat clenched her fists, formulating a plan in her mind. Chapter 36. Dare to walk with me? The knife goat, dazed and bloodied, fell into unconsciousness, restrained by a heavy energy lock and confined within the cell. "Knife! Knife!" The rushing goat cried out in vain, receiving no response. Lazy Goat, however, focused her attention on the lobster man as he entered the room of the golden fish princess. She hung in the air, her head obscured by a cascade of hair. The lobster man strode in, and two mermaids hastily stepped aside. "What is it? Still asleep?" he questioned, his voice laced with authority, causing the mermaids to tremble in fear. It was common knowledge that the lobster man was a tyrant, his face ablaze with fury as he approached, fully armed. "Looks like she's asleep," one of the mermaids quickly replied. With a swift kick, the lobster man struck the mermaid's head, causing her to crash to the ground, bloodied and leaving a deep crater in her wake. The lobster man's formidable strength was unmistakably revealed. "Damn it, she is asleep while I'm stuck in this mess." His eyes, filled with rage, burned with frustration as the golden fish princess remained unmoved, indifferent to his plight. In this moment, one can hardly feign sleep before oneself any longer. Since the charade of slumber persists, let us play along. The lobster man could not suppress a wicked grin, his claws poised menacingly toward the goldfish princess. Unable to endure any further, he thought to himself that if he were to remain passive now, he would no longer embody the essence of manhood. With determination, he reached out with his claws. But the goldfish princess swiftly lifted her head and executed a quick kick aimed directly at his brow. Yet, the lobster man had anticipated her move, keenly observing her every action. As her foot approached, he deftly seized her ankle, inhaling deeply the scent of her leg. He could not help but exclaim, "How delightful! The fragrant legs of a beauty, all of this shall belong to me. You will inevitably be mine." The lobster man's gaze was fixed upon the goldfish princess, who, gritting her teeth, spat defiantly, "Bah? You are sorely mistaken. That is utterly impossible." She struggled with all her might, but the lobster man held her fast, rendering her immobile. While she glared with indignation, refusing to accept her humiliation. "I have foretold that you will be mine in due time. There is no rush for me to act." The lobster man surveyed the surroundings, proclaiming, "I shall publicly contest for your hand, organizing a grand tournament, where you shall be the ultimate victor's prize. And that victor shall undoubtedly be me. Ha ha, little girl, await my embrace." With that, he erupted into laughter as he strode out of the door. Tears brimmed in the goldfish princess's eyes as she hung helplessly in the air, flanked by two formidable merfolk guards. The warden of this prison was none other than the white lobster, who, with a strand of seaweed dangling from his mouth, scanned the vicinity. His gaze fell upon the lazy sheep, who sat with a platter of rare marine delicacies before him. In his other claw, he grasped a bottle of wine, its contents a striking shade of green. The little white dragon approached with a grin, flanked by two henchmen. He swung open the lazy sheep's cell door and seated himself before him, saying, "Young one, you have overheard matters you ought not to have. Yet you wear an air of indifference that irks me. We are now adversaries." As the little white dragon spoke, he set the table. His eyes locked onto the lazy sheep, who remained unfazed, crossing his legs nonchalantly. "What will you do? Send me to my demise?" The little white dragon's followers brandished massive cleavers, each one poised for action. The lazy sheep let out a cold laugh, choosing not to elaborate further. He merely cast a sidelong glance ahead and declared, "Before you carry out my execution, you can grant me one final wish, correct?" Without hesitation, he seized the wine brought by the little white dragon and began to indulge. This bold display left the surrounding sheep pale with fear. With a hearty exhale, the lazy sheep raised his voice to the heavens. "You may fulfill my wish. Speak freely, for soon I shall meet my end in a most dreadful manner." The thought of executing the lazy sheep brought nearly uncontrollable laughter to the little white dragon. In this prison, he reigns supreme. He can eliminate others at will. "I desire to share a drink with that young lady." Lazy sheep pointed towards the distant goldfish princess, who, pretending to be asleep, momentarily froze. "This man wishes for my company and drink. Even in the face of impending death, he contemplates such trivialities." The goldfish princess shook her head and sighed. Little white dragon scoffed. Do you think you're someone special? Attempting to lay hands on our boss's girl? Are you not tired of living? He looked at Lazy Sheep as if he were a fool. It was evident that the lobster guardian himself had been attending to the goldfish princess. Yet he dared to utter such words. Was this not a sign of madness? Lazy Sheep addressed Little White Dragon. This girl is quite lovely, and she appears fragile. Why must she be suspended like this? This indeed raises a question. The others possess considerable strength, none of whom are bound. Yet here is a young girl, ensnared. Do you perceive her as weak? No, she has encountered many scoundrels, and without exception, they have all met their demise. Little White Dragon lamented. If not for this unparalleled beauty's peculiar predilection, he would have kept the goldfish princess for himself, not leaving her to the lobster guardian. He gazed into the distance as the goldfish princess seemed to reminisce about her past sorrows, gritting her teeth. Lazy Sheep resolved, this young lady I shall save. A drink from me would not be amiss. As he spoke, he rose to his feet. Little White Dragon deemed this harmless enough. Just a naive young man, perhaps overly eager. Even in his last moments, he ponders the enchanting goldfish princess. With this thought, Little White Dragon nodded. Go on then. If you have the skill, drink up. If not, then cease. Little White Dragon sneered, questioning who would allow you past the two mermaids before you. However, Lazy Sheep remained undeterred, grasping 2 cups of wine as he approached the goldfish princess. The 2 mermaids attempted to block his path, but were struck back by a surge of malevolent energy. Stumbling several meters, their legs trembling, Lazy Sheep stood before the goldfish princess. My lady, it is a privilege to behold such beauty amidst the world. The goldfish princess paused. Had it been anyone else, she would have dismissed their flattery. Yet this young man was on the brink of death. Who else marked by Little White Dragon could hope to survive? Though she harbored no affection for the lobster guardian, at least she enjoyed his protection. In this prison, none dared to touch her. Resigned, the goldfish princess sighed. Very well, I shall indulge in a sip. She accepted Lazy Sheep's cup, ready to taste. As Lazy Sheep extended the cup, he found himself drawing near to her. A voice echoed, Do you wish to escape? If so, prepare yourself. Only 2 individuals heard this, Lazy Sheep and Goldfish Princess. Goldfish Princess's initial reaction was one of astonishment. How audacious for someone to dare attempt a jailbreak from lobster prison. Did this individual truly possess such capability? After all, she had no prior acquaintance with this little sheep. Why would they extend assistance to her? Nevertheless, Goldfish Princess chose to abandon such superfluous contemplation. Escaping was a long-held aspiration of hers. However, whether this little sheep could indeed facilitate her escape remained uncertain. With that thought in mind, she offered a slight nod, at least a gesture of support for the sheep. She had no alternative left. Upon witnessing this, Lazy Sheep couldn't suppress a faint smile, downing the remaining drink in one gulp before dragging the heavy chains back to his cell. Chapter 37. The sudden escape and assault. Lazy Sheep resumed his seat in the cell, facing the white dragon. He consumed the last remnants of food with an air of comfort, savoring every bite. This display left the white dragon utterly astonished. Flames flickered in the white dragon's eyes as he readied his pincers, glaring with immense intensity. What did you say to Goldfish Princess? Nothing much. Just that I would take her out. Lazy Sheep replied nonchalantly, leaving the white dragon dumbfounded. After a moment of shock, the white dragon burst into laughter, joined by 2 white lobsters wielding large cleavers behind him. The other sheep, including the injured knife sheep, remained silent with ominous expressions. Lazy Sheep, speaking candidly, mused internally about the incredulity of these individuals. The white dragon, still chuckling, patted his own thigh. Little one, you must understand that boasting will not secure your success. You can hardly save yourself, let alone her. Do you expect me to believe that? The white dragon laughed as he attempted to slap Lazy Sheep, but the latter nimbly evaded. With a smirk, Lazy Sheep casually remarked, Why do you think I cannot save myself? His arrogance ignited the white dragon's temper. The latter glared fiercely, laughing maniacally, because no one can escape. That is a fact. Lazy Sheep shrugged, spreading his hands in response. It is simply because those people are unprofessional. The white dragon, momentarily taken aback, narrowed his eyes and questioned, What do you mean by that? Before the white dragon could process his thoughts, Lazy Sheep had already made his move. A powerful punch struck the white dragon squarely in the face, leaving him bruised and staggering backward several meters. Lazy Sheep then turned and leaped toward the cleaver, striking it with great force. Though his strength was diminished, he still managed to break the restraint lock after several vigorous attempts. At this moment, Lazy Sheep had already established an unassailable position within the prison. Little White Dragon gripped his pincers tightly and charged forward with determination. The escape of the little sheep presented a significant challenge, if not addressed promptly. The lobster man might end up suffocating himself. Little White Dragon rushed forth, intent on capturing Lazy Sheep. However, in a swift motion, Lazy Sheep executed a fierce kick that struck Little White Dragon squarely on the head. The latter became numb, his entire head crashing into the steel bars. The remaining 2 white lobsters were swiftly dispatched by Lazy Sheep, their lifeless forms discarded carelessly on the ground. Witnessing such chaos, the mermaids in the adjacent cell hesitated to intervene. Yet, Lazy Sheep seized the guillotine from the ground and advanced briskly, delivering a horizontal strike that cleaved the 2 mermaids in half, rendering them into 4 segments. The liberation felt exhilarating after confinement. Lazy Sheep's strength surged, leaving the mermaids sprawled in a pool of blood. Goldfish Princess gazed on in astonishment. As Lazy Sheep released her, she did not hesitate, but leaped into his embrace. Without uttering a word, Lazy Sheep took off, kicking open the doors of both Little Knife Sheep and Running Sheep. Observing Little White Dragon still ensnared in the iron bars, he let out a derisive laugh. I've never been restrained by anyone. You have done well, but do not attempt this again. Before Little White Dragon could comprehend the meaning behind Lazy Sheep's words, a flash of light struck, and his head promptly fell to the ground, lobster juice splattering everywhere. Lazy Sheep had no time to waste, methodically dealing with Little White Lobster. His mission was to rescue as many individuals as possible, if not all. He couldn't guarantee the salvation of every soul, but he would strive with all his might. This prison surely harbored more than just a handful of guards. Running Sheep emerged, swiftly hoisting the gravely injured Little Knife Sheep and breaking open numerous cell doors. The warriors were released from their confines. Lazy Sheep, cradling Goldfish Princess, shattered the cell doors with remarkable speed, racing through the narrow passages and demolishing a significant portion of the structure. Lazy Sheep's execution was nothing short of terrifying, leaving Goldfish Princess astonished. She had initially thought the boy was merely jesting, boasting in his final moments. Little did she know, they had now reached the critical juncture for a grand escape. Benefactor, put me down. I can walk. Goldfish Princess pressed against Lazy Sheep, feeling the softness of his fleece. The comfort of his wool was undeniable. Meanwhile, Lazy Sheep's destructive power shattered the entire cell into countless fragments. A profound sense of security enveloped her. Goldfish Princess wished to cling more tightly, yet she understood that this was a moment for battle. With that, she leaped from Lazy Sheep's arms. Upon landing in a dilapidated storeroom within the prison, she discovered a massive baseball bat, a surge of fierce energy swirling around her. She pointed into the distance, declaring, "No one shall impede me." This display of audacity startled Lazy Sheep. This little girl is impressive. Golden Fish Princess also brandished her sturdy club, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. She intended to showcase her abilities before Lazy Sheep. Otherwise, it would be futile to be considered a savior when deemed a mere fool. With this thought, Golden Fish Princess charged into the midst of the lobster soldiers, engaging in fierce combat. During this tumult, numerous imprisoned lambs were liberated. Many swiftly dismantled the prison's iron bars and rushed towards freedom. Lazy Sheep, wielding a massive guillotine, surveyed the surroundings with a fierce gaze, charging out of the prison. The prison was situated quite a distance from the Lobster King's residence. Thus Lazy Sheep and the others were not overly concerned about being discovered as they unleashed chaos within the lobster prison, slaughtering a multitude of lobster soldiers. After sprinting several thousand meters from the prison, Lazy Sheep and Running Sheep found themselves on the beach, flanked by numerous goat warriors. Noticing the absence of pursuers, they both exhaled in relief and settled down on the sand to rest. Yet, Lazy Sheep appeared lost in thought, scanning the surroundings, his expression one of confusion. Running Sheep, finally able to relax and having released the burden of Little Knife Sheep, inquired, "Have you misplaced something?" Having never seen Lazy Sheep so anxious over an object, he gazed towards the direction they had escaped. In their departure, he had set the prison ablaze. A group of lobster soldiers was preoccupied with extinguishing the flames, while another sought to apprehend those who had not managed to flee. Lazy Sheep felt a jolt of alarm. Had Golden Fish Princess not escaped? Had she been recaptured midway? What ill fortune this was. Running Sheep pondered for a moment before asking, "Is it concerning that little girl?" "Let it be. We have no real ties to the denizens of this oceanic realm." Running Sheep shook his head in resignation. Lazy Sheep couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, then rose to his feet. "I must return for a while. You may continue on, seeking a vessel for ascent without waiting for me. I also need to find Little Knife Sheep's knife and my bow. These are essential weapons. In encountering foes at sea, they are vital for survival. I shall retrieve them as well." Having spoken, Lazy Sheep turned to depart. Seeing Lazy Sheep leave, his more than 20 loyal subordinates did not wish to linger in uncertainty. They knelt and cried out, "We shall follow our general." Chapter 38. The martial arts tournament and the bounty on the beautiful Princess Golden Fish Princess was confined within a cage, her face streaked with remnants of tears. Though the tears had long since dried, she clenched her teeth, glaring at the lobster man before her. He wore a grim expression. Standing before the surviving inmates of the prison, a trembling white lobster addressed the lobster man. "Boss, that group of slaves has revolted, even attempting to abduct Princess Goldfish. Alas, this individual possesses immense strength. We are unable to overcome him." As he spoke, his body quaked, a chilling sensation enveloping him. Before the lobster man, his face was ashen. Useless. The lobster man's words grew increasingly frigid. Within the chamber, a cadre of lobster warriors advanced, clamoring, "Boss, we shall set forth immediately to apprehend these fugitives, ensuring they dare not flee again." Among them, a particularly brazen lobster general exuded an air of confidence, convinced of his imminent victory. The lobster man sneered, "Only you shall go. I have no need for these slaves. Bring none back." Princess Goldfish remained unscathed, as the martial competition continued, set to commence in 2 hours. The other warriors grasped the implications of his words. Those who dared escape his grasp would certainly not be spared. The lobster general, with a sinister expression, exited the palace. Rallying 3,000 lobster soldiers with a chilling laughter, prepared to vanish into oblivion. He cast his gaze towards the direction the young lamb slaves had fled. Brandishing his battle blade, the martial competition was officially underway. Before the ravaged prison, a grand arena was erected, surrounded by a multitude of spectators, each one appearing formidable and intimidating. The lobster man sat upon his throne at the palace's forefront, flanked by his wife, the white shark princess, who wore a vigilant expression. Her lips pursed as she scrutinized the arena, wary of any disturbances or deceit. Yesterday, she had quarreled with the lobster man for an entire day over the fact that the captives he had brought back were not the slaves, but rather a host of ancestors. The original slaves had been released entirely. This was a significant loss for the underwater royal family. Yet the white shark princess's concerns seemed to fall on deaf ears. He waved his pincers dismissively, sneering, "Let me handle these matters. You little white shark should refrain from prattling before me. I assure you, no one is irreplaceable." His eyes blazed with intensity. Ever since following the lobster man, the white shark princess had been diligent, yet he always craved instant gratification. Now, he had set his sights on the young goldfish princess, and she was determined to thwart his ambitions. However, the lobster man, reveling in his exhilaration, could not help but laugh heartily from his throne. Amused, he mused about his desires, unimpeded by anyone. As the martial competition neared its conclusion, he was confident he could vanquish any opponent. In the underwater realm, who would dare refuse the lobster man? Of course, except for the northern royalty. Yet, they were far removed, unaware of the competition he was engaged in. With a wide grin, the lobster man basked in profound joy. The goldfish princess was bound in the grand hall beside him, her mouth tightly secured with a strip of white cloth. The lobster man was acutely aware that this little girl, despite her incessant cries, should not be released casually. Even though the goldfish princess glared at him with a venomous intensity, wishing nothing more than to strike him down, the lobster man approached her, grasping her face with a firm hand, and laughed heartily. "Struggle all you want. You shall not escape, no matter what." A surge of crimson fury erupted in his eyes, instilling terror in the surrounding guards, who trembled in fear. The goldfish princess felt her body weaken, ensnared by a suffocating malevolence. The lobster man, possessing formidable strength at level 20, was capable of emanating this ominous aura. The overwhelming pressure left her unable to resist, her body limp against the cage. Tears involuntarily welled up in her eyes, and even clenching her teeth could not suppress her despair. The battleground was filled with monstrous sea creatures, each a born warrior. Who could possibly rescue her? That little sheep from last night. Perhaps she harbored some fondness for him, but the reality was stark. He would not entertain thoughts of saving her. Trapped in the depths of an oceanic prison, how could anyone dare to return? That would be sheer folly. Was this young man a fool? In this world, who could afford to be naive? With a resigned shake of her head, the goldfish princess felt cold sweat trickling down her body. She scanned the battlefield nonchalantly, her expression reflecting a sense of resigned despair. Suddenly, a figure pierced through her vision. A man, this man, the whimsical little sheep, had returned. The goldfish princess's curiosity ignited, and her previously listless eyes sparkled with renewed life. Yet, she feigned indifference, for Lazy Sheep was donning a lobster helmet, indistinguishable from the surrounding lobster soldiers. Evidently, Lazy Sheep had also noticed her, filling her heart with joy. Without a word from him, she felt a sense of fulfillment. Lazy Sheep stood by the arena, blending into the crowd, unrecognizable to anyone. He wore a straw hat that obscured his entire head, maintaining a low profile, unseen by all. The Goldfish Princess was confined before the palace, and only a victor could claim her. Any attempt to snatch her away would be futile, given the multitude of formidable contenders gathered for this competition. Since there was a legitimate path to follow, Lazy Sheep was reluctant to exert himself fully, believing it wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble. Standing at the foot of the platform, he observed as one pair of fighters after another ascended, with two individuals battling at a time. This was a selection contest. Only the victors would qualify to continue. With the Goldfish Princess safe, Lazy Sheep had no intention of revealing his strength too soon to avoid being targeted. Nevertheless, he had already registered for the competition, glancing at his opponent, a sumo merman. The very name suggested a colossal figure. Lazy Sheep, chewing on a strand of seaweed, awaited his turn after several matches, now facing the sumo merman. The latter towered over Lazy Sheep by 5 full body lengths. The multitude of lobsters in the audience also stood several meters taller than Lazy Sheep. Observing his diminutive arms and legs, a large crowd mocked. He resembles a terrestrial creature, quite akin to a slave. How pathetic, to challenge the king of sumo. Isn't that courting death? With such a puny frame, he dares to seek the hand of the Goldfish Princess? Truly audacious. A chorus of voices erupted in discussion. Unfazed, Lazy Sheep quietly scrutinized the competitors who had taken to the stage, all of whom appeared to be of a 12th or 13th rank. Each one seemed imposing at first glance, yet ultimately proved to be quite fragile. At least, those he had encountered thus far were of this caliber. Lazy Sheep found this spectacle curious, a martial arts competition, yet so trivial. Each contender seemed to revel in stalling for time. Standing before him, the king of sumo was perhaps of the 15th rank, a mere novice. Lazy Sheep had no intention of engaging directly. He resolved to feign an appearance of weakness. Approaching the king of sumo, he sneered, "Come now, lad, unleash all your might. I shall receive it all." Chapter 39. The arrival of the Sea Emperor clan in the arena. The king of sumo, a merman, was grinning foolishly, initially anticipating a formidable opponent. Fearing he would fail to advance, he could now relax. Before him stood a tiny creature, attempting to claim the Goldfish Princess. Who among them was unaware that the Goldfish Princess was the daughter of the illustrious Goldfish family, renowned as a mermaid beauty? Had it not been for the Goldfish family's refusal to allow the royal clan to stir up a tempest, leading to the raid by the lobster folk, she would not have been reduced to a mere slave. Now, publicly contested, was this not a stroke of luck? Upon hearing Lazy Sheep's outrageous demand, the king of sumo leaped forward, seizing Lazy Sheep's tiny feet, and began swinging him through the air. With a level of 20, the damage inflicted was akin to a mere tickle. Lazy Sheep felt extraordinarily light, being tossed aloft without a hint of pain. The king of sumo tirelessly hurled Lazy Sheep again and again, preparing to crush him decisively. Yet, at that moment, Lazy Sheep swiftly evaded, exerting all his strength to dodge the onslaught. Frustrated, the king of sumo continued to toss Lazy Sheep, inadvertently boosting his confidence. He believed he could easily defeat him with a single strike. However, each attempt ended in failure. The king of sumo assumed that this little creature lacked true power, relying solely on evasive tactics, unwilling to confront him head-on. Yet, Lazy Sheep appeared to be playing, rolling around the arena. The spectators were left utterly astonished. This little lobster had not even exerted himself. He seemed to be indulging the king of sumo in a game. How peculiar. He seemed destined to perish beneath the king of sumo's might, yet effortlessly evaded capture. What a remarkable individual, possessing such extraordinary skill. Shocked, they were left in a state of disbelief. Amidst the fervent atmosphere of the arena, a commanding voice reverberated through the air. "The Prince of the Sea has arrived." This proclamation left the assembled crowd utterly astonished. Regardless of their previous activities, every individual was rendered pale with fear, kneeling on the ground in anticipation. Even the towering figure of the sumo king beside them knelt for an extended period, reluctant to rise. Lazy Sheep observed from a distance a regiment of mermen advancing towards the palace with disciplined strides. Unfazed, they continued to stand, surveying the crowd with a cold smirk. Kneeling to the heavens, the earth, and one's parents was one thing, but bowing to a mere merman was beyond contemplation. Even the lobster couple on the stage was in a state of panic, kneeling on the ground in reverence. Hail to the arrival of the third prince. The opulent palanquin, carried by over 20 individuals, bore the esteemed third prince of the dragonfish from the Sea King's palace. He was gaunt, his muscles exposed, and his skin a striking shade of blue. Armed with a trident, he adorned a golden crown upon his head. "Rise, my loyal subjects." The third prince assisted the lobster man to his feet and burst into laughter. "Lobster Guardian, I've long heard of your public tournament, so I've come to partake in the festivities. It is said that the victor receives a beautiful maiden, is it not?" His gaze fixated on the goldfish princess, admiration evident on his face. He had long coveted the beauty of the esteemed daughter of the goldfish clan and had come upon whispers of the tournament. The lobster man, nearly striking his own head in frustration, pondered who had leaked such information. A prize that seemed assured was now slipping away. Lazy Sheep's stance on the platform, unyielding and upright, drew the attention of a large group. The mermen and lobsters around him were rendered speechless. Who among them would dare to defy the royal family by failing to kneel? Did this fool not value his life? The onlookers gaped in astonishment, yet none dared utter a word. Speaking recklessly in the presence of royalty could lead to dire consequences. In front of the palace, the lobster man, with a sycophantic demeanor, addressed the third prince. "If you desire slaves, hesitate no longer. Speak to me, and I shall provide." The lobster man lowered himself significantly before the Sea King's lineage. Upon hearing this, the third prince erupted with laughter. He approached, gripping the goldfish princess's face with a haughty expression, declaring, "She feels delightful. I choose her." The prince's face contorted with a twisted grin. "Good heavens! Are you courting death?" The once silent venue was now pierced by the prince's laughter. This audacious proclamation shattered the stillness, pressing against the gathered crowd. Those surrounding Lazy Sheep were already paralyzed with fear, dreading that this foolish lad might lead them into calamity. What audacity! Who granted you the courage to confront the Sea King's lineage so boldly? Was it Liang Jingru? Lazy Sheep's words darkened the third prince's countenance. Abruptly releasing his grip on the goldfish princess, he turned with a scowl, pointing at the lobster man and unleashing a torrent of curses. "Lobster, damn it. Is this fool one of your subordinates?" The blatant display of aggression left the lobster man drenched in cold sweat. What kind of lobster seeks its own demise? Come to me for resolution. How dare it create chaos just as the royal family of the sea arrives? Truly a suicidal act. Indeed, it is a death wish. The lobster man, seething with rage, bellowed, "Eliminate this insolent brat." He pointed at the lazing lamb, who remained defiantly standing. Enraged, he was well aware that the lobster man's wrath often led to indiscriminate violence. Now, he dared not defy him in the presence of the royal family. The sumo king sprang into action, muscles rippling, ready to hurl the lamb into the sky, convinced of an imminent victory. He stood tall and shouted, "Boss Lobster, I shall crush him." With that, he launched his arms towards the lamb, delivering lethal blows. The lamb, with a cold smirk, leapt into the air, landing upon the sumo king's back, delivering a powerful punch to his head. The latter, taken aback, was unprepared for such an encounter. Before he could react, the lamb lifted him effortlessly and hurled him off the stage, sending him crashing several meters away. The sumo king fainted instantly. The lobster man's expression soured, his face tightening with disbelief. Where had this young lobster emerged from? Why had he never encountered such a character before? "This brat, I shall eliminate him," the lobster man thought, rising to charge down. However, the third prince of the royal family stood boldly in his path, declaring with an air of superiority, "This little one has ignited my desire for victory. Allow me to handle this." You all step back. No one dared to disobey this formidable member of the royal lineage. Standing frozen in silence, clutching a trident tightly, the third prince approached the lamb with measured steps. The lobster man began to perspire. The royal family possessed varying degrees of strength. Though the third prince might not be the mightiest, his royal status commanded respect. Should he encounter misfortune, none would emerge unscathed. He glared at the little lobster, the lamb, fearing any mishap. But then, the most perilous moment unfolded. The lamb, seemingly unconcerned, brandished a short blade and leisurely approached the third prince. The crowd instinctively parted to grant him passage. Everyone anticipated the young one's demise for daring to provoke the royal family of the sea. Was this not a death wish? Even the goldfish princess could not help but feel anxious for the lamb. In a sudden burst of speed, the lamb soared towards the third prince. Shock, petrification, and disbelief gripped the onlookers. Was there truly someone unafraid of death? Chapter 40. God blocks, kill God. Demon blocks, kill demon. Who do you think you are, boy? The third prince, visibly irked, felt as though he had swallowed something foul. In his domain, no one had ever dared to confront him in such a manner. Refusing to kneel and uttering hubris, he felt a surge of excitement, wishing to personally sever the head of this diminutive crayfish. His muscles bulged, and his scales shimmered, unfurling like a small tent. Crayfish, you shall pay for your actions today. Lazy Sheep remained indifferent, slowly wiping the short blade he had picked up from the ground. He parted his thin lips and gently blew upon the edge of the blade, a chill instantly emanating forth. The quality of the knife mattered little. With a cold smirk, Lazy Sheep remarked, "What truly matters is the wielder." His gaze hardened, coldly fixating on the mermaid who was grasping the goldfish princess. "Do you think being a mermaid grants you strength? That you can act with impunity? On land, you would have long been a meal for my sheep clan." At that moment, as their confrontation intensified, a small crayfish dashed into the center of the road, defiantly pointing at the third prince and declaring, "It is your royal family that my parents say has caused us to suffer hunger and cold every day." The child's words instantly darkened the third prince's expression. Not everyone present was of the crayfish royal lineage. The four great guardians had all been granted nobility, yet many were merely distant relatives, each differing in status among the various crayfish clans. When the young boy took his stand in the road, a man nearby stood frozen in shock. He had been kneeling, awaiting the third prince's judgment on the traitor, hoping for a peaceful resolution. But the unattended child had boldly confronted the third prince, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Offending the royal family could cost them their lives. The father quickly rushed to his child's side, repeatedly bowing and striking his head against the ground until blood flowed. Yet, the third prince's countenance remained dark and forbidding. Everyone present felt a wave of anxiety for the father and son. Could the royal family possibly spare them? Clearly, it was unlikely. However, the third prince cast a glance at the pair and, unexpectedly, broke into a grin. He approached them and said, "Indeed, I am the one who has caused many to be displaced and suffer." His casual admission left those around him in utter disbelief. What was his intention? Was he confessing? Could such a thing be expected from a sea royal? It was unfathomable. Amidst the astonishment, the elderly man kneeling on the ground assumed the prince had experienced a change of heart. He quickly bowed his head in apology, thanking the prince for his magnanimity. The crayfish father then hurriedly lifted his child, intent on taking him far away, anywhere but here, never to return. Yet, a thunderous roar erupted behind them. "Did I tell you to leave?" The third prince's eyes blazed with fiery intensity, and with a single bellow, he shattered their bodies. Blood erupted from them in an instant as a trident struck sideways. In an instant, two lobsters met their demise. The third prince of the Sea Emperor bore a sinister smile, his eyes growing increasingly frigid. He brandished his trident, lobster juice still staining his visage, and bellowed at the Lazy Sheep. "Little lobster, this is the fate that befalls those who dare to defy me. Remember this, you wretched creature. You shall forever remain a slave." The goldfish princess felt a shiver of anxiety for the Lazy Sheep, for the oppressive aura of the third prince was formidable, at least at an 18th degree level. However, as the third prince spat and raged, the Lazy Sheep removed the lobster head from atop its own, revealing a head adorned with a rather unkempt hairstyle. With a cold smirk, it retorted, "Whether I am a slave or not is not for you to decide. Those dwelling on land, merely inferior slaves. The more audacious you are before me, the more tragic your end will be." The lobster man clenched his pincers tightly, emitting a series of explosive sounds. This little sheep, clearly a slave captured yesterday, had dared to return after escaping. What utter folly. Behind him lay two weapons, a bow and a knife, both confiscated. The lobster man sneered, "I shall take matters into my own hands and defeat you with your own weapons." He gripped the bow firmly, yet hesitated to act. The third prince was poised to strike, and no one dared to step forward to claim the limelight, as that would be tantamount to courting death. The lobster man picked up the bow, purely as a precaution. The third prince's trident was already raised several feet high, proclaiming loudly, "Die, you lowly creature from the land." In the blink of an eye, a bolt of lightning surged toward the Lazy Sheep. The crowd lamented the sheep's audacity. Was this not a death wish? Who would dare oppose royalty? It was as if he had a death wish. Just as the third prince lunged forward with his trident toward the sheep, everyone believed it was the end. Unexpectedly, after the trident passed through the Lazy Sheep, the prince froze in place, his body rendered immobile, the trident slipping from his grasp and embedding itself in the ground. The lobster man furrowed his brow, utterly dumbfounded. The queen beside him was equally startled, quickly seeking an excuse to flee to the restroom. The Lazy Sheep gently brushed off the dust from its body, sheathing the knife without a backward glance as it strode toward the palace. The head of the Sea Emperor's son rolled to the ground in an instant, sending tremors through the crowd. This man dared to behead the son of the Sea Emperor, a feat others would not even consider touching. He had dispatched him in a mere heartbeat. What caliber of individual was this? Truly extraordinary. The Lazy Sheep, with a cold smile, approached the palace. And as it passed the lobster father and son, a flicker of sorrow stirred within. The merfolk had no qualms about slaughtering children. How beastly. After 12 years of compulsory education at the Great Fat Sheep School, one was not permitted to act without consideration. Of course, this was merely a flimsy excuse the lazy sheep concocted. His first thought was a disdain for the mermaid, devoid of any ulterior motive. The lobster man paused for a brief moment, then decided to join the fray. However, he was acutely aware of the third prince's formidable prowess. At least at an 18th level standard, such power could easily lead to his demise in a single strike. He feared he could not withstand it himself. Suddenly enlightened, the lobster man realized the young lad harbored intentions toward the golden fish princess. At worst, they would perish together. With that thought, he sprang into action, tearing through the iron bars and seizing the golden fish princess by the neck. Those gigantic pincers could snap her neck in an instant, leaving her fate hanging by a thread. Yet, the lobster man broke into a hearty laugh. Little lamb, do you intend to cast me into eternal damnation? Offending the sea royalty means my entire existence is doomed. Should you kill her, do you not fear for your life? Am I expected to fear nothing? He glared at Lazy Lamb, apprehensive that a mere flick of his wrist could lead to his own decapitation. Lazy Lamb scoffed, gods may fall before me, and even Buddhas shall not withstand my wrath. What of the sea royalty? I shall still deliver their heads from 1,000 miles away. Had anyone else uttered these words, the lobster man might have dismissed them as the bravado of a fool. Yet, this was a young man who had just slain a member of the sea royalty. The lobster man sneered, farewell. May you find peace in a place beyond my sight. He had no intention of using a hostage as leverage. He feared the Sea King. With the third prince's death looming by his side, he knew he could not survive, nor could the entire lobster realm escape a grim fate. It was better to depart this world alongside the golden fish princess. Lazy Lamb recognized the lobster man's willingness to embrace destruction. Chapter 41. The annihilation of the knife. Sheep Clan. The golden fish princess was gripped tightly, yet her eyes remained steadfast, displaying an unwavering strength as she called out loudly, Little lamb, strike. My demise matters not. Eliminate this lobster, vanquish the sea royalty, and my life shall not be in vain. Her bold proclamation moved even herself to tears, though she resolutely held them back. The lobster man, driven to desperation, intimidated the others, leaving no one daring to act. Who would dare take a step forward? As Lazy Lamb's ominous visage approached the grand hall, a rustling of footsteps echoed, and a dark swarm of figures encircled him. A multitude of lobster soldiers, devoted hounds to the lobster man, drew their blades, swiftly surrounding the advancing Lazy Lamb. Some lobster generals even removed their divine bows and treasured swords, preparing to confront Lazy Lamb. If you dare take another step, your blood shall surely stain the ground, warned one who clutched the divine bow, pulling an arrow from its quiver aimed at Lazy Lamb, exuding an overwhelming aura. The lobster man regarded his loyal subordinates as the last bastion of defense. Perhaps a single 15th level warrior could not contend with this young lamb. But what of a horde of them? Perhaps it truly can withstand the trials. The wind has ceased, and the rain has abated. I, the lobster man, sense a resurgence of strength. Come, dear sister, allow me to bestow a kiss. The lobster man pouted his enormous mouth, poised to kiss the goldfish princess, whom he had firmly ensnared. That fellow is doomed. It is time to relinquish any unnecessary hopes and bid him farewell. Just as the lobster man's mouth was about to extend, the goldfish princess spat at him, sneeringly uttering, Go to hell, win or lose. I shall not grant any favors to a wretched lobster like you. I am destined to sacrifice myself for my dear brother lamb. The lobster man was taken aback. What qualities did that lazy lamb possess that made the esteemed goldfish heiress enamored with him? Yet, a surge of exhilaration filled the lobster man's heart as he anticipated witnessing the downfall of Lazy Lamb. Even if he was to perish, he intended to relish the moment. The lobster general, wielding the divine bow, saw that reprimanding Lazy Lamb yielded no results and decisively drew the bowstring, preparing to obliterate Lazy Lamb with a single shot. However, despite exerting all his strength, he found himself unable to draw the bow. Beads of sweat cascaded down his brow. Was this not a divine bow? Why was it so feeble? Just as he questioned his existence, Lazy Lamb approached, effortlessly seizing the bow from him. The divine bow is not meant for just anyone. With that, Lazy Lamb pulled the bowstring with ease, fully extending it before the astonished lobster general. The general, drenched in sweat, stood in disbelief. This bow was simply unyielding. If he, the strongest among the lobster folk, could not draw it, then surely no one else could. Yet, with the divine bow in hand, Lazy Lamb released his grip. The powerful bowstring propelled the lobster general backward, sending him flying several meters before crashing headfirst into the steel spikes at the edge of the arena, his body pierced through. The lobster soldiers nearby were struck with terror, their faces pale as they gazed at Lazy Lamb. The latter, holding the divine bow, was already elated. At last, this bow had returned to him. The surrounding minions were hardly worth his attention. His focus was solely on the lobster man, who still clutched the goldfish princess. Upon noticing Lazy Lamb's gaze, the lobster man instinctively tightened his grip on her. The goldfish princess, feeling a surge of anger, experienced a flicker of trepidation. Lazy Lamb raised the divine bow, drew it back, and released the arrow in a seamless motion. In less than 3 seconds, the lobster man was rendered powerless. A fierce dragon soared through the air, colliding forcefully with the lobster man's head. The immense impact instantaneously crushed his skull. His claws, still gripping the goldfish princess's neck due to inertia, remained rigid. However, as a searing arrow pierced through, the goldfish princess sensed the lobster man's body growing increasingly cold. He vanished, perished. With a single strike, merely one strike, the dominant lobster man, one of the 4 great guardians, met his demise. The man, the goldfish princess, could not help but gaze longingly at Lazy Sheep. Yet, Lazy Sheep surveyed the multitude of lobsters. After the lobster man was struck down, the crowd was left in utter astonishment. They regarded Lazy Sheep with newfound respect, discarding their weapons and kneeling once more. A profound silence enveloped the assembly, with no one daring to utter a word. Lazy Sheep, too, was intrigued by the pallid expressions of the crowd. Logically, one would expect joy. After all, they were liberated from the lobster man's oppression. Wasn't it a reason to rejoice? As Lazy Sheep pondered this, the goldfish princess approached, saying, "By slaying the 3rd son of the Sea Emperor, you have incited the wrath of the entire ocean's sovereign. Thus, none shall survive here." Realization dawned upon Lazy Sheep, a smile spreading across his face. Is there truly an emperor of the sea? What of it? This place is under my protection. He did not call out openly to the crowd, yet a few managed to hear his words, their excitement palpable. If a powerful ally could safeguard them, what danger could they possibly face? Yet, could this little sheep truly possess such strength? The thought seemed unfathomable. The goldfish princess admired Lazy Sheep even more, though she refrained from expressing excessive adoration, not wanting to appear diminished in stature. With a smile, she patted him on the back, exclaiming, "I never expected you to be a hero." Together, they exited the arena, engaged in light-hearted banter. Lazy Sheep shrugged, chuckling, "Hero? Not at all. I find this rather enjoyable." Upon hearing this, the goldfish princess felt an even greater warmth towards him. Having once been a slave, she no longer desired to live according to her own wishes. She merely wished to contribute to the overthrow of the Sea Emperor's regime. Now, encountering a man who followed his heart, she felt he was truly admirable. "Where are you headed? May I accompany you?" They ventured far from Lobster City, yet the destination remained unspoken. Behind them, the lobsters hurriedly packed their belongings and fled. These beast-headed humanoids moved with remarkable speed. Lazy Sheep, with a bow slung across his back and a knife in hand, beamed at the goldfish princess and said, "I'm off to find my brother." As soon as he spoke, they noticed several ships on the horizon, soaring through the air amidst a cloud of smoke. Countless ropes dangled from the vessels, each bearing a row of sheep. Indeed, they were sheep. Lazy Sheep's eyes widened. These unfortunate creatures had been sentenced to hanging, with not a single survivor among them. The sight of these suspended beings felt eerily familiar to Lazy Sheep. All were minions of the Little Knife Sheep, the entire Knife Sheep clan, suspended from the ship's deck. Now, everything had changed, and none survived. However, Lazy Sheep did not find the whereabouts of Little Knife Sheep or Running Sheep. Gazing skyward, a figure stood at the bow of the spaceship, wielding a trident in one hand while holding a decapitated lobster head in the other. Lazy Sheep did not recognize him. He was the lobster general dispatched by the lobster people to capture prey, now bereft of his head. Looking at the lifeless sheep hanging throughout the vessel, Lazy Sheep gripped his divine bow tightly, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. This group of scoundrels must perish. Chapter 42, the second prince of the Sea Royal family, colloquially known as C2. "Do you recognize that fellow at the bow?" Lazy Sheep inquired of the goldfish princess beside him. He sneered at the sky, sweat beading on his brow as he clutched the divine bow. He had indeed forged enmity with the Sea Royal family. The sheep clan, whether the goats or the merino, had suffered at the hands of foreign foes. No matter if they were the wolf clan or the Sea Royal family, none would be forgiven. Lazy Sheep resolved to act on his words today. He drew his divine bow and aimed at the second prince in the sky. Tension thickened in the air, on the verge of snapping. The second prince smiled at the seahorse baron beside him, pointing disdainfully at lazy sheep in the distance, scoffing. Is this brat planning to attack me? How amusing. Clearly, the second prince did not regard lazy sheep as a threat, viewing him merely as a foolish child. The seahorse baron nodded slightly, patiently explaining, according to reports from Princess White Shark, this little lamb has killed the third prince. And it seems the lobster people's protector was also slain. The seahorse baron, a messenger himself and one of the 4 great protectors, had no obligation to address such matters. However, Princess White Shark, being of royal blood, had to be involved. To dare kill a member of the sea royal family. Such audacity. The second prince seethed, thrusting the trident forcefully into the ship, causing it to sway. His prowess was well acknowledged, placing him among the upper echelons of power beneath the sea. Who were the elite? They were legendary figures, seldom seen. Thus, the strength of the second prince was universally acknowledged, as he was a member of the sea royal family. Ranked second, and respectfully referred to as C2. Lazy Sheep drew his longbow and released an arrow. The pressure in the air was immense. The heat alone could incinerate an entire warship. This brat truly overestimates himself. C2 leapt into the air, wielding his trident to withstand the howl of the azure dragon. The dragon redirected its path, unleashing a bombardment upon the arena in Lobster City, flames soaring into the sky. As C2 landed, a smile graced his face as he spread his arms wide, declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, do you fail to recognize reality?" High Air was acutely aware of the formidable power of this arrow, and enduring its weight had already demanded considerable effort from him. A fierce battle was undoubtedly on the horizon. I have already captured 2, one with an elongated face and the other with a dark visage. Once I apprehend the 2 of you, the ringleaders, my task shall be complete. I intend to escort you to the palace of the Sea King and execute you all. The massive trident was brandished high in the air, emanating an icy aura that instilled terror in the hearts of many. High Air prepared himself for a brutal confrontation with the boy before him, but Lazy Sheep had other intentions. With a swift motion of his hands, he retrieved the arrow from behind him once more. Come forth. Yet this time, Lazy Sheep did not exert his full strength. He merely waved the weapon casually, even missing the intended target. He noticed Goldfish Princess and had no intention of taking her along. Instead, he extended his hand and bound Goldfish Princess atop the divine bow. Just as he had once been lifted by an arrow, he sent her soaring away in a single motion, pulling the bowstring towards the heavens. In an instant, Goldfish Princess vanished from sight. Stunned by this turn of events, Goldfish Princess was bewildered. She had merely been beside Lazy Sheep moments ago, and now she found herself so far away. It seemed that the Sea Royal clan had not pursued her, and it appeared she had indeed escaped. However, she wondered why Lazy Sheep had not joined her. Goldfish Princess shook her little head in curiosity, unaware that Lazy Sheep had feigned defeat. Being shackled by High Air's power-reducing lock and successfully escorted to the Sea King's prison, the largest prison in the ocean. Inside the Sea King's prison, Lazy Sheep, Little Knife Sheep, and Running Sheep were thrown into their respective cells. The environment here was strikingly similar to that of Lobster Prison, with the only difference being that the guards had become more formidable and stringent. Lazy Sheep's intentional defeat was a ploy to gain a genuine glimpse of the true nature of the Sea Royal clan. As they were ushered in, they also encountered a new cellmate, who, comparatively, seemed to enjoy a degree of freedom. The prison resembled a vast bowl, tightly enclosing everyone within. In the open space of the bowl, countless extraordinary species were imprisoned. Lazy Sheep's cellmate was a leopard. Ah, leopard. Lazy Sheep immediately recalled a spotted hyena he had encountered during the previous year of the tiger. This creature bore an uncanny resemblance. I am called the Money Leopard. Be mindful of your status, and do not cause trouble as a newcomer. The Money Leopard, exuding an air of aloofness, scoffed before clutching a basin and departing to wash up. The small room was relatively spacious, at least sufficient for resting. One could only wonder how long they would be confined here. To slay the Sea Royal clan would surely be considered a grave crime. Determined to locate Little Knife Sheep and Running Sheep, Lazy Sheep took up the basin and sought out his previous cellmate, intending to wash his face. In the washroom, a large group of robust, tiger-headed individuals were all gathered in the same space, attending to their hygiene. Each individual bore a force-releasing lock upon their arms. Far sturdier than the confines of the lobster prison, Lazy Sheep leaned against the cheetah, remaining silent as he quietly washed his face and brushed his teeth. He had no intention of taking the initiative. There existed certain unspoken rules within the prison. At the very least, no one was ignorant of them, and everyone refrained from acting recklessly. The cheetah cast a few glances at Lazy Sheep, shaking his head in resignation. That toothbrush belonged to Old Crocodile. The last time he swallowed a person, he finished rinsing the blood from his mouth before being shot dead. This statement was sufficient to sicken anyone. Yet Lazy Sheep remained unfazed, merely letting out a cold chuckle. After all, he had already cleaned it, so what was there that could not be used? However, the cheetah felt a wave of nausea wash over him, involuntarily spitting out a mouthful of saliva in disgust, which he directed behind him. Coincidentally, the path led to the restroom. Just then, someone emerged from the restroom, only to be splattered with the phlegm. This individual donned a black trench coat, large sunglasses obscuring his eyes, his physique encased in solid muscle. A rhinoceros horn adorned his nose, and he was accompanied by a rhinoceros man. Upon seeing this, the cheetah felt a chill run down his spine. What a stroke of misfortune to encounter such a figure after spitting. The rhinoceros clan was a dominant force within the vast prison, with the man before him, known as Boss Rhino, at its helm. He exuded an air of superiority, commanding respect even among the prison guards, who would defer to him. The individual at his side was no other than a master of combat, renowned in the martial arts world, skilled in myriad disciplines. Known in the underworld as Fighting Rhino, even he bowed to Boss Rhino. The cheetah found himself trembling, drenched in sweat, gripped by terror. Despite his advanced age, he humbly knelt on the ground, swallowing his pride. He hastily retrieved a tissue from his pocket to wipe away the yellow phlegm he had spat, fearful of incurring Boss Rhino's ire. Throughout this encounter, Boss Rhino remained silent, his expression one of indifference. After the cheetah finished cleaning himself, he continued to bow, only to be casually kicked over by Boss Rhino. With a fierce glare, Boss Rhino pointed at him, saying, "Kid, I recognize you." The cheetah stood frozen, recalling that the last person to offend Boss Rhino had vanished the very next day. If Boss Rhino were to target him, it would indeed spell his demise here. After kicking the cheetah, Boss Rhino turned to leave. The cheetah, trembling in fear, felt his face grow pale. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind him. Lazy Sheep helped the cheetah to his feet, smiling as he inquired, "Who was that kid just now?" The atmosphere in the room plummeted once again to a chilling low. Chapter 43. I am Boss Rhino, what of it? Lazy Sheep observed as the rhinoceros threatened to bully the cheetah to death. The surrounding individuals remained indifferent, including Lazy Sheep, who feigned ignorance. Leaning beside the leopard of money, he inquired, "Who is this fellow?" The chilling gaze from the formidable rhino instilled fear in everyone present, each pondering the fate of this audacious individual who dared to provoke such a powerful figure. The leopard of money, drenched in cold sweat, felt the weight of the rhino's gaze upon him. Yet, Lazy Sheep appeared oblivious to the tense atmosphere, continuing his inquiries like a naive child. The rhino, with an expression of icy composure, replied to Lazy Sheep's question, "I am called Rhino, residing in the southern district." What of it? Typically reticent, when he spoke, his words struck like thunder. The crowd had long ceased their activities. Even those engaged in washing their faces and hair remained silent, their heads adorned with suds. Frozen in a dreadful hush, Lazy Sheep grasped that these two had fallen into his trap. His actions were premeditated. In prison, lacking any prowess would render one vulnerable to disdain and bullying. Thus, he sought to extract the thorns, and only the formidable ones would suffice. Ordinary nails held no interest for him. The leopard of money regarded Lazy Sheep with pity, perhaps believing he was striving to prove himself. Yet he remained unaware of the rhino's true power. Approaching the rhino, Lazy Sheep disdainfully stated, "What is the matter? You bully my friend, and you ask me what I will do? Are you seeking death?" His words landed squarely on the rhino's consciousness. The leopard of money was taken aback, realizing that this man was acting for his sake. It was bewildering. He had been mocking him, yet now felt a pang of concern for Lazy Sheep. For the two formidable rhinos before them were not restrained by any inhibitions, a privilege of royal decree. Unaware of this, Lazy Sheep faced the rhino, sneering. The rhino, brimming with arrogance, laughed heartily. "I have never encountered someone so audacious." As he spoke, the fighting rhino shook his head, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. Lazy Sheep paid no mind to this display of strength and physique. However, when the fighting rhino swung his fist, it struck Lazy Sheep's head with a force that sent him reeling, stars exploding in his vision, nearly embedding him into the ground. Yet, bolstered by his robust physique, he managed to steady himself. Seeing Lazy Sheep falter, the rhino erupted with laughter. "Ha ha, little brat, seeking death." He pointed at Lazy Sheep, his expression a mockery of derision. The fighter, invigorated and brimming with vitality, showcased his muscular physique once more. He continued his advance towards the lethargic sheep, intent on delivering a few blows to its head. At that moment, the formidable figure, reveling in the chaos, leapt up in delight and proclaimed to the fighter, "I'll keep watch. You continue to pummel him into submission. Don't hold back." He then sauntered towards the washroom, mimicking the swagger of a rogue. The onlookers, their jaws agape in astonishment, stood frozen in place, feigning ignorance. They all understood that the lethargic sheep was doomed, merely waiting for the inevitable conclusion before slipping away unnoticed. Suddenly, with surprising speed, the lethargic sheep clutched the fighter's thigh, having devised a new strategy. Was it in his nature to be pinned down? With a swift motion, he struck the fighter's instep, disregarding any attempts to counter. In an instant, the fighter felt a sharp pain. As he cradled his injured foot, the lethargic sheep delivered a powerful kick to the fighter's other leg, causing him to lose his balance and crash to the ground, his head colliding with the tiled sink. Dazed, the fighter struggled to regain his bearings. Seizing the opportunity, the lethargic sheep deftly seized the fighter's head and brought him down to the floor, ensnaring his neck with his powerful legs. The fighter, bewildered, wondered when the sheep had managed to mount him. The sheep's legs tightened like steel bands around the fighter's neck. In a mere 5 seconds, a sickening crack echoed as the fighter's neck snapped. The once struggling combatant fell lifeless, devoid of any hope. The lethargic sheep, drenched in sweat, found himself ensnared by a force-disabling lock, which absorbed his strength. However, if he unleashed a substantial amount of energy all at once, it would overwhelm the lock's capacity. Thus, he exerted every ounce of his power to subdue the fighter completely. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, astonished by the sheer ferocity of the man before them. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from outside. "The guards are coming. Let us pin this on the sheep." The formidable figure, filled with glee, rushed into the room, already concocting a plan to shift blame onto another and escape unscathed. Having successfully executed similar schemes in the past, he felt emboldened by the fighter's intimidation, believing no one would dare voice dissent. However, upon seeing the fighter's lifeless body and his pale visage, his confidence waned, and despair crept into his eyes. The formidable figure nearly fell to his knees, while the lethargic sheep wasted no time, delivering a swift kick to the head of his adversary, sending him sprawling several meters away, unable to defend himself. Others stood in astonishment, jaws agape, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. How could the usually formidable figure of the great boss rhino be so easily subdued? Was he merely a fool who had neglected to install a release lock? Unable to withstand the might of Lang Yang, a being exuding such raw power in his assault against the combatant? Each observer cast him a glare filled with indignation. Yet, the great boss rhino merely smirked, unperturbed by the revelation of his impotence. For the prison guards were approaching, led by one of the 4 great protectors, the Squid Man, accompanied by a cadre of fishmen wielding sharp blades, all glinting ominously in the light. As the Squid Man traversed the path, he beheld the fallen great boss rhino and Lang Yang. Upon Lang Yang's arrival, High Air had explicitly instructed that no matter what transpired, he was to be preserved for a proper reckoning during regular hours. He was not to be harmed. Conversely, the great boss rhino had merely relinquished a sum of money, an act that paled in comparison to the decrees of the Sea Emperor. As the chief of the entire prison, the Squid Man was well aware of these matters. He and his men advanced to the scene of the fray. The great boss rhino, forsaking his usual air of authority, knelt before the Squid Man, his visage a portrait of grievance, exclaiming, "Boss, this ruffian has wronged me, having slain the combatant rhino. He is a true savage who deserves to be beaten to death." His expression was one of righteous indignation. Little did he anticipate that the Squid Man would respond with a swift lash, sending the great boss rhino sprawling several meters away. The great boss rhino was taken aback, incredulous at this turn of events. What was the Squid Man's intention? The Squid Man chuckled coldly. "Do you truly believe you are someone of significance?" Chapter 44. The formation of the Dragon Strike Team. The great boss rhino could never have fathomed that even after this boy had committed murder, no one would intervene. He had no choice but to acquiesce to his fate. Regret, alas, was a luxury he could not afford. He would have to swallow his pride and endure the consequences, as he was sentenced to permanent solitary confinement. The Squid Man, with a calm demeanor, addressed Lang Yang, stating, "Having struck another, you too shall face confinement for several days." Lang Yang did not protest. He understood that this ordeal would inevitably draw blood. He was well aware that having slain a member of the Sea Emperor's lineage, his demise would not come easily. Those around him would undoubtedly rally to his defense. As he was escorted down the path to confinement, Lang Yang noticed several individuals in nearby cells, among them Little Knife Yang and Running Yang. Upon spotting Lang Yang, Running Yang excitedly banged against the bars, his face alight with enthusiasm, only to be swiftly silenced by a blow from a companion. Little Knife Yang was similarly restrained, being led toward the isolation quarters. A few onlookers commented, "This fool, unaware of his own limitations, dares to confront the prison tyrant." and despite his injuries, he remains unyielding. What audacity! Hearing this, Lang Yangyang could not help but smile inwardly. Truly, my good brother is bold in thought and action. Little Knife Yang and Running Yang exchanged glances. A silent acknowledgement of mutual admiration blooming between them. Two individuals find themselves confined in a punishment chamber. This is a high-pressure heat room, illuminated by countless light sources casting down upon the floor. The air is searing and scorching, a form of intense torture that has claimed the lives of many. The octopus man turns to the guard beside him and proclaims, "Throw 2 people into a room, cease the heating every 15 minutes, and let it persist for an entire day." Such a degree of torment is unlikely to result in death, especially for the strong. The underwater prison has been established for several years, and the octopus man has encountered an increasing number of peculiar characters. He considers this level of suffering to be relatively mild. Within the confines of the high-pressure room, the two brothers finally reunite. "How have you been, Little Knife?" "My wounds have nearly healed, but I haven't had my fill of fighting yet." "How did you end up here?" "I killed a rhino man and got caught." "Well done." It seems the rhino men enjoy preferential treatment in this prison. Who cares? Life is fleeting. Lazy Sheep chuckles, revealing his prominent front teeth. What a thrill. As the day passes, both are left with their bodies scorched a vivid red. Before departing, they exchange a vow to assist one another should an opportunity to escape arise. Little Knife has been brooding lately. Lazy Sheep can deduce that not a single member of his kin remains. It is indeed a tragic fate. No one would feel joy in such circumstances. At least, that is what Lazy Sheep thinks, while Little Knife is preoccupied with thoughts of his treasured blade. Now uncertain of whose hands it has fallen into, his heart has grown cold, mourning the loss of his subordinates, none of whom survived. The reality is set, and he is reluctant to dwell on the past. Every subsequent step must be taken with care. After a day and night, Lazy Sheep returns to his former residence. In that area, all are rendered speechless. Lazy Sheep, having committed murder and endured confinement, has unexpectedly returned alive. The most moved among them is the leopard. Upon seeing Lazy Sheep's return, he immediately produces his privately stored sea-fruit liquor. Such a rarity is hard to come by, and in gratitude to Lazy Sheep, he is willing to part with it. Naturally, Lazy Sheep graciously accepts, having effectively alleviated a significant burden for the leopard. Otherwise, this fellow would not be easily spared by the powerful rhino. After the lights are extinguished, the two engage in secretive conversation into the depths of the night, sipping their liquor while observing the outside world. When the guard arrives, they swiftly hide. However, unbeknownst to them, the octopus man has decreed that no one shall harm Lazy Sheep, even if they commit grave offenses. Thus, no one comes to inspect his quarters. Following an extensive discussion, the leopard realizes that Lazy Sheep is already a condemned prisoner, facing an inevitable death sentence, unlike others who wield power and exploit favors. At this moment, the leopard, with a mysterious demeanor, poses the question, "Do you wish to escape?" This matter had lingered in Lazy Sheep's heart, as he secretly plotted his scheme. To his astonishment, this fellow was so forthright. Did he not fear being apprehended? Yet, the money leopard proclaimed with a righteous demeanor, "I have witnessed your capabilities. Only you can lead us to freedom." Us. Lazy Sheep's interest was piqued. Were there others involved? The money leopard, well aware of Lazy Sheep's character, knew he was not one to betray his comrades. Who among the condemned would willingly await death in prison? A gamble could transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. The money leopard, endowed with night vision, fixed his gaze upon Lazy Sheep's eyes and stated solemnly, "I believe you possess the qualities of a leader." Upon hearing this, Lazy Sheep was momentarily taken aback. What on earth did he mean by qualities of a leader? Noticing the confusion in Lazy Sheep's expression, the money leopard elaborated. "How did we land in this predicament?" He recounted his past to Lazy Sheep. In the sky, there existed a city of clouds, composed of a group of elite individuals from the surface. While perusing ancient texts, they learned of a realm deep beneath the sea, an exceedingly harsh land where the royalty oppressed their slaves and harbored ambitions of world destruction. A prophecy of a tsunami was foretold to occur in the coming days, prompting the City of Clouds to form a preparatory team. We are known as the Superhero Alliance. The Dragon Strike Force assembled to thwart the malevolent intentions of this royal family. Ultimately, 10 of us were directly vanquished by C2, resulting in 5 fatalities, leaving us with merely 5 who feigned ignorance to survive. These sentiments had long been suppressed within the money leopard, who, as the captain, had witnessed half of his team perish. He resolved never to continue as their leader, but to find someone who could guide the remaining 5 to escape. Lazy Sheep was now intrigued. Perhaps these 5 stood little chance against C2, but if they were to confront the squid beings, the odds would be more favorable. Furthermore, With the addition of blade sheep and charging sheep, their chances improved significantly. However, one pressing issue remained. Lazy Sheep extended his hand, revealing to the money leopard. This padlock poses a significant challenge. Without it, C2 would be utterly powerless before me. The money leopard smiled faintly, perceiving Lazy Sheep's bravado as mere bluster. After all, within the confines of the great prison, there was little interaction with C2, only the squid beings and their 3,000 fish warriors. A formidable challenge indeed. Suddenly, the money leopard's fur transformed into a solid key, which he deftly inserted into the padlock. With a sharp click, the lock sprang open. Lazy Sheep stood astounded, realizing the money leopard's prowess was indeed impressive. If such was the case, wouldn't the prison gates be equally accessible? I am a genetic modifier created by the doctor in the City of Clouds, a new generation of mutants. The gifted individuals, known as mutants, trace their lineage back to ancient times. Presently, a certain doctor has successfully engineered a new generation of formidable mutants, referred to as the New Mutants. Lazy Sheep secretly rejoices. With this group at his disposal, escape seems inevitable. Allow me to introduce these formidable entities. Chapter 45. The team members emerge the money leopard, with a mysterious smile. Cryptically announces, "Tomorrow, I shall introduce you." After a night of silence, the following day at noon, figures from the 4 cardinal directions find themselves gathered in the central expanse of the prison's grand bowl. Each individual enjoys the liberty of movement. Lazy Sheep, along with Little Knife Sheep and Running Sheep, convenes with others, following the money leopard to meet their companions. They encounter 4 individuals in succession. The first is the great white shark, who remains in his original form, untransformed. This pristine appearance is quite raw. He is a mutant shark, initially a mere fish. But through the application of serum, he has acquired human-like cognition. However, he is still a child, merely 10 years of age. The money leopard continues his introduction, stating that the great white shark is impervious to harm, akin to a suit of steel armor. Little Knife Sheep, with a playful grin, inquires, "Can he withstand my treasured blade?" His curiosity is evident, yet the money leopard responds with disdain. A wise individual never wields a weapon against their comrades. Little Knife Sheep scratches his head, contemplating this wisdom. Running Sheep, however, is quite taken with the great white shark, embracing him and exclaiming, "He is so gentle. I wish to befriend him." Nevertheless, Lazy Sheep merely shrugs, having noticed the great white shark's menacingly sharp teeth, definitely not the result of a herbivorous diet. Following the money leopard, Lazy Sheep seeks the second member. They find a bull clad in tactical gear, passionately addressing a group of men, boasting grandiloquently. The water buffalo raises his head, bellowing, "I've committed every sin imaginable: murder, arson, betrayal. Remember this face. When you escape, seek me out, Black Bull, and I shall ensure you live lavishly." His braggadocio earns him some scraps from the crowd. Many individuals, harboring their own hidden talents, share with those they deem strong. For one never knows when they might need an ally, dismissing those of no apparent worth. "Hey, Black Bull, come over and meet a few people." The money leopard calls out, prompting the boastful Black Bull to approach, wary of defying his superior, although he offers little courtesy to others. The money leopard introduces Lazy Sheep and his companions. "These individuals will soon be our allies. This one is our captain." He gestures towards Lazy Sheep. Black Bull's expression shifts dramatically upon seeing Lazy Sheep. What is this? A mere lamb still suckling? Is he truly fit to lead? He hardly seems the type to break free. The calm expression of Lazy Sheep contrasted sharply with the explanation provided by Golden Leopard to Black Bull. He had throttled Fighting Rhino. Does he even possess the qualifications? Upon hearing the name of Fighting Rhino, Black Bull's demeanor altered noticeably. With a resigned gesture, he remarked, "Well, it is what it is. Whoever takes the title, so be it." He then sought an excuse to continue boasting to others. Little did anyone know the ferocity of Fighting Rhino, who had established dominance in the southern district alongside the formidable Rhino. The sudden demise, however, was at the hands of this creature resembling a newly emerged lamb. Unable to bear it any longer, Black Bull took his leave. Curious, Little Knife Sheep wondered how this braggart had become part of the elite squad. He possessed a pair of electric eyes capable of penetrating 50 meters of steel. The others were left speechless. This fellow was indeed formidable. Continuing their journey, they encountered a girl lounging in a hammock. Adorned in a black bodysuit, her figure was well-proportioned and exuded an alluring charm. Her visage, too, was dark, resembling that of a wolf, fleshy and robust. Could this creature possibly consume us? Bouncing Sheep felt a twinge of anxiety, attempting to lighten the mood with jest. With a smile, Golden Leopard introduced her to the 3 gentlemen of the sheep. "This is Ing Tai Wolf. abandoned by her parents in childhood and left homeless. Our esteemed doctor took her in, intending to cultivate her into a new Esper. However, she was already an Esper. Those like her are referred to as gifted individuals, and she is indeed one of them. Lazy Sheep, intrigued, inquired, "What abilities does she possess?" The young wolf girl appeared refined and graceful, exuding an innate aura of nobility. Her powers were connected to shadows. If she wished, she could replicate any person. In other words, she could mimic the abilities of anyone. Such a revelation was astonishing. A person with such capabilities was truly extraordinary. "Greetings, you are quite the disruptor of my dreams." Ing Tai Wolf yawned, her face adorned with sleepiness. Lazy Sheep extended a hand, gently stating, "It is a pleasure to meet you." Unfazed, she was thrilled to see such tender flesh and eagerly grasped Lazy Sheep's hand, alluringly asking, "Dear sir, do you happen to play archery? I've been longing to learn. Could you teach me?" Lazy Sheep was taken aback. This girl was indeed a superb mimic. Merely through a handshake, she discerned his expertise. Ing Tai Wolf's cheeks flushed, as though she had fallen deeply in love with him at first sight. Golden Leopard, perceptive of the situation, tenderly pinched Ing Tai Wolf's smooth, delicate cheek, whispering, "We are family. Do not employ your flirtatious tactics on your own kind." Upon hearing this, Ing Tai Wolf's previously flushed face instantly returned to its natural hue. "All right, I understand now. I thought a few charming youths had arrived." With a dismissive huff, I continued to greet a few acquaintances. As they moved further ahead, they encountered another imposing figure, a colossal whale shark humanoid, meandering across the grassy expanse. With each step, it exhaled a tremendous plume of vapor, the sound reverberating like thunder. Binyang Yang, eyes wide with astonishment, exclaimed, "Is this fellow also one of our companions? With such allies, who needs a bicycle?" However, Jinqianbao, shaking his head in resignation, whispered to the group, "He is an underling of the Sea Emperor, planted here by that octopus fellow." With a single statement, everything was elucidated. Truly a formidable adversary, one that would require considerable effort to confront. Xiadao Yang spread his hands in exasperation, while Lan Yanjiang chuckled, "His head is mine. No one shall contest me for it." He pointed towards the distant whale shark humanoid. Xiadao Yang, displeased, retorted with a scoff, "I shall have it. No one should dare contest me." The squabble left Jinqianbao astounded, speechless at their audacity. If they intended to flee, hiding from the whale shark humanoid would hardly suffice. How could they possibly confront it head-on? These two were truly something else. The last individual to appear was an exceedingly ordinary figure, a black-headed wild boar. Is this all? Noting the black wild boar meditating in the sandy clearing, Xiadao Yang detected no hint of menace. It seemed utterly unremarkable. Jinqianbao shrugged slightly, stating, "This fellow is the strongest among us five. He possesses two extraordinary abilities, each formidable enough to defy the heavens. The others, lacking curiosity, grasped from the introductions that all these individuals possessed peculiar and extraordinary skills." Jinqianbao addressed the group, "Originally, when we departed, the doctor informed us that if we did not return, a second team would be dispatched to rescue us. However, they have yet to appear, and we must fend for ourselves." Lan Yanjiang's lips curled into a slight smile. The Dragon Strike team is officially assembled. Chapter 46. If one does not return, then one shall not return. The exact timing of the escape remained undetermined, and the group continued their daily routine. In the cafeteria, during lunchtime, Lan Yanjiang relished the boxed meal provided, far superior to that of the lobster prison. It contained numerous meats, small fish, and shrimp. He feasted heartily, while Jinqianbao struggled to swallow, hesitating for quite some time, lacking the appetite to partake. There was labor to be done in the afternoon. Eating more would be beneficial. Lan Yanjiang offered encouragement, as he was not inclined to linger in this place, which threatened to drive him mad. Now, with this group of teammates, he felt a sense of support. The level of an octopus fellow was comparable to his own. Who knew how many powerful beings resided within the prison? Lazy Sheep and Money Leopard engaged in a private conversation, with a tinge of curiosity about the second team. Are the members of this team formidable as well? Money Leopard nodded subtly, affirming, a 15-member squad, each capable of wielding anything as a weapon, led by a man named Absalom, a true Superman. It sounded rather impressive. Lazy Sheep pondered, if this group were to come to his rescue, it would be nothing short of splendid. Perhaps the chances of victory would be significantly enhanced. In the afternoon, the group returned to the open space, each individual tasked with different responsibilities. Money Leopard and Lazy Sheep sat on the sticky ground, crafting bricks. They were being utilized as free labor. The second team would undoubtedly sweep through everything, but regrettably, their arrival seemed implausible. Money Leopard shrugged helplessly. Just then, Ing Tai Wolf bounced over. Her demeanor towards Money Leopard had shifted since Lazy Sheep's arrival, now maintaining a deliberate distance. She called out to the two engrossed in the mud, "Look up at the sky. It seems someone is coming." The three simultaneously raised their heads, witnessing a colossal battleship descending from the sky. The ship bore the emblem of the Sky City. Standing at the bow was none other than the captain of the second team, the immensely powerful Absalom. In one hand, he wielded a sharp blade, and in the other, a rocket launcher, flanked by 14 fully armed warriors. The leading man bellowed, "Everyone, I have arrived." With this resounding proclamation, the entire prison erupted in fervor. Countless individuals were awestruck by this audacious prison break, for it was rare for anyone to appear in the sky, fully armed. Money Leopard prepared to retrieve the hairpins from his pocket to create a multitude of keys. However, Lazy Sheep firmly pressed down on Money Leopard, his gaze icy and resolute. With a stern expression, he advised, "Patience. This is not the opportune moment." Lazy Sheep exchanged a knowing glance, noticing a throng of fishmen armed with heavy weaponry lining the edge of the prison. The squid men ambled out leisurely, each of their 8 tentacles gripping a Gatling gun. They raised their cannons and unleashed a barrage of shells toward the massive ship above. Countless explosives erupted from the ground, striking the enormous vessel. The seemingly robust battleship proved surprisingly vulnerable, shattering under the relentless bombardment. Money Leopard was incredulous. Had it truly been so easily vanquished? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lazy Sheep remained seated in the mud, situated far from the core area, thus shielded from harm, casually observing the unfolding spectacle. The actions of this doctor piqued Lazy Sheep's curiosity. Was this a prelude to an impending disaster? Engaging in a head-on confrontation was utterly futile. Among the 15 individuals aboard, all fell to the ground, armed with a myriad of weapons, battling against the encircling fishmen. However, they were oblivious to the true strength of their adversaries. Following a barrage of countless bombs, the Octopus King swiftly brandished 8 gleaming blades. A decisive reckoning had arrived. Over half of this group perished, leaving only the gravely injured Absalom, lying on the ground, gasping for breath. This battle, which was anticipated to echo through the annals of history, barely stirred the waters of fate. The cheetah tightened his grip, a palpable aura of menace emanating from his eyes. Lazy Lamb, having cleansed his mud-streaked hands, approached the cheetah, leaning close to whisper, "What are our plans for tonight?" Without a moment's hesitation, the cheetah nodded vigorously. They had to escape this accursed place. Otherwise, their demise was inevitable. He harbored no illusions about defeating one of the 4 guardians, the Octopus King, whose power was nearly insurmountable. Yet, in his quest to rectify the situation, he paid no heed to personal peril. Even should he fall, he must honor the doctor's legacy. The cheetah steeled himself with newfound determination. Lazy Lamb, seemingly unperturbed, wandered the open ground, preparing to contact Knife Sheep and Running Sheep. The trio conspired to devise a foolproof plan to seize the divine bow and the precious blade from the Octopus King's private chamber. These weapons had been entrusted to him by C2, who required an abundance of arms due to his numerous underlings. As twilight descended, the group finished their supper, gazing at the ocean above. All creatures of the frost-laden sky yearned for freedom. The 3 sat upon the sandy terrain. Knife Sheep was the first to tilt his head back, nonchalantly declaring, "When we first arrived at the sea, we were 3 companions sharing wine and meat. Now, together again, we find ourselves without wine." The camaraderie among brothers rendered the absence of drink inconsequential. Lazy Lamb chimed in, a smile flickering in his eyes. Running Sheep surveyed the heavens, his brow furrowing as he posed a profound question. In tonight's battle, could we topple the divine temple and shatter the Sea Emperor? What if we were never to return? The 3 exchanged glances, fully aware that beside the prison lay the fabled Sea Emperor's hall, home to C2 and countless warriors and favorites of the Second Prince. It was a fortress deemed impregnable, a bastion no one could challenge. Should the great prison fall, C2 would undoubtedly rally his forces, leading to a fierce confrontation. What if we were never to return? Knife Sheep echoed with a hint of amusement on his face. Lazy Lamb maintained his composure. The trio simultaneously conjured a resolute phrase in their minds, extending their fists to collide with one another. "Then let it be that we go, never to return." Their laughter erupted, a sound of pure joy as they reclined comfortably upon the sandy expanse. At that moment, it was undeniably their happiest hour. The entire Dragon Strike team stood armed and at the ready. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Lazy Lamb distributed the keys to the 2 padlocks to Knife Sheep and Running Sheep. The 2 exchanged a subtle nod, nonchalantly concealing the keys within their hair. With a shake of their bodies, They turned and made their way back to their respective cells. Late at night, upon returning to the dormitory, the leopard glanced at the lazy sheep, signaling that everything was in readiness. All was set, save for the final push. As the lights were extinguished, the lazy sheep's gaze remained fixed on the moon outside the window. When the moon hung high in the sky, he intended to instigate a tremendous upheaval. Chapter 47. Celebration before the treasure pavilion. The prison lay shrouded in profound silence. Yet the hearts of those plotting the escape were already rife with agitation. The lazy sheep tightly gripped the key, though claiming no excitement within. Such a notion was impossible. However, he did not display excessive fervor. I went to the treasure pavilion and learned that all my weapons are stored there. The lazy sheep unlocked the padlock and climbed down from his bed. The leopard was well prepared, nodding in agreement. Hurry there and return swiftly. I have gathered everyone here. Once you signal, we will launch a full assault on the main gate and break free in one fell swoop. The two revisited their plan, feeling somewhat reassured. The lazy sheep slipped out of the door. There were no cameras in this area, only a few fishmen stationed at night. Every 20 meters, 2 of them stood guard, armed with heavy weaponry, generally remaining motionless in their posts. As the lazy sheep exited his cell, he did so unnoticed. He climbed the wall, scanning the ground with cautious eyes. The tranquility was almost unimaginable as he made his way toward the treasure pavilion. However, 5 fishmen guarded the entrance, each exuding a menacing aura. One among them donned a helmet, seeming to be their leader. He gestured animatedly, proclaiming loudly, "This place, known as the treasure pavilion, I say. No one dares approach. Do those imprisoned here have the audacity to act? Thus, our presence here is superfluous." The fishman leader shrugged dramatically, adopting a lackadaisical attitude. In the dead of night, it was only they who stood watch over the treasure pavilion. For years, the area had remained undisturbed, with no one daring to incite chaos. During the day, the Octopus King oversaw the domain, and with nightfall, he cared even less, reclining against the entrance of the pavilion. Behind them loomed a grand 3-story marble structure, imposing in stature. Where might one find the likes of Zhuge Liang or the young phoenix? The lazy sheep mused, preparing to take them all down in one fell swoop. As he descended swiftly, ready to conclude matters decisively, he was met with an unexpected turn of events. It seemed the guards were forewarned. As the lazy sheep landed, a massive net sprang forth from the ground, ensnaring him, while the others stirred awake, advancing with drawn blades. The Octopus King truly was a mastermind. He had predicted that this trap would come into play, and indeed, it had ensnared its target. The merman, wielding a long scythe, pointed at the head of lazy sheep, exclaiming, "What are you doing out here at this late hour? Such a transgression is not to be taken lightly." The others around him chuckled heartily, viewing lazy sheep as a significant catch, one that would undoubtedly earn accolades in the future. Trapped within a net of seaweed ropes, lazy sheep found himself ensnared by a force-releasing lock, unable to break free. With a resigned expression, he lamented, "Oh, woe is me. I have fallen into the depths of love." He feigned indifference, momentarily bewildering the merman. The merman jumped forward, demanding, "What do you mean by love? Who have you fallen for? Couldn't you be a little more discreet?" The merman was momentarily at a loss for words. "Of course we were being discreet. We had agreed to meet beneath the seaweed rocks, but alas, you captured us first." Upon hearing this, a smile crept into the merman's eyes. "What does she look like? Is she as beautiful as a flower, as lovely as a celestial being? Do you know what a celestial being looks like? She embodies that. Excellent. It has been months since I have indulged in such pleasures. This time, she shall be mine." The merman began to boast before lazy sheep, appearing particularly earnest as he instructed, "You know her, right? If I release you, will you bring her to me?" Lazy sheep pretended to be flustered, exclaiming, "But she likes me." His face was a portrait of panic, yet his heart was soaring with delight. This fool has taken the bait. Seeing lazy sheep's expression, the merman felt even more exhilarated. He knew that those imprisoned were bound by force-releasing locks, rendering them powerless. Even if he were to release lazy sheep, escape would be impossible. Thus, he swiftly severed the ropes. Within those ropes were fibers designed to limit strength. Once freed, lazy sheep's panic transformed into a radiant smile, leaving the merman momentarily astonished. At that moment, the merman noticed that lazy sheep bore no force-releasing lock. Panic washed over his own countenance. "Thank you," lazy sheep said with a grin, delivering a punch that sent the merman reeling. The others, preparing to sound the alarm, were swiftly taken down as lazy sheep picked up a weapon from the ground and dispatched them with ease, leaving only the merman standing. The latter's face turned ashen as lazy sheep glared down at him. "You are familiar with the treasure pavilion, are you not?" Lazy sheep's eyes gleamed with a deadly intent. The merman trembled, nearly begging for mercy. I didn't. You must think carefully. You have insulted my wife. The consequences will be dire. Though he had yet to have a wife, Lazy Sheep scoffed at the merman's malice. Upon hearing those words, the merman was left speechless. Realizing he should have held his tongue, he routinely patrolled the treasure pavilion to uncover any unusual circumstances within. At this moment, he had to concede. Yes, I am aware of the arrangement of the treasures inside, and I shall take you there now. Why am I so greedy? This time, I have not only lost my own, but also my men. The leader of the merfolk was already so terrified that his words were incoherent. Crawling on the ground to lead the Lazy Sheep. The Lazy Sheep paid him no mind and followed him into the treasure pavilion. Guided by the merfolk leader, the Lazy Sheep discovered 2 divine artifacts nestled within a black box. Upon grasping these weapons, the Lazy Sheep could hardly contain his excitement. Suddenly, he sensed a change in the wind from afar. Instantly alert, he seized the merfolk leader by the collar and locked eyes with him. Did you lead the Sea Emperor's army here? The merfolk leader burst into laughter. The Octopus King has sent me to deliver a message. What if you have obtained the weapons? It is merely an act of folly to stand against a force far greater than yourself. As he spoke, the merfolk leader brutally drove a knife into his own abdomen. The door swung open. The little knife sheep and the running sheep forcefully burst into the treasure pavilion, both panting heavily, their faces flushed. And they shut the door behind them. The Lazy Sheep stood coldly in the hallway, facing the two. Why have you not released the power lock? The Lazy Sheep noted that had the two not been restricted, they would not have fled at all. Last night, due to a search, we discarded the key. The running sheep lamented, but it was indeed the right course of action. Had we not done so, both would have been captured and confined. Well, it's all right. The lock on the Lazy Sheep was released, as the leopard could produce it at any moment. He approached and gripped the power lock of the two. And with 2 explosive sounds, they shared a knowing smile. We are free. The sword god, Little Knife Sheep, hoisted the treasured sword, while the mage, Running Sheep, conjured a halo that soared like a serrated cutting blade. Inside, Little Sheep, listen well. You are surrounded. Surrender now, and you may yet be spared. A shout echoed from outside, accompanied by a clear alarm. Chapter 48. The 25th level Octopus King. The Lazy Sheep clutched the divine bow, raising an arrow skyward. The roof of the treasure pavilion was a glass panel. From within, one could behold the vast expanse of the sky. Fish darted about above, flitting to and fro. Gather. An arrow was released with tremendous force, piercing through with incredible potency. In an instant, it soared with a furious blaze, crashing against the roof of the treasure pavilion. The entire glass panel shattered, debris raining down. However, the arrow that flew forth was imbued with lethal intent, engulfed in flames, soaring through the sky like a comet, compelling everyone's gaze to converge upon it. Once the leopard had notified the last of the group, Mr. Black Wild Boar, he too caught sight of the arrows in the sky. A surge of fervor coursed through his veins as he stepped outside. Bellowing into the vast expanse of the prison, let the battle commence. Behind him, countless individuals surged forth, led by 4 valiant warriors. Those yearning for freedom constituted a staggering 80% of the prison's population. The golden leopard felt a surge of confidence swell within him. However, a singular worry gnawed at his mind, the absence of the languid sheep. They had promised to escape together. Yet now it seemed he was left with only his own contingent. Onward, to the main gate. We must break free, he proclaimed, his voice echoing with determination, met with a resounding chorus of agreement from the crowd. Curiously, the Silver Wolf inquired, shall we not wait for the Lazy Sheep? Their absence suggested they might be trapped. The golden leopard glanced back at his comrades, friends he had forged over a year of confinement in the Sea Emperor prison. Standing resolutely behind him were those sworn to follow him to the ends of the earth. We cannot afford to delay. If we wait for him, we may all perish here, and that would be an injustice. He recognized the harshness of his words and quickly amended his stance. At the very least, we must open the main gate. If they manage to break free, we shall be there to assist. The Silver Wolf's lips twitched, a sign of contemplation. Without further ado, he rallied his companions to launch a fierce assault on the main gate. Surprisingly, the Squid King was nowhere to be found. The golden leopard's resolve solidified. Piecing together the likely scenario, the Lazy Sheep and his companions must have hindered the Squid King's advance. Armed with a sharp blade, he cleaved through a multitude of adversaries. As he cast a glance toward the distance, a genuine sense of gratitude welled up within him. Thank you all. Meanwhile, at the front of the treasure pavilion, the Lazy Sheep kicked open the grand door, unleashing a whirlwind that surged through the room. The door flew several meters before being caught by the Squid King, whose eyes blazed crimson as he single-handedly arrested the massive door. With a cold smirk, he effortlessly shattered it into splinters. Turning his gaze to the entrance of the treasure pavilion, he beheld 3 figures, each radiating an aura of brilliance. Upon seeing them, the Squid King scoffed, "You 3 are but trifling ants in our presence. Surrender now to avoid further humiliation." Yet, in an instant, an arrow pierced through the air, its fury undiminished even in the humid depths of the ocean. It shot straight toward the Squid King, but was intercepted mid-flight. "If you are as tough as ironwood, then prepare to face your reckoning." His formidable tentacles surged forth, ensnaring the arrow and snapping it in twain. Behind him stood 4 squid men, his loyal confidants, all of whom he had meticulously trained. In a flash, they leaped into action, soaring toward the lazy sheep and his 2 companions. "Brothers, let us proceed," the lazy sheep declared, springing forth with a power now unleashed to its fullest potential, ready to engage the numerous squid men in combat. The little knife sheep also drew forth his prized blade, Dawn, unleashing a surge of strength in an instant. He stood at level 20, wielding a formidable sword. Precisely at level 22, with an immense energy swirling around him, he charged towards the squid men. The Law King, Yang, was merely at level 18, yet had developed numerous skills. He possessed the ability to transform air into any form, a remarkably potent weapon of destruction. Drawing 2 airflow swords, he leapt into the fray. Amidst the chaos, 8 additional squid men joined the battlefield alongside their king. Each of these formidable beings was armed with highly lethal weapons on their 8 tentacles. In an instant, they unleashed a barrage of firepower, overwhelming the crowd before them. Lazy Sheep leapt into the air, drawing an arrow to shoot at them. At that precise moment, Knife Sheep brandished his blade and leaped up, smiling at Lazy Sheep. "Leave it to me." With that, a sharp blade soared into the sky, crashing down like thunder. It cleaved through the squid men armed with heavy weaponry, sending them flying several meters. Lazy Sheep, drawing his longbow, unleashed 8 arrows, ensuring none survived. The Squid King gaped at Lazy Sheep. His previously confident demeanor transformed in an instant. While it might be understandable for others to slay their 8 guards, it was utterly unforgivable for a mere land creature to brazenly eliminate the sacred warriors of the sea. A surge of rage erupted, and a palpable aura of killing intent enveloped the squid men. In a heartbeat, the 8 tentacles seized more weapons. Gatling guns and rocket launchers unleashed a barrage. This was reminiscent of the destruction of the Dragon Team's 2nd squad, an event Lazy Sheep had witnessed. This time, the onslaught was directed solely at him. Yet, Lazy Sheep showed no sign of retreat, firmly gripping his longbow and launching a series of arrows, staunchly resisting the relentless firepower. The sky erupted in vibrant hues, even leaving the Squid King momentarily stunned by the sheer intensity of the suppression. However, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his tentacle. He glanced down in disbelief to see Knife Sheep wielding a long blade enveloped in dark, imposing energy. The earlier feat had indeed been his doing. Severing one of his tentacles, the Squid King, incredulous, stammered, still contemplating raising his arm to crush Knife Sheep with a tentacle. Yet, as he lifted his appendage, a radiant blade swiftly severed another of his tentacles. The massive appendage fell to the ground. Yang, utilizing his incredible speed, dashed past, bringing down the Squid King's remaining tentacle with his blade. He then high-fived Knife Sheep, celebrating their victory with laughter. Lazy Sheep, witnessing the seamless cooperation between his 2 companions, prepared to draw another arrow to conclude the battle. However, the Squid King's expression darkened ominously. The individuals behind him were drenched in cold sweat, gripped by fear. No one had ever witnessed the King of the Octopuses, one of the 4 great guardians, in such a furious state. Only the most seasoned jailer had glimpsed the wrath of the Octopus King. There had once been a significant riot within the prison, led by a charismatic man who stealthily set ablaze over 30 structures. This provoked the Octopus King to unleash his ultimate form, resulting in the indiscriminate slaughter of 200 individuals before he ceased. It is noteworthy that the initial riot involved merely 20 participants. The Octopus King's fury translated into chaos and bloodshed, causing all present to retreat in terror, their expressions reflecting sheer dread. At that moment, the Octopus King's 8 tentacles transformed into majestic dragon heads, each exhaling flames. Before the trio of Lazy Sheep stood the Octopus King in his 25th level form, with 8 dragon-like tentacles spanning the sky. Chapter 49. The Law King charges upon the Octopus King's appearance. The atmosphere became electrified, as no one had ever witnessed this legendary guardian in his most powerful form. His mere presence exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression, leaving all in attendance astonished. Ordinary individuals could only feel their legs weaken in response. The trio of Lazy Sheep, standing before the Octopus King, felt the impact as well. Yet they did not falter in his presence. The 8 dragon heads of the Octopus King swirled in the air as he gazed down at the 3 little ones. Bursting into laughter. Did no one teach you not to provoke trouble when you stepped outside? You will get beaten for it, so do not adopt such a nonchalant demeanor. The Octopus King laughed heartily, and the dragon heads joined in the uproar. Having showcased his full power, he was assured that no one would dare confront him directly. Furthermore, within this prison, he could guarantee his supremacy, confident that if the others did not intervene, he could crush all opposition. He leisurely waved his tentacles, unable to contain his laughter. All of you are merely underlings. What are you fussing about? What capabilities do you possess? Ha! The 3 standing on the ground were left speechless, their mouths agape. Lazy Sheep exclaimed, "Who gave this fellow such confidence? Does he think others will not retaliate?" This situation was rather amusing. During confrontations, there are always some who believe their opponents should simply stand idle and be defeated. Little Knife Sheep's gaze sharpened as he drew his weapon and leaped into action, shouting loudly, "This brat has crossed the line. I will give him a taste of his own medicine." His fervor surged as he soared toward the Octopus King. Charging Sheep also sprang forth like a bolt of lightning, unwilling to be outdone, proclaiming, "I am joining in too." Having just severed one of the Octopus King's tentacles, he felt emboldened. This time, his anger would cleave the Octopus King into oblivion. However, the Octopus King showed no mercy. A tremendous force descended in an instant. One dragon head plummeted down, crashing to the ground and engulfing Charging Sheep whole. Upon witnessing the misfortune of the spirited sheep, the Octopus King erupted in laughter. A vegetable is merely a vegetable, no matter how it is presented. With that, he resumed his battle against the Blade Sheep, his hardened tentacles surprisingly capable of withstanding the onslaught of the legendary blade, Dawnbreaker. The Blade Sheep, momentarily taken aback, pondered why his weapon lacked the devastating power of its predecessor. After all, the Elder Sheep had cleaved the ocean without mercy. How could a mere tentacle pose such a challenge? In his moment of astonishment, the Blade Sheep was struck by a tentacle resembling an iron rod, sending him crashing down like a falling star, resulting in the ground erupting beneath him. The Lazy Sheep, no longer hesitating, contemplated the opponent's vulnerabilities. Even as 8 tentacle heads danced around him, the Octopus King appeared as formidable as steel, yet every being possesses flaws, even one as powerful as he. With a powerful leap into the air, the Lazy Sheep gazed down at the octopus, flames igniting in his eyes. If the weaknesses were not readily apparent, then he would compel them to reveal themselves. Surely, under relentless firepower, no one could conceal their weaknesses. Armed with arrows, the Lazy Sheep activated his unlimited fire mode. The assault was fierce, yet the octopus seemed unfazed, staring up with a pair of large, disdainful eyes, as if to say, "Is that all you've got?" Locking eyes with the Octopus King, the Lazy Sheep felt a surge of paralysis. Such overwhelming pressure would challenge anyone's composure, and at that moment, the Octopus King leaped into the air, poised to pounce upon the Lazy Sheep. In that fleeting instant, anyone would quail at the thought of falling. The Octopus King had undoubtedly claimed countless victims with this maneuver, intent on suffocating the Lazy Sheep beneath his weight. However, instead of succumbing to fear at the sight of the colossal creature soaring above him, the Lazy Sheep's eyes widened, unleashing a barrage of arrows. In an instant, the Octopus King's base was thoroughly compromised. How could I have overlooked this? In my single-minded pursuit to suffocate him, I exposed my vulnerability. The Octopus King had never considered that someone under such duress might still retaliate. Consequently, he plummeted down, determined to crush the Lazy Sheep, only to be met with unexpected resistance that left him internally wounded. The immense damage he sustained was significant. Upon crashing to the ground, the Octopus King let out a hiss, arrows still embedded within his flesh, the pain persistent. Observing the Octopus King's distorted expression, the Lazy Sheep drew his divine bow, already suspecting the truth. This weakness lay in his base. Now that it had been revealed, he was ready to strike. With an instantaneous surge of firepower, he pressed the attack once more. Gritting his teeth, the Octopus King smirked coldly. If he could not eliminate the Lazy Sheep, he would annihilate his companions instead. The tentacles surged forth, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. He remained oblivious, whether it was his own kind or others. All were ruthlessly crushed. The Little Knife Sheep desperately swung his precious blade, but inflicted minimal damage upon the Octopus King. The previous Night Wolf was at level 25, while this Octopus King had reached the pinnacle of level 25, a completely different realm. The disparity between levels was as vast as a chasm. The higher the level, the more pronounced the difference in strength. Damn it, the first to pin me to the ground, making me taste the dirt, I spit, spit. The running sheep crawled out from the earth, covered in mud, his face reflecting disgust. The first words out of his mouth were a vehement curse directed at the Octopus King. Anger flickered in his eyes as he shook his nearly shattered waist. Glaring with his sword-like brows, he shouted, "Octopus King, you're picking on me. Aren't you bullying me honest? Damn it, let me show you my wrath." Before the running sheep could finish his words, he felt an immense pressure as a tentacle struck him from above, pinning him to the ground, the sand burying his head. The lazy sheep smirked, yet after being struck into the earth, the running sheep felt his limbs stiffen, struggling to push through the sand. His body transformed into a radiant halo, steam rising around him. He let out a cold laugh. "Octopus King, today I will claim you." Clearly, the running sheep was genuinely enraged. He leaped upward, soaring into the air. Instantly breaking through to level 25, his strength multiplied, and his hands transformed into a serrated stream of energy. With a frigid gaze, he swung down, delivering a powerful blow to the Octopus King's arm, severing it and sending it flying several meters away. One dragon head fell, and the strength within the Octopus King rapidly diminished. The lazy sheep, showing no mercy, unleashed an even fiercer barrage of firepower, overwhelming the Octopus King. 3 more arms exploded, and several dragon heads fell. The Octopus King wailed, bloodied and in agony. Yet he continued to crawl forward, his gaze fixed solely on the little knife sheep. Even in death, he vowed to take one with him. Noticing that the little knife sheep had yet to draw his weapon, he presumed the latter still relied on his original strength, which posed no threat to him. However, the little knife sheep, witnessing the advancing Octopus King, revealed a hint of a smile. Initially, when he drew his blade, he felt no connection. The holy light of the dawn blade had yet to manifest. This time, a flickering light surged defiantly upwards. The corners of the little knife sheep's mouth curled slightly. At the moment the little knife sheep drew his sword, the lazy sheep put away his bow, and the energy wheel in the running sheep's hands dissipated. The Octopus King, bewildered, charged even more fiercely towards the little knife sheep. Yet in an instant, he was cleaved in two, the formidable blade slicing through him, its edge soaring toward the heavens as though striking the vast sea above. The lazy sheep scratched his head, feeling a twinge of fear, and approached the little knife sheep, saying, "Fortunately, the sky enveloping the sea is not merely a plastic film. Otherwise, the entire ocean would have collapsed." The eyes of the little knife were still filled with a crimson hue, and his complexion gradually returned to normal. Leaning against Lazy Goat, he chuckled. This fellow is courting death. It would be quite a favor to send him on his way. The trio exchanged light-hearted banter as they sprinted towards the main gate. Once they escaped from the prison bowl, a myriad of choices unfolded before them. No longer confined to this place, Lazy Goat gazed into the distance, where flashes of lightning wreaked havoc. The black bull was rampaging, saturating the ground with a pool of blood. It seemed they were on the verge of breaching the great gate. The group, unwilling to be outdone, dashed towards the main entrance. A stunning aurora descended upon the prison bull's grand gate, an imposing figure standing defiantly in midair. The golden leopard and his companions halted, momentarily stunned. What was meant to arrive had indeed come. A cold sweat broke on the brow of the golden leopard as the newcomer, clad in blue battle attire and wielding a trident, emanated an overwhelming pressure that bore down upon them. Beside him stood the Seahorse King, gripping 2 curved blades, exuding an air of fearless determination. The Seahorse King's loyal guards, 8 formidable sea donkeys, stood menacingly behind him. The indifferent Mr. Black Boar pointed at the man in the center and inquired of the golden leopard, "Who is this fellow?" A palpable aura of malice emanated from his gaze, sending a shiver down the spine of the golden leopard. With caution, he replied, "He is the second prince of the Sea Royal family, known as C2, possessing the divine power to stir the ocean." Although Golden Leopard felt somewhat numbed by the situation, he dared not retreat, now that matters had escalated to this point. There was no turning back. He exchanged a look with Mr. Black Boar and resolutely declared, "I shall remain loyal to the Sky City, my brother." Golden Leopard hoped his words would inspire Mr. Black Boar to rise to the occasion. However, the latter's expression remained one of indifference. He seemed to regard the charge as insignificant. This left Golden Leopard momentarily baffled, while he was aware of Mr. Black Boar's formidable strength and aloof demeanor. He did not expect him to be so apathetic in the face of battle. With no other option, Golden Leopard led the remaining comrades in a fierce assault against C2, boldly proclaiming, "C2, I will strip your skin, extract your tendons, and carve your bones. The countless horrors endured in this prison are all thanks to you, Prince." Recalling the ambush by C2's army upon their arrival in the deep sea, resulting in a complete rout, including the defeat of his dragon team by the combined forces of the 4 great guardians. Golden Leopard's gaze sharpened. The fur on his body bristled like steel spikes, pointing directly at C2 as he continued to declare, I swear. I shall not live among men if I do not slay you, C2. Countless inmates rallied behind him, charging forth. With a smirk, C2 forcefully struck the ground with his trident, causing the walls of the prison bowl to collapse instantaneously. Stones flew and remnants of walls scattered. Yet, even in its collapse, it was still preferable to having no city gate at all. Upon the towering rubble stood the formidable deity of the sea, High Air. With a sardonic smile, he mused, it is said this group seeks to confront me? The Seahorse King, ever astute, understood immediately and brandished 2 curved blades, unleashing them with a fierce slash into the air. These lethal weapons resonated with sonic waves, an innate attack of the Seahorse King himself, decimating the escapees below, leaving a river of blood in their wake. The Golden Leopard, dazed, transformed his fur into sharp, elongated blades, refusing to linger any longer, and surged skyward. His weapons aimed directly at High Air, yet the latter was not one to be easily vanquished. With an unperturbed expression, High Air had yet to encounter anyone brave enough to openly challenge him. Those who dared had swiftly met their demise. A sense of unease gripped the Golden Leopard. Could he truly approach High Air so effortlessly? As he neared the formidable figure, an icy chill ran down his spine, and he felt an increasing weight upon him. Turning around, he was met with the piercing gaze of the Seahorse King, whose blade had already pierced through his chest. The Golden Leopard collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, while the Seahorse King, a regular force of level 23, could unleash even greater power if required. Yet, against mere mortals, he deemed it unnecessary to exert his full strength. This audacious group had dared to escape, truly a reckless endeavor, akin to courting death. The Seahorse King placed a foot upon the Golden Leopard's head, who was now bleeding profusely, his senses fading. Meanwhile, High Air remained as indifferent as an unyielding glacier, exuding an air of disdain towards the rabble, finding them unworthy of his attention. Had he known they were all of such low caliber, he would not have bothered to appear at all. With an exasperated shake of his head, he bore the visage of one who had not slept well, yet was forced to engage. The Seahorse King, ever the shrewd individual, promptly bowed and requested, Your Highness, allow me 3 minutes to eliminate these unruly miscreants. It has been a while since I last stretched my limbs. With a crackling sound, he showcased his might, eager to serve as an efficient aid to the second prince. In the vastness of the sea, who could deny that the second prince was destined to become the next sea emperor? Go ahead. You have but 2 minutes. Leave not one of them standing. High Air declared disinterestedly, not even fluttering an eyelid. His calm demeanor reflected complete trust in the Seahorse King. Seeing this, the latter leapt into action, whirling through the sandy terrain. Black Bull, witnessing the Seahorse King charge towards him, felt his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. A flash of lightning erupted forth, striking the Seahorse King in an instant. Yet, at level 23 and beyond, one is shielded by protective forces. Such damage was utterly trivial to the Seahorse King. A swift blade severed the arm of the Black Bull, causing both limbs to plummet to the ground, blood splattering across several meters. Witnessing this, the wolf, Ida, attempted to deliver a powerful kick to the head of the Seahorse King, yet found himself utterly outmatched. Sent sprawling by a retaliatory strike, the great white shark opened its cavernous maw, intending to devour the Seahorse King in one gulp. However, the Seahorse King, with lightning-fast reflexes, seized the shark's tongue, yanking it out before slicing it off with a single stroke. With a smirk at the corner of his mouth, he dispatched the howling shark with a swift kick. This seemingly invulnerable predator was, for the first time, defeated from within. Meanwhile, the wild boar, Mr. Black, crouched on the ground, feigning the demeanor of an ordinary escapee. With the organizers eliminated, he dared not make a move against the followers. Lazily, the trio of lazy sheep rescued those confined within the detention chamber. Having previously traversed this brutal place, Lazy Sheep was well aware of its horrors. Upon freeing everyone, he set the entire detention chamber ablaze. Upon seeing Lazy Sheep, the powerful figure, she fell to his knees at first glance, having been thoroughly battered. Exclaiming in gratitude, he proclaimed, Thank you, Lord Lazy Sheep, for your life-giving grace. I shall follow you unto death. Lazy Sheep accepted his allegiance, recognizing that an ally is preferable to an enemy. Thus, they reconciled. Coincidentally, another man, Absalom, emerged from the detention chamber, inquiring, Where's my blood brother, the money leopard? Chapter 51. Absolute domination. The group officially assembled and marched toward the entrance of the prison bowl. Absalom's muscles bulged, exuding a fierce aura reminiscent of a wolf or tiger. After a few steps, he suddenly halted, prompting the others to pause, curiosity piqued. Yet, in less than a heartbeat, a barrage of flying darts was launched toward them. Absalom coughed, deftly catching hundreds of darts in his grasp, his eyes ablaze with fury. What a pitiful tactic. Is ambush your only skill? Prior to this, he had gathered intelligence on the Sea Emperor's palace, where a mysterious force known as the Sea Donkey Brigade operated, capable of killing unseen. Regarded as the true aboriginals of the sea. However, the Sky City remained skeptical, for no civilization consisted solely of assassins. Hence, Absalom was tasked with probing the depths of the ocean to acquire the latest intelligence. Upon reaching the abyss, he was met with a formidable assault, resulting in heavy losses and the capture of his entire team during their last solitary incursion. Scanning the shadows for lurking figures, Absalom laughed heartily. Come forth. What kind of hero hides in the dark? With the Octopus King's demise, he felt no fear. Against ordinary foes, mere standard attacks sufficed for victory. As the group drew closer to Absalom, gripping their weapons tightly, a palpable heat emanated from each of them. Was it true? Were there numerous enemies lurking in the shadows? The anxious ram sheep, momentarily stunned, pressed for answers, yet the surrounding individuals paid him no heed. As the conversation unfolded, 8 figures leaped into the air before crashing down onto the earth with a resounding thud. Among them, the leader cast a disdainful gaze upon Absalom. Truly, this towering sea donkey, standing at 3 meters tall, emanated an aura that shattered the atmosphere around him. With a cold chuckle, he surveyed the crowd before him. Remarking upon the audacity of these miscreants who dared to escape from prison and show disrespect to the Sea Royal family, such insolence could only lead to their demise. Before the sea donkey could finish his proclamation, Lazy Sheep raised a hand to interrupt him. Do not speak of the sea monarch. To me, that holds no significance. I have already dispatched the 3rd prince of the Sea Royal family without a second thought. This bold declaration captured everyone's attention, their gazes riveted upon him, leaving Lazy Sheep feeling somewhat bashful, as if he had inadvertently overstepped. The 8 sea donkeys formed a menacing formation, each wielding a long spear. Their eyes locked onto Lazy Sheep. It became evident that they were now focused on him after learning that he was the one responsible for the death of the 3rd prince. Initially, their attention had been on Absalom, but now they had shifted their sights entirely to Lazy Sheep. Before departing, C2 had instructed them to guard the main entrance of the prison while the others dealt with Lazy Sheep with extreme prejudice. There could be no further chaos. As they assumed their positions, the sea donkeys brandished their spears, preparing to launch a powerful assault. However, Lazy Sheep did not hesitate. He charged forward, employing a swift and agile cutting technique. The sea donkeys proved no match for his prowess. With a few casual yet potent arrows, he pierced through 4 of the sea donkeys with ease. Running Sheep, filled with admiration, exclaimed, "Wow, Lazy, you're truly formidable. You've utterly decimated this group." This remark left Lazy Sheep momentarily stunned, pondering the absurdity of such a name. Absalom refrained from engaging, instead intercepting the flying darts of the 8 sea donkeys with considerable effort, barely withstanding the onslaught. Yet the 3 youthful figures before him seemed unfazed by the darts, launching their own fierce attacks, resulting in considerable casualties. Naturally, such shock was not something he could express aloud, as he was, after all, an elder, at least appearing older than these youths. Unwilling to be outdone, he drew forth 2 long blades and directed his assault toward the last remaining sea donkey. The blades were unsheathed, yet a trident, accompanied by immense pressure, forcefully blocked his dual blades, shattering them in the process. Absalom was sent crashing to the ground. As Lazy Sheep and his companions eliminated 7 of the sea donkeys, they gazed up at the sky, their eyes filled with disbelief. Goodness, this is quite the challenge. Lazy Sheep sheathed his dagger and turned his gaze toward C2, who wielded the trident with a smile, showing no signs of pressure in the face of these adversaries. Now, it seemed he could indulge in a little play with this group. A trident was forcefully hurled down. Absalom, seeing the trident descend before him, hesitated no longer. With both hands raised, he transformed them into powerful jacks, resolutely blocking the trident like 2 steel pillars. However, a surge of blood erupted as Lazy Lamb aimed an arrow at the trident. Perhaps it is time for you to change your method of attack. He provocatively winked at high air before soaring away. Turning sideways, he seized Absalom's arm, and together they sprinted several meters. The trident embedded itself in the ground, stirring a tempest of sand. High air landed on the sandy surface, casting a playful glance at the individual beside him. I am truly grateful for your assistance. I was not inclined to kill you just yet, High Air remarked to Lazy Lamb, who was momentarily taken aback. Who would care to assist you? Lazy Lamb scoffed, slinging his longbow behind him and brushing off the sand from his attire. He helped the injured Absalom to his feet, but the latter pushed Lazy Lamb away, declaring, "You youngsters assisting the elders amounts to nothing. Wait until I unleash my fury upon him." A slight smile played at the corners of his lips, and Lazy Lamb took a few steps back, saying nothing more as he approached High Air. "What do you mean? Have you helped him? Is this not a baseless accusation? Are you causing trouble?" Lazy Lamb snorted disdainfully, while High Air across from him wore an even more brazen expression. "As I tread my path to becoming the Sea Emperor, eliminating yet another obstacle is not aiding me. What is?" As High Air spoke, he chuckled, surveying the remnants of the defeated army. His complexion grew increasingly flushed as he continued. "With just a few of you, none shall escape tonight. It appears that, barring unforeseen circumstances, not a single one of you will leave alive. I say this without hesitation." After speaking, High Air surprisingly sat down on the sandy ground, retrieving a small gourd from his waist. He took a few sips of liquor. Having been parched for quite some time, Lazy Lamb could no longer contain himself. Drawing his longbow and aiming an arrow at the distant High Air, the arrow ignited the air, possessing the power of 100,000 tons of explosives. A surge of ocean waves crashed. Enormous waves instantaneously materialized beside High Air, absorbing the flames of the arrow. The colossal waves left Lazy Lamb dazed, his head buried in the sand, slipping into unconsciousness, while everyone else was equally astonished. Even the recently drawn knife-wielding Lamb was caught off guard, thrown back and crashing into a tree amidst the sea. The Law King, Bouncing Lamb, found his legs paralyzed, unable to rise. He prepared to hurl a gas wheel from his grasp, but it was intercepted mid-air. The gas wheel swiftly returned, slicing into Bouncing Lamb's arm, blood spurting forth. The only one remaining was Absalom, swallowing hard. The twin blades in his hands were beyond his reach. The next moment would herald his demise. To eliminate High Air? That was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. As High Air beheld Absalom standing there in a daze, his face blossomed with a radiant smile. He couldn't help but exclaim loudly, "Not a single capable fighter in sight." Lazy Sheep pulled his head from the sand and raised his middle finger at High Air, remarking, "Merely this." This provoked High Air's fury to ignite once more. He felt an overwhelming urge to tear Lazy Sheep apart. He advanced, delivering a swift strike to Lazy Sheep's head, but the latter evaded the blow and leaped away. Lazy Sheep's physical strength appeared rather feeble in contrast. At this juncture, High Air had reached the pinnacle of level 25, exuding an aura of absolute dominance. As Lazy Sheep was knocked down again, High Air prepared to deliver a fatal blow. At that moment, the Queen of the White Shark approached from a distance, flanked by a retinue of elegantly attired individuals. A smile danced upon her lips, and upon seeing her, High Air's heart swelled with joy. She belonged to the royal family of the sea and was married to one of the 4 great guardians, the Lobster King. Though the Lobster King treated her with utmost respect, she had abandoned him in his hour of peril, leaving him heartbroken. In truth, the Queen of the White Shark had hurried back to the Sea Emperor's city, fortuitously finding High Air to rally troops in support of the Lobster King. However, by this time, the Lobster King had already met his demise, rendering any rescue futile. Seeing High Air repeatedly overpower Lazy Sheep, she grew emboldened, saying, "High Air, this fellow is nothing but trash. Kill him if you wish." A crisis is unfolding in the palace. The Queen of the White Shark swayed her body as she approached High Air. His murderous intent dissipated in her presence, and he found himself at a loss for anger. "What is happening in the palace? I just came from there, and it seems the old Sea Emperor is failing. If he were to pass, the princes would surely engage in a deadly struggle for power. It would be wise to strike first in the royal city." High Air silently vowed that if he did not return now, when would he? If he were to ascend to the throne in the future, he would require her as his empress. The Lobster King had proven inadequate, accomplishing nothing of note. With a duplicitous demeanor, the Queen of the White Shark nestled close to High Air, and the two schemed together over the throne. This exchange left Lazy Sheep in utter disbelief, prompting him to unleash a torrent of curses. What a disgrace! A pair of lecherous conspirators, truly a bunch of parasites. I thought the Sea Emperor's palace was a paragon of virtue, yet it is nothing but filth. Spitting disdainfully in the distance, he continued to voice his contempt. The Queen of the White Shark, with an air of disdain, leaned against High Air's muscular physique and coyly remarked, "There is a foolish boy slandering me. How utterly inhumane." Upon hearing this, High Air brandished his trident, pointing it at Lazy Sheep. "You seek death, boy." He contemplated that eliminating this nuisance for the Queen of the White Shark would be a trivial task. After all, the Shark Princess is a noble of the Shark clan. capable of providing him support within the imperial palace. He could handle matters once he ascends to the throne. For now, it was perfectly acceptable to make any promises. As he spoke, he aimed to deliver a fatal blow to the little knife goat. Stop! A commanding voice echoed through the air as a golden figure descended, intercepting the trident mid-flight. The force of the impact left High Air's arm numb, causing him to retreat several steps. A merman radiating golden light stood before the crowd, wielding a steel baseball bat imbued with an ominous aura. The Golden Fish Princess, lazily looking at the once seemingly frail girl, who now appeared valiant and formidable like a goddess of war descending from the heavens, was a surprise. Did you not expect me? I'm here to rescue you today. The Golden Fish Princess, noticing the astonishment on Lazy Goat's face, smiled at her beloved simpleton and added, "Do not idolize me. I am merely a legend." Behind her, countless golden fish warriors surged forth from the edge of the prison bowl, ready to clash with those trapped within. Although the Seahorse King possessed immense strength and commanded 8 sea donkeys, the multitude of golden fish warriors overwhelmed them from all directions. High Air realized that his meticulously crafted plans were being shattered. His gaze towards the Golden Fish Princess was filled with malice. Initially, he had been somewhat taken by her beauty, yet now, sensing her treachery, he resolved that she could not be spared. With a powerful tug, he launched the trident like an arrow. Upon hearing his words, the Golden Fish Princess disdainfully spat a few times. How repulsive! I have never encountered such a loathsome being. I am here to uphold justice. Raising her bat, she aimed to retaliate against High Air. However, the trident's force was nearly overwhelming. The Golden Fish Princess was sent flying several meters, crashing into the ground, as if her very insides had shattered. Ouch, that hurts. High Air raised his trident and advanced towards the Golden Fish Princess, intent on delivering a lethal blow to this rebellious leader. Rallying the old guards of the Golden Fish clan indeed demonstrates considerable courage. Yet, you shall have no chance to wield power further. Just as he prepared to sever the Golden Fish Princess's head, a stern voice from behind him rang out. High Air, if you dare move, you can forget about your head. Lazy Goat had seized the Shark Princess by the neck, glaring fiercely at High Air. In his hand, he clutched an arrowhead perilously close to the delicate neck of the Shark Princess, mere millimeters away. The palpable tension left the Shark Princess pale with fear. As she cried out desperately, High Air, you inhumane monster, they are just a couple in love. Why must you meddle? This is a matter of life and death. At her words, both Knife Goat and Running Goat were momentarily taken aback. The Goldfish Princess had originally come to their rescue out of respect for the Lazy Sheep. Indeed, she had some depth. The Lazy Sheep, that sly one. The little Knife Sheep gazed at the Goldfish Princess with a somewhat dazed expression, a smile playing upon his lips. High Air, grasping his trident, approached the Lazy Sheep and casually pulled. The Running Sheep and the Little Knife Sheep were all yanked forward, kneeling before him. The Goldfish Princess stood beside High Air. I have 3 hostages, while you possess only 1. Tell me, am I at a disadvantage? High Air said, his face alight with mirth. Release them, and I shall remain at your disposal. High Air scoffed coldly, pointing at the Lazy Sheep. Who gave you the audacity? Do you think you are worthy? Whether I am worthy or not, you may judge by her value. The Lazy Sheep pressed the arrow blade closer to the neck of the White Shark Princess, who was gasping for breath. Gritting her teeth, the White Shark Princess shouted, Do you no longer desire the throne? Without the White Shark family, who do you think you are? Only the White Shark family can elevate you to the throne. After a moment of silence, High Air lowered his head in contemplation, then let out a resounding laugh. Ha! Very well, I will exchange your life for theirs. First, let them go. Release them. The Lazy Sheep declared firmly. High Air casually spread his hands, indifferent. Let them take this group of the Goldfish family away. The Lazy Sheep nodded towards the Goldfish Princess, whose gaze was icy. What will you do? With a heart full of concern for the Lazy Sheep, she knew that if they parted this time, they might never meet again. Don't worry about me, just go. The others remained unmoved, prompting the Lazy Sheep to shout. Hurry and leave. The Little Knife Sheep nodded, pulling the Goldfish Princess with a serious expression. There are no eternal banquets in the world. Do not let the kindness of the Lazy Sheep go to waste. Lazy Sheep? The Goldfish Princess gradually regained her composure, gritting her teeth as she said, Since we cannot be together year after year, I wish you safety. The Goldfish Princess wanted to say, I wish you peace, but how could High Air let him go? Now, he was like a tethered grasshopper. Defeating High Air was impossible. He could only swiftly retreat alongside the Little Knife Sheep. As the others departed, the tense expression on the Lazy Sheep's face finally relaxed. Chapter 53. The Lazy Sheep is done. For the Lazy Sheep watched the others leave, his once anxious heart now at ease. If he could exchange his life for the lives of many, it was worth it. The arrow blade still pointed at the white shark princess's neck, her gaze vacant, having already shouted herself hoarse. The lazy sheep leaned close to the white shark princess's ear, exhaling a fragrant breath, and softly said, "As long as he does not breach the agreement, I shall not either. You need not worry." The rich, magnetic timbre of his voice gradually restored color to the white shark princess's face. The seahorse king approached with the wild boar, Mr. Black, and inquired of high air with curiosity, "Are you truly letting this group go? They are slaves, traitors." Evidently, the seahorse king was reluctant to acknowledge such an order. However, upon meeting the gaze of Sea Air, he felt utterly deflated. No one could rescind Sea Air's command. The phrase rang true, "I shall bear the responsibility." Let them go this time. The seahorse king discerned the nuances of the situation. This time, they would be spared, but the next encounter remained uncertain. Lazy Sheep understood the intricacies as well and chose not to elaborate further. One could protect for a moment, yet not for eternity. As Sea Air and his companions watched the members of the Goldfish clan vanish from sight, he raised his trident, pointing it at Lazy Sheep, insisting, "You must hold true to your word." The palpable aura of menace surged forth, threatening to engulf the very waves of the ocean. It resembled a colossal beast soaring through the skies. Lazy Sheep remained steadfast, discarding his arrows onto the ground, while the white shark princess trembled in fear. Drenched in cold sweat as she fled at breakneck speed, terrified of an arrow flying her way. Lazy Sheep kept his eyes fixed on Sea Air as he cast aside his arrows. "Come on, let the storm intensify," he bellowed, his voice reverberating to send the fish in the sky into a frenzied dance. Sea Air scoffed, "What a foolish lad, yet I shall indulge you." With that, he thrust his trident horizontally into Lazy Sheep's abdomen. A torrent of blood erupted forth, the sheer force pinning Lazy Sheep to the ground. The horrific scene caused the white shark princess to cover her mouth in shock. In a mix of laughter and disbelief, she playfully pounded Sea Air's chest, exclaiming, "You are indeed formidable. This lad has kicked a metal plate." Sea Air's expression shifted. Something felt amiss about eliminating this little sheep. The first time he ventured to Lobster City, the Lobster King was an exceptionally powerful figure, yet he was swiftly dispatched. Capturing him with ease seemed like a tall tale. Was this individual intentionally seeking imprisonment? During the second encounter in the prison, who did not know of the undefeated reputation of the fighting rhinoceros? In that domain, he seemed invincible. Yet, such a person was rumored to have faced brutal defeat. It was a sight too harrowing to behold. Now, he offered no resistance and was effortlessly subdued. As Sea Air gazed at the motionless Lazy Sheep, though astonished, he managed to regain his composure. He turned to survey the few individuals behind him. Beside the Seahorse King stood a black-headed wild boar and a little sheep. Seemingly one of those who had just departed, now kneeling before Sea Air and bowing respectfully. What was the meaning of this? Sea Air wore a puzzled expression. Was this fellow foolish? Having been granted freedom, why did he return? Did he long for oblivion in this world? The Seahorse King promptly interjected. "This young man is a recent acquaintance who assisted us in defeating several members of the Goldfish clan. His strength is not to be underestimated. He wishes to join our ranks." Sea Air scrutinized the wild boar, recognizing its audacity. "I entrust this to you. Make the arrangements. The formidable warriors gathered by the Seahorse King shall be dealt with by him personally. But what of this fellow?" C2 cast a puzzled glance at Ben Yang Yang, who had extracted a trident from the body of Lazy Yang Yang. With a ferocious clang, it struck the ground, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that shattered the earth, sending a whirlwind of sand spiraling into the air. "I too have come to seek refuge with you, desiring to serve as your subordinate." Ben Yang Yang slowly lifted his head, and upon meeting C2's gaze, a crimson aura of murderous intent emanated from him. "As my subordinate?" C2 chuckled, delivering a swift kick that sent Ben Yang Yang sprawling. "Are you not aware that I kill without a second thought? In my presence, you will suffer a fate worse than death." He was utterly unconvinced that this lad could betray him with such ease, especially since his brother, Lazy Yang Yang, had just sacrificed his life for his own. After being kicked away, Ben Yang Yang remained on his knees, a desperate expression on his face. These individuals, oblivious to their own insignificance, have offended the second prince of the Sea Emperor. None shall survive. Hence, I naturally wish to ally with you. His words were heartfelt, and he continued. He chose to die willingly. Who cannot utter a few flattering words? Such declarations genuinely amused C2. He planted the trident into the ground and approached, patting Ben Yang Yang on the back. "Very well, you possess a certain ruthlessness. I accept you, but with one condition. You must dispose of this fellow's corpse, leaving not a trace behind." C2's gaze was venomous as he contemplated that having this young man handle his brother's remains would serve as the perfect testament to his loyalty. A subtle smile flickered at the corner of Ben Yangyang's mouth as he advanced, gripping lazy Yangyang's lifeless body. Turning to C2, he inquired, "Are there not numerous fish in the sea? It should be no issue to consume a corpse, correct?" C2 nodded coldly, pondering what trickery this lad might be plotting. Upon receiving the command, Ben Yangyang grasped lazy Yangyang's head firmly. Unbeknownst to anyone, he pressed a pill into lazy Yangyang's mouth. He then lifted the body, and with the other hand, summoned swirling energy that intensified with pressure. Striking lazy Yangyang, the latter was launched into the sky, his body crashing against the ocean's barrier, vanishing without a trace. This force left those nearby agape, their jaws dropped in astonishment. Without a backward glance, Ben Yangyang strode towards C2, an air of triumph about him. "Boss, how did I perform?" C2 nodded in approval, letting out a cold snort. "From now on, follow the Seahorse King. Let him assign you your duties." Although lazy Yangyang's body had been obliterated, it would undoubtedly be devoured by the sea. Yet, C2 couldn't shake his suspicions regarding Ben Yangyang, a man of such formidable strength. Surely, a true warrior would not shy away from a fight to the death. He resolved to test him thoroughly in the future. As C2 contemplated this, he waved his hand and departed, followed closely by a cadre of powerful subordinates. With a smile, he remarked, "The king of the squids has perished in prison. Someone must ascend to take his place. Let us choose a successor." It is said that there once existed a formidable figure in the prison, known as the Great Boss Rhino, whose prowess was unmatched. The one who fought alongside Fighting Rhino? Indeed. Very well, he shall be the one. The crowd returned to the Sea Emperor Palace. After a lively farewell with his companions, Ben Yangyang proceeded to his residence, the military tent. At that moment, the smile vanished from his face. The pill was concocted from the Tian Shan Snow Lotus, capable of facilitating rapid recovery. I have already administered it to you. Your future path now relies solely on your fate. Chapter 54. The signing of the contract. Have I perished? Lazy Yangyang opened his eyes to a blinding light that pierced through, causing a slight sting, yet he endured it. As he sat up and surveyed his surroundings, they appeared hollow, resembling a labyrinth. Where am I? Is this heaven? Have I, Lazy Yangyang, also arrived in paradise? Reflecting on the countless lives his hands had once touched, curiosity arose within him. No, you are not dead, though you are in a state of near ruin. An ethereal voice floated above him. Lazy Yangyang glanced around, only to behold an identical figure descending from the air. Two black horns protruded from its head, resembling a devil. Do not doubt it, I am the demon Lazy Yangyang. Your dark side, the demon Lazy Yangyang proclaimed with a haughty demeanor. My dark side? How can I see you? Lazy Yangyang was perplexed, for such an occurrence had never transpired before. The demon Lazy Yangyang smirked mischievously, gazing at Lazy Yangyang. You are currently in an extreme condition, which has activated me. I have come to sign a contract with you. Suppressing his curiosity, Lazy Yangyang inquired with intent, must I be on the brink of death to summon you? He recalled how he had been pierced by the spear of C2. In such a state, survival seemed improbable, yet he harbored a glimmer of hope. If given the chance to live, C2 would see. The demon Lazy Yangyang elucidated, your good brother Ben Yangyang saved you. You cannot die now. Should you perish, you would never encounter me again. Lazy Yangyang chose silence, content to remain alive and heed the words of this peculiar being. In the future, should you desire, you may certainly meet me. We are destined to sign a contract. What contract? The world is divided among four great powers, the Sky City, the Deep Sea Palace, the Tian Shan Ghost Domain, and the Demon Abyss, each ruled by a malevolent deity. If you eliminate one, you shall acquire divine strength, significantly enhancing your physical prowess. Only by signing the contract can you gain the right to vanquish these evil gods. The demon Lazy Yangyang spoke with fervor, exuding an air of arrogance. Yet, Lazy Yangyang's simple question rendered him speechless. Why must I sign a contract with you? Lazy Yangyang had heard of the mystical four domains, legends of ancient times. What is this invincible Tian Shan abyssal demon, capable of slicing through steel as if it were mere clay? What of the demoness lair, which can traverse the past and the future? How does this pertain to me, the lethargic lamb? If the heavens were to collapse, would I possess the strength to save the world? I have yet to safeguard those around me. How can I even contemplate saving the world? With a resigned shake of his head, the lethargic lamb mused, I merely wish to lead an ordinary life. The demon version of the lethargic lamb was taken aback. Despite offering immense benefits, this youth seemed indifferent, even outright rejecting the proposition. Such divine abilities. Upon vanquishing the malevolent deity, those powers would transfer to him. With just one, He could dominate the world. Yet this lad remained unmoved. Hey, you are the demon version of the lethargic lamb. Why have I not encountered the angelic version? The lethargic lamb pondered. Could I truly possess only a shadowy side? Surely not. The foes I have vanquished were all evildoers. The demon version of the lethargic lamb sighed. Shaking his head, we exist in two separate realms, and I cannot predict when you will meet him. Since the lethargic lamb was unwilling to accept the contract, the demon saw no reason to press further. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked, Brother, should you change your mind, feel free to seek me out. The contract can be signed at any time, and I shall bestow upon you a grand gift for demon slaying. With that, he vanished into a burst of light. The lethargic lamb felt as though he might cough up blood. Why could this fellow not simply offer all the benefits at once? Nevertheless, he had no inclination to pursue the slaying of malevolent deities at present. His sole desire was to train diligently, preparing to defeat High Air. This adversary must not be allowed to remain. Gradually regaining consciousness, he exited the radiant space, only to feel a rising pain throughout his body. Unable to open his eyes, he heard voices nearby. Two gentle female voices emerged. It seems he has awakened. Is it appropriate for us to perform surgery on him in secret? Fear not. I am merely experimenting with my father's creation. It is possible he may mutate into a Godzilla. What does he know? Hey there, little lamb. Hey there, little lambkin. Oh. The secret recipe of the 8th Elder's delightful lamb dish is both a feast for the eyes and the stomach. The lethargic lamb felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. What was happening? Would he transform into Godzilla, or perhaps into a hamburger? I think he is moving. One girl shrieked, promptly retreating several paces. Another hastily discarded a glass tube, which emitted a hissing sound as it burned upon impact with the ground. The lethargic lamb sat upright on the hospital bed, his gaze landing on two beautiful girls who looked at him in a state of panic. One of them gradually steadied her breath and addressed him, Little lamb. I have saved you, the girl said bashfully, while the lethargic lamb surveyed his surroundings. The materials here were all soft, within a sealed surgical room adorned with white ceramic tiles. Lazy Sheep, noticing that he was indeed wrapped in bandages, recalled the demon Lazy Sheep mentioning that he had been fed the Tianshan Snow Lotus pill by Galloping Sheep. As a result, his body had been recovering rather swiftly. These two girls were intent on transforming him into Godzilla. Out of courtesy, Lazy Sheep turned and bowed to the leading girl, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. I saved you. And all you can say is thank you? The girl, with an aggressive demeanor, showed no inclination to let Lazy Sheep off the hook. Perplexed, Lazy Sheep wondered about this woman's attitude. He stepped closer, firmly pressing her against the wall. Is thank you insufficient? Must I pledge my life in return? This statement instantly lit up the girl's eyes. After all, while bandaging him earlier, she had been somewhat taken aback. Did she think he was merely a trifling character? She was the daughter of the 5th Elder, after all. The girl, still in a daze, was incensed at Lazy Sheep's apparent playboy demeanor, glaring at him as she declared, I am Miss White Wolf Star. Who do you think you are to flirt with, my lady? Unfazed, Lazy Sheep released her and scoffed. Do you think I want to? With that, he kicked the door open and stepped outside, a refreshing breeze sweeping over him. Instantly, he felt invigorated. Scanning the area, he observed the magnificent palatial structures above. The heights were indeed chilling. In the distance, an endless expanse of clouds lay beneath a remarkably immense sun. Where was this place? Lazy Sheep sensed an unsettling imbalance, as the wind was extraordinarily strong. The Sky City, Miss White Wolf Star, embodying the grace of a noble woman, emerged from the doorway, casting a shy glance at Lazy Sheep. He feigned indifference and curiously inquired, In the Sky City, is there a doctor you know? Lazy Sheep had never anticipated arriving in such a realm. What power could possibly have whisked him away? It was none other than his father. Miss White Wolf Star replied with a radiant smile. Chapter 55, Is this how you propose? Is your father quite formidable? As a doctor in the Sky City, does he hold a high position? Lazy Sheep inquired jovially, glancing at the silent Miss White Wolf Star standing behind him. Her reticence puzzled him. Were the inhabitants of Sky City socially anxious? As he turned, he caught sight of Miss White Wolf Star blushing profusely, her eyes shimmering with admiration, as if her adoration was written all over her face. So handsome. Realizing her rudeness, Miss White Wolf Star quickly responded to Lazy Sheep's question. My father is merely a scientist who has developed superhuman transformations and formed a few small teams for exploration. Upon their initial encounter, how could the White Wolf Star possibly reveal the entirety of her family's assets? The Celestial City is governed by 8 elders. Her father, Mars, holds the position of the 3rd elder among them. The 1st elder is Venus. Due to Mars's unwavering dedication to scientific pursuits and his indifference to politics, He has faced exclusion and his standing within the celestial city has significantly dwindled. Only a small corner is allocated to the third elder, Mars. Both White Wolf Star and her brother, the White Dwarf Star, are remnants of a once noble lineage, now virtually insignificant within the hierarchy of the celestial city. Even as White Wolf Star reaches the age of courtship, she does not receive the same esteemed treatment as other princesses. Only those of dubious wealth or unsavory backgrounds harbor intentions of marrying her. The third elder, Mars, has declined the majority of suitors, intent on securing the best possible match for his daughter. His scientific endeavors demand substantial funding, and without financial means, they cannot sustain themselves. Recently, he has received a proposal from the son of the second elder, Mercury, known as the Celestial Dragon Star. This young man wishes to wed his daughter. Despite his notorious reputation, having previously been embroiled in scandalous affairs and criminal activities, including the exploitation of numerous young women, and having spent several years incarcerated. Upon his release, during a medical visit, he encountered White Wolf Star and was instantly smitten, insisting that his father offer a considerable sum to the third elder for her hand in marriage. In addition to the proposal from the second elder's lineage, the third elder has been inundated with countless marriage requests, for despite the decline of their royal bloodline, his daughter's superior genetics make her a coveted prize. Consequently, apart from the second elder Mercury's proposal, 7 or 8 other suitors have also come forward. These individuals are of a caliber that the third elder cannot afford to offend, prompting him to make a decisive choice, to place his daughter up for auction, allowing the suitors to compete amongst themselves, thereby avoiding personal conflict. Unbeknownst to White Wolf Star, she is about to be auctioned. The third elder is contemplating how to explain this situation to his daughter, who possesses a fiercely independent spirit that could lead her to clash head-on with the truth. Just as he grapples with how to convey this message, the second elder's son, Celestial Dragon Star, has already dispatched his steward and bodyguards to propose to White Wolf Star at the prison she oversees. Standing in his grand hall, Celestial Dragon Star beams with arrogance. Why should our proposal be subjected to an auction alongside others? This old Mars must be out of his mind. Within the second elder's household, Celestial Dragon Star assumes the role of a young master, surrounded by numerous servants who remain silent in fear. With his legs crossed and a scrutinizing gaze cast upon the assembly below, he suddenly bursts into laughter, exclaiming, "What a brilliant plan! Today, I shall send someone to propose and bring White Wolf Star to me. We shall consummate our union tonight, and I doubt that Mars will dare object. Thus, even if she resists, it will become impossible for her to refuse." Celestial Dragon Star surveys the room, his steward, Wolf Poison, donning dark sunglasses. Like a demon, he stood below, quietly listening. "Very well, Wolf Poison, you shall go. I trust you to handle this. If she does not leave, just seize her. Does Mars dare to lay a hand on me? Don't tell me you can't manage this little girl." The steward, Wolf Poison, immediately bowed his head, exuding confidence. "I shall assuredly bring back the young mistress. I will not fail my mission." With that, he took his leave from the grand hall, followed by over 50 bodyguards. This imposing group strode towards the hospital of White Wolf Star, where at that moment, Lazy Lamb was stretching leisurely in front of the building. Upon seeing the people from Dragon Star approach with fierce intent, White Wolf Star felt an immediate sense of dread. Fearing for Lazy Lamb's safety, she hastily pushed him inside. "Stay in, don't come out. These people are not to be trifled with." Lazy Lamb said little in response, and entered the room. Taking a seat on a couch near the door, able to hear the commotion outside, a deep voice resonated from beyond the door. The steward, Wolf Poison, wearing a grin, addressed White Wolf Star, "Young mistress, do you know? You are but a word away from wealth and prosperity. Just think, aside from your foolish father, who among the 8 elders is not rich and powerful. If you were to accept our young master, you need not manage the hospital alone." Wolf Poison's words served as a constant reminder of the potential rewards that awaited. However, White Wolf Star was unimpressed, responding candidly, "I cherish hard work. It gives my life meaning." Before she could finish, Wolf Poison interrupted, "Work? Such a trivial request. Our young master would surely indulge you. But if you refuse, do not blame us for what follows." It was a blatant threat, cloaked in coercion. Behind Wolf Poison, each bodyguard was eager for action, some ready to charge forward, only to be halted by Wolf Poison's calm demeanor. "Let Princess White Wolf decide for herself. She knows the times. You brutes. How dare you treat our young mistress this way? You are not human." A young girl beside White Wolf Star grew anxious, fearing for her safety. Wolf Poison dismissed her with a glance, signaling a burly bodyguard to approach. The man swiftly struck the young girl, sending her flying several meters, leaving her dazed and unable to rise. Servants must know their place. Mind your words. Wolf Poison sneered at the girl, heart aching for the young girl. White Wolfstar could not afford to hesitate. What must I do? She did not want anyone else to suffer because of her. She had a father and friends to consider. The influence of the second elder extended throughout the Sky City. Murder was a genuine possibility. Tonight's engagement. Spend the night with the young master, and you shall belong to him. In the future, you will belong to the second elder's family, and no one shall dare to move against you. The steward, Wolf Poison, revealed a smirk, pondering to himself how this girl was oblivious to the fact that the young master would discard her after a few days of torment. But what did it matter? It was only right to take the girl back first. May I prepare a bit in advance for tomorrow? Bai Longxing inquired, her mind struggling to accept the grim prospect of marrying a debauched ruffian. How much suffering awaited her in the future. Yet, if she did not marry, this group would ensure her family would not fare any better. Suddenly, a resounding slap landed across Bai Longxing's face, leaving her in tears. Wolf Poison glared at her menacingly, relishing the sensation of power. She was flung several meters away, unable to rise. Do you think the Sky City belongs to your family? He taunted. Abruptly, the hospital door was kicked open. Damn it, if she is unwilling, you cannot force her. Who do you think you are? Wolf Poison's composure shattered. Chapter 56. The third elder auctions off his daughter. Who is this? There's another man in the room? You truly lack shame. Wolf Poison sneered, stepping forward to deliver another brutal slap to Bai Longxing, who, in agony, shed tears, completely stunned. She had never been struck before. The steward, with disgust etched on his face, pointed at Bai Longxing, stating, You must understand, our young master desires nothing but your purity. Your chaotic personal life is utterly shameless. He attempted to stomp on Bai Longxing, disregarding the presence of Lazy Sheep entirely. Damn it, do you consider me invisible? Lazy Sheep retorted, delivering a sharp slap to Wolf Poison, sending him sprawling several meters away, landing hard on the ground before he struggled to rise. Lazy Sheep helped Bai Longxing to her feet, noting her beauty, but he remained indifferent, turning his gaze back to the steward with a cold smile. Any girl who likes me, I will certainly protect. You shall not lay a finger on her. Despite his uncertainty about Bai Longxing's feelings towards him, her eyes betrayed her emotions, leaving little room for doubt. Upon hearing Lazy Sheep's words, Bai Longxing's face flushed crimson. How annoying. Who likes you? She protested, patting Lazy Sheep on the back. Wolf Poison, lying on the ground, was momentarily dazed, every hair on his body standing on end. The inhabitants of Sky City belonged to a peculiar tribe, akin to the divine maternal lineage of the Sheep Clan leader. Resembling a native species with white fur that thrived in the skies, they were astonishingly powerful, all eccentric beings with wings. Wolf Poison's eyes widened in fury as he brandished a long blade menacingly. To dare clash with the family of the second elder is to court death. I have never bowed to anyone among the stewards of the elders. With that, he lunged forward, engaging in a fierce struggle with Lazy Sheep. Lazy Sheep did not engage in a head-on confrontation, for he was unarmed. To confront an opponent with a bare hand is to tread on uncertain ground. Who knows what tricks they might employ? Perhaps their combat prowess is formidable. What then? As Lazy Sheep evaded, the numerous bodyguards erupted into laughter. It turned out he was merely a hot-headed youth with little strength. In the Sky City, there are no convoluted strategies, only a straightforward approach. This elucidates why Absalom's team, devoid of any plan, recklessly charged into the prison bowl, ultimately meeting their demise. White Wolfstar and her maid were filled with trepidation. How could such a handsome little sheep withstand a confrontation with this butler? Would he not be killed? Please, do not continue. I will go with you. White Wolfstar was unwilling to see anyone perish because of her. The butler, Wolf Poison, was in the throes of battle, his strength radiating outward. A tremendous pressure bore down upon Lazy Sheep's head. The one who has fallen into my grasp. Do you still dare to flee? You seek death. The next moment, the butler aimed to deliver a punch to Lazy Sheep's head. Yet Lazy Sheep was swifter, deftly toppling Wolf Poison with a flick of his hand. A swift kick sent him flying several meters away. Several of Wolf Poison's front teeth were knocked out, his face turning a shade of deep blue. Internally, he mused, this lad is no ordinary fighter. He strikes with the force of a seasoned warrior. Feeling a pang of panic, he noted the 50-odd bodyguards at his command. Bolstering his confidence, he promptly called out, Everyone, incapacitate this man, and I shall reward you with a bounty of 100,000. Unable to defeat Lazy Sheep alone, he believed a collective effort would surely allow them to close in on him. At the butler's command, over 50 individuals surged toward the hospital entrance. Having nearly recovered, Lazy Sheep flexed his muscles and grinned. Gentlemen, I too have not had the opportunity to stretch my legs in quite some time. Let us engage in a little practice. During his period of recovery, Lazy Sheep felt his strength surging once more. Perhaps the long duration of injury and inactivity had gradually augmented his power. He had now reached the 21st level, with significant enhancements in both speed and strength. As the 50-odd individuals charged, Lazy Sheep did not retreat even a half-meter. Are you certain? Do not overestimate yourself. White Wolf Star was apprehensive. These were over 50 formidable foes. Even the Grand Marshal of the Sky City might not be able to defeat them unarmed. Yet, a slight smirk graced Lazy Sheep's lips. This bunch? They are nothing. With that, he advanced toward the throng. Initially, the burly men believed victory was within their grasp, but Lazy Sheep unleashed a flurry of movements as fierce as a tiger. In no time, the entire group lay at his feet. After dispatching them, Lazy Sheep quietly turned around and smiled at White Wolf Star. Not a single competent fighter among them. You truly are remarkable. Tell me, are you equally formidable on land? White Wolf Star grasped Lazy Sheep's arm. Her maid behind her wearing an expression of disbelief. In the realm of whispers, the earth is perceived as a bastion of backwardness. Never did one anticipate the emergence of such a formidable figure, manifested in the guise of a seemingly frail lamb. Am I merely an ordinary person on this land? With arms outstretched, Lazy Lamb proclaims, not out of modesty, but rather a recognition of his own place among the new generation of lambs, questioning how he could possess any extraordinary abilities. Within the esteemed 7 families of the Sheep clan, each patriarch stands as a paragon of excellence. To claim invincibility at this juncture would be premature. Amidst the tempest, White Wolf Star guided Lazy Lamb toward a modest inn. Given the circumstances, this was the best accommodation White Wolf Star could offer. Lazy Lamb, unfazed, remarked, "You have aided me. I possess nothing to repay you. Hence I have rented you a room." White Wolf Star instructed the maid to wait outside the door, remaining in Lazy Lamb's company until the late hours of the night. He pondered whether this young lamb might take advantage of his kindness. Should he dare to make a move against him, it would suffice as a debt repaid. Securing Lazy Lamb a place to stay and prepaying for half a month's rent would conclude the matter. Yet, Lazy Lamb did nothing but gaze out the window into the distance, lost in thought. The Sky City, a magnificent locale, with its fierce winds. It is an ideal setting for archery training, a means to grow stronger. Lazy Lamb, fully aware that returning to the Sea Emperor's palace would guarantee defeat against C2, recognized the necessity of advancement. He must evolve. He resolved to make his abode in this Sky City. Sitting on the sofa, White Wolf Star grew increasingly restless, realizing that Lazy Lamb seemed to lack any plans. Ultimately, he took his leave. Stay here safely. Venture outside, and there are those who would seek your life. Tread carefully. With that, White Wolf Star exited the inn, followed by the maid. He instructed her to summon a vehicle for his return. However, as the car came to a halt, several burly men emerged and forcibly pulled White Wolf Star inside. His surprised cries were silenced by a drug-soaked cloth, rendering him momentarily disoriented. Lazy Lamb reclined on the grand bed within the inn, attuned to the faint sound of footsteps echoing in the corridor. Each step was light, yet a palpable aura of menace lingered. With his eyes slightly shut, a smile played at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 57. The Dispute of the Southern and Northern Factions. Hush. The group standing at the door came to an abrupt halt. The leader, a reindeer named Deer Dragon Chicken, was a personal bodyguard of the second elder. He commanded a ragtag band of individuals gathered before the small tavern. These were hired assassins, each receiving a fixed salary. The assassin club in the Sky City was divided into southern and northern factions, rumored to be led by 2 sheep, one named Han and the other Dong. Nevertheless, upon receiving the request to eliminate a target from the second elder's son, Deer Dragon Chicken cared little for the identity of the leader. As the crowd approached the room inhabited by the lethargic sheep, an aura of tension enveloped the air, illuminated by the glimmer of blades. At the stroke of midnight, "Surely this fellow must be asleep," someone remarked to the Dragon Chicken, who remained unfazed. "Wait, in another hour, I shall grant him a peaceful demise in his dreams." The corners of the Dragon Chicken's mouth lifted in anticipation, as if success was already within his grasp. The others, exhibiting remarkable composure befitting seasoned assassins, remained silent. The sound of snoring arose. It was time to enter. With a knife, the Dragon Chicken pried open the heavily locked iron door, his gaze sharp and unwavering. He had never failed in his murderous endeavors. This time, killing this fellow for the benefit of the second elder's young master was a trivial matter. According to the housekeeper, the young man was quite formidable, yet it appeared he was utterly unprepared. The group stealthily entered the room, the Dragon Chicken wielding a sturdy bow. Its icy sheen glimmered as he drew an arrow, aiming it directly at the bed where the lethargic sheep lay. However, The occupant of the bed did not stir in the slightest. Where had he gone? The dragon chicken's eyes widened in alarm, his expression turning ashen, sensing impending doom. But before he could react, a swift blade struck from behind, severing his arms and sending him flying several meters away. Truly remarkable, this bow was exceptional. The knife had been carelessly found by the lethargic sheep against the wall, likely left behind by a previous occupant. With a smile, the lethargic sheep picked up the fallen bow, a rather ordinary weapon. Yet, having long been accustomed to archery, he felt a surge of delight within. You give me a bow, and I shall spare your life. Now, be mindful of your existence. Life is indeed precious. With that, the lethargic sheep disregarded the multitude of assassins around him and lay back comfortably on his bed, utterly relaxed. This audacity seemed to insult the surrounding assassins, akin to swallowing a fly, leaving them unsettled. After years in this profession, they had never encountered such a scenario. Damn it, let's kill him, one of them shouted, brandishing his knife and launching a fierce assault, delivering a series of powerful strikes aimed at the lethargic sheep. The lethargic sheep rolled off the bed, standing atop the wooden cabinet, a playful expression on his face as he gazed at the attackers. With a mocking tone, he remarked, I thought I was here to face trials, but it seems I am merely here to toy with the weak. I did not intend to play this way. The dragon chicken, with his severed arms now a distant memory, seethed with rage, his pain unbearable. Hearing the lethargic sheep's taunts, he felt his blood boil. Pointing at the lethargic sheep, he exclaimed to the gathered assassins, You are members of the Assassin Club, for heaven's sake. Do you hear what he is saying? Kill him. Once again, the crowd surged forward. The lethargic sheep, upon hearing this, mused to himself, this Sky City seems rather well equipped. There's even an assassin club. Might I join your ranks? I too wish to experience the thrill of the winds. The assassins collectively coughed up blood. This fool truly knew no bounds. We are here to end your life. Could you not show us a modicum of respect? Lazy Sheep spread his hands with a grin. If you possessed the prowess of assassins, would you engage in such jovial conversation with me? Observing the expressions of the crowd, he could no longer suppress his amused chuckle. With a swift motion, he dispatched several of them effortlessly. Ha ha ha, my friends. Do any of you wish for me to join the Assassin's Club now? Beneath Lazy Sheep's feet, none dared to utter a word of dissent. Dear Dragon Chicken knelt upon the ground, his countenance icy. Are you suggesting we betray our own? We, as assassins, are all men of integrity. As the personal assassin of the second elder, how could I be easily swayed? Furthermore, with Lazy Sheep having severed 2 of his arms, a deep-seated enmity had already formed. If I join the Assassin's Club, I will protect you in the future. Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly switched allegiances. If our leader intends to remain in the Sky City, we will follow you. May I inquire your esteemed name, brother? I am called Lazy Sheep, and my brothers affectionately refer to me as Lazy. Henceforth, you shall address me as Brother Lazy. No one shall oppose that. However, Brother Lazy, our Assassin's Club is divided into 2 factions, the Northern and the Southern. We belong to the North, and the South has always bullied us. You must stand up for us. A few individuals chattered excitedly. This reassured Dear Dragon Chicken, realizing these people had no genuine intention of submitting to Lazy Sheep. They merely viewed him as a means to an end, a tool to wield. The leader of the Southern Assassins Club, known as Cold Sheep, was reputed to be the pastor of wind and snow, possessing the ability to transform tempestuous winds into falling snow, a formidable weapon indeed. The northern leader, named Dong Sheep, was referred to as the Storm Manager, capable of controlling tornadoes and generating lethal threats. The rivalry between Cold Sheep and Dong Sheep had been a hot topic in Sky City for years, a clash so intense that even the 8 elders dared not intervene. After listening, Lazy Sheep erupted into laughter. The South? I would gladly test my mettle against this fellow. Who will guide me? Upon hearing this, while the crowd intended for Lazy Sheep to become a sacrificial pawn, they were not particularly enthusiastic. For defeating Cold Sheep was a foregone conclusion. Whether one more or one less mattered little. Overcoming the southern faction would require the northern faction's own efforts. Unfazed by those around him, Lazy Sheep reclined upon the grand bed and soon fell into a deep slumber, his snores echoing through the room. The others, intimidated by the sound, dared not move, for a menacing aura enveloped their heads while Lazy Sheep slept. The following day, the group introduced Lazy Sheep to Dong Sheep. The northern chief, Dong Sheep, casually holding a smoking pipe, appeared composed and unruffled. Beside him stood a fierce-looking bull warrior, muscles rippling, known in Sky City as the Iron Forger. Impenetrable and formidable, Dong Yangyang serves as the personal attendant. As Lazy Yangyang entered, he was met with an atmosphere charged with tension. I pay my respects to the leader of the northern faction. He greeted respectfully, cupping his hands in a gesture of deference. Dong Yangyang, standing upon the platform, emanated an aura of lethal intent. His subordinates understood well that Dong Yangyang was curious about this newcomer's intentions. One of them stepped forward, stating, "This individual has come to pledge allegiance," claiming he wishes to eliminate the leader of the southern faction. Upon hearing this, Dong Yangyang regarded him with a mocking expression, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "You must possess true prowess to even consider such a challenge. The strength of the southern leader is on par with mine." A mere lamb seeking to provoke the formidable Han Yangyang? What a jest! With a mere glance, his steel forger leapt into the air, hurtling towards lazy Yangyang. In an instant, two steel blades manifested in his hands, aimed to strike at lazy Yangyang's head. "If you wish to engage with Han Yangyang, I must first gauge your strength. If it proves insufficient, I will not allow you to disgrace the northern faction." Lu Longji laughed heartily. "It would be best if this little lamb were to perish. The more, the merrier. I shall reap the benefits, and my mission for young Master Tianlong will be complete." Chapter 59. The leader of Jinawan, is he truly strong? "I see no evidence of it," lazy Yangyang remarked, his confidence emboldened. Unbeknownst to him, his inquiry stemmed from genuine ignorance of his opponent's abilities. Above, the malevolent Zeta Wolf, cloaked in an aura of death, seethed further upon hearing lazy Yangyang's disdain. Drawing forth the demon's sword, he pointed it at lazy Yangyang and charged down, declaring, "Today, you shall learn the meaning of fear." A tremendous wave of murderous intent coalesced in the air. Just as he was about to strike, 8 steel blades formed a line, effectively blocking the path of Zeta Wolf's demon sword. The steel crusher informed lazy Yangyang, "This fellow is the top hunter of the entire Sky City, known as Shapalang." "What a Shapalang?" Lazy Yangyang responded with indifference, gazing at Zeta Wolf unconcernedly. Zeta Wolf nearly spewed blood in frustration. How could this little lamb be so brazen? Yet, the formidable mountain tiger stood in his way, preventing him from advancing towards lazy Yangyang. Seizing the opportunity, the steel crusher charged directly at Sha Palang, sending him crashing backwards several meters, only halting when he embedded his demon's sword in the ground. "Qing Tuya, you go," Zeta Wolf bellowed, his voice resonating into the heavens. The agile Qing Tuya soared into the air, transforming his arms into wings, flapping vigorously. The surrounding air was thickened with a lethal wind, forcefully directed towards the steel crusher. With a chilling gaze and his body steeled, the steel crusher was nonetheless compelled to retreat, ultimately tumbling headfirst to the ground. With the demon's sword in hand, Sha Palang unleashed a tempest within the tavern. His entire body was enveloped in a sudden surge of energy, as if a boundless force was erupting from within. The frenzied form of Shapalang had been unleashed. Shanhu showed no signs of retreat, charging forward to engage in a fierce confrontation with Shapalang. 8 steel blades clashed against the frenzied Zeta Wolf. Yet after only a few exchanges, Shanhu found himself overwhelmed. He was sent flying several meters, crashing to the ground, his body rendered numb. The 2 formidable warriors of the northern sect had been utterly defeated. Is Shapalang the external aid you summoned? Truly an unconventional choice. Shanhu coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his complexion ashen, bearing the brunt of Shapalang's brutal assault. External aid? What does it matter? You couldn't even summon assistance. King Tuya flapped its wings in the air, laughing mockingly. Once evenly matched, the Northern Sect's assassin club had now fallen to the hands of their southern counterparts. Residual killing intent lingered in the corner of Shapalang's eyes as his gaze fixated on Lan Yanjiang. And there's one more. This kid must die. Initially, Lan Yanjiang's disdain had been intolerable to him. If given the chance, he would undoubtedly subject this arrogant youth to a harrowing ordeal. Now, the opportunity had arrived. You may be fearless in your youth, but you shall soon learn how ruthless a tiger can be. Today, I, Shapalang, shall educate you on behalf of your parents. With that, he drew the divine demon's sword, slicing through the air with the swiftness of lightning, aiming a devastating blow at Lan Yanjiang. Upon hearing Shapalang's words, Lan Yanjiang's countenance darkened ominously. In the distance, Shanhu grew anxious. If you cannot win, then flee. Preserve your life. Do not be reckless, Lan Yanjiang. Yet, these words remained unspoken in Shanhu's heart, for he was currently unable to withstand the assault and could not assist Lan Yanjiang. Lan Yanjiang took another sip of his drink, and as the divine demon's sword descended, he seized it at the precise moment. The raging Shapalang was momentarily rendered motionless, caught in a state of mockery. The Zeta Wolf's eyes glinted with malice, yet Lan Yanjiang's grip on the divine demon sword immobilized him. You have no right to educate me on my parents. Lan Yanjiang's eyes glowed with a fierce crimson light. During the last wolf-sheep war, his father had fallen to the earth, along with countless valiant warriors of the sheep clan. From that moment on, Lin Yanjiang and the village's children, orphans all, were taken in by the village chief, Slow Sheep. If anyone were to educate Lin Yanjiang, it would be Slow Sheep alone in this world. Shapalang sensed the murderous intent and attempted to withdraw the divine demon sword from Lin Yanjiang's grasp. Yet, despite exerting all his strength, he could not budge an inch. The more he struggled, the more steadfast Lin Yanjiang became. Shapalang kicked out sideways toward Lin Yanjiang's abdomen. But Lin Yanjiang's other hand clamped down firmly on Shapalang's leg. A formidable pressure gripped the thigh of Zeta Wolf, causing a wave of discomfort to surge across his face, twisting it in agony. You damn it! Zeta Wolf seethed with indignation, persistently tugging at the divine demon's sword. However, Lazy Sheep's eyes blazed with fury, and the sword was crushed on the spot. A powerful punch struck Zeta Wolf's chest, prompting Lazy Sheep to erupt in laughter. Is that all? Just that? This display of schadenfreude left Zeta Wolf's expression fluctuating between rage and disbelief. In the entire Golden Tower Bay, who dared to lay hands on him? For years, the northern and southern factions had been at odds, yet they had never resorted to actual combat. Now, with his sword shattered, how would they address this affront? Having clashed with Lazy Sheep, Zeta Wolf understood the depth of his capabilities. Defeating this little rascal was currently beyond his reach. You initiated this, and yet you dare to accuse us. Mountain Tiger, unyielding, pointed an accusatory finger at Zeta Wolf. With a disdainful smirk, Zeta Wolf retorted, "What does it matter to me? You suffered no harm, while my divine demon sword is in ruins. It was an ancient artifact." Just as Mountain Tiger attempted to counter, Zeta Wolf's arrogance became infuriating. He needed to be taught a lesson. Yet, before he could act, Lazy Sheep delivered a swift kick to Zeta Wolf's head, sending him hurtling several meters, his skull crashing into the wall. What of it? In the past, you never fought, you never stirred trouble. Today, I intend to create a commotion. With that, he raised a bowl of wine and guzzled it down. He beckoned to the two young men, Mountain Tiger and Iron Shatterer. Do you know where Cold Sheep is? No idea, but that guy usually roams about. His whereabouts are unpredictable. The azure-headed duck, flapping its wings in the air, shouted. A bunch of ungrateful fools. Do you think I'd divulge Cold Boss's location to you? Do you take us for idiots? Upon uttering this, all eyes turned to the azure-headed duck, which broke out in a cold sweat. Perhaps this was not the right moment for such words. Lazy Sheep's gaze sharpened as he chuckled. I have taken notice of you. Thank you. He gestured politely to the azure-headed duck in the sky, leaving the latter in a state of shock. Numb with fear, the duck unleashed a gust of wind behind it and soared into the sky to evade Lazy Sheep's relentless pursuit. Unfazed, Lazy Sheep picked up a long spear from the ground and effortlessly hurled it. The gust was cleaved in two, and the spear embedded itself horizontally in the azure-headed duck's wing. The latter plummeted from the heavens in an instant. What the hell? Lazy Sheep stepped onto the duck's head with a smug grin, declaring, the reign of Cold Sheep has come to an end, if you wish to save your life. Follow me. His eyes radiated a murderous intent, leaving the azure-headed duck utterly dazed. Chapter 60. Steam Bath Sky City, Royal Bathhouse. In the bathhouse, Han Yangyang reclined with his eyes half closed, exuding an air of nonchalance as he mused, Dong Yangyang. After all these years, I still surpass you, do I not? After years of overt and covert strife, the two factions had perpetually been at odds. Now, Han Yangyang had dispatched his strongest forces with the intent to annihilate Dong Yangyang's main troops. Within the tavern, it was he who had orchestrated the entire scheme. No one could escape. He had methodically eliminated all of Dong Yangyang's subordinates in secret. Additionally, he had effortlessly dispatched a few of Dong Yangyang's officers without attracting any suspicion. Perfection. Boss, this time, we shall await the harvest of heads. A massive orc beside Han Yangyang remarked with a grin. He was Han Yangyang's personal attendant, known in the martial world as the wolf-head parrot. Armed with a steel beak, said to possess the ability to pierce through anything, he was a chimera, part wolf-head, part giant flying parrot. His fearsome appearance had marked him as an outcast, but Han Yangyang had won him over, earning his unwavering loyalty. To pose as a formidable opponent before me is nothing short of a jest. Han Yangyang sighed, having prepared for this grand assassination for several years, gathering the elite of the Sky City specifically to confront Dong Yangyang. With a proud demeanor, he suddenly noticed an intrusion at the entrance. Sir, to enter the bathhouse, you must do so in the nude. Clothing is not permitted. Two brawny bison men stood resolutely before him. Young man, do you not recognize who I am? Zeta Wolf protested vehemently, only to be pushed back by a few forceful blows. Even the Grand Elder of the 8 Elders of Sky City must undress to bathe here. What do you think you are? The two bison exuded an intense heat, their presence formidable. Frustrated, Zeta Wolf discarded his garments and strode inside, intent on reporting the dire situation to Han Yangyang, having suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of a lazy sheep. Little did he know the consequences that awaited him should Han Yangyang learn of his failure. He had hoped for yet another chance. For Han Yangyang's stipulation was clear. Only by eliminating all of Dong Yangyang's main forces could he join the southern faction. While Han Yangyang soaked in the bath, his gaze remained fixed on Zeta Wolf. So, was the mission accomplished with relative ease? It's not necessary to kill them all. Inflicting severe injuries will suffice. In the short term, the northern faction's vitality will be severely compromised. What could possibly go wrong? He puffed on a dry cigarette, a smile playing upon his lips. Were it not for this, he would not have dared to take action against Dong Yangyang. If Zeta Wolf could assist in dismantling Dong Yangyang's wings entirely, it would be a significant accomplishment, warranting a reward. Zeta Wolf had intended to report the truth, but as the words hovered on the tip of his tongue, he caught sight of the three lazy sheep luxuriating in the water behind Han Yangyang. In an instant, his words were stifled, and a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Boss, I have failed. The fear of Zeta Wolf was palpable, and Han Yangyang observed it with curiosity. Turning around, she unexpectedly encountered a man sporting a rather unkempt hairstyle who was grinning at her. Who on earth is this? Han Yangyang's expression quickly darkened, while the parrot with a wolf's head beside her chuckled and addressed Zeta Wolf. Hey there, little brother. It's been a few days. And look at you, struggling with a mere lamb? The wolf-headed parrot, part of the same cohort of chosen elites, felt a surge of delight witnessing Zeta Wolf's defeat. In the distance, a lamb bathed quietly, appearing to possess little prowess. Upon joining the Southern Assassin Club, he had familiarized himself with the Northern faction's formidable figures. Mountain Tiger and Steel Shatterer. In his estimation, he could easily handle both. The wolf-headed parrot soared into the air, circling above and laughing down at the ground, proclaiming, Brother Han, leave these two little ones to me. With a flourish of his wings, a torrent of water droplets cascaded down. The bathers nearby were startled and scattered in all directions. Among the two large pools, aside from Dong Yanjiang's pool, the other housed only Lan Yangyang and two companions. Lan Yangyang cast a disdainful glance at the giant parrot overhead, a smirk playing on his lips. In all my days, I've never beheld such a colossal parrot. Have you been consuming hormones? He provocatively inquired, discarding a cigarette but beside the pool. The wolf-headed parrot erupted into laughter from above. You truly are an arrogant young lad. However, your good fortune is about to end. He understood that some children, unscathed by past lessons, could be rather boastful, mistaking themselves for the rulers of mere puddles. Having never encountered a greater ocean, with a thunderous descent, the Steel Shatterer leapt into action, his body hardened and impervious to weapons, bracing to withstand the parrot's formidable beak. Yet, at the moment of impact, the Steel Shatterer's form crumbled, sending him crashing into the pool and creating a spectacular splash. Mountain Tiger, armed with 8 steel knives, plunged into the water, landing blows on Steel Shatterer's face. You were never this pathetic before. Why are you now being defeated in a single move? Mountain Tiger wondered aloud. To which Steel Shatterer could only shake his head, spitting out water. I've been traumatized by Brother Lan. One strike has left me wary for a decade. Mountain Tiger sighed in resignation. Hearing this, Lan Yangyang awkwardly scratched his head and pulled Steel Shatterer closer, locking eyes with him and declaring, You must take down that parrot. Do whatever it takes. You cannot allow yourself to be defeated. I will assist you. Do not hesitate in the slightest. Lan Yangyang aimed to empower Steel Shatterer to confront his fears and face the enemy's intimidation head-on. Steel Shatterer seemed to grasp this, reinforcing his body with hardened armor and leaping into action once more. A forceful impact struck the head of the wolf-headed parrot, who merely smirked and continued to peck at the steel-crushing adversary with his steel beak. 8 steel blades, wielded by the Mountain Tiger, met him in fierce combat. Meanwhile, the indifferent cold sheep lounged in the bathing pool, enjoying a leisurely soak. Zeta Wolf, showcasing his muscular physique, prepared to engage in bare-handed combat with the lazy sheep. Undeterred by the backing of the southern elite represented by the cold sheep, he dashed forward, aiming for the lazy sheep's vital point. However, before Zeta Wolf could reach him, the lazy sheep deftly sidestepped and landed a punch squarely in his abdomen. The force nearly caused Zeta Wolf to spew blood as he was propelled backward several meters, leaving him momentarily dazed. The lazy sheep chuckled, surprised at how effortlessly he, at level 21, could dominate these level 18 opponents. Boss, Zeta Wolf was again sent flying by a swift kick, crashing into the pool. splashing water everywhere and drenching the cold sheep. Nonchalantly, the lazy sheep approached the prominent figure, a smile gracing his lips. "So, you are the cold sheep. You don't seem all that impressive." This remark served as a wake-up call for the cold sheep, reminding him to remain vigilant. "Is that so? Let us get to know each other better." Upon finishing his words, the cold sheep waved his hand, transforming the steamy bathhouse into solid ice, accompanied by a swirling blizzard. Emerging from the icy depths was the master of snowstorm, his lips adorned with frost. He gazed at the icy sculpture of the lazy sheep, a smirk creeping onto his face. "I give you a chance, yet you prove to be quite ineffectual." Chapter 61. The union of North and South factions. The lazy sheep found himself encased in ice, resembling a crystalline sculpture, his eyes darting rapidly within the frozen confines, causing the cold sheep to feel a twinge of apprehension. "Youngster, I understand your eagerness to make a name for yourself." The cold sheep spread his arms wide, a smile illuminating his face as he continued. "However, to truly rise above, one must align with the right people. If you choose incorrectly, your future may be irreparably damaged." This insinuation clearly mocked the lazy sheep for not having followed him in the past. In the air, the wolf-headed parrot had already overpowered the mountain tiger and the steel-crushing adversary. Both had been thoroughly beaten by Zaytai Wolf in the tavern, and now they were utterly exhausted in this renewed battle. Just as the wolf-headed parrot prepared to descend and report back to the cold sheep, the ground trembled violently, darkening his expression in shock. "What the? It's splitting open." Before the wolf-headed parrot could regain his footing, a razor-sharp piece of ice shot up from the ground, slicing through his arm and wing. He plummeted to the ground like a sack of refuse, his head spinning from the impact. The lazy sheep stood firm, his icy restraints having been shattered completely. As summer approached, he mused, "Do you not realize that your skills bring joy to many?" Lazy sheep chuckled as he spoke. The wolf-headed parrot knelt on the ground, blood mingling with ice crystals. Cold sheep's face turned ashen. How could such destructive power fail to harm him even slightly? What level of strength was this? Unbeknownst to him, Lazy Sheep had been continuously elevating his realm in the ethereal paradise of the Sky City. With a slight shake of his body, the ice and snow clinging to him were instantly cast off. Cold Sheep extended his fist, a whirlwind enveloping him and charging toward Lazy Sheep with the ferocity of a storm. Such overwhelming force would terrify anyone. Yet, Lazy Sheep stood unfazed. "If such a meager attack could inflict harm upon me, I wouldn't be able to stand here and engage with you." With a smirk, Lazy Sheep leaped into the air, deftly evading the onslaught of the snowstorm Patriarch's attack, which was indeed a controlled assault. Soaring into the sky, unwilling to continue the conflict, Lazy Sheep tugged at the air, conjuring a golden silhouette. A new skill. Lazy Sheep was pleasantly surprised to discover this unexpected ability. Before him, a golden divine bow drew power, an arrow poised upon it. He could manipulate the quantity of arrows at will. Having broken through to level 25, he reached the pinnacle of that stage. A grin spread across Lazy Sheep's face, the joy evident. Cold Sheep's eyes flickered with a memory. He recalled the desperate effort required to withstand the might of this golden arrow. The area damage it inflicted could scorch a vast expanse in one fell swoop. Drawing upon all his strength, Cold Sheep still could not withstand it. He was sent flying several meters, crashing headfirst into the icy waters. The mountain tiger and the iron shatterer stood by, utterly astonished. "Pull him up. I must see if this fellow is indeed the leader of the southern faction." Lazy Sheep stood before the pool, exuding an air of superiority. Zaytai Wolf, once bristling with anger, now had all his fur drooped, appearing utterly defeated. The mountain tiger sheathed his 8 steel blades and leaped into the water. "Pull Cold Sheep up. He has completely drained." The mountain tiger hoisted him up to Lazy Sheep. "It seems we should reevaluate our understanding of each other." Cold Sheep, with a frosty demeanor yet a hint of a smile, extended his hand to Lazy Sheep, proclaiming, "I am Cold Sheep, known as the Snowstorm Patriarch. However, the position of leader of the southern faction shall be yours, and this group of followers will also be under your command." After uttering these words, his voice lacked conviction. In Jintawan, there existed an unwritten rule. Whoever defeated the leader would assume their position. Thus, Cold Sheep was compelled to cede his role to Lazy Sheep. The iron-headed parrot and the green-headed duck remained silent, respectfully bowing to Lazy Sheep. "We are at your command, leader." Zaytai Lang was not so easy to placate. He erupted in anger, rising abruptly to address the crowd. "I have not yet joined the southern faction, hence I shall not adhere to its principles. Farewell, goodbye." With that, this formidable wolf from the Sky City leapt away, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. This young man, Han Yang Yang, shook his head helplessly, silently observing Lan Yang Yang, feeling an uncanny familiarity. Are you from the green pastures? Lan Yongyang sat cross-legged before Han Yongyang, nodding in affirmation. Indeed. What of it? I too hail from the green pastures. I wonder if you have any recollection of Song Yongyang? Han Yongyang appeared lost in thought, a sense of bittersweet nostalgia enveloping him. Suddenly, Lan Yongyang felt a jolt of foreboding. What is it? He is my brother, my own flesh and blood. Tears welled in Han Yongyang's eyes, a sight his subordinates had never witnessed before. He recounted his experiences to Lan Yongyang, discovering that they mirrored those of Song Yongyang to the minutest detail. Slow Yongyang had alluded to these matters during his lectures at the Great Fat Sheep Academy. Thus, Lan Yongyang was relatively well informed about the truth behind the last wolf-sheep war. He recalled that he indeed had an uncle who had mysteriously vanished after the war. Little did he expect to find himself at the ends of the Sky City. Perhaps it is fate that the southern faction has not perished. Han Yongyang's heart steadied, a smile gracing his face as he clasped Lan Yongyang's hand, who received the gesture with unwavering belief. Uncle, I am not here to take over the southern faction. The most disheartening scenario unfolded. Your refusal to take command of the southern faction implies that Dong Yongyang of the northern faction will assume control. Such a notion was utterly unacceptable, even to Han Yongyang. Nonetheless, he remained composed as he listened to Lan Yongyang's words. Lan Yongyang's lips curled into a slight smile. I have come to unify both factions. Should anyone harbor dissent, let them first consult me. This proclamation was directed at every individual present. Dong Yongyang's subordinates, Shan Hu and Steel Shatterer, had little to add. They owed their lives to Lan Yongyang and were now entirely devoted to him. After the crowd exited, Dong Yongyang, accompanied by the northern faction, arrived before the royal bathhouse. What shall we do? The group followed closely behind Lan Yongyang, and Dong Yongyang bowed, stating, I have always aspired for the unification of the entire Golden Drum Bay. I speak with conviction. You, Lan Yongyang, are the leader of all Golden Drum Bay. Everyone bowed in accordance with the customs of the realm, paying their respects to Lan Yongyang. We salute the leader of Golden Drum Bay. Lazy Sheep, with a smile, tugged at the two prominent figures, Dong Sheep and Han Sheep, and said, Gentlemen, to be candid, I truly cannot manage the entirety of Golden Bay alone. Hence, I require both of you to continue performing your respective duties. However, I have heard whispers of a potential threat to our existence in Golden Bay, namely the Eighth Elder. We must unite as one. Lazy Sheep's words deepened the respect of the two prominent figures. Golden Bay occupies a third of Sky City, constituting a significant power. Yet, the Eight Elders have persistently sought to annex Golden Bay. This battle is, without a doubt, inevitable. As the assembly gathered, a commotion erupted from the roadside. The auction is commencing. The White Wolf Star is to be auctioned. Lazy Sheep's expression shifted. Chapter 62. The Retreat of Strangers at the Auction Site. A grand hall was adorned with several tables, each occupied by the elite of Sky City. The daughter of the third elder, Mars, was up for auction, drawing a crowd eager to witness the event. Moreover, the competition for the White Wolf Star had nearly spilled out onto the streets. Only the most formidable families, possessing core competitive advantages, secured their places within the hall. The tables were divided into 4 groups. One table featured the son of the second elder, Tianlong Star, accompanied by a group of second-generation prodigies, all prepared for the auction. Another table consisted of several elders, including the second elder, Mercury, who awaited his daughter-in-law, alongside the fourth elder, Jupiter, and the fifth elder, Saturn. These individuals maintained close ties with one another. The remaining 3 elders were seldom seen, revered like deities in their sanctuaries. At another table sat the affluent Robert and his entourage, a group of living banks clad in resplendent silver and gold. Each individual possessed wealth sufficient to purchase the entirety of Sky City, attending merely to experience life. Robert, the leader of this wealthy faction, exuded an aura of authority in his dark suit. Beside Robert were 8 formidable combatants, reputed in the underworld as the Black Eight, said to possess extraordinary abilities. The final table was reserved for the denizens of Golden Bay, who had yet to arrive. Dong Sheep, accompanied by a few young men, occupied this table. Having received advance notice from Lazy Sheep to secure the White Wolf Star, Dong Sheep felt a surge of delight. Realizing that Lazy Sheep had an affinity for these divine beings, what a splendid opportunity. With determination, he resolved to procure this young lady. He had come early to claim a seat, preparing for Lazy Sheep's arrival. Among the second-generation immortals, Tianlong Star playfully shook his head and addressed the auctioneer with a grin. Hey there, buddy, do take good care of us. The auctioneer, an independent figure unaffiliated with any faction, responded with a smile upon noticing Tianlong Star's gesture. Tianlong Star was granted an opportunity, Should he succeed in auctioning off the White Wolf Star, he could command respect among the street toughs. The Golden Horn Bay? This group would undoubtedly extend courtesy to the young masters of the 8 elders, for it is a hereditary system, as decreed by them. The lad wielding the hammer nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he acknowledged Tianlong's star, albeit subtly. He was not yet renowned in the martial world, earning the moniker 8-eyed lobster. In truth, he was a crabman, transformed into human form while retaining his crustacean nature. The man held a hammer, emanating an ethereal aura. This was the Judgment Hammer, the key to the fate of the White Wolf Star. Such auctions did not merely involve individuals. They also catered to various powerful figures, including neglected young women, each possessing beauty that could topple kingdoms. Those who failed to secure the White Wolf Star could bid on what remained. Tianlong's star sat at the center of the immortal second generation, delicately grasping a wine glass. A smile gracing his countenance. To be candid, this time we must prevail. Anyone daring to oppose us would be pitted against the 8 elders. In Sky City, who reigns supreme? Surely, they know? Beside Tianlong's star sat a stalwart figure, radiating heat. To him, Tianlong's star was akin to a deity, presiding over the entire immortal second generation, wielding immense power with ease. Thus, even if Tianlong's star uttered nonsense, he would absorb it all and accept it as truth. This formidable man, Tianlong's star's loyal companion, was known as Iron-Faced Bodhisattva. Whenever Tianlong's star sought to instill fear, he would keep him close at hand. Smoking a cigarette, Tianlong's star lounged on a wooden chair, addressing the assembly with a grin. Tonight, should anyone dare to harbor ill intentions, what shall you do? Behind him sat the offspring of several elders from the upper 5 gates, each raised in pampered luxury. Nevertheless, they were well versed in the essential tenets of etiquette. The eldest elder, Jinxing, had no heirs, save for a daughter, Heyu Star. None dared to act against her, despite her celestial beauty, for her father was a figure of unparalleled power in Sky City. Thus, the mantle of leadership in the new generation of the Elders' Council naturally fell upon the offspring of the second elder. As the eldest elder aged, it was only fitting for the second elder to assume the role. Tianlong's star, son of the second elder, would likewise be entrusted with significant responsibilities in the future. The crowd, akin to stars orbiting the moon, regarded Tianlong's star with unwavering loyalty. Indeed, who would dare touch our leader's woman? They would be courting death, chimed in Huolong's star, the son of the 4th elder, with others echoing their agreement. Tianlong's star, thoroughly amused, laughed heartily, thumping his thigh as he declared to the assembly, "Excellent. With all of you by my side, what do I have to fear in accomplishing my goals?" Amidst the laughter and playful banter of the crowd, the man known as the 8-eyed lobster on stage burst into a hearty laugh, proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, the auction time has arrived. Kindly take your seats, esteemed guests. We are all civilized individuals here. No need for further ado, I trust." As he spoke, he casually picked at his nose, dislodging a bit of nasal debris which he then flicked onto his gavel. With a grin, he continued, "My apologies, everyone. I did not attend to my nasal hygiene before departing. Now let us commence. However, I must ask for a brief reprieve of 2 minutes as our leader has yet to arrive." Dong Yangyang rose and respectfully gestured towards the 8-eyed lobster. He had sent someone to urge the tardy lazy sheep and his entourage, yet to no avail. This matter required his personal appeal. Perhaps his long-standing authority would afford him some leniency. "That is not permissible, my friend. Today as host is Elder 8. And while your Golden Tower Bay may support half the weight of the Sky City, it is hardly a time to interfere with official proceedings." The 8-eyed lobster fixed Dong Yangyang with a steely gaze, exuding an air of unyielding authority. After all, Elder 8 had a substantial audience below, and he needed to maintain his stance. "By the heavens, 8-eyed fool, have you not accepted benefits from our leader in the past? Today, you strut about as if you are some grand figure." A bodyguard beside Dong Yangyang sprang to his feet, raising his voice and pointing an accusatory finger at the 8-eyed lobster. With a nonchalant shrug, the 8-eyed lobster replied, "Well, you may do as you please. This auction has its designated overseers." A group of individuals armed with sharp weapons flanked both sides of the auction hall. They were enforcers from the Sky City Police Department. By the heavens, the bodyguard surveyed the surrounding crowd, feeling a wave of numbness wash over him, and he slumped back into his seat. It was futile. This group appeared overwhelmingly formidable, all wielding weapons. Dong Yangyang extended his hand, bowing in a gesture of respect. "Brothers, I apologize for any offense. Please, continue." It was common knowledge that the southern faction's leader, Han Yangyang, had enlisted numerous formidable allies, preparing to strike decisively against the northern faction, which now stood on the brink of collapse. At that moment, a figure kicked open the grand doors at the back of the hall. Behind him loomed a large contingent of individuals, their silhouettes exuding an almost palpable dread. Beside the lazy sheep, the parrot with a wolf's head announced loudly, "The leader of Golden Tower Bay has arrived. All outsiders, step aside." Chapter 63. The blacksmith's daughter. Who is this wild young upstart? There is no leader in all of Golden Tower Bay. The guards stationed at the entrance obstructed their path. For everyone knew that Golden Tower Bay was divided between two powerful figures, locked in a standoff for over 20 years. This youthful lad was merely putting on a show. At least, they were unwilling to believe otherwise. However, behind the lazy sheep stood Dong Yang and warriors from the Han family. Please allow us a moment of consideration. Our leader is poised to showcase his abilities today. The green-headed duck extended its wings, pointing at the man at the entrance and shouting. His imposing demeanor momentarily startled the guards. Indeed, it is the haughty demeanor of the people from Jinta Bay. Yet, why must they follow this obscure little lamb? No, you shall not enter. The auction has commenced, and the Sky City is not your private domain. Do not make our lives difficult. The guard at the entrance spoke with a perplexed expression. Unaware of the true circumstances, he could only adhere to the rules. Unexpectedly, the lazy lamb approached and delivered a sharp slap to the guard's face. The latter was sent sprawling several meters away, his head crashing to the ground, rendering him momentarily stunned. What the hell, you brat? Do you think you can speak to our leader like that? Are you courting death? The mountain tiger brandished 8 gleaming steel blades, their cold glint instantly paralyzing the guard with fear. He knew all too well the formidable figures of Jinta Bay, each one a powerhouse in their own right. The lazy lamb turned back to the guard and smiled, saying, "Young man, you need not worry about the explanation. Just say it was my sister who barged in, and you could not stop her. Wouldn't that suffice?" With a chuckle, the lazy lamb kicked open the grand door. The crowd followed suit, entering the venue together, drawing the attention of all present. The lazy lamb strode in with an air of arrogance, making his way to the seat beside Dong Yang. Dong Yang rose, smiling, and said, "Leader, we have been waiting for quite some time. Come, it has yet to commence." Without further ado, the lazy lamb settled into his chair, and those behind him followed suit. This assembly comprised legendary warriors of Sky City, each possessing extraordinary prowess. The 8 blades belonged to the mountain tiger, the steel shatterer, the bull warrior, the steel pecker, the wolf-headed parrot, the gale stormer, and the green-headed duck. They showed no semblance of respect, taking their seats alongside the lazy lamb, with several conveniently situated at the same table. The second-generation immortals gazed in astonishment, intrigued by who could gather such illustrious figures. Amidst the crowd's curiosity, only Tianlong wore a disdainful expression, slamming his hand on the table with a cold smirk. "Damn it, this brat publicly humiliated my steward, leaving me in disgrace. Today, I shall ensure he suffers the same fate." Tianlong speculated that this rascal likely had an affinity for the White Wolf Star. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in the White Wolf Star's hospital previously. Such matters afforded Tianlong a sense of privilege, for being able to brutalize a wretch was enough to satisfy him. Regaining his lost dignity was imperative today. He intended to leverage the power and wealth of his family's 8th elder to suppress this young man. Tianlong gestured toward the 8-eyed lobster on the stage, signaling for the auction to proceed. "Now that everyone is present, I shall unveil today's auction items for your preview." With that, the 8-eyed lobster clapped his hands, and those backstage received the command to bring forth a cage. Inside the cage was an exceedingly adorable little girl. The girl appeared to be underage, and as the 8-eyed lobster approached, he seized her face and said, "This young girl is the only daughter of the blacksmith from the outskirts. Due to her father's alcoholism and gambling addiction, he sold his daughter. Today, she is here to be auctioned off. How could such a young child be brought to such a place? Is there no humanity left in this auction?" Dong Yang, with a look of disdain, pointed at the 8-eyed lobster and berated him. Offending Jintawan in front of others would surely have consequences. Nonetheless, it was evident that the boy was out of place. To auction off an underage girl was indeed against the law. The 8-eyed lobster lowered his gaze with a smirk and coldly replied, "Honestly, how could we ever dare to engage in illegal activities? This girl just reached adulthood this year. Who would act recklessly, wouldn't you agree?" Such skepticism was to be expected. The Elder Council had long since eliminated any safety concerns through their connections. Why be so suspicious? We, the 8-eyed lobsters, have been in this business long enough to understand such trivial matters. Tianlong spread his arms in contempt, casting a disparaging glance at the group from Jintawan that he had long found distasteful. Had it been in the past, when lazy Yang had no dealings with them, he might have thought little of it. However, now that they sought to take his woman, there was nothing left to say. Tian Longsing pointed at Dong Yangyang from a distance and scolded him. State your starting bid. Lazy Yangyang remained silent, leaning back in his chair while pointing at the eight-eyed lobster. He did not wish to involve himself in the dispute. If it escalated beyond words, he would refrain from speaking. The eight-eyed lobster, taken aback by the words of this unknown boy, paused before stating, the starting price for this young girl is 5,000 yuan. Let the bidding commence. Lazy Yangyang exchanged a glance with Dong Yangyang, who immediately understood. The entire venue fell silent, awaiting the first bid. 5,000, I'll take her. No one else dare contest. You know my temperament, what I want, I will not let anyone snatch away. Dong Yangyang raised his hand, proclaiming loudly in the quiet hall. The northern big shot of Jintawan spoke, and few dared to contest. The other second-generation immortals understood the ways of the world. They were waiting for the White Wolf Star to relinquish this to someone else, which posed no issue. 5,000 once. 5,000 twice. 5,000 thrice. Sold. Dong Yangyang of Jintawan has acquired the ownership of this young lady. Lazy Yangyang chuckled coldly. Were the people from Sky City truly so wild? The occurrence of human auctions was indeed bizarre. The eight-eyed lobster stood on stage, brandishing a small gavel in the air. Now, let us welcome the second auction item. This is the daughter of the third elder, Mars, possessing noble lineage, a rarity that requires a strong individual to manage. I wonder who is willing. The eight-eyed lobster instructed his subordinates to bring forth the White Wolf Star. This time, however, she was not confined within a cage. As a princess, she deserved a measure of dignity. The group presented White Wolf Star, whose face bore the marks of tears, radiating the aura of one who had endured profound suffering. With her head bowed, her golden hair cascaded over her snow-white cheeks. As she ascended the auction stage, her gaze was immediately drawn to the languid figure of Lazy Sheep seated below, who regarded her as though she were a work of art. He truly had come? A warm surge of hope swelled within White Wolf Star. Life is often unpredictable. Yet, could he truly contend against the scheming heir of the second elder's household? With a helpless shake of her head, she extinguished the last flicker of her fantasy. Lazy Sheep was merely an ordinary outsider, an unremarkable terrestrial being. Unfamiliar with this realm, how could he possibly prevail? With a resounding thud, the eight-eyed lobster announced to the assembly, the starting bid is 100,000. Esteemed guests, let the bidding commence. Chapter 64, difficult to manage? Well then, let it not be managed. I bid 100,000. Lazy Sheep proclaimed, leaning back with one leg crossed, casually kicking the table. All eyes were drawn again to this inconspicuous lad. Curiosity piqued as to what might endow him with such extraordinary influence that the Titans of Golden Tower Bay were eager to protect him. What is so remarkable about 100,000? Tian Longstar scoffed, arms outstretched as he surveyed the crowd. His companions echoed his sentiment. Indeed, merely 100,000. What weight does that carry? The second elder's son bids 150,000. Iron-faced Bodhisattva raised his hand, his voice calm, yet resonating with an innate chill, exuding an air of latent menace. Very well, the second elder's son bids 150,000, going once. The eight-eyed lobster seized the opportunity. Refusing to pause for even a moment, his aim was to ensure the second young master secured the bid, lest someone else snatch it away. We bid 300,000. Lazy Sheep declared, raising his hand once more. The color flushed in White Wolf Star's cheeks as she stood upon the stage. This young man was offering 300,000 for her. Such a sum was sufficient for this outsider to buy her freedom. If she were to be auctioned off to Lazy Sheep, it would bind her to him for a lifetime. This thought brought tears to her eyes, her heart already secretly pledged. Yet, on the opposing side, Tian Longstar urged Iron-Faced Bodhisattva to place a counterbid. We bid 300,000 and 1,000. Tian Longstar smiled at Lazy Sheep's table. This bid was not merely for sport, but rather to demonstrate the prowess of the second young master. All held their breath in that moment. Lazy Sheep smirked, turning to Dong Sheep beside him. What is our maximum bid? The funds in question were advanced by the Indolent Lamb, an investment meant to eventually benefit the club and repay the debt incurred. Dong Yangyang understood that the Lazy Lamb was genuinely intent on acquiring the White Wolf Star. As subordinates, his group could not afford any ambiguity. I've got your back. After receiving a nod of approval from the Lazy Lamb, Dong Yangyang bellowed at the front desk. The big shot from Jinta Bay bids 1 million. This proclamation was sufficient to astonish the entire assembly. Truly, Jinta Bay was affluent. Who among the ordinary could possibly expend 1 million to purchase a woman? It is worth noting that even the most exquisite lady would usually conclude at a mere 5,000. Just how many could be procured for that million? Such a sum would surely be a significant undertaking in Jinta Bay. How could it be so casually thrown about? This big shot from Jinta Bei was indeed an enigmatic figure. How did this little lamb ascend to such a position? It was perplexing and utterly unbelievable. A million? How audacious! Tian Longsing smirked, his lips curling with derision as he gazed into the distance, sneering, 1,001,000. How does that sound? Is there anyone else? His personal declaration sent ripples of commotion through the crowd. Damn it! Are you trying to stir trouble? What kind of skill is it to outbid others by just 1,000? Dong Yangyang could no longer contain himself, rising to unleash a torrent of invective toward Tian Longsing without an ounce of restraint. This provocateur compelled the other brothers from Jinta Bei to join in the fray, their eyes fixated on Tian Longsing. However, with the formidable iron-faced bodhisattva at his side, Tian Longsing adopted an insouciant demeanor, as if to say, I am simply this bothersome. What can you do about it? He was toying with the crowd's sentiments. Hey, lobster with 8 eyes, whatever that brat Tian Longsing bids, I shall outdo him by a single coin. You handle the rest. Upon uttering these words, the lazy lamb had incited Tian Longsing's fury, prompting him to leap up and shout. You little brat, do you think you're something special? Do you believe I want to teach you a lesson? In my domain, you dare to overshadow me. Initially aiming to humiliate the lazy lamb, he found himself on the receiving end of ridicule instead. The amount that the lazy lamb offered was beyond his own. Hearing Tian Longsing's stance, the 8-eyed lobster on stage promptly responded to the lazy lamb. Increasing the bid by a single coin each time complicates matters for me. This was clearly an attempt to assist Tian Longsing, as the entire auction was sponsored by Elder 8. It was not a trivial matter to let the second-generation elites suffer some hardship. Upon hearing this, the lazy lamb chuckled coldly, the corners of his mouth twitching upward. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, rose to his feet, and propped one leg up. With the cigarette perched between his lips, he surveyed the room. Complicated? Well then, let us not complicate it. With that, the lazy lamb overturned the table. The 4 divine generals behind him immediately rose, entering battle mode. Dong Yangyang's lips curled into a smile as his hands, wrapped in oversized cuffs, were now freed. A gust of wind swept through, heralding the arrival of the storm manager. Dong Yangyang, the second son, Tian Longsing, a man brimming with vitality, had long aspired to make a grand entrance, only to find himself outdone by lazy Yangyang. Enraged, he bellowed, You little brat, have you grown tired of living? Today shall be your demise. With that, he overturned the table. The other descendants of the celestial elite brandished their weapons, encircling them. The children of the Elder Council, accompanied by a battalion of fighters, clashed head-on with the numerous assassins from the Killer Club. The battle was imminent, chaos erupting as they collided and engaged in a fierce melee. Seeing that the situation had spiraled beyond control, the 8-eyed lobster sought to escort White Wolf Star to safety, determined that the auction items must not be seized, lest he suffer a grave loss. However, 8 gleaming blades appeared before him, exuding a chilling aura. You are the mountain tiger. We are all in this game together. Spare my life, brother, the 8-eyed lobster pleaded, but as he bent to retrieve a long knife, preparing to strike, the mountain tiger saw through his scheme. He countered with a swift blow, his blade crashing down before the 8-eyed lobster. With a cold smirk, he taunted, Aren't you the one who boasts of having 8 eyes? Can you withstand my 8 blades? With that, a wave of murderous intent surged forth. White Wolf Star, astonished, realized that lazy Yangyang had indeed mobilized the people of Jinta Bei. Could it be that this individual was the true leader? His earlier display of bravado when he overturned the table was undeniably impressive. Oh no, I've developed a crush. You're still dazed. Come out and join the fray. As White Wolf Star momentarily lost his focus, a familiar voice emerged beside him. Turning around, he saw lazy Yangyang, who had just shattered a ring lock. He called out to the airborne green-headed duck, Old Duck, come and escort our esteemed lady back. It would be a significant contribution. Lazy Yangyang commanded, and the green-headed duck, not daring to hesitate, prepared for action despite his desire to engage in a proper duel, having never faced Elder 8 directly before. This time, he intended to fight hard. A sentiment echoed by most of the people in Jinta Bei. Tian Longsing had yet to join the fray, merely observing the skirmish unfold. He and Hu Longsing exchanged glances and found themselves locking eyes with the unarmed lazy Yangyang. This fellow certainly has a flair for theatrics, even without a weapon. Let us deal with him together. 2 against 1 should be easy. With that, the 2 young masters, brimming with confidence, charged toward lazy Yangyang. Chapter 65. Iron-Faced Bodhisattva. Delivering people from the sufferings of the world, the 2 young masters drew their swords, aiming directly at lazy Yangyang's neck, their intentions unmistakable, leaving onlookers dumbfounded. Are you 2 here to entertain us? Your blades hardly seem capable of a proper swing, lazy Yangyang remarked. a grin spreading across his face as he regarded the duo. The celestial dragon star hesitated briefly, charging alongside the son of the fourth elder, the fire dragon star, before suddenly halting in his tracks, leaving the fire dragon star to advance alone. The fire dragon star, exuding an air of confidence, shouted loudly, "Farewell, young lad. To us, your so-called leadership is nothing more than a mere mud pie, unworthy of our attention." With a swift strike of his blade, the fire dragon star aimed at the lazy sheep, who, undeterred, continued to catch the blade with his bare hands, pressing his face against that of the fire dragon star. He jested, "Young man, who exactly are you referring to as you?" "I see no one." The mockery from the lazy sheep caused the fire dragon star to falter slightly. He turned, glancing expectantly behind him. To his dismay, the celestial dragon star remained stationary, seemingly offering himself up for slaughter, which deeply wounded the fire dragon star's heart. Unable to articulate further, he suddenly knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "Dragon, I aim to summon reinforcements to hold him back. Do not blame your elder brother." The celestial dragon star, in a bid to prove his innocence, immediately spread his hands and rose, intent on seeking the iron-faced bodhisattva, his only capable subordinate at that moment. "Young man, should I truly unleash my full might, you would be the first to greet the king of hell." The lazy sheep chuckled, playfully pressing down on the fire dragon star's head, who now wore a rather frosty expression. The lazy sheep, without uttering another word, stood and advanced towards the celestial dragon star. Meanwhile, the chaotic battle persisted, with bloodshed and injuries rampant throughout the scene. The iron-faced bodhisattva fought valiantly against two opponents, the wolf-headed parrot and the steel shatterer. Despite their formidable combat prowess, they found themselves steadily pushed back. "Is he truly that strong?" pondered the steel shatterer, blood trickling from his mouth, for even his hardened physique could not withstand such fierce assaults. Evidently, he was indeed formidable. The wolf-headed parrot, wielding a steel beak, was also compelled to retreat. He recognized the individual before him, a royal combatant from the Sky City, once a guardian of the second elder, now aligned with the celestial dragon star, known as the iron-faced bodhisattva. Ironically named Bodhisattva, he was a ruthless killer, infamous for his history of violence, his title misleadingly implying the alleviation of suffering through death. The wolf-headed parrot had already reached the 22nd level. In battles among experts, outcomes are often determined in an instant. Those of differing ranks can discern victory or defeat within the blink of an eye. The steel shatterer, seemingly fragile, was also of level 20, a dominant force on the battlefield. The apex of combat prowess in the green pastures was merely at level 15. However, true powerhouses seldom grace the rankings of combat strength. Consider the ruthless individuals within the Prairie Council, each a master of subtlety. Should a crisis arise in the prairie, these individuals would reveal their formidable might. What level does the iron-faced bodhisattva possess? The steel shatterer clasped his fists, gradually restoring his physical strength. Approximately at the pinnacle of level 25, comparable to the prowess of our two second-in-commands. The wolf-headed parrot flapped its wings in the air, emitting a cold sneer as it descended rapidly. "Yet, I too shall bring you down. Our leader is so formidable, how could we falter?" The two second-in-commands that the wolf-headed parrot referenced were none other than the former northern sect S Dong Yang Yang and the southern sect S Han Yang Yang. Now, they have pledged allegiance to the lazy Yang Yang, all relegated to the status of second-in-commands, while the remaining individuals are merely third and fourth in command. The iron-faced bodhisattva, as indifferent as a basin of water, remained silent, allowing a cold laugh to escape as he soared into the sky, akin to thunder rolling across the land. In the heavens, the wolf-headed parrot, unable to withstand the fierce onslaught, was struck by several swift attacks and plummeted to the ground, crashing headfirst onto a wooden table. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Tianlong burst into laughter, waving his arms and exclaiming, "Indeed, ha ha ha, truly a formidable warrior I have nurtured. Today has truly opened my eyes." The menacing aura of the iron-faced bodhisattva enveloped the entire auction house. The corners of the second elder's mouth lifted in a smile. "This lad was once my attendant. I spent a considerable fortune acquiring him on land. Truly worth it." The elders surrounding him cast envious glances. On the side of the auction house, a group of guards prepared to intervene and quell the chaos. However, the man leading them was a relative of the fourth elder, named the Jade-Faced Rogue. He commanded the entire police force of the Sky City, wholly loyal to the 8 elders. Currently, with the 8th elder's faction holding the upper hand, they remained entirely motionless. Lazy Yang Yang approached Tianlong, curiosity etched on his face, questioning why this group of officers remained inactive. These individuals belonged to the 8th elder. There is no need to show them any deference. Dong Yangyang whispered into Lazy Yangyang's ear. This time, we have completely torn the facade with the 8th Elder. The entire Golden Tower Bay can no longer tolerate this. All right, this lad in front is mine, Lazy Yangyang declared, pointing at Tianlongxing, while Dong Yangyang scoffed. That iron-faced bodhisattva up in the sky is mine. With that, he leaped into the air, activating the storm mode of his sleeves. 2 tornadoes surged forth from his cuffs, exuding immense pressure. Truly, he is the leader of the northern sect. However, against me, he still lacks strength. After defeating the wolf-headed parrot, the iron-faced bodhisattva's face radiated a triumphant smile. Perhaps today marks the day of his legendary ascension. Who does not know of the extraordinary strength of the 2 titans in Golden Tower Bay? Yet, having spent a decade as a bodyguard, honing his skills in the 8th Elder's abode, today he shall make a name for himself across the world. The iron-faced bodhisattva's traditionally stoic demeanor, terrifyingly cold, was fully unleashed this time. In his hands, he transformed into 2 divine swords, clashing fiercely against the 2 tornadoes. The intensity of his blade speed could even capture the wild winds, cutting and inflicting astonishing damage. 2 individuals, perched atop the pinnacle of the Sky City, engaged in a fierce aerial duel. Tianlongxing leapt and shouted exuberantly, "Finish him off!" Yet, amidst his laughter, an icy aura enveloped him. "You must be the leader of this fellow, correct?" Lazy Sheep approached nonchalantly, arms outstretched. Tianlongxing, momentarily stunned, forced himself to maintain composure. After all, the iron-faced bodhisattva was on the verge of victory. He could not afford to appear inferior. "What is the matter? Don't you recognize me? Care for a brawl?" As he spoke, he gestured to his entourage, beckoning them to charge together. However, this throng merely amused Lazy Sheep. "I hear you wish to marry the White Wolf Star. Do you? Prepare to vanish from this mortal realm." Though Lazy Sheep's words were audacious, Tianlongxing felt no fear. His eyes bulged in disbelief, surrounded by formidable allies. How could he fear Lazy Sheep? Yet, Lazy Sheep charged forward like lightning. In an instant, Tianlongxing was thrown into a panic. Chapter 66. I am the boss. Shall we acquaint? Lazy Sheep smiled calmly, gripping the air tightly, and manifested a divine bow. The weapon shimmered with an intense metallic sheen, radiating a formidable lethal energy. It was terrifying indeed. In the distance, Tianlongxing grasped a dagger, bracing himself for Lazy Sheep's onslaught. However, before he could raise the blade, Lazy Sheep had already descended swiftly before the bodyguards. With a single arrow from his golden bow, he pierced through all the bodyguards. A scorching sensation erupted across Tianlongxing's body, a mere aftermath of Lazy Sheep's arrows. Refusing to concede, Tianlongxing, a member of the royal lineage, could not accept defeat. "You underestimate me greatly. Little sheep, do not be foolish. Daring to strike at me means opposing the entire 8th Elder and the Sky City. You appear utterly ridiculous." Tianlongxing continued to point at Lazy Sheep, hurling insults, still dismissive of him. Unfazed, Lazy Sheep advanced toward Tianlongxing, exuding an overwhelming force. The sheer pressure was enough to render those nearby unable to approach. Such an aura could only belong to a sovereign. The 5th Elder, standing in the back, sighed helplessly, only to be scorned by the 2nd Elder, Mercury White. "Damn it, my son is invincible. None can contend with him." The 2nd Elder stomped his feet in frustration, his ears flushed with anger. The surrounding crowd gathered around the elders as if they were celestial bodies orbiting a star. Mercury, witnessing this scene, was taken aback. "What are you all doing standing by me? Go forth and eliminate that little sheep. Whoever claims his head shall receive a reward from me," he declared with a fierce countenance, as the multitude of officers steeled themselves to comply. "Understood, 2nd Elder, we shall proceed." The police chief, the dragon-headed, spoke to his comrades, who obediently followed suit. However, it is already too late. Sirius was sent flying several meters by a single punch from Lazy Sheep, his head embedded in the wall. Truly despicable. After uttering this phrase, he could no longer struggle. Lazy Sheep turned and saw the handsome scoundrel approaching with dual whips in hand. This individual seemed rather unfamiliar to him. The police station here had transformed into a den of royal mercenaries, rendering it utterly mundane. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth, Lazy Sheep smiled and remarked to the handsome scoundrel, "Have you ever fought? The city in the sky appears quite peaceful. You don't seem particularly formidable." Lazy Sheep casually gestured with his hands, engaging in light banter. Upon witnessing the defeat of his young master, the handsome scoundrel had little desire to converse with Lazy Sheep. He coldly retorted, "You have yet to see the true face of the city in the sky. It is infamously a city of crime, an ungoverned paradise." With that, he swung his dual whips, preparing to engage Lazy Sheep in battle. The handsome scoundrel was acutely aware from the outset that this young man before him was no weakling. However, bound by the orders of the Eighth Elder, he knew he could not simply go through the motions. Let us see your moves. The handsome scoundrel leaped into action, delivering a fierce strike towards Lazy Sheep, who remained unperturbed. A city of crime? How intriguing. Lazy Sheep mused, as this terminology was novel to him. An ungoverned paradise was a realm where various crimes proliferated, established solely to satisfy human desires. It could be deemed a city steeped in wickedness. If the city has erred, how could I possibly blame you? Lazy Sheep had no intention of engaging in combat with the handsome scoundrel. He was merely a tool of the Elder Council, devoid of personal freedom, having been transformed entirely into a machine of slaughter. You lack the qualifications to be a revolutionary. You are not even worthy to discuss this city. The handsome scoundrel scoffed at Lazy Sheep's words. To oppose the city in the sky was tantamount to courting death. This arrogant brat from the ground had no sense of his own limitations. With a swift motion, Lazy Sheep unsheathed his weapon and delivered a kick that sent the handsome scoundrel tumbling, his head crashing into the ground. In an instant, his head created a deep crater upon impact. Was the disparity in power truly this vast? The handsome scoundrel felt utterly defeated, drenched in cold sweat. Gripped by Lazy Sheep by the throat, he was unable to rise, his body convulsing and numb. The second elder's eyes widened with fury. Damn it! I've nurtured this bunch of useless scum. Get up, continue the fight, kill him, he shouted amidst his struggles. Yet, there was no strength left in the handsome scoundrel. At this moment, he felt numb all over, teetering on the brink of collapse as chaos erupted around him. Do not worry, I shall not kill you. Your life is merely temporary. Upon witnessing Lazy Sheep's triumph over the handsome scoundrel, the fourth elder found himself at a loss. Due to the demise of the police chief, whom he personally trained, he was acutely aware that, at this juncture, he stood no chance against this lethargic adversary. Brother, let us retreat for now. The Sky City is our territory. This scoundrel will eventually meet his end at our hands. Our lives are paramount, the fourth elder urged, pulling the second elder away. The other elders followed closely behind as they hurried down a narrow path. The second elder, glancing into the distance, leapt up and shouted, Damn it, you don't regard me as a man. Mark my words, you will die by my hand one day. Despite the loud outburst, the fourth elder covered the second elder's mouth, saying, Second brother, remember, we must avenge this grudge. At all costs, we must uproot Golden Tower Bay. Gripping the second elder's hand tightly, the latter finally ceased his shouting, a fierce aura emanating from him. All his strength dissipated in an instant. Very well, I can endure these people for a few days, but what about my son? What has become of him on Tianlong Star? The second elder clenched his teeth, feeling a pain that was hard to articulate. He had but one son. If anything were to happen to him, he would risk everything to exact revenge. To consume his flesh, to shatter his bones, to sever his skin. Fear not, the second young master is under the protection of the iron-faced Bodhisattva. Who would dare to harm him? That would be courting death. The fourth elder continued to reassure him, for otherwise, the second elder would have charged back into the fray. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Dong Yangyang lay defeated upon the ground, all his strength rendered useless, his body numb from the fall. The violent winds that had swept through the room suddenly ceased. Weak and despondent, Dong Yangyang could not help but reflect, how strange. Have I truly aged? However, the iron-faced Bodhisattva responded from the heavens. While you indulge in feasts and revelry, how many have witnessed my relentless toil to cultivate such formidable strength? Your failure is no mere coincidence. Prepare to meet your demise. With that, the iron-faced Bodhisattva brandished the celestial blade, intending to sever Dong Yangyang's head. Unexpectedly, a powerful force surged forth. A divine arrow, shining with radiant golden light, charged forward and successfully intercepted the celestial blade. The Bodhisattva was sent flying several meters, crashing into a multitude of chairs and benches, splintering wood everywhere. The iron-faced Bodhisattva, in disbelief, pondered who possessed such terrifying strength. Pray tell, who approaches? It cannot be. I have investigated every individual in Golden Tower Bay. How could there be a hidden powerhouse? That little lamb? Is he truly capable of such might? The leader of Golden Tower Bay, Lazy Yangyang. Chapter 67. A sacrifice for the souls I have slain. Tianlong Star withdrew his head from the wall. A grave expression etched upon his face, a sense of pride hovering over him. The leader of Golden Tower Bay is merely a lamb still nursing. Let us send him to the afterlife. In the realm of Tianlong Star, expectations for his bodyguards are exceedingly high. Indeed, no one has ever bested the iron-faced Bodhisattva in everyday encounters, rightfully earning the title of the finest in the entire Sky City. At this moment, the eight-eyed lobster and the eight-blades mountain tiger are locked in a fierce struggle. The clash of blades and firearms creates a cacophony as the two engage with fervor. "Boss, this kid has truly lost his mind, daring to lay hands on our sister-in-law," the mountain tiger exclaims while battling the eight-eyed lobster. Before long, he finds himself ensnared by a powerful claw around his neck, his head forcefully pressed to the ground, causing a dizzying thud. Goodness, how ruthless, the mountain tiger realizes, as his eight blades strike against the lobster's pincers, that they are as unyielding as tempered steel. His own blades inflict no damage whatsoever. The eight-eyed lobster, initially poised to laugh heartily, suddenly feels a piercing pain as an arrow strikes into his chest from afar. Darkness clouds his vision, and turning to look, he sees Lazy Sheep wielding a golden bow directed at him. "You little rascal." The eight-eyed lobster yanks the golden arrow from his chest and leaps, intent on throttling Lazy Sheep. "Do you dare approach?" Lazy Sheep retorts with a cold laugh, preparing to strike the eight-eyed lobster when suddenly, a figure descends from the sky, obstructing Lazy Sheep's path. It is none other than the iron-faced bodhisattva, clad in iron armor, resembling a fearsome specter. "Perhaps you are not as formidable as you think. You consistently seek out weaker opponents to battle. Have you ever considered facing someone stronger than yourself? Like me, the iron-faced bodhisattva, having dispatched the leader of the North faction of Jindawan, revels in a particularly buoyant mood. Why not? He now stands as the sovereign of Sky City, unchallenged by anyone. If something displeases him, he simply eliminates it." In the distance, Tianlong's star, despite a gash on his head bleeding profusely, leaps with uncontainable joy, proclaiming, "Indeed, it is this wretch. Eliminate him, eliminate him." He kicks the iron-faced bodhisattva, issuing commands as if it were a common occurrence. In the past, the iron-faced bodhisattva had endured humiliation and hardship, for no other faction could offer him such favorable conditions as the Elders Association had. He had always respected Tianlong's star as the young master, tolerating his insults. Now, awakened to his own physical prowess, he has decisively vanquished Lazy Sheep. How could he continue to tolerate such indignities? With a piercing gaze filled with murderous intent, he turns to Tianlong's star, who is genuinely taken aback. Yet, Tianlong's star muses, "What is there to fear about this wretch? Has he not always behaved like a mere dog at my side? What terror could he possibly instill? It is utterly laughable." With a cold sneer, Tianlong's star retorts, "Have you lost your mind? My Elders Association has treated you well. Have you forgotten the bond we've shared all these years? To look at me with such disdain is nothing short of madness." As he prepared to advance with determination, unexpectedly, the iron-faced bodhisattva seized the foot of the heavenly dragon star. "Damn it, have I not been human all these years? I am your bodyguard, not your dog. Have I ever complained about being treated like a dog? I have repaid your generosity in full, and now, I owe nothing to your second elder's family." These words had been penned up in the iron-faced bodhisattva's heart for countless years. He had contemplated severing ties with the second elder's family numerous times, but had always hesitated, ultimately failing to act. Now, he felt no restraint, experiencing a thrill in overcoming obstacles. In stark contrast, the heavenly dragon star felt utterly miserable, as though he had consumed something foul. His face turned ashen, his expression blank. "We've raised you for so many years, and you are nothing but an ungrateful wretch." The heavenly dragon star, incensed, felt steam rising from his head, ready to charge at the iron-faced bodhisattva, only to be abruptly slammed to the ground. "Do not challenge my limits. You are no longer connected to me." With that, the iron-faced bodhisattva delivered a kick to the heavenly dragon star's chest, sending him sprawling several meters away, yet he struggled to rise with desperation. With an expression akin to that of a beaten dog, he leaped up and shouted, "My wife has been taken, and you must flee too. Even my dog must run. How infuriating." But before he could finish, a resounding slap struck his face. The entirety of his visage swelled instantly, pain rendering him nearly speechless, tears threatening to spill. The heavenly dragon star could hardly believe that the iron-faced bodhisattva would strike him. It had never happened before. "Dog, you slap." Another swift blow left him dazed. The iron-faced bodhisattva, wearing a cold smirk, pointed at him and declared, "Do not call me a dog. You should reflect on your own conduct." His gaze was sharp, akin to a steel blade cutting across the heavenly dragon star's face. Gritting his teeth, the heavenly dragon star wore a sorrowful expression. "Damn it, I'll call you a dog, 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 dog. What will you do about it?" He attempted to adopt a nonchalant demeanor, swaying his hips mockingly at the iron-faced bodhisattva, dismissing him with contempt. In his heart, He thought that even if the iron-faced bodhisattva intended to sever ties with the second elder's family, he wouldn't resort to killing him. Yet, to his astonishment, a steel blade suddenly sliced through the air beside him. In an instant, both of his arms were severed and soared into the sky, a spray of blood erupting forth. The heavenly dragon star was left in shock. The steel blade lay before the iron-faced bodhisattva, whose legs had grown weak. "Do you still wish to shout?" he questioned darkly. While the heavenly dragon star felt paralyzed, at that moment, he pondered how to continue, preparing to say he would no longer shout. But in a slip of the tongue, accustomed to his usual manner, he muttered, "Dog, I won't call you that anymore." In an instant, a severed head ascended into the air, blood splattering the face of the kneeling fire dragon star nearby. He was initially resentful, questioning why the Tianlong star had sent him to be a scapegoat. At that moment, drenched in blood, he was paralyzed with fear and fainted. The actions of the iron-faced bodhisattva genuinely astonished those surrounding Lazy Sheep. Such brutality was nearly unprecedented. However, Lazy Sheep nonchalantly remarked, "Every family has its own struggles. Since you are unwilling to remain by Elder 8's side, why not join me? I shall treat you as a brother." Lazy Sheep's words were enough to leave everyone in disbelief. How could one possibly recruit a murderer who had terrorized him for years as a subordinate? Was this a jest? Did he not fear that this young man might one day turn on him, severing his head with a single strike? The others could only shake their heads in resignation. Yet, Lazy Sheep remained unfazed, speaking earnestly to the iron-faced bodhisattva. The latter, however, raised his celestial blade, surveying the crowd with a cold smile, stating, "I require no brothers. My sole intention now is to either slay all present or be slain by you." Chapter 68. Breakthrough of divine skill. The others were left speechless, intrigued by Tianlong's star. This young man was utterly audacious. Did he not wish to leave any room for retreat? In the Sky City, there were only two major factions, the Golden Tower Bay and the Eight Elders Society. He had already slain the son of the second elder and was now positioning himself against Golden Tower Bay, clearly inviting conflict. "Fine, let's get it over with. I have no intention of waiting." Shan Hu brandished 8 steel blades and charged recklessly at the iron-faced bodhisattva. The latter, seemingly indifferent, delivered a horizontal kick that struck Shan Hu in the abdomen. The speed was simply unstoppable. Before Shan Hu could even raise his blades, he found himself crashing to the ground, his head ringing. Damn, that was solid. His 8 steel blades clattered to the ground. With a dismissive expression, the iron-faced bodhisattva sneered. "Young man, you lack any real skill. Do you genuinely enjoy opposing me?" The iron-faced bodhisattva had reviewed Shan Hu's profile and recognized him as Lazy Sheep's right-hand man. Yet, now it appeared that even Lazy Sheep could be easily bested. This young man truly had no strength. The iron-faced bodhisattva couldn't help but laugh heartily as Lazy Sheep approached from afar, looking handsome and composed, and coldly remarked, "You truly dare to act without any prowess. One would not dare to offend both major factions of the Sky City." Sky City? What of it? In my eyes, it is nothing but an ordinary entity. I am destined to dominate the entire Sky City. The iron-faced bodhisattva pointed at the crowd, laughing heartily. "If you wish to survive, follow me. I guarantee you a life of luxury, and in the future, you shall be the big shots of Sky City." As he spoke, a smile graced his lips. However, the crowd resolutely rejected him. None were willing to follow such a character. All their hopes rested upon Lazy Sheep, and ultimately, they were all vanquished. Only Lazy Sheep remained. This individual was formidable, exhibiting an unparalleled strength akin to that which he displayed during our initial confrontation. The parrot, wounded severely, found its steel beak ineffective against the heavenly blade. This weapon exuded a murderous aura, toppling him to the ground. Could he truly be defeated? The brothers from Golden Tower Bay placed their complete trust in this leader. Should he fall, all would perish. The iron-faced bodhisattva felt a chill envelop him. Yet a surge of fervor coursed through his veins. By vanquishing this youth, he would ascend to the pinnacle of the Sky City. No one could then challenge his position. The next step involved entering the Elders' Hall, eliminating the Grand Elder, and dealing with the lower 3 sex elders. This constituted a significant part of his grand scheme. In Golden Tower Bay, the upper 5 sects were presided over by the Grand Elder, while the remaining elders governed the Elders' Hall. The lower 3 sects were said to be deities from the underground realm of Sky City, virtually unreachable and fearsomely formidable. Lazy Sheep paid no heed to the iron-faced bodhisattva's ambitions. The contest for supremacy bore no relevance to him. All he desired was to practice archery daily and engage in playful banter with a few friends. Beyond that, he cared for nothing. With a cigarette in his mouth, Lazy Sheep conjured a magnificent golden divine bow in an instant. Simultaneously, the iron-faced Bodhisattva's hands surged with power as he gripped two long knives, which transformed to a golden hue. This was a level 25 ability. It was astonishing that someone so young could surpass that threshold. The iron-faced Bodhisattva smirked. It had taken him a decade to elevate his rank from 15 to 25. This youth appeared to be in his 20s. Had he truly begun training in his early teens? It seemed utterly impossible. Without further ado, the iron-faced Bodhisattva unleashed his two long knives, launching an assault towards Lazy Sheep's face. Their conflict unfolded across the vast expanse of the sky. The metallic force of their strikes reverberated through the earth, entangling and inflicting damage. Despite the attempts of others to evade, it proved futile. In the eyes of the onlookers, this was the pinnacle battle of the Sky City. The terrifying combat prowess caused many to fall lifeless to the ground, prompting the people of Golden Tower Bay to scatter in fear. The storm manager, Lazy Sheep, leaped into the air, transforming the very atmosphere into a whirlwind, forcefully altering the direction. He became a colossal cover, swiftly enveloping the crowd below. We can only endure for a while. We must hasten our escape from this place. Dong Yangyang furrowed his brow, unable to fathom that such a formidable battle could occur within his lifetime. Cold sweat enveloped him, and a layer of frost seemed to settle upon his body. The others around him, obediently rising to flee, soon found that the great door had been sealed, locked by a group outside. It was a robust iron gate, impervious to the efforts of ordinary individuals. Lazily Yangyang, engaged in combat above, noticed the predicament and unleashed a divine arrow, cleaving through the great door with ease. As Lazily Yangyang's combat prowess escalated during the fray, his physical capabilities approached the realm of the extraordinary. Engaged in a fierce duel with the iron-faced Bodhisattva, their speeds reached a point beyond human perception. The iron-faced Bodhisattva, astonished, could hardly comprehend that someone could assist others in such a peak battle while still engaged in their own conflict. Such power was almost unfathomable, instilling a sense of dread within him. A chilling aura enveloped the iron-faced Bodhisattva as he beheld Lazily Yangyang, whose relentless assault unleashed an unfathomable force, causing him profound injury. Their battle escalated from the ground to the sky, only to return once more to the earth. This fierce struggle persisted unabated. With a single arrow, Lazily Yangyang shattered the iron gate. Once the others had escaped, Lazily Yangyang smirked wickedly and proclaimed, "Your doom is upon you." With that, a powerful strike landed squarely on the iron-faced Bodhisattva's face, sending him hurtling several meters away. Lazily Yangyang swiftly drew his bow. The golden divine bow materialized from the void. Upon drawing the divine arrow, an immense force formed a 5-meter radius circle before him. In an instant, the entire area was engulfed in searing heat, within which an enormous dragon materialized, soaring forth with great speed. The dragon collided with the iron-faced Bodhisattva, who, with wide eyes filled with disbelief, gaped in terror at the sky. He sought to evade, yet his body felt as though it were bound, rendering him unable to struggle free. His strength dissipated. In an instant, he was enveloped by the dragon, vanishing from sight, leaving no trace behind. Lazily Yangyang descended from the air, the overwhelming force of his arrow wreaking havoc upon the auction house, reducing it to ruins in an instant. Outside, onlookers were engulfed in terror as they listened to the cacophony of battle, their hearts lodged in their throats, uncertain of what awaited them next. Should the iron-faced Bodhisattva emerge, escape would be impossible. Yet, when a figure emerged from the building, astonishment washed over the crowd. Lazily Yangyang, nonchalantly smoking a cigarette, stepped out of the building with an air of indifference and smiled, saying, "Did you miss me, everyone?" Tears of joy welled up in everyone's eyes. Indeed, the indomitable Lazy Sheep emerged victorious. Such formidable strength only intensified the resolve to follow the mighty Lazy Sheep for a lifetime. Let us return to Jintawan. I must see how that girl is faring. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Chapter 69. The Elder's Subtle Schemes. The second elder, the young master, he has perished. A lad who escaped from the auction house was utterly stupefied, kneeling and incessantly bowing his head, a glimmer of sorrow flickering in his eyes. Perished? What are you saying? I cannot hear you. The second elder's mind was engulfed in a tumultuous roar, as if struck by thunder. The very concern he dreaded had materialized. His own child had fallen in battle. It must be that little sheep. I shall see him dead. I should never have let him escape. The second elder bellowed, while the other elders sat on either side, their expressions grim as they awaited the latest news from the auction house. The battle had concluded with the iron-faced Bodhisattva slain by the little sheep. A new messenger arrived, bringing back with him the fourth elder's son, Fire Dragon Star. The fourth elder, Jupiter, was nearly elated to the point of leaping with joy, yet he restrained himself. The death of the second elder's son necessitated caution. Trouble must not be stirred. How is your son still alive? The second elder's ire surged, his demeanor becoming increasingly fierce. What a bizarre creature this little sheep is. What is its origin? Helpless, the second elder suppressed his emotions. Now was not the time for internal strife. Second young master fell at the hands of the iron-faced bodhisattva. Fire Dragon Star recounted the events in detail. Yet, the second elder remained unconvinced, his anger flaring. Do not speak nonsense. The iron-faced bodhisattva could never betray us. He is our loyal hound. However, Fire Dragon Star articulated the nuances of the battle with remarkable clarity, inciting the second elder's fury even further. I heard that he tore the Dragon Star in half. Such a revelation was a family disgrace, a matter too shameful to disclose. Fire Dragon Star, having utilized Dragon Star as a scapegoat, recounted the events with vivid detail, embellishing them to an extent that Dragon Star was depicted as being utterly obliterated. Enough. Do not speak further. I shall slay that wretch. The second elder glared, brimming with rage. I will rally every warrior in the Sky City. I shall personally flay him alive and ensure his demise. The second elder stormed about the grand hall, radiating an unparalleled ferocity. My esteemed leader, we must devise a plan to bring about their utter disgrace, inciting a fratricidal conflict among the entire Golden Tower Bay. The fifth elder, a sage within the Elder Council, brimmed with astute ideas. Just as he was about to unveil the entirety of the scheme, a formidable figure emerged from behind. The Grand Elder. The Grand Elder. The Grand Elder. Everyone stood in solemn respect. In the Sky City, the Elder Council reigns supreme. Within this council, the Grand Elder, Jinxing, is the embodiment of authority. No one dares to contradict him, nor question his judgment. Do not provoke the inhabitants of Golden Tower Bay. They are not to be trifled with. The stern visage of Grand Elder Jean was enough to instill fear among them. The second elder appeared momentarily stunned. He had never witnessed such rigidity from the Grand Elder before. Yet, why would one hesitate to confront the Golden Tower Bay now? Do not go out and cause trouble. If you dare act recklessly, I shall not spare you. The Grand Elder's chilling demeanor silenced the assembly. Brother, we shall heed your words. If you advise against it, we shall refrain. The fourth elder interjected, his expression one of effortless composure. The second elder hesitated. But in the presence of the Grand Elder, he felt the weight of uncertainty. Surely, the fourth elder harbored some ulterior plan. The Grand Elder nodded in silence and proclaimed, in this auction, one must abide by the rules of the game. Since we have not contended with them, let us abstain from further involvement. In the world of martial arts, there are codes to uphold. With this declaration, the assembly acquiesced. Once the Grand Elder departed, the fourth elder approached the second elder and whispered, let us continue with our plan. I assure you, we will eliminate them swiftly, and then return to the Grand Elder to claim our reward. The fourth elder concluded his scheme with a grin, which prompted the second elder to beam with delight. Very well, let us proceed with your proposal. I shall ensure it is executed flawlessly. Chapter 70. A synopsis of early events. The Patriarch of the clan, the Divine Being, has passed away, leaving behind a dire warning. A tempest is approaching. All the members of the Sheep clan are instructed to construct vessels for themselves. The Grassland Council, led by the deliberate Slow Sheep, fervently emphasizes the need for shipbuilding, yet faces disparagement from the scornful Sheep, hindering progress. Slow Sheep returns to the village, determined to personally oversee the construction of the ships. Scornful Sheep opposes this, and during a feast, Slow Sheep directs Beautiful Sheep and Warm Sheep to eliminate Scornful Sheep. However, Warm Sheep harbors doubts and secretly meets with the Cunning Wolf at night. Boiling Sheep exposes the affair between Cunning Wolf and Warm Sheep, resulting in the entire Sheep clan council sanctioning Warm Sheep, who subsequently leaves the green pastures. As the shipbuilding commences, Cunning Wolf engages in combat with Boiling Sheep, severing his legs and feet. Back in the Wolf clan, the Wolf King convenes a family meeting. Already aware of the impending tempest and urgently requiring mutton as a reserve food source, thus necessitating the instigation of war. Within the ghostly Shadow Forest, where wolves and sheep coexist, they eliminate the boxing wolf to ignite the flames of conflict, assembling an army within 3 days, preparing to assault the sheep village decisively. The demand for Beckham Wolf to take the field and assault the sheep tribe culminated in a fragmented army, only to be rescued by Grey Wolf, thus securing a path to survival. As war loomed, Slow Sheep organized the squads, with 6 teams commandeering vessels, while the Wolf army united and a tsunami emerged. The Wolf pack was battered, as several squad leaders fought valiantly to slay the drowning wolves. ultimately leading to the deployment of Grey Wolf's warship, which saved all the wolves. A grand counterattack commenced. The plight of the sheep tribe was dire. Each squad leader activated their teams. Lazy Sheep ventured to rescue Knife Sheep, while Beautiful Sheep wished to accompany Happy Sheep, but was rebuffed and tasked with saving Antelope, as Happy Sheep went to assist Black Goat. On Knife Sheep's side, Old Knife Sheep faced the 1,000 Sheep Slash, aging and losing strength in battle, only to be saved by Knife Sheep, who was then instructed to hand over the treasured sword, Dawn, to Big Knife Sheep. Having endured years of restraint in the Knife Sheep clan, Knife Sheep was unwilling to relinquish his claim, altering the secret edict, seizing the treasured sword, and leading the entire Knife Sheep army under a banner of vengeance. The Antelope family deceived Old Sheep, and with sheer determination, rescued the true disciple, Running Sheep, who fled alone by boat. En route, they encountered Night Wolf's ambush, nearly resulting in the destruction of the ship and loss of life, until Knife Sheep intervened and saved them. On Lazy Sheep's vessel, Beautiful Sheep first checked on Boiling Sheep, having long abandoned any hope regarding his grievous condition. Upon Lazy Sheep's arrival, Beautiful Sheep professed her love, only to be met with a brutal rejection. As Lazy Sheep traveled, he encountered the ailing Old Knife Sheep and learned the backstory. Running Sheep was saved by Knife Sheep, initially believing they would become brothers, only to be recruited as a cadre. That very night, Lazy Sheep's ship appeared. Keeping secrets close, Lazy Sheep reminisced about past joys and sorrows, but this time, Knife Sheep succumbed to greed, destroying Lazy Sheep's ship. Standing at the bow, Lazy Sheep severed his own arm, forever rendering their bond as mere strangers. Lazy Sheep was propelled into the sky, prisoned by a powerful blow from Running Sheep, who then provided aid. Meanwhile, the Ram clan rescued Warm Sheep and eliminated the usurping chancellor, initiating centralized governance. On the journey, Happy Sheep encountered the twin-blade, twin-fork White Wolf, expecting a chaotic battle. Surprisingly, after the White Wolf fell, the Wolf tribe retreated. At this juncture, they joined forces with the Antelope family, who were bound by sibling marriage but sought a union with Happy Sheep, who declined. On the road, word reached that Slow Sheep had been ambushed, prompting the Antelope Prince to rush to the rescue. The Antelope Princess and Beautiful Sheep engaged in a climactic battle atop Yellowstone Falls, resulting in the princess's death. Happy Sheep learned of his cousin, Thin Sheep, being beheaded, and resolved to eliminate Black Goat. Midway, he encountered the 1,000 Sheep Slash, which sent him tumbling into the sea. Following his victory over Happy Sheep, 1,000 Sheep Slash was confronted by the vengeful Knife Sheep, leading to a cataclysmic showdown. Ultimately, 1,000 Sheep Slash was defeated and perished. After Night Wolf was vanquished by Knife Sheep, he rampaged through Lazy Sheep's ship. In an ultimate confrontation, he triumphed over Lazy Sheep, executing Quick Sheep and apprehending Lazy Sheep. In the grand narrative of the second arc of Prosperity, the three formidable generals encounter the cunning Grey Wolf and face overwhelming adversity. Defeated, they ally themselves with the Black Goat faction. Later, in their fervor to achieve glory, the young Black Wolf joins forces with them to launch an assault on the first arc of Prosperity, only to suffer a catastrophic defeat that nearly annihilates their forces, prompting the generals to betray their allies once more. The principal fleet of the Slow Sheep is vanquished by another contingent, leading to the reinforcement and reconstruction of the main ship under the command of the fervent Fiery Sheep, who calls for a decisive battle against the Wolf clan. The astute Little Fragrant, believing the enemy to be weakened, ventures out to assassinate Fiery Sheep, but ultimately meets her demise upon reaching the flagship. In the wake of the news of Happy Sheep's death and Lazy Sheep's disappearance, Fiery Sheep issues a global call to arms, officially igniting the war between the wolves and sheep. The remaining wolves and sheep venture towards the frigid northern lands, the stronghold of the Wolf clan, where the ground lies frozen. The ultimate battle commences. Night Wolf, upon learning of his daughter's demise, confronts Grey Wolf, leading to a heated argument. On the second night, he plots to assassinate Grey Wolf but is overpowered. Su Lin chooses to forgive him, leading Night Wolf to take his own life. Prince Antelope rushes to the battlefield, encountering the cunning Grey Wolf. Meanwhile, Fiery Sheep and Warm Sheep unite their forces, launching a direct assault on the Wolf clan's headquarters. Believing the battle to be lost, the One-Eyed Wolf and his army retreat into the depths of the snowy plains, only to be ambushed by the undead, resulting in their total annihilation. The One-Eyed Wolf escapes alone but is captured by the pursuing Sorcerer Wolf. Grey Wolf remains skeptical of these events, yet the Sorcerer Wolf confirms the initiation of a war. Ignoring the conflict with the undead, Grey Wolf formally declares war on Fiery Sheep, marking the commencement of the fifth war between wolves and sheep. In Chapter 71, The fate of the sheep clan unfolds. The leader of the Eastern Sea sheep royal family, Slow Sheep, is beset upon by Night Wolf during a patrol by the younger generation and is ultimately defeated. Following Night Wolf's capture, Grey Wolf's ship arrives as scheduled, with the lean sheep and swift sheep meeting their end on the battlefield. Slow Sheep engages in a divine confrontation with Grey Wolf, but is vanquished and imprisoned within the Wolf clan's dungeons, facing execution. In a desperate bid for rescue, the children arrive, marking the climax of this battle. The renowned sword master of the Eastern Sea, Happy Sheep, leads his brigade to the sea to rescue other beleaguered souls. Amidst fierce combat with the dual-wielding White Wolf, the latter falls victim to friendly fire as the Wolf army retreats. At sea, they encounter the Wolf clan's hunter, the Black Goat, who plunders their resources. Happy Sheep relentlessly pursues the Black Goat across thousands of miles, only to be ambushed by the Thousand Sheep Slash, casting him into the ocean. Eventually, he discovers refuge among the mechanical sheep, returning just in time to alter the tide of this final conflict. A mortal figure stands shoulder to shoulder with divinity, Steel Fiery Sheep. Uncovering the illicit affair between Banana Wolf and Warm Sheep, the latter is expelled from Sheep Village. In a quest for vengeance, Banana Wolf battles Fiery Sheep but ultimately faces defeat, resulting in the severing of his limbs. He laments to Slow Sheep, who, upon revival, seeks the divine medicine from Fiery Sheep, despite its adverse effects of consuming one's lifespan. Nevertheless, Fiery Sheep demonstrates his strength by consuming the potion, rallying Slow Sheep's former allies. He officially declares war against the Wolf clan, marching towards the northern Tian Shan to rescue Slow Sheep. In the duel with the beloved character, Xiangyang, victory was achieved, yet during the climactic battle, death befell at the hands of the formidable Mrs. Grey Wolf. A decade heralded a king's might. A century brought forth the languid sheep, existing neither within the realms of the three worlds nor among the five elements. The nephew of Slow Sheep, whose parents perished in the previous conflict between wolves and sheep, was entrusted with a great mission before the impending tsunami, leading to the construction of a colossal ship for their escape. The skilled archer, mourning the demise of Old Knife Sheep and the loss of numerous warriors at the hands of Little Knife Sheep, severed ties with Little Knife Sheep, sacrificing an arm, only to be rescued by the gallant Running Sheep. A cannon shot soared into the heavens, where a transformed rabbit came to his aid. Upon returning from his training, he participated in the final battle, striking down the dual Fork Wolf with a single arrow, and alongside Little Knife Sheep, obliterated Mrs. Grey Wolf's formidable double-barreled cannon. Beautiful Sheep, the soothsayer of the Sheep clan, a fickle heart, could foresee the tumultuous events of the world. Upon divining luck for Lazy Sheep, she professed her love, only to be callously rejected. Fiery Sheep pursued her attentively, yet received naught in return. Together with the Antelope Princess, they sought to win over Xiangyang, defeating the Antelope Princess at the Huangshe waterfall. Yet, Xiangyang delved into the depths of the sea, his fate uncertain. After performing a divination and conducting a sacrificial rite for him, she ultimately wed Fiery Sheep. By the time Xiangyang returned, the world had irrevocably changed, leading her to take her own life upon the glacier. Warm Sheep, the sole heir of the Pan Sheep royal lineage, was exiled due to her love for Banana Wolf. Later, while at sea, she was found by the Pan Sheep family, rising to become the Pan Sheep Queen, commanding 3 mighty vessels. During the final battle, she plunged into the fray, turning the tide of war. Swift Sheep, endowed with unparalleled speed and bravery, maintained a cordial relationship with Lazy Sheep, but ultimately fell in the Guardian battle. Mighty Sheep, the overseer of the ancient Sheep clan, aided Lazy Sheep in his recovery after the latter severed an arm. He met his demise at the hands of the Black Wolf during the massacre of the Sky Prison. Slim Sheep, the cousin of Xiangyang, fell victim to the Black Goat, leading to the obliteration of the entire Xiangyang squadron. Strong Sheep, a legendary figure of the Sheep clan, aided Slow Sheep in breaking ancient seals and resurrecting the gods of yore. In the final battle, he saved Slow Sheep but was beheaded by the One-Eyed Wolf. The Zong Antelope clan's master Xuani deceived Old Sheep, wielding the Chi Flow superwave technique atop the Tianshan grassland. In a moment of desperation, he bestowed the sole opportunity to board upon Running Sheep, sacrificing himself to the sea. Running Sheep, a true disciple of the ultimate divine wave technique, encountered the 1,000 Sheep Slash upon venturing into the sea. After a fierce struggle, he was rescued by Little Knife Sheep but felt deeply troubled by her merciless nature. However, bound by the debt of gratitude, he was compelled to ally with her. Following Lazy Sheep's violent ejection, he found himself imprisoned. In the final battle, now a deity, he vanquished the Twin-Blade Wolf but was struck by Grey Wolf's divine bullet, leaving his fate uncertain. The Antelope family, led by Prince Antelope, wielding the lightning blade, established a flagship legion at sea, inheriting the will of the Antelope royal lineage. Upon encountering Shi Yang, they forged a brotherhood. Upon learning of Shi Yang's demise, he marched to the battlefield of the final battle, only to encounter Mrs. Grey Wolf, suffering losses among his ranks before ultimately being slain by a white. The Antelope princess, armed with the twin-boned sword, was slain in a bid for affection against beautiful sheep at the Huangshe waterfall, falling into its depths. The Antelope trio, the Royal Guard, perished in their confrontation with Mrs. Grey Wolf. The Ram clan mourns the passing of the elder ram, as the 4 grand rams accept the edict and warmly welcome the return of the gentle lamb. In the realm of goats, the venerable blade ram, renowned as the greatest swordsman, wields the most formidable blade known to man, the dawn. In the western regions, he becomes the legendary Sword King. Upon encountering the challenge of the 1,000 sheep slash, he faces defeat but is rescued by the little blade ram. However, the elder blade ram wishes to bequeath the divine sword to the great blade ram, which incites the dissatisfaction of the little blade ram, leading to the elder's demise. The secret edict is altered, for the great blade ram, akin to a dragon without a tail, remains elusive. After slaying the elder blade ram, the blade ram army is restructured solely to vanquish the 1,000 sheep slash. The little blade ram, burdened with humiliation for many years, ultimately attains supreme power. In the climactic battle, he engages in a fierce confrontation with the great blade ram, triumphing after 3,000 exchanges and solidifying his renown. The 3 musketeers of the blade ram, the mechanical ram, a reserve force beneath the sea, exists almost like a glitch in reality. During the final battle, thousands of mechanical rams clash with the otherworldly beings, ultimately turning the tide and repelling the foes, leading to an alliance with the wolf rams. The Black Mountain Goat clan, led by the elder Black Mountain Goat, accustomed to solitary drifting due to their dwindling numbers, harbors aspirations of becoming the sovereign of the seas. He decimates the 1st Brigade of the Sheep clan, slaying the thin sheep, only to be pursued by the joyful sheep. Along the way, he recruits 3 formidable generals, forming a new faction. United with the ambitious little Black Wolf, they attempt to ambush the divine ship number 1, but meet with a disastrous defeat. In a desperate escape across the sea, he is ultimately slain by the pursuing joyful sheep. Chapter 72. The fate of the Wolf clan characters in the present day. The Wolf King, the illustrious Grey Wolf, inherits the tremendous powers of oppression from his father, the Black Wolf, along with the earth-shattering abilities of the Yellow Wolf. Conflict ensues with the Sheep clan, yet upon witnessing the otherworldly beings in the final battle, he resolves to ally with the sheep to combat their common enemy. Tragically, he falls to the hands of the Demon King, but is resurrected in the peculiar realm. Queen Red Wolf, armed with boundless firepower, withstands the onslaught of the Antelope Prince with a defiant retort. Did you think no one guards the backyard? Yet she ultimately cannot repel the advance of the otherworldly beings and is saved by the Grey Wolf. As the queen of the Wolf-Sheep Coalition, she is historically known as the Unburnt. Prince Little Grey, endowed with the ability to hear all things, is hanged by the Demon King atop the Tian Shan Mountains, inciting the wrath of Red Wolf, who, in a display of extraordinary prowess, utilizes a great treasure to defeat the Demon King. Princess Little Fragrant, the King of Assassins, prepares to eliminate the opposing commander, the Boiling Sheep, unaware that he has already been injected with a super serum. Her assassination attempt is thwarted at the last moment, resulting in her head being severed by the tyrant Boiling Sheep. Princess Little Red, inheritor of the lineage of the Little White Wolf, is poisoned and killed on the orders of the Grey Wolf. Under the command of the 7 starving wolves, the pinnacle of combat prowess, Madame Grey too wields a golden wolf fawn club, shattering the world and obliterating the ancient and modern alike. She destroys Divine Ship No. 1 and defeats 3 generals with her bare hands, earning her place as a fiercely loyal subordinate of Grey Wolf. However, she later falls victim to treachery, succumbing to poison within the military tent. The One-Eyed Wolf, wielding a soul-stealing blade that cuts through the very bones of the world, ultimately betrays Grey Wolf. Leading an army to the northern desert, he encounters the otherworldly beings and flees, pursued by Grey Wolf's forces and facing defeat. Captured and compelled to partake in the final battle, he meets his end beneath the blades of the otherworldly beings. In the realm of ancient legends, the formidable deity of the Wolf clan, Qianyang Zhan, had secluded himself for many years, effortlessly overpowering his fellow wolves. In a desperate battle within the Valley of Despair, he clashed with the old blade, Yang, enduring 81 fierce rounds before ultimately defeating him. Yet, amidst the carnage at sea, He fell victim to the swift decapitation by the newly inheritor of the divine blade, Dawn, a young sheep. The valiant White Wolf, a legendary assassin, met his demise due to emotional entanglements with Red Wolf, leading to an order from Grey Wolf to eliminate him, ultimately falling to the chaos instigated by the dual-blade wolves. The Boxing Wolf served as the catalyst for war. Under the pressure exerted by the Prairie Council, the Wolf clan had refrained from initiating conflict. However, within the eerie Shadow Forest, where wolves and sheep collaborated in repairs, Night Wolf cunningly dispatched the Boxing Wolf, framing the sheep clan for the act, thus igniting the flames of war. At that moment, a colossal wave surged forth, engulfing a multitude of lives. Night Wolf, wielding the meteor hammer in a desperate bid to establish kinship with the Wolf King, fought valiantly. Upon learning of his daughter's tragic demise, he sought vengeance against Grey Wolf but was swiftly overpowered, ultimately choosing to end his own life before the Wolf King. The dual-blade wolf was obliterated by the tremendous force of the charging sheep, reduced to mere fragments. The forked wolf met a grim fate aboard the wolf ship, struck down by the powerful arrows of lazy sheep, resulting in complete annihilation. The wizard wolf, serving as the Grand Master, devised strategies for Grey Wolf, bravely enduring the onslaught of the three great generals while assisting Lord Bao Bao in orchestrating peace negotiations. Subsequently, he activated the Enyang Ion Sphere, casting all into the arcane realm of the ancient. The Prairie Council stands as a united entity for the entire world. As the Great Tsunami approached, the Supreme Commander, Lord Bao Bao, issued a critical command, mobilizing the Ark of Prosperity to rescue the distressed inhabitants of the sea. The Divine Ark No. 1 arrived as promised during the climactic battle, with the three generals rejoining the fray. Despite their fierce confrontation with Grey Wolf, they ultimately fell, plummeting into the icy abyss, only to be rescued by Tiger. After the war, an alliance of wolves and sheep was formed to vanquish the otherworldly fiends. Naval Inspector Tiger wielded his staff to sweep across the land, capable of withstanding the might of Grey Wolf's second mate, directly intercepting the Golden Wolf's weapon. In the ensuing battle against the otherworldly fiends, he succumbed from exhaustion. The three generals, Wild Boar, Hippopotamus, and Water Buffalo, met their demise in the ultimate confrontation.